Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Conqueror's Haki. Above the azure sky, a few wispy clouds drift lazily, while the sun hangs high, radiating its scorching brilliance. Beneath this celestial expanse, the sea sparkles, and seabirds glide gracefully through the air. In a certain maritime region, two ships of contrasting designs face each other upon the waves. Ha ha, Garp. Ever since Rox met his demise, you've been relentlessly pursuing me, like an irritating fly. From one of the grand vessels, adorned with a pirate flag, a hearty laugh resonated, followed by the appearance of a man on the ship's bow. Cloaked in a crimson cape, donning a captain's hat, and sporting a pair of formidable mustaches, this imposing figure gazed confidently at the naval warship across the water. Despite the presence of the Navy, there was no trace of concern upon the man's countenance, nor among his crew, who engaged in lively banter, some even eager to confront the Navy in a fierce battle. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from the naval vessel, saturating the air with an oppressive weight. This formidable presence manifested as a tangible force, conjuring a tidal wave that surged toward the pirate ship, seemingly intent on engulfing it. Always the same, a mere glance of disagreement, and they resort to violence. The man shook his head in bemusement, yet his movements were swift as he unsheathed the rapier at his side. In a flash of glimmering steel, a strike capable of reshaping the very heavens cleaved through the water, hurtling toward the colossal wave. Without warning, the massive swell was shattered in an instant, dispersing into the ether as mere nutrients for the world. However, the onslaught did not cease. The momentum of the strike surged onward, racing toward the warship. At that moment, a tall figure emerged upon the naval vessel's deck, laughing heartily as he unleashed a powerful punch toward the oncoming strike. Boom! The razor-sharp attack crumbled under the force of the punch, transforming into countless shards of blade-like energy that sliced through the surrounding waters, yet leaving the naval ship unharmed, showcasing the remarkable control of its wielder. I'm a Navy man, while you are but a pirate. Is it not the natural order for the Navy to capture pirates? The newcomer, adorned with a dog-headed cap and clad in the Navy's uniform, stood tall and imposing, his cloak billowing dramatically in the sea breeze. At that moment, he casually picked his nose, addressing the man before him with an air of indifference. The two locked eyes, exchanging smiles that belied their adversarial roles, resembling longtime friends rather than foes. This was none other than the future pirate king, Gold, Roger, and the heroic marine, Garp. After a brief pause, the pirate ship's captain broke the silence. What a nuisance. It seems we cannot avoid a confrontation. That suits me just fine. With that, both men launched themselves toward each other. Crash! The clash of fist and blade sparked like lightning, producing a cacophony that resonated through the air with earth-shattering intensity. The collision sent shockwaves across the sea, erupting into towering waves capable of swallowing ordinary men whole, while the two ships bobbed precariously like tiny boats upon the vast ocean. The pirates aboard the ship appeared unfazed by the tumult, accustomed to such spectacles, bolstered by their numerous strong allies. The Navy personnel, however, were less composed despite having witnessed similar scenes. The sheer force caused one to stumble and fall, eyes wide in terror at the cataclysmic display before them. The encounter was but a fleeting moment, with neither side emerging victorious. Both combatants withdrew, landing back on their respective vessels, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the Navy crew as their leader returned. As their confrontation ceased, the sea calmed, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a brilliantly luminous point appeared in the sky, shimmering like a star, its radiance undimmed even in the bright daylight. This point descended swiftly like a meteor, vanishing without a trace, its appearance and disappearance seemingly a mere interlude. On the edge of a nearby island's forest, a pale, 6-year-old boy lay on the ground, his lips tinged with purple, unmistakably devoid of life. At that moment, a brilliant light swiftly pierced the boy's forehead. In a miraculous turn of events, the lifeless child inhaled sharply, as if striving to breathe in the fresh air. Thump, thump, thump. Faintly, the sound of a robust heartbeat emerged, gradually stabilizing to a normal rhythm. Before long, the boy slowly opened his eyes, bewilderment evident upon his face. What happened? Am I not dead? Where is this? Heaven, perhaps? It certainly doesn't look like it. The boy glanced around, confusion etched on his features. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and he looked down at himself, confirming his suspicions. His body had shrunk, and even his language had changed, though he could still comprehend his own words. All of this pointed to one conclusion. Just as the boy seemed poised to grasp the situation, an unprecedented pain surged from the depths of his soul. The boy curled up on the ground, writhing in agony. This tearing sensation was unlike anything he had ever experienced, a pain emanating from his very essence, far surpassing any physical torment. As he endured this suffering, a torrent of memories flooded into his mind, merging seamlessly with his soul. After what felt like an eternity, the boy was drenched in cold sweat, his tattered clothing soaked through, having finally accepted the foreign memories that were not his own. Sitting upon the ground, an expression of bewilderment and complexity filled his eyes. I never imagined I would transmigrate into the world of One Piece. The boy murmured to himself. His previous identity was that of Genos, a child from a nearby island, raised by an elderly neighbor after his parents left to seek fortune in business. Just yesterday, the old man succumbed to illness, and the 6-year-old Genos, unable to bear the loss, took to the sea alone, fleeing the place that had become a source of sorrow. But where could such a young child go? Lacking any seafaring experience, he sought refuge on a nearby island, hoping to figure out his next steps. Yet, fate is often cruel by sheer coincidence. He landed on a deserted isle, inhabited only by deadly beasts, leading to his tragic demise at the jaws of an unknown creature. Reflecting on the past life of Genos, Ling Feng could not help but feel pity for the unfortunate child, who had never known his parents and met such a pitiful end. Ling Feng was his true name, a student from university in China, whose life was cut short in a car accident while saving a little girl. What he had presumed to be death turned out to be a passage into this world of pirates. Perhaps this was the universe's way of rewarding goodness with a second chance. As Ling Feng pondered this, a chilling sensation coursed up from his feet, prompting him to slowly turn his head. Before him stood a beast, its size several times that of a gray wolf, with blood-red eyes fixed intently on him, viscous drool dripping from its maw. Surely, I cannot be this unfortunate, Ling Feng gasped, ignoring his fatigued body as he turned to flee. He recognized the creature from Genos' memories. It was the very beast that had claimed his former life. What the hell? Wasn't it already gone? Why was it back? Did it still wish to feast? As he sprinted away, Ling Feng lamented his ill fate. Was his life truly to end so soon after being reborn? In no time, he burst through the edge of the forest, revealing a golden sandy beach and the vast expanse of the sea, along with 2 distant black dots. What those dots were, he could not tell. Breathless, Ling Feng collapsed onto the ground, his already battered body worsening from the exertion. At that moment, the wolf had also reached him, its sharp teeth glinting menacingly in the sunlight, slowly advancing toward Ling Feng. Even from a distance, he could smell the foul stench emanating from a beast. Is this truly how I am to perish, mere moments after my rebirth? Ling Feng muttered, his head bowed in despair. Garp, there's a little brat over there. Aren't you going to do something? Roger inquired with a grin, glancing at the impending danger looming over the island. If Garp intervened to save the child, he could seize the opportunity to escape from his persistent old rival. Garp had indeed noticed Ling Feng. He was taken aback to find a child on such a desolate island. Usually carefree, he now adopted a serious demeanor. However, just as he was about to move, he witnessed a scene that would be etched in his memory forever, as the formidable members of Roger's crew displayed expressions of shock. Roar! The wolf growled, launching itself at Ling Feng with incredible speed. It had previously spared him out of a desire to toy with its prey, but now, seeing him still alive and moving, it felt humiliated, driving the beast into a frenzy. Is it time to die? I never anticipated that my fate would mirror that of my previous life, ending in such a pitiful manner. No, I've yet to fully experience this world since I have arrived in this brand new realm. I must live fully. How could I possibly die? I cannot perish. In that moment, Ling Feng's unyielding emotions erupted, and a force hidden deep within his soul surged forth, charging toward the wild wolf with a ferocious howl. In an instant of contact, the wolf's eyes glazed over, its limbs stiffened, and before it could encounter Ling Feng again, it collapsed with a resounding thud, clearly having lost consciousness. After this outburst, Ling Feng felt as though his very being had been drained, his body tilting backward. At that moment, a pair of strong hands caught him. It was Garp. Garp gazed down at the sleeping Ling Feng in his arms, striving to compose himself, yet a flicker of astonishment lingered in his eyes. As one of the pinnacle powerhouses of the age, he recognized precisely what that force had been. It was the Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 2. 8. Windmill Village is a quaint settlement on the outskirts of the East Sea's Goa Kingdom, known for its simple folk and the windmills that spin atop every roof, which lend the village its name. It also happens to be Garp's hometown. Ling Feng has resided in Windmill Village for a month now, during which time he has come to accept the reality of his reincarnation. By the way, he is no longer called Ling Feng. His name is now Eights, full name Monkey Deeds. A month ago, Ates awoke to find himself lying in a military ship's cabin, and upon emerging, he was greeted by a sea of Navy soldiers clad in blue and white uniforms, along with Garp. Ates was unaware of the events that transpired after he lost consciousness, believing instead that Garp had fortuitously come by to save him. After all, for a powerhouse like Garp, dispatching a mere wild wolf would be a trivial task, wouldn't it? When Garp inquired about his parents and name, Ates simply shook his head, claiming he had no name and was an orphan. In his previous life, Ates indeed was an orphan, and it was thanks to the old headmaster of the orphanage that he managed to attend university, funding his education through hard work. Moreover, in this life, he had no idea where his parents might be. They could have perished while pursuing their business endeavors. Whether out of pity for Ates or some other reason, Garp promptly adopted him as a son and, upon arriving in Windmill Village, entrusted Ates to the village chief, UPU Slap, for temporary care. He then instructed the Navy personnel to refrain from discussing anything related to Ates, even forbidding the Admiral Sengoku from learning about Ates before boarding the ship and departing. Ates was indifferent. He was already immensely grateful for Garp's timely adoption, which provided him a sense of security. Despite being a rear admiral, Garp enjoyed the privileges of a vice admiral and was indeed quite busy. He was not as carefree as depicted in the original story. Naval leaders often kept their family matters confidential while on missions, for should enemies seek retribution, it would not bode well for their loved ones. Take the revolutionary leader dragon in the original tale. For instance, apart from a select few, the formidable figures of the sea only know him as the world's most dangerous criminal, unaware that he is the son of the naval hero Garp. Should that truth be revealed, it would tarnish the Navy's reputation and prestige abroad, prompting the world government to go to great lengths to conceal it from the public. What puzzled Ates was Garp's decision to keep even his old comrade Sengoku in the dark, seemingly determined to eliminate all traces of Ates from public knowledge to prevent any inquiries from the world government. Ates found it difficult to comprehend, but perhaps it was best not to dwell on it for now. He was not yet in a position to think that far ahead he would take things as they come. Since fate had granted him a chance to start anew, he would seize it and embark on a fresh beginning with this new identity. Returning to the present, on a coastal shore, Ates faced the salty sea breeze, performing push-ups as the waves ebbed and flowed before him. The scorching sun bathed the beach, elongating Ates' small frame. Sweat cascaded down his bare torso, soaking the ground beneath him, only to be evaporated moments later. 496, 497, 498, 499, 500. As Ates counted through gritted teeth, upon reaching 500, he collapsed onto the ground with a resounding thud, gasping for breath. Throughout this past month, Ates had not idled after acclimatizing to his surroundings under the guidance of village chief UPU Slap. He had thrown himself into rigorous training. He had also discovered the current year Garp appeared quite youthful, seemingly in his 40s, indicating that the timeline was still early. After verifying this information, Ates confirmed his suspicions. It was the year 1490 of the Sea Circle calendar, just 5 years before Roger would become the Pirate King, which presented Ates with an opportunity to grow stronger. Originally, Ates had hoped to request Garp to teach him martial arts, as training under a pinnacle powerhouse was an invaluable opportunity, especially since Garp was his adoptive father. However, who could have anticipated that Garp would depart so hastily, as if he were merely passing through? Now, it was uncertain when Garp would return, leaving Ates with no choice but to experiment with some basic training methods on his own, such as push-ups, long-distance running, sit-ups, and other exercises he had learned in his previous life. Nevertheless, in this world, individuals generally possessed remarkable physical capabilities. Just a month prior, Ates struggled to complete even a few push-ups, yet now he could distinctly feel the transformation in his body. Though the change was not monumental, it marked a promising beginning. Ates. At that moment, a voice interrupted Ates' thoughts. He looked up to see village chief UPU Slap approaching. Wearing glasses and a cheerful red shirt, UPU Slap smiled warmly at Ates and said, "Ah, there you are. Little Ates, you must be tired. Come home for a meal." Home. Ates paused, for he had never known the meaning of home in his previous life. Yet now he had one in this village. He possessed a home and a kind adoptive father. Regaining his composure, Ates smiled at UPU Slap and replied, "Yes, let's go, Uncle Slap." Under the brilliant sun, the two figures, one large and one small, gradually receded into the distance. As they walked, the townsfolk greeted Ates with friendly smiles, and he reciprocated with cheerful nods. Over the course of the month, Ates had seamlessly integrated into the community, and everyone knew him as Garp's adopted son, showering him with affection. Soon, Ates followed Upislap to the front of a house, which belonged to Garp. This residence was distinct from the others, being somewhat more spacious. Although Garp himself was indifferent to such matters, the townsfolk endeavored to ensure that this house was larger, as a mark of respect for their naval hero. In Garp's absence, the village chief, Slap, moved in to assist in caring for Eights. The interior was remarkably simple, covering merely a few dozen square meters. Against the wall stood a round wooden table adorned with a newly added white candle, surrounded by a circle of wooden chairs. At the far end lay a large bed, approximately 3 meters in length, ample enough for both Eights and Slap to rest comfortably. This arrangement reflected a casual yet reliable atmosphere. And it was precisely this simplicity that imbued the space with a sense of homeliness. Before long, a modest yet hearty meal was served. Slap, aware of Eight's hearty appetite due to his rigorous training and growth spurts, had thoughtfully procured 2 roasted chickens to satisfy their hunger. Eight's eyes sparkled with excitement. After expressing his gratitude, he began to devour the food voraciously. Eight's discovered that the food of this world is imbued with a substantial amount of energy. Particularly, consuming it immediately after exercise allows that energy to transform into a warm current that flows within, nourishing the physical body. This phenomenon is one of the reasons why those adept in physical techniques on the vast seas exhibit such extraordinary strength. Eight's could distinctly perceive a subtle enhancement within his body. Although the improvement was minor, it might be attributed to the insufficient energy from the roasted chicken. Perhaps next time he might experiment with the aquatic leviathans, provided that Eight's possesses the capability to vanquish such formidable foes. Thank you, Uncle Slap. I shall take my leave now. Eight's, having devoured 2 roasted chickens in a whirlwind, dashed out, eager to continue his training. In this world, where the strong are numerous and the weak are as insignificant as ants, one's strength is essential for establishing a foothold in the realm of pirates. This little fellow bears a striking resemblance to Mr. Garp, both exhibiting a remarkable tenacity. Slap observed Eight's hurried departure with a smile, then turned his gaze to the table, only to twitch his lips in exasperation. The table was strewn with the bones left behind by Eight's, yet a single chicken leg remained intact before Slap. Well, it seems this little one possesses a modicum of conscience. Chapter 3. The pursuit of swordsmanship. As night descended, cool and tranquil, the sky sparkled with stars, and the residents of the small town had long succumbed to their dreams. The silvery moonlight cascaded down, illuminating Eight's handsome visage. Eight's lay on the rooftop, hands behind his head, gazing at the crescent moon, lost in contemplation. He had spent the entire afternoon in rigorous training. Yet he realized that merely engaging in simple physical exercises would never suffice to cultivate true strength. Thus, he pondered the path forward for his cultivation. Devil fruits? These mystical items in the pirate world bestow unimaginable powers upon their wielders. In Eight's previous life, they were akin to superpowers, and he found himself quite curious about them. However, devil fruits are rare and elusive, often surfacing in the Grand Line, and they vary in potency. The weaker varieties did not pique Eight's interest. While the stronger ones were out of reach for someone of his current meager strength in the East Sea, he might be knocked out before he even set foot beyond its shores. Martial arts? Indeed, martial arts present a commendable alternative. Achieving the pinnacle of physical combat could rival, if not surpass, the abilities granted by devil fruits when combined with Haki. Take his adoptive father, Garp, for example. He is a man who has mastered martial arts to its zenith, effortlessly shattering any scheme or trick with a single punch, without the slightest hesitation. Moreover, Eight's is only 6 years old, leaving ample room for development. Training in martial arts from a young age is crucial for achieving great accomplishments. However, the primary dilemma lies in the fact that Garp typically resides at the Navy headquarters, and it remains uncertain when he might return. Eight's is reluctant to squander even a moment of opportunity to grow stronger. Consequently, there seems to be but one avenue for his training: swordsmanship. The sword, often regarded as the king of weapons and the ancestor of all melee arms, is a prevalent instrument in both Eight's past life and the current pirate world. In this realm, there is no shortage of practitioners of swordsmanship. Those who reach advanced levels can cleave mountains, shatter stones, and part seas with ease. Eight's equally enjoys the art of swordsmanship, compared to the chaotic powers of the devil fruits. The sheer exhilaration of cleaving through any malevolent spirit with a single stroke is unparalleled, evoking a sense akin to shattering myriad laws with one decisive blow. Eight's came to his senses and made a decision. He would devote himself to the practice of swordsmanship. Once he set his mind on something, he would act without hesitation. Such was Eight's nature, never one to procrastinate when it came to pursuing his desires. Eight's descended from the roof and, with utmost caution, navigated around Slap, settling onto the bed, determined to commence his sword training the following day. The next morning, upon rising, Slap discovered Eight's absence. He said nothing, well aware of Eight's penchant for early rising. Surmising that he had ventured out for practice. In a clearing on the mountainside behind Windmill Village, Eight stood, wielding a short sword crafted from wood. Approximately 50 centimeters in length, perfectly suited for his 6-year-old frame. Given that Windmill Village predominantly consisted of farmers, there were no blacksmiths to forge weapons, hence. Eights took the initiative to fashion a rudimentary wooden sword. In this world, the martial arts of swordsmanship are categorized into 3 realms: swordsman, swordmaster, and grand swordmaster. A swordsman is one who possesses profound familiarity with all techniques and principles of swordplay. A swordmaster is one who can harness the breath of all things and emit sword energy. A grand swordmaster transcends mere techniques, delivering colossal strikes with a single sweep of the blade. This encapsulates Eight's understanding of the swordsmanship hierarchy in the world of pirates, yet such aspirations felt distant, as Eights did not yet qualify as even a swordsman, devoid of a master's guidance. Eights relied solely on the remnants of his past life's memories for his training. Although he had never directly engaged in swordsmanship, he was not entirely unfamiliar with it. During his university days in his previous life, he had encountered upperclassmen enamored with Japanese kendo, where he absorbed a modicum of knowledge. Additionally, in his leisure, he had indulged in various manga, many of which depicted the art of the sword. For beginners, the foundational techniques of swordplay remain paramount. One must not underestimate basic swordsmanship. Many formidable techniques evolve from these fundamental practices. Eights understood the principle that towering edifices rise from humble beginnings. With clarity regarding his path ahead, Eights wasted no time and commenced his training, adjusting his sword grip based on his past memories. Once his stance was established, he began to practice the fundamentals of swordsmanship, which encompassed essential moves such as hacking, sweeping, slashing, thrusting, and parrying. Eights commenced his monotonous training, guided by the sword techniques that danced in his mind. Although tedious, he understood that the foundation was of paramount importance. A solid groundwork would yield superior results in his subsequent cultivation. The sun hung in the sky, casting warm yet scorching rays upon the diligent child below. With a wooden sword in hand, Eights relentlessly struck the air before him, sometimes cleaving and at other times thrusting. Though his movements were clumsy and betrayed no semblance of true swordsmanship, his small face radiated determination. The morning passed in a haze of tireless effort, with Eights drenched in sweat, leaning on his wooden sword as he gasped for breath. Yet, he refrained from indulging in prolonged rest. After a brief respite, he resumed his training, not in swordplay, but in physical conditioning. He recognized that mere sword practice would not suffice to forge him into a formidable warrior. Many of the great swordsmen possessed not only extraordinary skills but also formidable physiques. Without strength, one could not hope to unleash a strike powerful enough to cleave the seas. Thus, he dared not slacken his efforts. Mornings were devoted to sword training, while afternoons were reserved for physical exercises, push-ups, long-distance running, sit-ups, and more. This was the regimen he had meticulously crafted for himself, though he intended to intensify the physical training. In this world, Eights harbored no fear that his body would falter. Any exhaustion could be remedied with a hearty meal. Moreover, each time he pushed beyond his limits, he felt a subtle increase in his strength, a testament to shattering the boundaries of the physical form. Slap, concealed behind the tree, observed Eight's training with keen clarity. He had originally come to summon Eight's for a meal, yet he was taken aback by the sight of Eight's, who, despite his evident fatigue, persevered in his rigorous practice. The resilience of Eight's and his relentless training elicited a glimmer of concern in Slap's eyes. Why was this child exerting himself so fervently? Such a strain on his body was unsustainable. Though Slap possessed no understanding of the intricacies of cultivation, he had been entrusted with Eight's care by Garp, and he regarded Eight's as his own child. To claim that he felt no pangs of sympathy would be disingenuous. Who? Eight's returned to the training ground, panting heavily. Just as he was about to take a moment's respite before resuming his practice, he noticed a basket placed beneath a distant tree. Upon opening it, a wave of warmth surged through his heart. He recognized it as a gift from Uncle Slap. The delectable aroma of meat wafted from within, reminding Eight's of the succulent bone meat that Luffy, the protagonist of the original story, adored. Luffy often frequented the small tavern run by Marguerite to indulge in such delights. Feeling quite hungry himself, Eight's decided to satiate his appetite before continuing his training. Eight's let out a light chuckle, then picked up a large piece of meat and began to eat. Time swiftly passed during Eight's training, and in the blink of an eye, 5 months had elapsed since he arrived in Windmill Village, marking half a year in total. In the mountains behind Wind Dust Village, a small figure wielded a wooden sword, striking a wooden post with a series of sharp sounds. Upon closer inspection, one would be astonished to find that the marks on the post were all of varying depths. Yet the weapon used was merely a wooden sword, not a real blade. At that moment, H shouted, and the wooden sword pierced forward with precision. As the sword thrust out, it seemed to transform into a genuine blade, exuding an intense and formidable aura. Upon contact with the wooden post, the immense penetrating force caused the post to shatter, sending wooden splinters flying in all directions. Chapter 4. The first battle. Gazing at the scattered remnants of wood on the ground, Eight stood with satisfaction, sheathing his sword. He had not anticipated such power. His diligent training had not been in vain. The sensation he had just experienced must have been the essence of swordsmanship, though still faint. It was indeed the essence of the sword. Alas, there remains much more effort to exert. Eight shook his head with a sigh. If other swordsmanship masters were to hear his words, they would undoubtedly be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. The concept of sword momentum can be regarded as a state. The sword represents the technique, while the momentum embodies the spirit. When a sword technique is executed, it naturally generates an aura unique to the swordsman. Once one has mastered the intricacies of swordplay, this aura merges with the sword, forming what is known as sword momentum. Attaining sword momentum signifies the emergence of a true swordsman. However, one must not underestimate the path to becoming a swordsman. In the world of pirates, there are countless individuals who practice swordsmanship, yet only a select few can be deemed true swordsmen. For instance, among 100 practitioners, there may only be 10 who achieve the status of swordsman, or perhaps even fewer. This is because the pursuit of swordsmanship demands not only immense talent, but also an extraordinary commitment to effort, often 100-fold compared to the average individual. Some may exert great effort yet lack the requisite talent, rendering their efforts futile. Conversely, others may possess considerable talent but lack the perseverance to sustain their practice, which is equally fruitless. This disparity is precisely why those swordsmen would be incensed to hear Eight's remarks. After all, they have labored for decades, barely scraping by to attain the status of swordsman, while he, an ordinary person devoid of any skills, achieved it within mere months. Truly, it is a testament to the adage that comparison can lead to despair. Eights gazed at the wooden sword that had accompanied him for half a year, experiencing a peculiar sensation. This feeling was extraordinary, as if he and the sword were intertwined, existing in the same world, reliant on one another. Eights could not help but ponder this enchanting sentiment. Could this be the legendary unity of man and sword? Eights murmured to himself, but soon shook his head, acknowledging that he was overthinking. The state of unity between man and sword is a legendary realm, and he could not fathom how it could possibly be within his reach at this moment. It speculated that even the world's foremost swordsman, Haki, as depicted in the original work, had not attained this state of unity. Thus, according to this conjecture, there exists a realm beyond that of the great swordsman, yet to be realized by anyone. It shook his head and chuckled self-deprecatingly, mocking himself for thinking too far ahead, even contemplating realms beyond that of the great swordsman, a domain that was certainly beyond his current reach. It set aside his distractions and returned his focus to the wooden sword, in accordance with his original thoughts. Mastering the fundamentals of swordsmanship should ideally take 3 to 5 years. However, much to his surprise, he seemed to possess an extraordinary aptitude on the first day of practice. He was quite clumsy, struggling to grasp many essential techniques. By the second day, he identified the root of his difficulties and gradually began to correct them step by step. Each subsequent day followed this pattern, allowing him to pinpoint his shortcomings with every sword session, leading to continuous self-improvement. Gradually, the fog in Eight's mind began to dissipate, and his understanding of sword techniques deepened significantly. He became acutely aware of when to strike and at what angle, and by today, his swordplay exuded a unique aura characteristic of a true swordsman, which was the reason he shattered the wooden post with a single blow. Aside from his innate talent, Eight struggled to find words to describe his progress, were it not for his firm belief that he lacked any system. He might have thought he was being assisted by one. It is often said that every transmigrator comes equipped with a system, yet in Eight's case, it appeared that he had none. At this moment, Eights recalled the extraordinary sensation he had just experienced. A feeling as though the wooden sword had become one with his very soul. Perhaps this is what is referred to as the talent for the way of the sword. Indeed, it might also be attributed to my transmigration. My soul's power surpasses that of ordinary individuals, thus granting me an understanding that is twice that of the average person. Eights has finally come to a profound realization. It is not merely his innate talent for swordsmanship that sets him apart, but also his soul. which possesses strength twice that of an ordinary individual. In an instant, excitement surged within him, for truly, when God closes a door, he invariably opens a window. Although he lacks any magical assistance or system, Eights himself embodies the greatest advantage. He firmly believes that through his own efforts, he will eventually rise to become a formidable force, ultimately the strongest. In addition to honing his swordsmanship, he has not neglected the cultivation of his physical prowess. He can now run laps around Windmill Village without breaking a sweat, and he plans to intensify his training further. It is now time to assess the fruits of his labor. Eights gazed towards the direction of the Windmill Village, where the sky was heavily overcast and swirling with dark smoke. A month later, the sky remained shrouded in ominous clouds, with lightning flickering like serpents within. Below lay a somber and oppressive forest, its depths echoing with chilling roars of beasts, signifying it as the territory of ferocious creatures. Yet, within the heart of this forest, a young boy wandered, a wooden sword slung at his waist. Beneath his black bangs, a pair of eyes sparkled like stars, their brilliance undimmed even by the forest's gloom. This was our protagonist, Eights, who, over the course of a month, had completely mastered the foundational sword techniques, seamlessly integrating them into his being. Eights is striving to become a true swordsman, capable of exchanging blows with other swordsmen. This setting unfolds in a forest to the north of Windmill Village, directly opposite Galbo Mountain. The beasts here are generally more formidable, making it an excellent place for honing one's skills, a fact Eights discovered through inquiries. Given the perilous nature of the ferocious creatures in this area, few venture here. The townsfolk prefer to hunt in other mountains. This led Eights to ponder whether the mountain in question was indeed the site of Garp's training with Luffy. At the corners of Eights' mouth, a subtle twitch occurred. If that is the case, then Luffy's fate is indeed quite tragic. Eights continued his leisurely stroll through the forest when he suddenly halted, for a prey emerged before him. A massive and robust figure, its head adorned with spiky bristles, bore two glistening tusks that shone with a metallic sheen. This was a wild boar. It was several times larger than the wolf he had encountered 6 months prior, now fixated on Eights, thick drool cascading down as if eyeing a delectable morsel. Eights gazed calmly at the wild boar before him. Once, he had felt utterly powerless in the presence of such beasts. But he was no longer the same man he had been 6 months ago. Though this was his inaugural battle, he felt no trace of anxiety. For he understood that only by maintaining a tranquil mindset could he truly command his own rhythm in combat. Eights smirked. "Have you taken me for prey? Let us see who the true quarry is." With that, he drew the wooden sword secured at his waist. Although it was but a wooden blade, it symbolized the fruits of his training over the past 6 months. The wild boar, clearly incensed by Eights' movements, perceived this as a provocation. How dare this feeble human challenge it? Suddenly, the boar charged towards Eights, the sound echoing as if an earthquake had struck. "Come at me. You shall serve as the first stepping stone on my path to strength." Eights, wielding a wooden sword, charged towards the wild boar, seemingly intent on a head-on collision. In the split second before their clash, Eights suddenly arched his body, deftly evading the boar's sharp tusks, while simultaneously delivering a decisive strike to its robust frame. The boar let out a pained howl, its body crashing to the ground and sliding forward due to its momentum. Though the wild boar was known for its tough hide and substantial flesh, often impervious to many weapons, Eights was not to be underestimated. Over the past 6 months, he had relentlessly pushed beyond his limits, honing his skills with unwavering determination. Atesh, having successfully landed a blow, did not display any signs of elation. He was acutely aware of his current capabilities. Although significantly enhanced, he was not yet at the level to obliterate a beast, particularly one with defensive prowess. His weapon was still merely a wooden sword. Yet, what did that matter? Watch how I vanquish you with this very blade. Chapter 5. This child is a monster in the midst of the forest. The wild boar slowly rose to its feet, shaking its somewhat dazed head. Although the recent blow had not inflicted substantial harm, it had still taken a toll. Roar. The wild boar was taken aback by the fact that this human had not only evaded its attack, but had also retaliated. This was the greatest affront to its pride, instantly awakening its primal instincts. The ground trembled as the wild boar charged fiercely towards Atesh, intent on tearing apart the human it perceived as prey. Atis remained utterly unperturbed, continuing to employ his previous strategy, avoiding direct confrontation with the brutish behemoth that relied solely on sheer strength. With a series of thunderous crashes, trees embraced by several individuals toppled under the wild boar's ferocity, sending clouds of dust and debris swirling into the air, while leaves danced chaotically around them. Yet, despite this chaos, the wild boar could not lay a finger on Atis. He skillfully evaded its charge, utilizing his diminutive stature and agility. Occasionally, he would strike the creature, inciting further madness and causing it to rampage with reckless abandon, leaving a trail of fallen trees in its wake. Meanwhile, Atis maintained his composure, deftly dodging the boar's assaults while wielding his wooden sword to carve shallow marks into its tough hide. Though the effect of his strikes was minimal, that was not the essence of his endeavor. Even if he possessed a sharper blade, it would likely prove futile against such a resilient adversary. Atis had only just crossed the threshold into the realm of a swordsman, with a long journey still ahead of him, compounded by his current physical limitations. Thus, he seized this opportunity to practice his swordplay and enhance his physique against this creature, treating the wild boar as a whetstone. Fortunately, the boar lacked human consciousness. Otherwise, the thought of Atis using it for training would undoubtedly have been its undoing. Atesh remained utterly oblivious to the fact that someone nearby was observing him. Clad in a pristine white suit and adorned with a navy cloak emblazoned with the characters for justice, it was none other than Garp. At that moment, Garp's mouth was agape, as if he could fit 2 eggs within, rendering him a most comical sight. Not long ago, Garp's warship had docked at the port of Windmill Village, after which he hastened home, eager to see the son he had adopted months prior. Since he had entrusted Atis to Slap, he had not been involved in his upbringing, and a sense of guilt had weighed heavily upon him. Thus, upon returning, he intended to make amends. Upon arriving home and finding Atis absent, he sought out Slap, only to discover that Slap was equally unaware of Atis's whereabouts. Left with no other option, Garp resolved to search for him. Eventually, a villager informed him that Atis had inquired about a jungle rumored to be inhabited by ferocious beasts, specifically the most perilous forest in the vicinity of Windmill Village. Without pausing to ponder why Atis would seek out such a place, Garp rushed to the location, intending to rescue him should he find himself in peril, only to be confronted by the scene before him. The beasts of the northern jungle had been captured by Garp for the purpose of training his descendants, and Atis's assumptions were not unfounded. This very location had served as the training ground for Luffy in the original tale. Garp realized that he had never trained Atis, as he had gone to the Navy headquarters on the very day Atis arrived. This absence of guidance fueled his anxiety. The creatures he sought were aberrations of ordinary beasts. While they posed little threat to a powerhouse like himself, they could indeed prove formidable for an average individual. What astonished him, however, was Atis's remarkable composure, his bright, spirited eyes betraying none of the naivety typically expected of a child. Moreover, Garp sensed a distinct aura emanating from Atis's sword. Though he had never trained in swordsmanship, he had encountered numerous swordsmen in his lifetime and knew that such an aura indicated the emergence of a true swordsman. Yet, a question loomed in Garp's mind. He distinctly recalled that Atis had arrived as an ordinary boy. Though he had unexpectedly awakened the Conqueror's Haki, he was still fundamentally an ordinary person. How had this lad transformed into a swordsman in just a few months? Furthermore, who had imparted the art of swordsmanship to him? It is widely acknowledged that one requires a mentor to guide their training. To embark on a solitary path without guidance often leads to numerous missteps detrimental to future endeavors. However, Garp possessed a keen eye and could discern that Atis had not strayed from the correct path. Otherwise, he could not have attained the status of a swordsman. A mere 7-year-old swordsman. Even someone as formidable as Garp could not help but express his admiration, just as Garp was lost in contemplation. The struggle between Atis and the wild boar reached its climax. Eats and the wild boar came to a simultaneous halt as a mountain loomed before Eats, obstructing his path forward. The wild boar grunted twice, its mood evidently buoyant, before charging towards Eats without hesitation. A beast is indeed a beast. Foolishly falling for the same trick once more, Eats let out a light chuckle as he deftly evaded the charging wild boar. With a thunderous crash, the boar's razor-sharp tusks, along with its head, collided violently with the mountainside, sending debris flying in all directions and causing rocks to tumble down from the cliff. A splendid opportunity presented itself. At the opportune moment, Eats sprang into action, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly as he brought it down with force upon the head of the wild boar. Alas, the wooden sword remained merely a wooden sword. Upon striking the boar's head, it could withstand the impact no longer and shattered with a resounding crack. The boar, in response to the pain, let out a furious cry and became increasingly frenzied, thrashing its massive body toward Eats in a fit of rage. Caught off guard, Eats was propelled backward by Pang's sudden strike, crashing into a robust tree. The impact left a gash on Eats's left arm, blood oozing profusely from the wound. Yet, disregarding his own injury, Eats seized the opportunity as the wild boar momentarily dazed, grasping the fractured sword to thrust it directly at the beast. The fierce momentum of the strike seemed to possess a life of its own. After a prolonged struggle with the wild boar, Eights' understanding of the swordsmanship deepened, revealing to him that indeed, combat is the most effective means to enhance one's strength. With a swift thrust, the broken sword pierced the boar's eye. Blood mingled with a viscous white substance gushing forth, splattering Eights and leaving him reeking of the foul scent. The wild boar emitted a heart-wrenching cry of agony, its intense pain driving it into a frenzied state. Raising its sharp tusks, it launched a desperate counterattack against Eights in its final moments. Although Eights made every effort to evade, he ultimately underestimated the wild boar's ferocity in its final moments, which was evidently much swifter than before. Once again, he suffered a gash on his shoulder, and the wounds on his arm only compounded his injuries. It truly hurt. He had indeed been careless. Eights pressed his hand against the wound and hurriedly distanced himself from the frenzied wild boar. In a fit of rage, the boar charged forward, uprooting towering trees around it and clearing a swath of land in its wake. As time trickled by, the boar, having exhausted its strength and bleeding profusely from its eye injury, finally collapsed with a resounding thud. The battle concluded with Eights emerging victorious, albeit through a stroke of cunning. Yet, considering Eights' current frailty, such tactics were perhaps justifiable. Sigh, it is finally over. This creature truly knows how to create chaos. Eights collapsed onto the ground, wiping the sweat from his brow. He then tore his shirt to bandage his wounds. He had narrowly escaped danger had the wild boar not been subdued. It would have been his demise. Garp stood at a distance, observing Eights' battle. From the onset of his playful engagement with the boar, through the honing of his swordsmanship and the fortification of his physique, to ultimately exploiting his opponent's weaknesses to claim victory, Garp witnessed every moment. The astonishing talent in swordsmanship and the extraordinary fortitude displayed by Eights suggested he was far from an ordinary 7-year-old. He resembled a seasoned warrior instead. Remarkably, in such a brief span, his swordsmanship had advanced. This was an achievement beyond what most could attain. This boy is truly a prodigy. Garp recalled the first time he had encountered Eights when he witnessed the awakening of his Conqueror's Haki. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. Chapter 6. Garp's astonishment after bandaging himself. Eights turned his gaze towards the fallen wild boar, a trophy earned through his arduous battle. Surely, there must be a substantial amount of energy contained within. As Eights contemplated, he observed that the provisions appeared sufficient to sustain him for a day or two. Indeed, it was merely a day or two. His training was remarkably intense, necessitating substantial energy replenishment after each session. The village's supply of meat was rapidly depleting due to his voracious appetite. However, Eights, ever mindful of his principles, would lend a hand to the villagers with various tasks following his training, for he could not abide by the notion of receiving sustenance without contributing in return. Just as he was about to rise and procure a wild boar, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A drop of salty water fell upon Eights' head. Eights seemed to sense impending danger as he slowly raised his head, only to behold a colossal python several yards in length fixating its gaze upon him. Its serpentine eyes emitted an eerie glow in the dimly lit forest, sending chills down his spine. The great serpent flicked its tongue in anticipation, hungrily observing Eights, before suddenly opening its gaping maw and lunging towards him without uttering a word. Eights was taken aback, instinctively dodging to the side. With a thunderous roar, a massive pit formed where he had just stood. Had he not evaded in time, he would have undoubtedly been swallowed whole by the colossal python. Good heavens! Am I truly this unfortunate? This creature is far more formidable than that wild boar. Eights was at a loss, wondering if he was truly this unfortunate. From the moment he traversed into this realm, he encountered wild wolves, and now, having just completed a fierce battle, he was confronted by yet another formidable beast. It seemed he had indeed ingested a fruit of misfortune. Gazing at the gaping wound inflicted upon the ground, Eights displayed an expression of having narrowly escaped death. Had he not reacted swiftly moments ago, he would have met his demise. The massive python emitted a hissing sound as it flicked its tongue, its colossal form undulating slowly toward Eights. Unlike the impulsive wild boar, the python exuded a calm demeanor, preferring to employ a strategy of stillness to provoke movement. Any action on Eights' part would prompt the python to launch a lightning-fast attack. As a traveler of worlds, Eights was well aware of this principle. Thus, he found himself compelled to remain motionless, despite his injuries severely hampering his speed. Given the current circumstances, he was in a precarious situation. Serpents were inherently adept at speed, and with his present condition, escape seemed a distant hope. Eights analyzed the current predicament, yet refused to relinquish hope for survival, persistently seeking a means to overcome this calamity. The colossal serpent slithered closer, poised to strike upon perceiving Eights' lack of resistance. Before the beast could bear its gaping maw, a towering, Majestic figure materialized before Ephes with such swiftness it seemed to emerge from thin air, a mere blur before his eyes. A wave of relief washed over Ephes. Salvation had arrived. For he recognized this man unmistakably. In that instant, the serpent lunged, only to be met with a thunderous blow. With a resounding crash, the beast was sent hurtling backward, shattering countless trees in its wake until it lay motionless, utterly lifeless. At the forest's edge, flickering flames danced amidst tendrils of smoke curling lazily into the night sky, the air rich with intoxicating aromas. Beside the crackling fire, Ephes and Garp, one small, the other formidable, sat cross-legged, devouring their hard-earned feast with ravenous delight. Their elongated shadows stretched across the ground, bathed in the fire's glow. Night had deepened. And though the scent of their meal might lure more beasts, Ephes harbored no fear with Garp, the indomitable warrior, at his side. No creature, no matter how numerous, stood a chance. Old man, when did you get back? Though Garp had taken him as a son, Ephes knew the man's temperament well. Addressing him so felt more natural. Calling him father still carried an odd discomfort. Garp froze mid-bite, nearly choking on his food. Old man? I'm barely past 40. Since when is that old? Indeed, his hair remained jet black, streaked only lightly with silver at the temples, far from the full white of his later years. You brat. Since when am I old? And I'm your father. Show some respect. Thwack. Oh. Ates covered his head with his small hands, tears welling in his eyes. And a prominent bump had formed on his forehead. It was evident that Garp had employed his unique and affectionate iron fist to greet Ates. You old geezer. What are you doing? Ates grimaced, cradling the swelling on his head. I'm still young, you little brat, and you should call me father. Garp, with an air of indifference, picked his nose and casually remarked while bestowing another affectionate pat on Ates, resulting in yet another bump. How infuriating, you old man. I refuse to call you that. What kind of father abandons his son? Don't sweat the details. I'm back to see you, aren't I? Garp chuckled sheepishly, yet his demeanor remained nonchalant. Were it not for Ates' inability to overpower him, he would have relished the opportunity to slap him. Atesh gazed at Garp in speechless astonishment, choosing not to dwell on the matter. The recent interaction had proven quite intriguing, as it afforded Atesh a deeper insight into Garp's character. Garp's boisterous nature rendered Atesh less averse to him. However, the old man's fists indeed pack a painful punch. It seems that he must have endured considerable hardship even before the births of Luffy and Ace. Ates, gently touching the swelling atop his head, gazed at Garp with a look filled with lingering resentment. Meanwhile, Garp, oblivious to Ates' sorrowful glance, savored his thigh meat with great contentment. Returning to the matter at hand, Ates repeated his earlier inquiry, as Garp had yet to provide a response. Hey, old man, when are you coming back? I returned quite some time ago. As soon as I arrived, I came to find you, Garp replied, continuing to indulge in his meal. Ates let out an exclamation, suddenly realizing something was amiss. Had he returned long ago? This would imply that the old rogue had been silently observing ever since he began trembling like a wild boar. How infuriating. Ates was utterly taken aback. That old man was truly incorrigible. While I toiled tirelessly battling the monsters, he merely sat back and enjoyed the spectacle, casting me as the protagonist of his little drama. How infuriating. I was injured, and he had the audacity to watch until the very end. Yet, in response to Ates' indignant inquiries, Garp shamelessly retorted, such lowly beasts are hardly worth my effort. Besides, did you not manage to handle it yourself? Goodness. Is this truly the sort of thing a father ought to say? How utterly unreliable. Ates, unwilling to pay heed to the irritable old man, resumed his seat and indulged in his meal with fervor, his annoyed demeanor exuding a certain charm. Ates, from whom did you acquire your swordsmanship? Who was your instructor? Garp inquired casually, though his unwavering gaze upon Ates betrayed an insatiable curiosity. Had he been practicing prior, or was it something else? Just as Garp's mind wandered through such thoughts, Ates nonchalantly replied, There are no formidable masters here to teach me, and you were absent, so naturally. I hone my skills on my own. It's not particularly difficult. Should I also disclose that I learned my sword techniques from the comics in my mind? Ates rolled his eyes in exasperation. Furthermore, he was not mistaken. Whenever he encountered confusion, repeated practice illuminated the solution in his mind. Whether it was actions, techniques, or principles, he grasped them instantaneously. This was the very reason he had mastered the fundamental sword techniques and evolved his swordsmanship over the past 6 months. It came quite easily to him. While it seemed simple to Ates, Garp was anything but composed, promptly spitting out the morsel he had been chewing. Garp gazed at Ates in disbelief, his expression akin to that of a man confronted with a marvel. Are you implying that your prowess is the result of just over 6 months of effort? Atis was taken aback by Garp's actions, wondering what madness had overtaken the old man. Nevertheless, seeing Garp's demeanor, he nodded in agreement. Garp had previously speculated about this situation, yet when it was confirmed, even he, a seasoned warrior accustomed to facing adversities at sea, was astonished. With no resources and lacking the guidance of a master, he had transformed from an ordinary individual into someone capable of slaying a mutated beast solely through his own endeavors. Such a tale would be met with disbelief if shared with others. Atis gazed at Garp, and a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within him. This presented a splendid opportunity for guidance. There was no need to delve into swordsmanship. Rather, it was imperative to enhance his physical prowess under the tutelage of this master of martial arts. "Old man," he began, "I have recently encountered a plateau in my physical training. Would you be so kind as to devise a regimen for me?" Chapter 7. The drawn blade. The sun ascended majestically, suspended high in the sky, casting its warm glow upon the endless expanse of the sea. At times, the water shimmered like silk, creating rippling waves, while at other moments, it grew tumultuous, crashing against the rocks and sending sprays of foam into the air. Along the coastline, a diminutive figure danced and twirled, moving with an ethereal grace, wielding a standard steel longsword that seemed to come alive with each flourish. At that moment, Atis exerted every ounce of strength in his assault against the seemingly lethargic opponent before him, who appeared to be still half asleep. Yet, no matter how fervently he tried, he could not graze even a thread of his adversary's garment, nor could he provoke even a slight movement from him. "Ah!" Garp exclaimed, stretching his arms wide in a languid yawn, a clear display of his boredom. Atis remained undeterred by Garp's seemingly casual movements, determinately seeking out any vulnerabilities in his opponent despite the insurmountable gap between them. At that moment, Atis seized the opportunity. Pivoting his blade to strike at Garp from an unconventional angle, the fierce momentum of his sword cutting through the air with relentless intent. Garp, though appearing nonchalant, had been meticulously observing Atis, and even he could not help but be astonished by Atis' remarkable composure in battle. Yet, he did not remain idle. He subtly shifted his body and, with 2 fingers, effortlessly pinched Atis' razor-sharp blade, rendering Atis' attempts to withdraw futile. With a grin, Garp swiftly retaliated with his other hand, sending Atis hurtling backward with a resounding impact, utterly defenseless. How infuriating! This wretched old man truly shows no mercy. Atis grimaced in pain, covering his small face, exclaiming, "Do you not know that one should strike the body but avoid the face? What if I am disfigured in the future?" With a hearty laugh, Garp approached Atis and said, "Enough of this, you little rascal. I am about to return to the Navy headquarters." Although Atis did not voice his feelings, a sense of reluctance lingered within him. A month had passed since their return, and during this time, the bond between Atis and Garp had deepened significantly, resembling that of a genuine father and son. They shared moments of slumber, meals, fishing excursions, and engaged in sparring sessions, albeit with Atis often on the receiving end of the blows. The reason behind Atis seeking Garp for practice traces back to a question he posed a month prior. Initially, he had approached Garp to inquire about methods for physical training, expecting Garp to impart his knowledge without reservation. To his surprise, Garp had outright refused, leaving Atis utterly bewildered. Atis inquired of Garp regarding the matter, yet Garp consistently deflected the question with laughter, refusing to divulge any information. Eventually, Garp uttered a remark that nearly caused Atis to choke on his own blood. "If you wish for me to teach you, first you must defeat me." With that, Garp laughed heartily and departed, leaving behind an effortlessly elegant silhouette. At that moment, Atis found himself at a loss for words. "Is that truly how you speak?" he retorted. "If I could defeat you, would I even need to seek your counsel?" Nevertheless, this only served to ignite Atis' competitive spirit. "If you choose not to teach me, so be it. I shall train by myself, for I am already proficient in swordsmanship." Thus, Atis spent the entirety of the month immersed in training, or rather, enduring a combination of rigorous practice and beatings. As for the steel longsword, it was Cap who had procured it for Atis from the ship's warehouse. Although it was not a renowned blade, it sufficed for Atis' current needs. Cap's reluctance to instruct Atis stemmed from his own considerations. As a naval officer, he had to think about the future of the Navy. Individuals like Atis, who had awakened the Conqueror's Haki, could never be bound by the constraints of the Navy. Naturally, Atis himself was not one to appreciate restrictions, yet he recognized his identity as a Navy man. Cap was unaware of Atis' sentiments toward the Navy, nor could he foresee the heights Atis would ultimately achieve. Thus, even when it came to his own son, he refrained from offering guidance. Just as in the original tale with Luffy and Ace, Cap understood their aspirations for a pirate's life. which is why he merely cast them into the wilderness to hone their skills, occasionally administering a loving fist of discipline, but never imparting any techniques or training methods. Most significantly, Ace had awakened the Conqueror's Haki at the tender age of 6, a mark of royal potential. To Cap's recollection, no one had ever manifested such power at Ace's age. This indicated that Ace's achievements were destined to be extraordinary, with a thirst for strength that surpassed that of all others. Should Ace choose the path of a pirate, he would inevitably find himself at odds with the Navy. And with Cap himself. This was the principal reason Cap kept information regarding Ace under wraps. He sought to prevent the Navy and the world government from discovering the existence of such an anomaly, allowing Ace ample time to develop and safeguard himself. Perhaps this was Cap's way of caring for Ace, his son. Though he said nothing, all his emotions were expressed through action. Whether it be Luffy or Ace from the original story, or the present Ace, the sentiment remained unchanged. At the port of Windmill Village, a massive warship, shaped like a dog's head, slowly departed the harbor, with most villagers gathered on the shore to bid farewell to their hero. Ace was, of course, among them. "You old geezer, one day I will send you flying," he declared. Each shouted at the departing warship, eliciting laughter from the surrounding villagers. Indeed, each temperament bore a resemblance to that of Mr. Garp. Upon hearing this, Garp revealed a barely perceptible smile. Yet his words were devoid of mercy. "You think you could ever surpass me? You still have a long way to go, you brat." "Humph, just wait and see. You old coot," Eats retorted, pouting slightly. At that moment, the warship vanished from the sight of the crowd, disappearing into the vast expanse of the sea. Eats leaned against a grand tree, a newspaper in hand, detailing the news of the future pirate king, Roger. The Roger pirates had now ventured into the Grand Line, establishing a considerable reputation. It was only a few years until Roger would ascend to the title of Pirate King. Upon entering the New World, Roger would soon be diagnosed with his illness, and then, like a tempest, he would traverse the New World, ultimately arriving at Raftel, securing his rightful place as the true Pirate King. Time was of the essence for Eats. He needed to grow stronger during this period to ensure his own survival at sea. It would be disingenuous to claim he did not wish to witness the moment Roger ignited the great pirate era, yet he understood that to embark on such a journey, one must first possess a certain level of self-defense. The execution of Roger was a monumental event, attracting countless pirates, should he find himself lacking in strength. The risk of being defeated was all too real. Thus, at the heart of it all, strength remained paramount. For it was the very foundation upon which one could thrive upon the vast ocean. Ates regained his composure and decided to cease pondering the matters of the distant future. Instead, he found it far more pragmatic to contemplate the direction of his upcoming training. Having already mastered the fundamental sword techniques, he realized that further practice in this area would yield little benefit. It was time to consider other swordsmanship skills. In Ates' mind, various sword techniques from the comics incessantly replayed, the images flickering past like a fleeting panorama. It was not solely due to a lack of extraordinary abilities that he could not perform them. Rather, none of them aligned with Ates' capabilities or met the necessary criteria. Ultimately, there was not a single technique suitable for him. Ates gazed at it with a look of helplessness. Utterly at a loss, he withdrew the gleaming blade, its polished surface reflecting his somewhat melancholic visage. Moments later, he sheathed the sword once more. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind, prompting him to repeatedly draw and sheathe the blade, the illuminating spark growing ever more intense. Thus, it became clear to him, regardless of the swordsmanship employed, it could be encapsulated in two simple words: slay and sheath. To draw the blade is to vanquish the foe. To sheath it signifies the conclusion. It is as straightforward as that. There is no need for unnecessary complexity. Ates, clutching a steel sword, let out a light chuckle. Previously, he had been preoccupied with selecting a sword technique, forgetting that the most effective method for swiftly vanquishing foes is indeed the best. The technique of drawing the sword, known as Bideo slash, is a traditional swordsmanship style reminiscent of ancient times, also referred to as Iajutsu. The essence of Bideo slash is deceptively simple. It is the act of drawing the sword, a skill almost every swordsman in this world possesses. Yet it remains one of the most practical. The core philosophy of Bideo slash lies in unleashing speed and strength to inflict damage upon the adversary with an extraordinarily swift draw, achieving a lethal strike in a single motion. In essence, it can be distilled into one word: speed. To attain this pinnacle of swiftness, however, one must possess a physique that complements such skill. The synergy between swordplay and the body is crucial to unleashing the true might of Bideo slash. Thus, Ates must exert twice the effort to hone his abilities. Chapter 8, The Mountain Bandit, Hushi What's Time, like a fleeting horse, sped by. And 2 years had vanished in the blink of an eye. During this period, the storms at sea intensified, with countless pirates flooding into the Grand Line, among whom the most notorious was the Roger Pirates. They had entered the Grand Line and, with overwhelming strength, swept aside numerous pirate crews. Though many formidable pirate factions stood in their way, none could dim the brilliance of the Roger Pirates. It seemed as if the Grand Line had become the stage for this crew. And it was only a matter of time before they conquered the first half of the Grand Line and ventured into the New World, teeming with powerful adversaries. This prospect caused considerable concern for the Navy. In these 2 years, Garp had returned several times, though noticeably fewer than in the past, likely due to the chaos wrought by Roger in the Grand Line, prompting Garp to pursue him relentlessly. In a clearing amidst the mountains and forests, an 8 or 9-year-old boy practiced the draw and sheath motions day after day, year after year. This boy was Eights. Compared to 2 years ago, Eights had undergone significant transformation. His black hair, slightly curled at the temples, framed a handsome face, while his eyes sparkled like stars, now imbued with a sharper intensity. Though still under 10, he had already reached a height of approximately 1.7 meters, a testament to the fruits of his rigorous training. His elongated figure, glistening with sweat as he wielded his sword, showcased the definition of his muscles, presenting a unique aesthetic. However, the various deep and shallow claw marks marred this beauty, a reminder of his ongoing struggle to master his power. Unlike Garp, who skillfully concealed his strength within until the moment of battle, Eights found himself unable to fully contain his burgeoning might. At this moment, Eights exhibits pronounced muscles. While not particularly unattractive, Eights is dissatisfied with such results, believing that if one is to pursue excellence, it must be achieved in perfection. However, Eights remains unhurried, for he possesses ample time for training. After Eights sheathed his final sword strike, he slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his gaze transcended the ordinary, becoming extraordinarily sharp. In that moment, he resembled a swordsman standing amidst the heavens and the earth, ready to sever all. Grasping the hilt at his waist, the entirety of his aura erupted. With a swift draw of his blade, a glimmer of cold light flashed, and the sword's radiance darted forth in a straight line. In an instant, the wooden post before him was cleaved in two, its edges impeccably smooth, a testament to the formidable power of that strike. 3.5 seconds. Eights spoke softly as he sheathed his sword. The time of 3.5 seconds was his calculated duration to sever the wooden post after drawing his blade, a feat he found quite satisfactory. Initially, he had set a goal to slice through the post and return the sword to its sheath within those 3.5 seconds, deeming it a complete demonstration of the art of drawing the sword. Yet, one should not underestimate this 3.5 seconds for the average person. Drawing a blade from its sheath would certainly exceed 6 seconds or more, let alone the act of severing an obstacle. This endeavor necessitates not only a harmonious relationship with the sword, but also relentless practice, as the friction between the blade and the sheath can impede the speed of drawing. Therefore, a period of acclimatization is essential to eliminate anywhere. Eights dedicated more than 6 months to this singular pursuit, engaging in the monotonous and tedious repetitions of drawing and sheathing his sword. It is indeed a formidable challenge for an ordinary individual to maintain such a singular focus for an extended duration. Only someone with Eights' extraordinary willpower could achieve it. He understood that a swordsman must not only hone their technique, but also cultivate a deep understanding of their weapon. For the sword is a companion that accompanies its master into battle. The act of drawing and striking serves as the finest method for refining one's spirit. And thus Eights found not tedium, but rather a profound enjoyment in this practice. At the outset, his drawing speed ranged between 4.5 to 5 seconds. However, 2 years of rigorous training allowed him to achieve a remarkable breakthrough to 3.5 seconds. Concentrating power and speed into a singular point to execute a swift strike demands considerable physical prowess, and Eights did not lower his standards when it came to physical training. From enduring the initial agony of tearing pain to now experiencing ease and lack of pressure, the hardships he faced were known only to him. Each morning, he would run 10 kilometers, and as he progressed, he increased this distance, burdened with boulders weighing dozens of kilograms, performing squats uphill, engaging in life and death struggles with beasts in the wilderness, and dedicating a significant portion of his time to mastering the art of drawing and striking. It is no exaggeration to say that Eights' training far surpassed that of the so-called elite forces at the Navy headquarters. Eights gazed thoughtfully at the severed wooden stump, then nodded and proceeded toward the village with the intention of perfecting the technique of drawing and sheathing his blade in one fluid motion, thereby reducing the time taken to execute the strike. It's gradually approached the entrance of a tavern located in the heart of the town and gently pushed the door open. This establishment was the very dwelling of the renowned character, Luffy, from the original narrative. Just as depicted in the text, the tavern welcomed a variety of traveling pirates, who, out of fear of the formidable Garp, dared not cause any disturbances. Having previously devoted himself to training, Eats rarely frequented this place. However, he now sought to indulge in a moment of respite, recognizing the necessity of balancing diligence with leisure. "Uncle Zoro, a glass of rum, please." Upon entering, Eats jovially called out to the middle-aged man busily working at the counter. At that moment, there were only a few patrons inside, all villagers seeking amusement during their leisure time. The middle-aged man, upon hearing Eats, looked up and smiled, saying, "Ah, it's our little Eats. You're still quite young, so you mustn't drink alcohol." "Indeed, Eats, you should be enjoying juice instead," others chimed in. Yes, you're still just a child." Laughter echoed around the tavern, instantly enlivening the atmosphere. "I'm not that young. In a few months, I will be 10. Upon hearing someone remark about his diminutive stature, Eats immediately felt a twinge of displeasure and began to defend himself. "Ha ha ha," the villagers erupted into laughter at the sight of the endearing Eats. "Here you go, Eats. Your juice," Uncle Solo said with a warm smile, handing him a glass of juice. Eats curled his lips but did not refuse. Thus, after the juice expressed its gratitude, he began to drink. At that moment, the tavern's door was violently kicked open, shattering the lively atmosphere, and all eyes turned toward the entrance. Eats continued sipping his juice, exhibiting an air of indifference, and strode a corpulent figure, exuding an air of arrogance, followed by 4 or 5 obvious lackeys. "Boss, bring me all the best dishes," the boisterous man declared, embodying the demeanor of a king, and proceeded to take the most central seat with his entourage. The surrounding villagers, intimidated by the man's presence, hastily dispersed, fearing to provoke him. While the name of Garp held weight, he was not present, leaving the villagers powerless should the intruder decide to take advantage of them. All right, please wait a moment. It will be ready shortly," Uncle Zolo hastily replied before retreating to the kitchen. Once he left, the group of lackeys began to chatter excitedly among themselves. "Brother, your bounty has increased again, has it?" "Indeed. Brother, what is your current bounty?" "Yes, brother. You are the greatest bandit in this region, Hushiwatz. Do enlighten us." The lackeys gazed at the man known as the bandit Hushiwatz with eager anticipation, their voices rising in pitch, clearly laced with a desire to boast. Hushiwatz, noticing the expectant gazes of his followers, felt a surge of pride as his coarse voice reverberated throughout the tavern. "Listen well, my bounty has reached a staggering 6 million berries, an increase of 1 million. With that proclamation, the lackeys erupted in applause, praising their leader fervently, while Hushiwatz laughed heartily. The once lively tavern now echoed only with his laughter and the fawning voices of his followers. However, amidst the jubilation of the bandits, an ill-timed sound broke through. The juice Eats had just consumed was suddenly expelled in a fit of incredulity. "I couldn't hold it back." Someone boasting over a 6 million bounty must have never faced the harshness of reality. He recalled that in the original story, the bandit was not Hushiwatz but Sig, the man who had once struck down the Yonko Shanks. Yet, considering the timeline, Sig might still be hiding in some corner of East Blue. Nevertheless, his bounty surpassed that of this bandit by a significant margin. Once again, the tavern fell into a hushed silence. The villagers wore expressions of apprehension, while the bandits' faces darkened with discontent. It shook his head, suppressing the urge to burst into laughter as he prepared to continue sipping his juice. Suddenly, he noticed the tavern had fallen silent, prompting him to turn his gaze toward the band of mountain bandits, only to find them glaring at him with cold expressions. "Ah, my apologies, I couldn't help myself. Please, continue." Chapter 9. A single sword strike. The atmosphere in the tavern grew tense, the silence palpable. Hushiwatz slowly rose from his seat, striding towards Eats with a countenance as dark as stormy waters. "You little brat, were you mocking me just now?" His accusatory tone caused the surrounding villagers to gasp. They were well aware that these bandits were ruthless killers, and provoking them would not bode well for Eats. Yet, in the face of Hushiwatz's inquiry, Eats remained unfazed, merely gazing back at him with indifference. "With such a meager bounty, is it any wonder I found it amusing?" Hushiwatz, observing Eats's silence and discernible contempt, felt a surge of irritation. Could it be that this little brat was daring to mock him openly? Such insolence was intolerable. He had to teach the boy a lesson. "You insolent whelp, retract that gaze," he bellowed, drawing his hefty cleaver and bringing it down upon Eats's head. The villagers gasped in shock, clearly taken aback by the bandit's sudden aggression. Just as the cleaver was about to strike Eats, it halted mere inches from his forehead. hovering before his eyes. Hiwatsu's cruel intention was to instill fear before delivering the fatal blow, satisfying his twisted desires and further enhancing his reputation. Scared, are you? Let me tell you, I've taken more lives than I can count, including countless brats like you. Hiwatsu laughed maniacally, entirely oblivious to the impending danger that loomed over him. Its piercing and bright gaze fixated on the self-absorbed rotund figure before him, devoid of any emotion, akin to observing a lifeless corpse. Just as Eats was about to take action, the village chief, Slap, hurriedly rushed in through the doorway, positioning himself in front of Eats. My lord, please spare this child. He did not mean any harm. I implore you not to hold it against him. As Slap shielded Eats from harm, he offered his sincere apologies to Hiwatsu. Eats was taken aback, not expecting that the first action of the village chief upon entering would be to protect him, which warmed his heart. However, it also left him speechless. Why did everyone perceive him as so weak? Had they not noticed the arduous training he had undergone? The extraordinary cultivation of Eats has been observed by the villagers over the years. However, they have never witnessed him in action, leaving them unaware of his current prowess. Despite having fought against Garp on several occasions upon his return, Eats remained at the mercy of Garp's overwhelming strength, which appeared to the villagers as nothing more than a one-sided beating. Furthermore, to the villagers, a child under 10 years of age could hardly be perceived as formidable, no matter how diligently he trained. Slap shared this sentiment. He had watched Eats dedicate himself to rigorous training, yet he still viewed him as nothing more than a child, akin to his own offspring. The bandit, Hiwatsu, although carrying a bounty of only 6 million berries, had acquired it through heinous acts, which heightened Slap's anxiety. If anything were to befall Eats, he would find it difficult to explain to Garp. Hiwatsu regarded the humble village chief, who was begging for mercy, with a cruel satisfaction, yet his eyes glinted with malice. Get out of my way. I must teach this little brat a lesson for underestimating me. If you do not move, I will eliminate you as well. Slap was taken aback by the bandit's stubbornness and his intent to trouble Eats, wondering if the bandit had considered the consequences of his actions. In the past, Windmill Village had faced trouble, but those who dared approach were deterred by Garp's formidable reputation, often retreating after mere complaints. Yet this bandit not only showed no fear but threatened violence. You vile bandit. That is Mr. Garp's son you dare to touch. He will not let you go unpunished. One villager, despite trembling in fear, gathered his courage to speak. Indeed, Mr. Garp will show you no mercy, another villager echoed, hoping to intimidate the bandit with Garp's name. Huh? Garp? Who is that? Hiwatsu paused, puzzled, and after a moment's contemplation, he inquired of his subordinates, who similarly shook their heads in ignorance. This revelation left both the villagers and Slap momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Utz, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth, thought to himself, goodness, how can there be someone unaware of the name Garp? Even if one is not a pirate, they should have at least heard of it. It is a name known to all. He mused that this individual must be a mere fledgling brigand, and quietly labeled Hujie as a novice bandit. Observing the villagers staring blankly at him, Hujie Zivuo furrowed his brow, pondering whether Garp was indeed a notable figure. He had to admit that the name Garp did ring a bell, yet he could not quite recall why. Since he could not remember, he decided to dismiss the thought and redirected his gaze towards Slap and Otz. What of Garp? I am a bandit, and today, I shall make you aware of the consequences of underestimating me, Hujie sneered, his face contorting into a menacing grin as he approached Otz. Just as Slap intended to intervene, a small hand grasped him, and Otz stepped protectively in front of him. Hey Otz. Edis disregarded Slap's exchange and gazed coolly at Hiwatsu. Since you seek your demise, I shall use you to test my blade today. At that moment, Hiwatsu's body trembled as Edis' emotionless voice seeped into his mind, chilling him to the bone. In that instant, Edis appeared not as an easily bullied youth, but as a formidable force of nature. However, this sensation was fleeting, as Hiwatsu quickly regained his composure, his anger intensifying at the realization that he had been intimidated by a mere boy, an utter humiliation. You bastard, perish! Hiwatsu snarled, his face contorting as he swung his blade fiercely at Edis, the strike imbued with tremendous force, as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. As a mountain bandit, his strength was indeed greater than that of the average man, but that was where it ended. If this encounter had occurred 2 years prior, Edis would have undoubtedly succumbed without resistance, but now, Ates gazed at the descending blade, a charming arc gracing the corner of his mouth. This is my hometown. It is not your place to wreak havoc. Gripping the hilt of his sword, he drew it forth, a glimmer of cold radiance erupting around him, momentarily enveloping Zhao Liang and the entire tavern in a blinding brilliance that rendered it nearly impossible to behold. As the light dissipated, Everything seemed to revert to its original state, as if the luminous phenomenon had never transpired, simultaneously tangible yet illusory. However, the patrons of the tavern remained indifferent, their focus fixated on the two adversaries before them. Hugh Watts stood firm, wielding a massive cleaver, its edge poised just inches from Eight's head. Meanwhile, it slowly retracted his gleaming longsword, standing calmly as though nothing had transpired. Just as the onlookers were left in perplexity, a sharp crack resounded, and in an instant, the cleaver shattered in response. A sudden spray of crimson erupted from a gash in Hugh Watts' neck, the wound rapidly expanding until, with a dull thud, his head fell to the ground, severed from his body. Eight's blade not only severed the greatsword, but also claimed the head of Hugh Watts. The villagers in the tavern were left in stunned silence. The pirate lackey stood bewildered, and even Slap was taken aback. They could never have anticipated such an outcome, initially. They believed Eats would meet his demise. Who could have foreseen that Eats not only evaded death, but also cleaved the bandit's head from his shoulders? Was their little Eats truly this formidable? The boss is dead. Run. Flee. With panic coursing through them, they questioned why they remained stagnant when their leader had fallen. They were not foolish enough to linger. In an instant, they scattered like birds and beasts, vanishing without a trace. Eights paid no heed to those minor characters, as they were merely insignificant roles. It was likely that they would meet their demise elsewhere. For Eights, these events were mere interludes. However, it marked the first instance of taking a life since his arrival in this world. Strangely, he felt no sense of dissonance. Perhaps because he had long since acclimated to such realities. Eights no longer gazed at the headless corpse on the ground. Instead, he turned his attention to Slap and smiled. Uncle Slap, I apologize for frightening you. Upon witnessing Eight's childlike grin, which starkly contrasted with his earlier menacing demeanor, Slap momentarily found himself at a loss for words. He stammered. And no, it's nothing. Eight smiled and nodded, greeting the crowd before making his way outside. By the time Slap regained his senses, Eights had already ventured far away. He gazed in the direction Eights had departed, his expression a blend of complexity and a hint of satisfaction. Unbeknownst to him, this young lad had grown so formidable. Chapter 10. The birth of the Pirate King on the vast and boundless sea. Ripples surged forth, and the occasional splashes of waves hinted at the turbulence of the ocean. Countless newsbirds soared through the sky, circling as they disseminated various pieces of information across the globe, enlightening the populace about the unfolding history of this world. The waves crashed against the rocks, sending sprays of water soaring several feet into the air, while the gentle sunlight bathed the shore in a golden hue, crafting a breathtaking oil painting of nature's beauty. A bare-chested youth sat cross-legged on the ground, holding a newspaper he had obtained from the newsbird. Eight set aside the newspaper in his hands, his profound gaze directed towards the azure and tranquil sea. Alas, this ocean was on the brink of turmoil. Recently, two significant events had transpired. Firstly, Roger, upon entering the New World, had established himself as a formidable sovereign, standing alongside Whitebeard Edward Newgate and the flying pirate crew's leader, Gold Lion Shiki, as one of the three great powers of the sea. Subsequently, a fierce conflict erupted between Roger and Shiki, known as the Battle of Itver, culminating in Shiki's complete defeat, with Roger narrowly emerging victorious. This battle marked the largest scale of warfare since the God Valley incident. The term narrowly is apt because, during the conflict, an immense storm arose. Victory had seemed certain for Shiki, yet Roger, akin to a chosen one, found favor with the goddess of fortune, tilting the balance back in his favor. Shiki not only faced near annihilation but also suffered an indelible injury, with the ship's helm embedded in his head. Secondly, the infamous pirate Roger and his crew had succeeded in circumnavigating the globe and discovered the legendary island of Raftel along with its treasures. Roger was hailed as the Pirate King by countless pirates across the world. Upon learning this news, a multitude of pirates set sail in search of Roger. As the title of Pirate King resonated powerfully, reviving the ambitions of those who had long been dormant. Both Roger's enemies and strangers sought his whereabouts, driven by the allure of his unknown great treasure, the One Piece. Many of these pirates harbored simple desires, to gain fame and etch their names into the annals of history, believing that vanquishing Roger would crown them as the next Pirate King. Meanwhile, a faction of pirates was simply curious about the so-called One Piece, pondering what secrets lay on that fabled island. Could it be a wealth beyond measure? A terrifying power that bestows near-superhuman abilities upon the ordinary? Or perhaps the legendary swords coveted by warriors across the world? The truth remained elusive, known only to the Pirate King Joel D., Roger, and his crew. Eights himself was uncertain of the treasure's existence. Even Oda had not alluded to it. However, Eights was resolute in not allowing those ambitious pirates, blinded by the allure of something so uncertain, to cloud his mind. Such distractions could compromise his dedication to the sword, and, truth be told, Eights was not interested in fame or fortune. His singular desire was to grow stronger. If something could indeed enhance his strength, he would pursue it with fervor, though such a prospect seemed improbable. If there were a treasure capable of bestowing strength, Roger would have long since become invincible and challenged the world government. Rather than continue to wander the seas, Eights speculated on a possibility regarding the great treasure. Perhaps the One Piece was not but a ruse propagated by the world government to incite those seeking treasure against Roger, with the ultimate goal of eliminating him. It was conceivable that Roger had uncovered something on Raftel, a secret pertaining to the world government, which had led to his being targeted so vehemently. The dissemination of this information and the bestowal of the title Pirate King upon Roger could very well be a death knell. Furthermore, in a few years, the archaeologist from O'Hara would face calamity for studying the history of the blank century, resulting in the annihilation of the entire island's populace, save for Nico Robin. Thus, according to Eights' conjecture, the great treasure might indeed be a secret about the world government, though the nature of that secret remained unclear. In summary, one could say that Roger was wielding a ticking time bomb, perpetually ensnared in danger. Nevertheless, without Roger, it was likely that none of the ensuing events would have unfolded. The storm of the sea was imminent, and I must prepare myself, Eights murmured as he gazed at the ocean ahead. At that moment, a withered yellow leaf gently descended from above, carried by the wind. With a resounding clang, his steel sword was swiftly drawn. The leaf was effortlessly severed, fluttering to the ground on either side of him. Eights maintained his drawn sword posture, as if his movements had not faltered. In truth, following the swift act of drawing his sword and cutting the leaf, he had sheathed it almost instantaneously, all in a seamless flow. Eights had now fully mastered the art of the draw and cut, achieving a speed of 2.5 seconds, a full second faster than before. The only drawback was that his physical strength had begun to wane. It had stagnated 6 months prior. Eights was perplexed by the absence of Garp during this period, uncertain of whom to inquire about it. What could possibly be the reason? Eights found himself utterly bewildered. At that moment, as he gazed at his somewhat youthful hands, a brief contemplation led him to an understanding. Eights is currently merely 12 years of age, with his physical development yet to fully mature. The years of rigorous training have pushed the limits of his body to the extreme. In essence, the age of his physique has constrained Eights' continued growth. It is indeed miraculous that someone like Eights, who has relentlessly tested his physical boundaries, has reached this age. Should he continue to overexert himself, it would not be long before his body could no longer withstand such intense training, jeopardizing his future path of cultivation. The more he contemplates this, the more he fears. Fortunately, he has recognized this early, or else he might have rendered himself incapable. Cursed old man, oblivious to my training. Could he not at least offer a word of warning? Eights grumbled in frustration about Garp's unreliability. It seems that physical training must be momentarily set aside. On a naval vessel, a certain individual remained blissfully unaware of his unwarranted dismissal, reclining in a chair and sleeping soundly, completely at ease. Report to Rear Admiral Garp. Roger's pirate crew has been sighted. In a certain sea region of the New World, a pirate crew navigated boldly across the waves, surrounded by scattered remnants of wood and the corpses of defeated foes. These fools are truly tiresome. Despite knowing they cannot win, they still come to their demise. Do they not recognize the might of me, Buggy the Clown? Cried a boy with a red nose and a headscarf, pointing at the debris. This display of bravado earned him an exasperated gaze from a red-haired youth nearby. You speak as if this was your doing. It was the efforts of the captain and our predecessors. The vessel in question was none other than the famed Oro Jackson, the ship of the renowned Pirate King. Gold, Roger? At the bow of the ship, Roger gazed contemplatively at the endless sea, lost in thought. Just then, a bespectacled, golden-haired middle-aged man approached him and spoke. Roger, are you not going to inform them of your condition? A hint of sadness flickered in the man's eyes as he said this. Ha ha. It is not yet time to share that with them, really. A little longer one tea hurt, Roger replied, his laughter still bright despite being afflicted by illness, though he coughed a few times. Take care of yourself, you old fool. Rayleigh, familiar with his friend's temperament, felt a sense of resignation. Rayleigh, do you recall that little fellow from a few years back? Roger inquired. Are you referring to that boy who awakened the Conqueror's Haki? He truly astonished me. They exchanged knowing glances before sharing a smile. I can ascertain that the boy will undoubtedly become extraordinary, potentially instilling fear throughout this world. Really? I look forward to it. Rayleigh replied, anticipation glimmering in his eyes. Suddenly, a cannonball soared toward the Oro Jackson like an arrow released from a bow. Just as it was about to strike the ship, a flash of sword light cleaved the projectile in two, resulting in an explosion amidst the air. Smoke billowed around them. Rayleigh stood at the bow, sword in hand, gazing helplessly at the approaching warship. Ha ha ha. Everyone, let us get moving. That troublesome old man is on our tail again. Roger bellowed, his laughter booming as he issued commands to the crew. Oh, Chapter 11, The Return of the Swallow. The back mountain of Windmill Village. Eights, as always, diligently engages in the practice of drawing his sword with precision. If he falters once, he attempts it twice. If twice proves insufficient, he perseveres for 10 repetitions. And if that fails, he continues for 100 or even 1,000 times. It is through these relentless efforts and continual corrections that Eights has honed his skill to draw and sheath his sword in a mere 2.5 seconds. The entirety of his morning is devoted to the pursuit of perfecting this art of swordsmanship. Eights sheathed his sword and wiped the sweat from his brow. Now confronted with a dilemma. While the technique of the quick draw was undeniably powerful, it necessitated a one-strike kill. And he could not rely solely on this method in his confrontations with adversaries. Thus, he found himself lacking a swordsmanship style suited for mid to close-range combat to compensate for this deficiency. Since embarking on his journey of swordsmanship, he had embraced a style characterized by unparalleled speed, which led him to contemplate a renowned technique known for its swiftness, the swallow return. This technique, birthed by the esteemed swordmaster Sasaki Kojiro during Japan's Sengoku period, was inspired by his quest for the ultimate swordsmanship. In his travels, he once struck down a swallow soaring through the sky, thus giving rise to his unparalleled creation. The essence of the swallow return is encapsulated in a single word: speed. The swallow instinctively evades the blade's arc by sensing the vibrations in the air caused by the initial strike. Thus, the practitioner must anticipate and intercept the swallow's escape route with a second strike. However, the swallow's acuity is extraordinary, necessitating a third strike to render it utterly unable to evade. This tale of Sasaki Kojiro and his swordsmanship against the swallow illustrates that only a technique executed with the same extraordinary speed as the quick draw can hope to catch the renowned swift swallow. Sasaki Kojiro wielded a 3-foot-long sword, which significantly broadened his attack range and maximized the devastating power of his technique. Yet, Eights held a different perspective. The hallmark of the swallow return lies in its speed, as long as he could elevate his velocity to the point of striking down a swallow. The type of sword he wielded became inconsequential. Moreover, the potential for growth in the swallow return technique would be immense as Eights' prowess expanded, particularly in a world where the fury of the strong could rend the heavens and shatter the earth. Eights made a resolute decision to focus on the cultivation of yin fan, while not neglecting the art of badajon. The two practices share a remarkable similarity. He believed that as his proficiency in yin fan advanced, so too would his mastery of badajon. Thus commenced Eights' extensive journey into the realm of swordsmanship. The training of yin fan entails executing 3 strikes in a single instant, targeting the same position from 3 distinct angles. This feat is nearly impossible for an ordinary individual. Even the legendary Sasaki Kojiro dedicated a lifetime to perfecting a technique capable of slaying swallows. Nevertheless, Eights held steadfast in his conviction that he could master this technique. Bolstered by his foundation in badajon, his prolonged training seemed to serve as a prelude to the mastery of yin fan. Without further ado, Eights immersed himself in his training. To strike 3 times in an instant demands extraordinary speed, which in turn requires a physique capable of sustaining such velocity. However, having experienced rapid physical enhancement, he had already reached the limits of his age. Thus, he understood the necessity of a gradual approach. Recognizing that the path of cultivation is one that must be traversed step by step, with no room for haste, Eights wielded his handheld steel longsword, executing 2 swift strikes in an instant. However, the disparity between the 2 cuts was substantial. The second strike lagged behind the first by nearly half a second. In his pursuit of perfection in swordsmanship, even a mere 1/10 of a second was unacceptable. Nonetheless, it was a commendable achievement to have delivered 2 strikes on his first attempt. Subsequently, Eights continued to practice the yin return technique, determined to attempt it countless times until he identified and rectified his shortcomings. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. When fatigue set in, he would pause for an hour of rest before resuming his training, and if hunger struck, he would casually pluck some fruits to satiate his appetite. Embodying the essence of a fervent practitioner. Occasionally, the village chief, Slap, would bring him provisions, observing his dedication without interruption, leaving the offerings behind before departing. Time flew by swiftly during Eights' rigorous training, and before long, a year and a half had passed. During this period, a piece of news stirred tumultuous waves across the seas. The legendary pirate king, Roger, had announced the dissolution of his pirate crew 6 months prior. Just days ago, the Navy released a startling announcement that captured the world's attention. After years of pursuit, they had finally apprehended the pirate king. The revelation sent shockwaves through the already turbulent seas as countless factions and pirates fixated on Roger's rumored treasure, believed to possess the potential to alter the world. With Roger captured, the question lingered, had the Navy already uncovered the secrets of that treasure? Across the globe, families of all sizes and various factions engaged in fervent debates. The title of Pirate King symbolized not only strength but also identity, representing a leader in the eyes of many pirates. While some were primarily concerned with the treasure Roger possessed, the fact remained that he had circumnavigated the globe. Now that their leader had been captured, no one could foresee the future. Perhaps the age of pirates would fade, giving way to a dominion ruled by the Navy. As of yet, the exact date for Roger's sentencing had not been determined, and many factions were closely monitoring the Navy for any updates. After all, this was the Pirate King, a figure emblematic of an entire era, marking a historic moment. The time of upheaval was imminent. Yet, Eights remained indifferent to the chaos of the world around him, focused solely on his own growth and strength. For him, only through the enhancement of his power could he ensure his survival, regardless of time or place. Over the course of a year and a half, Eights' abilities had significantly improved, and with the passage of time, his physique had also strengthened. Eights stood before a tree that could be embraced by several individuals, his eyes firmly shut, while his right hand grasped a long sword of fine steel, which hung straight down. A gentle breeze caressed the bangs that fell over Eights' forehead, and at that moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, unleashing a dazzling light that was almost beyond description. With a swift turn of the sword's blade in his right hand, Eights executed 2 swift strikes in an instant. And before him, 2 radiant beams of sword light materialized. The sharp aura swirled, accompanied by a fierce momentum, as it surged forward with great velocity. With a sharp sound, the formidable sword light left 2 intersecting scars upon the massive tree, a testament to its unparalleled sharpness. Eights stood resolutely with his sword, a hint of sorrow etched upon his brow, clearly dissatisfied. He had only executed 2 strikes, leaving one yet unfulfilled. However, the technique of Yin Fan differed from that of Ba Daozhan. While Ba Daozhan concentrated speed and power, delivering a supersonic slash through the act of drawing the sword, Yin Fan relied solely on instantaneous speed, the swiftness of the blade's arc. Though both techniques pursued the same essence of velocity, their natures diverged significantly. Nevertheless, the practice of Yin Fan enhanced Eights' speed in drawing his sword. Otherwise, achieving a mere 1.5 seconds would have been unattainable. In truth, Eights possessed the capability to unleash 3 strikes, yet the third always felt lacking, failing to harmonize with the previous 2 and lagging behind by several seconds. Was it the angle of my strike that was amiss, or was it simply insufficient speed? Eights pondered softly as he gazed at the finely crafted steel sword in his hand. Chapter 12. Little Makino. After Eights waved his sword a few times, he sheathed it. Since he could not comprehend it, he decided to let things take their course. With more practice, he was certain he would eventually master it. Eights shook his head, dismissing further thoughts, and resolved to indulge in a hearty meal. For the past year and a half, he had immersed himself in training, neglecting the pleasures of a proper feast. After all, he had accomplished the completion of 2 swords, marking a significant breakthrough. It was high time he rewarded himself. Moreover, Garp had not returned during this period, suggesting that the impending turmoil was about to commence. Calculating the timeline, it seemed Roger must have disbanded his pirate crew by now. He wondered if he had surrendered. As Eights strolled along, lost in contemplation, a sudden shriek pierced the air, capturing his attention. The voice appeared to belong to a young girl, and it emanated from the very forest where Eights frequently honed his skills. Oddly enough, that area was typically devoid of visitors. It was unusual for a young girl to be present there. Without a moment to lose, Eights summoned his utmost speed and hurried toward the sound. Being from the same village, he had long regarded this place as his home, and he could not stand idly by. Upon his arrival, he spotted a girl, approximately 7 or 8 years old, seated on the ground not far from him, facing a robust, gray-white furred gorilla. Goodness, wasn't that a ferocious beast typically found only in the depths of the wilderness? What could it possibly be doing here? Ethys was utterly astonished when he laid eyes upon the gorilla. Kapu had previously informed him that the most formidable beast in these parts was an ashen-furred gorilla. one that had developed a glimmer of sentience. The emergence of intellect signified this was no ordinary creature, but a true beast of legend, far surpassing other mutated animals in sophistication. Yet he also knew such a fearsome creature typically dwelled deep within the mountain forests, seldom venturing out. That was precisely why Aethys found himself so taken aback. Roar. The colossal ashen gorilla unleashed an earth-shaking bellow before charging furiously toward the little girl. Her wide, luminous eyes brimmed with terror as she squeezed them shut in despair. Boom. The gorilla's fist struck with devastating force, the sheer impact causing the ground to explode beneath it. A deep crater marked the spot where the girl had stood mere moments before, a testament to the beast's monstrous strength. Yet when the dust settled, the child was nowhere to be seen. A short distance away, Aethys stood with the girl cradled safely in his arms. In the split second before the gorilla's fist could descend, he had moved with lightning speed, whisking her beyond the reach of destruction. Too close, but just in time. The gentle laughter of Aethys captured the attention of the little girl, who slowly opened her eyes to gaze at the profile of Aethys. Aethys also noticed the little girl's gaze and turned to look at her. He had not had the opportunity to observe her earlier, but now he realized she was indeed quite adorable. Her features were delicate, with bright, clear pupils and a petite, well-defined nose, adorned with a black and white striped headscarf. She would undoubtedly grow into a stunning beauty. Aethys recognized the little girl. She was none other than the tavern owner, Marquino, from the original tale. Though now she appeared merely as a petite child, little Marquino had just believed she was on the brink of death, only to open her eyes and behold such a dashing young gentleman before her. His skin was so fair that it evoked envy in many women, and his starry eyes seemed to possess a captivating magic that ensnared all who gazed upon them. Big brother, is this paradise? Marquino's soft, melodic voice inquired. Aethys was momentarily taken aback, nearly amused by Marquino's innocent expression. He gently set Marquino down and smiled. This is not paradise. You are very much alive. Upon hearing Aethys' words, Marquino turned to survey the surroundings, and indeed, it was the same place as before. At that moment, she caught sight of a distant gorilla baring its teeth. And in an instant, she was frightened, retreating behind Aethys as if his presence was the only safe haven in this world. Do not be afraid. Your brother will take you home shortly. Aethys gently stroked Marquino's small head in a gesture of comfort before turning his attention to the gray-white gorilla. This formidable beast was unlike any other. Not only was it remarkably agile, but its strength was astonishingly immense. Even with Aethys' rapid advancement in power, he dared not underestimate it. The gorilla pounded its chest, proclaiming itself the sovereign of the jungle. It was a profound insult that the feeble human had dared to rescue its prey right beneath its nose. In an instant, the ground trembled as the gorilla launched a fierce attack towards Aethys. Aethys never intended to flee. At the same moment, he charged towards the gray-white gorilla. With a resounding clash, his steel sword was swiftly drawn, its blade pointed menacingly at the gorilla. A fierce sword aura emanated from the tip of the blade. When the gorilla's colossal fist collided with the sword's edge, the overwhelming force caused Aethys' expression to change, and he quickly retreated, sliding several meters across the ground before coming to a halt. Meanwhile, the gray-white gorilla remained steadfast in its position, even appearing to celebrate its triumph with exuberant gestures. With only a slight white mark remaining on its fist, Aethys' sword had merely grazed its skin. Aethys stood tall, his gaze more serious than ever before. A lingering sensation of numbness and pain coursed through his arms, a testament to the overwhelming strength of his formidable opponent. Yet, Aethys exhibited no sign of retreat. He understood that pressure begets motivation. His instincts whispered to him that in order to achieve further breakthroughs, the adversary before him was the ideal stepping stone. Aethys, undaunted, boldly challenged the gray-white gorilla, exclaiming, "Come, let me see how many of my strikes you can endure." Meanwhile, in a concealed location, Garp stood observing. Fully aware of the strength of the gorilla he had personally captured, recognizing Aethys' prowess, he initially intended to intervene and assist him through this ordeal. However, he resolved to witness how this young man would triumph over the most formidable creature in the forest. Garp's impression of Aethys had remained unchanged since a year and a half ago, but he was astonished to discover that the young man's abilities had evolved dramatically, with both his swordsmanship and physical prowess reaching new heights. The gray-white gorilla, seething with rage at Aethys' provocation, could hardly believe that this insignificant insect dared to challenge him. With a powerful stomp, the ground beneath the gorilla's feet caved into a large crater, and in an instant, it charged toward Aethys with astonishing speed, closing the gap of several meters before delivering a powerful punch aimed at his head. Aethys did not anticipate the astonishing swiftness of this creature. However, He was not one to be easily overpowered. In a swift motion, he sidestepped and struck towards the gorilla's throat with his sword. For the throat remains the most vulnerable weakness of any living being. With a sharp clang, the gorilla reacted swiftly, raising its robust arm just in time to block the impending blow. Upon witnessing the scene, Ates remained undeterred. He had never anticipated that a single strike could vanquish the imposing gorilla before him. In the instant of his miscalculation, he promptly distanced himself to a safer range. "Be careful, big brother," came the soft voice of little Machino. Although she harbored uncertainty regarding the outcome of this confrontation, her concern was palpable, for it was this very big brother who had rescued her. Indeed, she was a kind-hearted little girl. Ates felt a warmth in his heart upon observing the worry in Machino's eyes. She was truly as benevolent as portrayed in the original narrative. Chapter 13. Enlightenment in the shadowy embrace of the forest, eerie beastly roars echoed, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. Here, a solitary figure and a gorilla were engaged in a game akin to cat and mouse. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal fists of the gray-white gorilla crashed relentlessly against Ates, causing the ground to yield deep craters under the weight of its immense force. Yet, it appeared that the creature was merely venting its fury upon the air, inflicting no harm upon Ates. Confronted with the gorilla's formidable punches, Ates maintained his composure, aware that he could not match the brute strength of the gray-white gorilla. He adeptly employed his agility to evade the blows. With a resounding crash, the gorilla's fist once again created a significant dent in the earth, momentarily stalling its movements as its hand became ensnared in the ground. Atesh's eyes sparkled with intensity. This was an opportune moment. He sheathed his sword, adopting a stance that suggested a decisive strike. With a clang, a chilling brilliance materialized in the air, the sharpness of his aura enveloping the heart of the gray-white gorilla, instilling within it a profound sense of peril. Its instincts warned that this blow could very well be fatal. The sword of Ates moved with astonishing swiftness, as if slicing through the very air itself, cleaving towards the gray-white gorilla. With a visceral sound, accompanied by a burst of crimson in the atmosphere and a heart-wrenching scream, a massive fist plummeted to the ground. The gorilla's left hand was severed from its arm, blood gushing forth like a torrent, instantly staining the earth a deep red. Roaring in agony, the gray-white gorilla clutched its wounded limb, its cries echoing throughout the forest, leaving only the remnants of hushed breaths and the haunting wails in the once tranquil woodland. The strike of Ates' sword draw proved effective, however, regrettably. The grayish-white gorilla's acute awareness of death was exceedingly formidable, allowing it to defend its neck at the critical moment. The power of Ates remains insufficient. Were it to be augmented by even a fraction, the gray-white gorilla would be severed from its head to its arms. The swiftness of that strike was unexpectedly remarkable. However, given the current state of this young man's physique, it is unlikely he can replicate such a feat multiple times, having just recently transcended his limits. Garp, with his keen insight, immediately discerned that Ates had indeed surpassed his previous threshold with that last strike. This was undeniably true. To achieve the goal of a single sword strike capable of decapitation, Ates concentrated all his strength into that one motion, forcefully breaking through to a speed of 2 seconds, his swiftest draw yet. At that moment, Ates sensed an overwhelming sense of peril. Upon lifting his gaze, he discovered the gray-white gorilla looming before him. The intense pain had driven the beast into a frenzy, and its singular desire was to pulverize the insect before it. With eyes ablaze, the gorilla launched a punch at Ates, its fury lending even greater strength to its blow than before. Feeling the augmented force approaching, Ates' expression shifted dramatically. However, having just executed a technique that exceeded his own physical limits, his movements were notably delayed, leaving him to merely cross his sword defensively in front of him. With a thunderous crash, Ates was sent hurtling backward, unable to resist, crashing into several towering trees before finally coming to a halt. "Big brother," exclaimed Marquino in shock, her eyes revealing a deep concern, tears welling up within their depths. "Ha ha ha, fear not, little one, that lad is not so easily defeated. If all else fails, does he not have me?" Garp, having appeared beside young Marquino, laughed heartily, showing no worry for his son's plight. Ates spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, feeling as though his bones were on the verge of shattering, and his internal organs could scarcely endure the strain. "Damn it. This lunatic possesses extraordinary strength when he loses control. That wretched old man is treating me like a mere monkey once again." Ates also noticed Cap beside Marquino, which reassured him that at least Marquino would be safe from any danger. However, he could not help but make a sarcastic remark about Cap. In the distance, the grayish-white gorilla, seeing that the little insect was still alive, charged forward in a furious rage. Its speed astonished Eights. Not only had its strength increased, but its swiftness had as well. With little time to ponder, Eights swiftly evaded the attack. In that fleeting moment of his dodge, the spot he had occupied was struck by the gorilla's fist, creating a significant crater. Atesh suddenly displayed an expression of having narrowly escaped death. Had he arrived a moment later, his fate would have been sealed. Subsequently, Atesh swiftly rose to his feet, readying himself for battle. While regaining his composure to observe the grayish-white gorilla, the creature had completely succumbed to rage, disregarding its wounds that bled profusely, and launched a frenzied assault on Atesh. Lacking any semblance of strategy, Eights skillfully evaded the powerful fists of the grayish-white gorilla, while simultaneously striking at the creature's severed arm with his longsword. However, the gorilla, seemingly impervious to pain, persisted in its relentless assault on Eights, its attacks growing increasingly frenzied. Atesh, caught off guard, was struck by a fist and propelled backward, soaring through the air for nearly 10 meters before finally coming to a halt. Cough, cough. Eights, coughing, struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, gasping for breath. This was undoubtedly the most arduous battle he had faced since arriving in this world. He could feel his bones creaking as if they were on the verge of shattering. Nevertheless, he refused to succumb to the notion of being slain by such a beast before even setting sail and encountering pirates. If he could not vanquish a mere creature, how could he ever aspire to become a true powerhouse? From the recent skirmish, he discerned that the grayish-white gorilla was utterly consumed by rage. Regardless of whether one is human or beast, losing one's reason lays bare vulnerabilities to the adversary. The gorilla was rife with weaknesses. It had already lost an arm and was hemorrhaging profusely. Previously impervious to blades, its body was now feeble and exposed. If Eights could execute another sword draw, the gorilla's demise would be imminent. However, in his current state, performing such a maneuver was exceedingly challenging, and given the creature's volatile temperament, it was unlikely that he would be afforded the opportunity to gather his strength. He did possess another technique, yet he had yet to master the yin return. 2 strikes alone would not suffice to slay his opponent. But what of it? I, Eights, am not one to retreat. Eights stood tall, leaning on his sword. The blade pointed at the gray-white gorilla. Come forth. Let us see who shall prevail in the end. The gorilla's crimson eyes glinted with fury as it charged towards Eights, intent on utterly tearing the insect apart. Garp, witnessing Eights being sent flying once more, realized he had reached his limit. He prepared to intervene, yet was taken aback when Eights provocatively spoke, his eyes shining with an unprecedented brilliance. This left Garp momentarily stunned. Could it be that this young man possessed some hidden trump card? Eights observed the enraged gray-white gorilla charging towards him, yet he refrained from retaliating. Instead, he gradually closed his eyes, seemingly surrendering to the inevitable. In truth, Eights was endeavoring to comprehend the art of the swallow's return once more. The success or failure of this endeavor hinged entirely upon this moment. Eights centered his thoughts, casting aside all distractions of the external world, including the oncoming gray-white gorilla. Gradually, he experienced that wondrous sensation once more. The fog in his mind began to dissipate, akin to a sudden epiphany, as many previously elusive details became crystal clear. The surrounding space seemed to free itself from the constraints of gravity, slowing down in an extraordinary manner. What was happening? Had the world itself transformed? No. It was he who had become too swift. In the eyes of the gray-white gorilla, 3 dazzling beams of sword light intersected from 3 distinct directions, racing towards it with unparalleled speed, reminiscent of a swallow's soaring effortlessly through the air. The gorilla's forward momentum faltered as it glanced down to discover 3 intersecting gashes across its chest, nearly piercing through its entire body. It slowly closed its eyes, aware that its life was drawing to a close. Eights sheathed his sword behind the gray-white gorilla, his gaze devoid of any compassion. The swordsmanship that cleaved the swallow. The swallow's return. Chapter 14. Dreams? Within the confines of Windmill Village, Eights was indulging in a sumptuous feast of succulent meats that emanated an irresistible aroma. His body was swathed in bandages, resembling a mummy, adorned with a charming bow, an evident masterpiece of little Margino. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you, chided the village chief, Slap, with the demeanor of a nagging elder, though his hands continued to place meat onto Eights' plate, clearly betraying his words. Honestly, you always end up injured, causing us constant worry. If this keeps up, I want to give you any more meat next time. Rest assured, uncle, it won't happen again. Edis mumbled through mouthfuls, his words indistinct. Edis, brother, this is for you. Margino approached, offering Edis a glass of juice, her face illuminated by a sweet smile. Thank you, Margino. Edis smiled gently as he patted Margino's small head, before taking the juice from her hand. He soon discerned the reason for the young Margino's presence in the forest. It was due to her father, Uncle Solo, who had fallen gravely ill. In her quest to find herbs to save her father, Margino ventured into the mountains. The local doctor was at a loss regarding the illness. Yet Margino was determined to save her father, for where the beasts roamed, the herbs flourished abundantly. The original narrative never revealed the identity of Margino's father. It appears he succumbed to his illness at an early age, after which Margino likely inherited his tavern. Uncle Solo had always treated Eats with kindness and warmth, and the thought of his impending departure filled Eats with profound sorrow. Eats voraciously devoured the food laid out on the table, and before long, a mountain of empty plates accumulated before him. This left Margino, who stood by in astonishment, pondering how her elder brother, despite his youth, possessed such an insatiable appetite. Eats contentedly patted his slightly protruding belly before turning his gaze towards Garp, who sat silently in a corner. It was quite unlike the old man to be so reticent after his return. Then, out of the corner of his eye, Eats noticed the newspaper clutched in Garp's hand. And suddenly everything made sense. Glancing at the time, he realized that Roger must have already surrendered, and soon the tumultuous era of the Grand Pirates would commence. Eats gazed at Garp, observing the calmness in his eyes, which was nonetheless tinged with a hint of sorrow. Years ago, Garp and Roger had vanquished Rocks during the Battle of God Valley, dismantling his entire pirate crew. Subsequently, Garp had relentlessly pursued Roger for many years, often cornering him into desperate situations. Yet, Eats understood that their relationship was not one of mere enmity, like that of the Navy and pirates, characterized by a relentless struggle to the death. Instead, it bore the essence of a complex bond, an intricate interplay of adversarial respect and camaraderie. Moreover, after years of pursuit, Garp had only succeeded in driving Roger to the brink, without ever capturing him. Eats found it hard to believe that this was merely a coincidence. Furthermore, if Garp were truly determined to apprehend Roger, it would prove exceedingly difficult. Although Garp's prowess was formidable, placing him among the upper echelons of the pirate world, one must not overlook the formidable allies aboard Roger's ship. The likes of the Dark King Rayleigh and Jabba were no weaklings, while Garp commanded but a single Navy vessel. Apart from himself, none of his fellow Navy officers could match the strength of Roger's crew, elite though they may be. Even if Garp's strength were unparalleled, it would be impossible for him to confront such a multitude of powerful adversaries alone. At best, it would result in a brief exchange of blows, allowing Roger to evade capture, akin to a police officer chasing a thief, one fleeing while the other pursues. Eats gazed silently at Garp, whose face bore a melancholic expression, unsure of how to offer him solace. As the sun descended in the west, its fading light spread across the surface of the sea, painting the azure waters in a golden hue. At the seaside, Eats and Garp stood together, embracing the gentle sea breeze as they admired the breathtaking scenery. Silence enveloped them, their silhouettes cast deeply by the setting sun. This tranquil atmosphere did not linger for long, as Garp was the first to break the quietude. You rascal, I must confess. You are the most extraordinarily gifted individual I have ever encountered. None of the elites in the Navy can compare to you. Not even those three who were deemed prodigious fall short in contrast to your prowess. Even I, alongside Sengoku, humbly acknowledge that we cannot rival your innate talent. My decision to refrain from imparting any knowledge to you has been a deliberate one. I hope you do not hold it against me. Atlas listened quietly to Garp's words, knowing full well that Garp would never merely praise him. As expected, Garp continued, to be honest, your breakthrough during the battle with that gorilla truly astonished me. I've never asked why you're so obsessively determined to grow stronger. What is your dream? After speaking, Garp fixed a solemn gaze upon Atla, searching his face for any telltale reaction. Eats had not yet recovered from the sight of Garp's beaming face, but he straightened up as he listened to Garp's inquiry. Why strive for strength? It is inconceivable for me to remain confined to this village for the entirety of my life. I yearn to explore this vast world. All of this is contingent upon the foundation of power. Only by growing stronger, surpassing others, can I possess the strength to protect myself and navigate the seas freely. To put it plainly, it is merely a matter of self-preservation. After Eats finished speaking, he smiled at Garp. His quest for strength was merely a means of self-preservation. Since his arrival in this world, he had dedicated himself to this singular purpose. What complexity lay in becoming stronger? It was simply the ability to safeguard oneself in any predicament, even if only by a thread. Garp gazed into 8's bright eyes, hoping to discern something within. But he was met with disappointment. 8's eyes were as clear as water, devoid of any discernible emotion. This was the first time Garp found himself unable to understand another person, especially a youth. After staring at 8's for a moment, Garp inquired, "What about your dreams?" 8's pondered Garp's question and replied, "Dreams, you say? At present, I remain uncertain. Moreover, dreams are founded upon strength. Without the requisite power, what right do I have to discuss dreams?" Garp, taken aback by 8's response, had not anticipated such a reply. Nevertheless, he inquired, "How can one exist without dreams? Reflect on this further." Atesh took a step back, feeling disdain as he gazed at the face that loomed so close. What was wrong with this old man, constantly inquiring about my dreams? His appearance suggested he might devour me whole. A slight twitch at the corner of 8's mouth revealed his bemusement as he responded to Garp's eagerness. "Old man, since my arrival, I have been wholly engrossed in my training. I scarcely have the leisure to ponder dreams." Garp, upon hearing this, found a semblance of rationale in the response, prompting him to shift the conversation's focus. "What do you intend to pursue once you set sail? Do you aspire to join any particular organization, perhaps the Navy?" As he spoke, Garp assumed a nonchalant demeanor, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of enigmatic profundity. 8's was momentarily taken aback, pondering what was happening. After a while, he realized that the old man merely intended to entice him into becoming a Navy officer. Understanding Garp's objective, 8's could hardly suppress a chuckle. The old man's acting was truly abysmal. Stifling the urge to laugh aloud, he addressed Garp, saying, "Old man, I currently have no intention of joining the Navy. But rest assured, I will not become a pirate either." Garp, caught off guard by the revelation of his intentions, revealed a rare awkward smile. He felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing 8's disinterest in the Navy, for with 8's remarkable talent, he would undoubtedly be a significant asset. As for 8's awakening the Conqueror's Haki, Garp intended to keep that under wraps for the time being, believing that once 8's fully matured, it would no longer be an issue. However, upon hearing that 8's would not pursue a life of piracy, Garp felt a wave of relief wash over him. He certainly did not wish to find himself at odds with 8's in the future. "Remember your words, you cheeky brat. If you dare to become a pirate, I shall make you feel the force of my beloved iron fist, ha 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 ha." Garp's mood lightened considerably, knowing that 8's had no interest in piracy. As for 8's future endeavors, Garp was indifferent, as long as they did not involve becoming a pirate. Goodness, does this old man possess a dual personality? His expressions change in an instant. 8's found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 15. The execution of Roger in the early spring of the year 1498. Amidst the chill that still emanated from the earth in the absence of sunlight, winter had only just relinquished its hold. The air outside lacked the gentle caress of a spring breeze. On a precipice, the 14-year-old 8's tirelessly swung his arms toward the rising sun, drenched in perspiration from his relentless exertions. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that the object he wielded was not a sword or dagger, but rather a massive stone weighing around 100 pounds, which he had ingeniously fashioned into a makeshift barbell to facilitate the strengthening of his arms. 8's possesses a tall and slender physique. Although he may appear somewhat frail, the subtly defined muscles on his arms serve as a reminder not to underestimate him. 8 swung the colossal barbell with ease, each motion generating a powerful gust that stirred the dust before him. His movements were effortless and graceful, as though he were wielding an ordinary longsword rather than a massive boulder. The weight of the 100 kilograms no longer posed any challenge to him. Just 6 months prior, it had demanded considerable effort, leaving his arms with a profound sense of strain. Yet now, executing such feats felt as simple as drinking water or eating a meal, a testament to the extraordinary dedication he had invested during this period. 8's halted his actions, releasing the colossal stone, which struck the ground with such force that it created a deep indentation, causing the entire cliff to tremble slightly. At the precipice, 8's wiped the sweat from his brow, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he reveled in the strength cultivated through years of unwavering dedication to his training. He relished the journey of becoming stronger. However, it appeared that he had reached an impasse. Both his swordsmanship and physical prowess had begun to stagnate, progressing at a painfully slow pace, if not halting entirely. 8's understood that his swordsmanship had reached the pinnacle achievable by a swordsman. To make a breakthrough, he must ascend to the level of a swordmaster. His ordinary draw speed is 1 second, but with the use of the Kaido technique, he can unleash a terrifying burst of speed in just half a second. He has completely mastered the sword technique known as Swallow's Return. Although he is uncertain of his current standing, Eats is confident that, provided he does not encounter a sword master, he can easily overpower any swordsman below that level within the same realm. A sword master, you ask? Eats murmured to himself, contemplating that in order to continue his ascent to strength, he must transcend the realm of the swordsman. However, Eats remained unhurried. His rapid enhancement of power necessitated a solidification of his current abilities before pursuing further breakthroughs. Perhaps, achieving the status of a swordsman thereafter would yield even greater results. Eight's thoughts are excessively arrogant. Were they to be overheard by others, he would undoubtedly be drowned in a deluge of scorn. As for swordsmen from other factions, not to mention the great swordmasters, even attaining the rank of swordmaster is an arduous endeavor, with countless individuals stalling at this particular threshold. Atesh's demeanor suggested that overcoming the swordmaster was contingent upon his mood, a notion that was not born of arrogance but rather an unwavering self-assurance. He was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the swordmaster, which might pose a challenge to others. Yet for him, it was inconsequential, a testament to his innate confidence. After all, he was a man equipped with an innate advantage. Admittedly, lacking a system, he nonetheless embodied an advantage in his very essence. Let us henceforth adopt this colloquialism for convenience's sake. Now, in the year 1498, the dawn of a new year heralded the impending execution of Roger, compelling Atesh to prepare accordingly. Rogue Town, nestled near the entrance of the Grand Line, was Roger's birthplace. The Navy had expended considerable effort to orchestrate his execution here. However, given that Roger had willingly surrendered, the location bore little significance, particularly as it was his homeland. On this day, the throngs of people surged in numbers 100-fold compared to usual, creating a bustling atmosphere reminiscent of a crowded marketplace, where a kaleidoscope of individuals could be observed. Leaders of various factions, heads of prominent families, and captains of pirate crews mingled within the crowd, while others from remote locales gathered before large screens to witness the event. The execution of the Pirate King was a pivotal moment in history, thus, the world government could not afford to overlook it. As the entire world tuned in to the live broadcast of Roger's sentencing, while pirates fell into contemplative silence, the common folk erupted in jubilant cheers. In their subconscious, pirates represented chaos and destruction, the parasites of society, and they yearned for a world with fewer of them. The fact that the one facing execution was the Pirate King only intensified their elation. At the port of Rogue Town, an array of vessels, from pirate ships to merchant vessels and warships, adorned the waters, accompanied by some ornate ships likely belonging to various nations or factions. Amongst these vessels, a diminutive wooden raft docked, so small that it could easily be overlooked. Yet, no one paid it any mind, for such a humble craft seemed beneath notice. This modest raft was, of course, navigated by Atesh, who had no choice but to construct it himself to evade the attention of the villagers. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly face an endless tirade from Slap. To witness this momentous event that would alter the course of history, he had diligently studied nautical knowledge for several days. Otherwise, he would have surely lost his way amidst the vast ocean before reaching Rogue Town. Amidst the bustling streets, a youth adorned with a long sword moved through the crowd, blending into the throng with an air of unremarkable anonymity. Eights gazed at the scene before him, reminiscent of a moment from a comic, his thoughts swirling. Who could have imagined that he would find himself in the wondrous world of pirates, and that today he would stand witness to a historic event? As Eights regained his focus, he realized he had unknowingly wandered into a vast plaza that could accommodate thousands. Before him loomed a magnificent building akin to a town hall, and in the center stood a gallows towering several meters high, strikingly similar to the illustrations from the comics. It was here that Roger met his demise. Eights regarded the platform with a contemplative expression, lost in his thoughts. Adesai surveyed the surroundings and quickly spotted a familiar face hidden among the crowd, the future four emperors. Shanks, the Joker Buggy, Hawkeye, Moria, Doflamingo, along with several characters from the original narrative, some of whom had yet to make an appearance. All gathered and awaiting the main course. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps resonated as a group of Navy personnel donned in blue and white uniforms emerged at the forefront, forming two orderly lines with remarkable precision, while numerous Navy divisions stood armed at various positions. Subsequently, two imposing figures stepped forward from the ranks. One, adorned with frog-shaped spectacles and a seagull hat perched atop a curly mane, with his chin's whiskers intricately braided, was none other than the future Marine Admiral Sengoku. The other, of course, was the legendary marine hero, Garp. Ates observed from afar as Garp swiftly vanished into the crowd, realizing the peril he would face if discovered by that cantankerous old man. Yet, he had underestimated Garp. Not only was Garp's strength formidable, but his mastery of Kenbunshika Haki allowed him to sense the aura emanating from Ates, a sensation he was all too familiar with. How did that rascal end up here? Garp's veins throbbed with agitation, but he resolutely turned his head away, determined to return later and impart his iron fist of love to that young scamp. Behind Sengoku and Garp stood three imposing figures, who were equally regarded as the embodiment of faith within the Navy, namely, the future admirals, Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji. It is worth noting that the Navy had made ample preparations to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances. They had summoned these elite figures along with numerous rear admirals and several vice admirals. Atesh gazed at the scene, inwardly astonished by the grandiosity of it all. The Navy had exerted considerable effort to prevent any disturbances. Although the scale did not compare to the future battles, this was merely the execution of Roger. Just then, the sound of clanking chains brought an immediate hush over the crowd as a figure emerged before the assembly. Chapter 16. The dawn of the pirate era. The clattering of chains resounded as Roger, shackled and bound, advanced step by step toward the execution platform. Flanked by two naval officers escorting him, this scenario unveiled many questions. If Roger had indeed been captured by the Navy, he would not merely be adorned with a wooden collar. Even if pierced through the peepa bone, with Roger's peak strength, he could effortlessly escape. Despite escorting Roger, the two naval officers trembled uncontrollably, their legs quaking with fear. Even as Roger stood as a prisoner, he still embodied a pinnacle, a symbol of an era. To claim they were not anxious would be a falsehood. The crowd of onlookers fell into a profound silence, including Atesh, who quietly observed as Roger ascended the first step. Then the second, the third, and finally reached the height of the execution platform. The Pirate King. Roger. Kneel down. The Navy personnel on the platform intended to reprimand Roger, yet their bodies trembled uncontrollably, their words faltering. Roger cast a cold, emotionless glance in their direction. Even as a condemned man, he was not to be disrespected by a lowly sailor. The officer quivered, startled by Roger's gaze, instinctively taking a step back. Below, Akainu's expression darkened immensely. It was truly disgraceful for a Navy officer to be intimidated by a pirate. The frightened officer, feeling the weight of the curious stares around him, blushed with embarrassment. Summoning his courage, he dared to meet Roger's gaze directly. Roger, however, had no desire to engage with such a minor figure. After a mere glance, he knelt upon the execution platform, awaiting the fate that loomed over him. Ates gazed at Roger, observing that there was no trace of fear or trepidation in his eyes. Instead, they reflected an endless nonchalance, as if he bore no regrets. Yet, he also discerned another emotion within Roger's gaze, an unassuageable guilt, a remorse that could never be rectified. Ates understood that Roger had lived a life free of shame, yet his family remained an eternal ache, a love for his wife and son that he could never amend. This sentiment was somewhat foreign to Ates, for he had been an orphan since his previous life. Acutely aware of the void left by the absence of parental love from the moment Ace was born, the heartache and suffering were vividly etched in his memory. Thankfully, in this life, he had been taken in by Garp, which afforded him a semblance of warmth, despite Garp's unreliability. Regrettably, Ates currently possessed limited strength. Otherwise, he would have dared to navigate this murky situation for Roger's sake, solely to prevent Ace from entering the world fatherless. Alas, he found himself powerless. Merely awaiting the unfolding of history, Roger seemed to sense something amiss and paused, his peripheral vision catching sight of Ates. The two shared a moment of silent recognition across the distance. Could it be that child from years ago? He had grown so much. As Roger gazed at Ates, he instantly recognized him as the child who had awakened the Conqueror's Haki a few years prior. Perhaps this was the connection shared among those who wielded such power. Ates was taken aback to find Roger looking in his direction. Why was he still gazing at me? Atesh glanced around and noticed that Roger's gaze was indeed fixed upon him. However, when he focused his attention, he found that Roger had averted his eyes once more, leaving Atesh perplexed. Roger, kneeling beneath the platform, observed the throngs of people below and suddenly erupted into laughter. Even in the face of imminent death, he remained unflappable. This was the pinnacle of the ocean's might, the embodiment of a bygone era, the Pirate King. Why has the journey not commenced yet? Look, he is still laughing, able to smile even in his final moments? You do not comprehend. A pirate, notorious for his misdeeds, shows no remorse before his demise. Perhaps he is merely flaunting his defiance. Indeed, that wretched pirate. The surrounding commoners chattered among themselves, and Atesh found himself in stark disagreement with their sentiments. They were only aware of the brutality of pirates, oblivious to the fact that some ventured into the seas in pursuit of freedom and their own dreams. Each member of Roger's crew shared a common aspiration, tirelessly striving towards their individual dreams. Yet, they ultimately fell victim to reality, garnering enemies in their quest for a mythical treasure that might very well be a fabrication, perhaps even a deliberate ploy by the world government because they had crossed an invisible line. In Atesh's eyes, the world government and the Navy could often be more pirate-like than the pirates themselves. Aside from a rare few like Garp, Atesh harbored little fondness for the Navy, a significant reason for his reluctance to join their ranks. As Sengoku glanced at the time, realizing the moment of execution was upon them, he prepared to issue the command. Just then, a voice from the crowd shouted, "Roger, you have reached Laugh-Tale, haven't you? What is the treasure?" This proclamation caused the faces of many naval officers to pale. A wave of excitement surged through the crowd, prompting numerous pirates to demand Roger reveal the treasure's whereabouts. The Navy rushed to restore order, fearing the chaos that might ensue. Damn it! Sengoku realized there was no time to waste, and urgently commanded, "Execute him." The era of turmoil had arrived. Atesh's gaze sharpened. The spectacle was just beginning. Roger, observing the restless pirates below, intended to stoke the flames of chaos, curious about the world that would unfold thereafter. With a grin, Roger's booming voice resonated throughout the square. "Do you wish to find my treasure? Seek it out. I have left everything there." In that instant, as his words echoed, two daggers pierced Roger's heart. At that moment, he felt no regret, save for the sorrow of not witnessing the birth of his son. After casting a final deep glance at Atesh, he closed his eyes, still wearing an audacious smile. Thus commenced the age of great pirates. As Roger's declaration faded, an initial silence enveloped the atmosphere, soon erupting into a cacophony of uproar. The scene spiraled out of control as countless pirates breached the Navy's defenses, rushing to the docks to embark on their quest for Roger's treasure, the situation becoming increasingly unmanageable. "Damn it, even in death, Roger causes me trouble. Garp, suppress the riot," Sengoku exclaimed, plunging into the throng, doing what he could to quell the uprising. The remaining captains and commanders joined in the effort to subdue the pirates, while the future admirals of the Navy were equally engaged, particularly Kaido, who treated the pirates as adversaries, sparing no effort in his assault. Atesh, observing the scene before him, contemplated retreat. The performance had reached its conclusion, rendering further presence unnecessary. It was then that he caught sight of a cloaked figure, moving with astonishing speed, vanishing into a corner in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, he sensed a presence reminiscent of Garp's aura. If his intuition served him correctly, it must be the future leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, Garp's son and his elder brother. The original narrative hinted at Dragon's former allegiance to the Navy before his defection, yet the world government had meticulously erased all traces of his existence, a fact unknown to all but a select few. It appeared to be true. Dragon had condemned the Navy prior to Roger's execution. No wonder Garp had seemed peculiar earlier. It was his son who had betrayed the Navy. As a man who dedicated his life to the Navy, how could Garp not feel sorrow? He simply chose to remain silent about it. That old man, he could have shared this with him. It shook his head, dismissing further thoughts, and prepared to depart from Rogtown. However, at that moment, an intriguing figure caught his eye, prompting him to quicken his pace and follow. Chapter 17. Confronting Hawkeye. The number of pirates flooding into Rogtown was staggering, even with the Navy exerting their utmost efforts to seal off the town. Numerous pirates managed to slip through. Nevertheless, formidable Navy leaders, including Sengoku, took charge to quell the disturbances. Within Rogtown, pirates scurried in every direction, evading the relentless pursuit of the Navy, while some reckless souls dared to confront them head-on. Only one area retained a semblance of tranquility. At the rear of Rogtown lay a secluded forest. The bulk of the Navy's focus was directed towards the town, where the majority of civilians resided. To spare the innocent from undue harm, the Navy's vigilance in the rear was notably lax, granting some pirates a fleeting opportunity. At that moment, a figure emerged slowly, having docked his small vessel nearby. With the entirety of Rogtown under Navy blockade, he knew he must depart swiftly to avoid unnecessary complications. Clad in a black trench coat and adorned with a black top hat trimmed in white fur, the most striking feature was the black longsword slung across his back. His identity became evident. He was none other than the future world-renowned swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, known as Hawkeye. As Hawkeye traversed the woods, his small boat lay just ahead. Yet, as he approached, he suddenly halted. Turning around, his piercing yellow eyes, sharp as an eagle's, fixated on an empty space before him. And he spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. "Come out." His voice carried an air of authority, as if addressing the very void. Truly, Hawkeye was perceptive. It seemed he had detected Eights long before. With the utterance of those words, a young man, sword at his side, materialized before Hawkeye. It was Eights. Eights gazed at Hawkeye before him and remarked, "Since you discovered me long ago, why have you chosen to speak now?" From the moment Eights had appeared, Hawkeye had furrowed his brow. His keen observation skills were undeniable. He had sensed Eights trailing him into the forest. Yet he had not anticipated that the pursuer would be a mere youth, seemingly no older than 15. After enduring extensive training, Eights has reached an impressive height of nearly 1.9 meters, undoubtedly making him a prime candidate for modeling in Huaxia. However, no matter how tall Eights grows, his delicate features betray his actual age. The momentary confusion dissipates as Eights poses a question to Hawkeye, who responds with a cool indifference, "I simply cannot be bothered with you, and I am curious to see what you intend to do." This response seems to align with Eights' expectations, reflecting Hawkeye's character as portrayed in the original narrative. Hawkeye is notoriously nonchalant, often indifferent even when being followed, and if annoyed, he would swiftly resort to violence. The fact that he engages in a brief exchange with Eights surprises him, perhaps indicating that Hawkeye has yet to attain the formidable prowess depicted in the original text. This is inevitable, given the current timeline is still too early. Subsequently, Eights, unwilling to indulge in further banter, directly states his intention. "You are a swordsman, and I am a swordsman. I wish to challenge you to a duel." Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise disrupts Hawkeye's typically calm demeanor, as he never anticipated that this youthful individual would dare to challenge him. He has battled numerous formidable opponents and has faced many challenges, yet he has never been confronted by someone so young. Indeed, this is the very purpose behind Eights' pursuit of Hawkeye. Eights is acutely aware of his own capabilities. Although he has rapidly honed his skills to an extraordinary level, he has yet to transcend the realm of a sword master, making it improbable for him to rival Hawkeye. After all, Hawkeye is destined to become the world's premier swordsman. Although he has not yet reached the exceptional strength he will exhibit in the future, it is evident that his potential is far from negligible. Eights was uncertain about Hawkeye's current prowess. Was he a swordsman or a grand swordsman? Such inquiries held little intrigue for him. As a swordsman himself, he harbored a keen interest in Hawkeye, and despite being acutely aware of the disparity in their skills, he felt compelled to challenge him, akin to the audacious Zoro from the original tale. However, unlike Zoro, Eights possessed greater strength. Experiencing the formidable power of a future pinnacle fighter would greatly benefit Eights. Though he frequently endured Cap's formidable blows, Cap exercised extraordinary control over his strength. Aside from the occasional bruising on his head, the impact was manageable. In stark contrast, Eights could not sense the same oppressive force emanating from Cap. Yet Hawkeye was a different matter entirely. With a thorough understanding of the narrative, Eights recognized that Hawkeye's every strike was decisive and ruthless, executed with the intent to eliminate his opponent. Eights desires precisely this effect. It is amidst the precarious dance between life and death that one can truly flourish. Though this notion is fraught with peril, and perhaps this very battle may lead to Eights' demise at the hands of Hawkeye, he remains unfazed, holding a secret weapon close to his heart. Hawkeye cast a glance at Eights and then fixated on the long sword at his waist for a moment before choosing silence, turning instead towards his small vessel, leaving Eights alone to grapple with the tumult of the wind. What in the world is happening? He simply walks away? A word would have sufficed. For this is most awkward. Atesh furrowed his brow. This was not what he had anticipated. To his knowledge, Hawkeye, despite his eccentric temperament, would never decline a challenge from any swordsman. Yet, without even casting a glance in his direction, Hawkeye turned and walked away. What could this mean? Hey, stop. What do you mean by just leaving like that? Or are you looking down on me? Estes called out to Hawkeye, his displeasure evident. Although he understood Hawkeye's character, the latter's apparent disregard for him was infuriating. Upon hearing this, Hawkeye halted his forward march, then, without turning around, stated, "To earn respect from others, one must first possess the strength to command it." With that, he resumed his journey, ignoring Estes entirely. Eightspin was on the verge of fury, but he suddenly recalled the words spoken by Hawkeye. To be regarded with esteem, one must first possess the strength worthy of such regard. Indeed, he almost overlooked the fact that in the original narrative, Hawkeye accepted challenges from any swordsman only because they commanded his respect and stood on equal ground with him. Although Zoro was initially weak when he challenged Hawkeye, his unwavering determination to become the world's greatest swordsman profoundly moved Hawkeye. Hawkeye is a formidable warrior. Though he may currently be obscure, he is destined to become a figure that all swordsmen will fear. To earn the right to challenge him, one must first gain his acknowledgement of their qualifications to do so. It is evident that 8-Spin currently lacks the requisite strength. To issue a challenge without such capability is indeed a futile endeavor. Is this the essence of the matter? At this moment, 8 was struck by a realization. Was he proving his strength? He indeed harbored such intentions. With a resounding clang, a burst of white light illuminated the dark forest, adding a touch of brilliance to the shadowy surroundings. 8 surged towards Hawkeye with an intensity that seemed capable of slicing through the very air, akin to a meteor. Moving at a velocity so swift that an ordinary observer could merely glimpse a fleeting shadow, this was not a decisive sword strike, but rather 8's ordinary attempt to gauge Hawkeye's prowess with a single, probing thrust. Despite the remarkable speed of 8's sword, Hawkeye had already discerned the trajectory of the blade. Merely tilting his head slightly to evade the luminous arc of the meteor-like sword light, 8 stood before Hawkeye with his sword drawn, while a massive tree behind him bore a ring of cracks, which soon collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending dust billowing into the air. A testament to the power of 8's strike. I apologize for my earlier behavior. From this moment forth, I shall endeavor to showcase my true abilities. Chapter 18. The Swordsman. Unyielding in pursuit, the point of fracture on the sturdy tree was smooth and even, reflecting 8's increasingly refined swordsmanship. A flicker of surprise crossed Hawkeye's sharp gaze. To cultivate such fundamental sword techniques to this level at such a young age was indeed a rare talent, yet still not sufficient to warrant his serious consideration. If only Hawkeye knew that 8 had become a swordsman in just a few months, his opinion might have shifted. Hawkeye regarded 8, standing resolutely with his sword, his expression as indifferent as ever. Your swordsmanship is commendable, but if this is all you possess, it is not enough to challenge me. How could one know without testing the waters? 8's eyes gleamed with fierce determination, the blade glinting with a subtle radiance. Good eyes, yet you are not a master swordsman. If you wish to challenge me, strengthen yourself and return when you have honed your skills. Hawkeye remained steadfast in rejecting 8's challenge. He preferred to duel only with formidable opponents and had little interest in sparring with those he deemed too weak. As Hawkeye prepared to bypass 8, the latter stepped forward, resolutely blocking his path. 8 was ablaze with fighting spirit and was unwilling to let Hawkeye depart, regardless of the circumstances. He was determined to engage in battle with him today. Hawkeye frowned, a hint of displeasure crossing his features. He had already shown mercy, had he not feared unnecessary complications. He would have engaged 8 without hesitation. With a stern voice, Hawkeye addressed the spirited 8, young one, do you understand the consequences of provoking my wrath? Death would be the worst of it. 8 replied nonchalantly, his demeanor casual. Upon hearing this, a rare flicker of emotion graced Hawkeye's icy visage, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. An interesting young lad. Very well, I shall indulge you. With that, Hawkeye removed a small, cross-shaped dagger from around his neck, its sharp aura swirling around it, a weapon of remarkable lethality. Come, let us see what courage you possess to challenge me. 8 observed the cross-shaped dagger, an involuntary twitch manifesting at the corner of his mouth. Has this fellow, Eagle Eye, taken to wielding a knife to belittle his adversaries so early on? It seems he has been underestimated. I can only hope he does not pay dearly for his arrogance. 8's lips curved into a subtle arc as he sheathed his steel sword, assuming a poised stance. In that moment, his gaze transformed from its previous casualness. An aura of intensity enveloped him, his speed and strength merging into a singular force. With a thunderous roar, the ground beneath him erupted, and 8 vanished from sight, his velocity transcending the limits of ordinary mortals. As 8 initiated his swift blade draw, he approached Hawkeye with utmost caution, acutely aware that he was facing a formidable opponent whose true strength remained an enigma. In an instant, he found himself before Hawkeye, who regarded him with an air of nonchalance, as if momentarily oblivious to the impending confrontation. The blade, gleaming like daylight, surged forth with a resonant hum, its fierce momentum slicing through the air towards Hawkeye. With a delicate chime, the clash of blade against blade erupted, sending forth dazzling sparks that illuminated the surroundings. Ripples emanated from their point of contact, causing the leaves nearby to tremble in response to the overwhelming force of their encounter. Yet, in the face of 8's full-throttle assault, Hawkeye merely positioned his small knife horizontally before him, effortlessly countering Idis's formidable steel sword with an air of tranquility. With a subtle exertion of his arm, Hawkeye unleashed an immense force that coursed through Idis's being, compelling him to retreat involuntarily. He skidded back several paces before finally coming to a halt, breathless and startled. Ates panted softly, having nearly exhausted a significant portion of his stamina to deliver that single strike. In terms of both speed and power, Ates firmly believed he had achieved perfection, a considerable improvement compared to 6 months ago. However, despite this, he was still unable to move Hawkeye even an inch, which made Ates acutely aware of the gap that remained between them. What remained uncertain was whether Hawkeye was currently a swordsman or a grand swordsman. Atesh failed to notice the astonishment that flickered in Hawkeye's dual eyes. The strike he had just delivered was utterly unexpected, its extraordinary speed surpassing that of an ordinary swordsman. Once regaining his composure, Hawkeye turned his gaze towards Atesh, his tone no longer as frigid as before. I must admit, you have surprised me. That last strike, in terms of both power and speed, was nothing short of perfection. Had it not been for my observation Haki, I might have fallen victim to it. I have never encountered anyone who could wield the common technique of the sword draw to such an exquisite level. Ates listened to Hawkeye's praise with a hint of surprise. It was unexpected that this perpetually stoic figure could articulate so many words. However, upon hearing Hawkeye claim that his lack of observation Haki would leave him vulnerable, Ates shook his head. He felt confident that, even without this ability, he was not easily harmed. From Hawkeye's recent display, it was evident that he had attained the level of a master swordsman. The distinction between a swordsman and a master swordsman was significant. Similarly, there existed a profound chasm between a master swordsman and a grandmaster, as even an ordinary master swordsman could effortlessly defeat Ates, an insurmountable gap in realms. Thank you for the compliment, but alas, the disparity between us remains vast, Ates remarked, his tone devoid of disappointment, for this outcome was anticipated. Shall we continue? That last move took a considerable toll on your stamina. How much do you have left to continue this fight? Of course, we shall continue. I have yet to fall. Ates aimed his sword at Hawkeye, determined that if he were to fall, it would be only after bringing his adversary down with him. You are the most resolute individual I have ever encountered. Hawkeye continued to brandish the small knife in his hand, signaling Ates to attack, yet he remained steadfast, refusing to draw the black blade that rested behind him. At this sight, Ates remained unperturbed, for who could blame him for his current feebleness? With a swift turn of his blade, Ates lunged forth, attempting a horizontal slash at Hawkeye. The sound of clashing steel resonated, as it became evident that Ates' assault was effortlessly parried by Hawkeye once more. Clang, clang, clang. Ates launched a relentless barrage of attacks against Hawkeye, delivering slashes, thrusts, and chops, filling the air with the crisp sounds of clashing blades. Yet, regardless of Ates' relentless efforts and angles of assault, Hawkeye effortlessly parried each strike, never once appearing to engage in earnest, or perhaps Ates simply failed to compel him to do so. With a nonchalant demeanor, Hawkeye casually rested one hand behind his back, while his other wielded the blade in a manner that deftly neutralized Ates' onslaught, resembling an adult toying with a child. However, Hawkeye noted the solid foundation of Ates' skills. His basic swordplay was executed with remarkable finesse, demonstrating a comprehension that was not inferior to his own. Had they been of equal standing, the outcome of their duel remained uncertain. Alas, there are no what-ifs. With a sharp focus, Hawkeye's blade sliced through the air at an astonishing angle towards Ates, as he sensed his growing ennui and deemed it prudent to conclude the engagement swiftly. With a resounding clang, Ates, along with his weapon, was sent hurtling away, narrowly avoiding injury due to his quick reflexes. Ates rose once more to launch a fervent assault, fully aware of the futility yet undeterred in his pursuit. Upon witnessing this, Hawkeye exhibited no mercy. Was he to be mistaken for someone without temperament? The air was punctuated by the haunting spray of crimson, a poignant reminder of the disparity in raw power. In every aspect, be it swordsmanship, mastery, or even speed and strength, Hawkeye nearly obliterated Ates in their current confrontation. Hawkeye's casual seriousness resulted in grievous wounds for Ates, whose body was now marred by numerous lacerations, the vivid red of his blood staining the hem of his garments. Atesh panted heavily, his body weary, as though he might collapse at any moment. Yet, even in such a state, his hands remained firmly grasped around the hilt of his sword, and his eyes retained their brightness. As long as he did not fall, he would fight to the very end. Eagle Eye seemed to be affected by Atesh's indomitable spirit, halting his actions in confusion, asking, "Why? You have clearly reached your limit. Why do you persist?" Eight stood with great difficulty, sword in hand, and in that moment, his eyes shone with an unprecedented brilliance. A swordsman, steadfast and unyielding. Advances without hesitation. Chapter 19. I remember you. A swordsman, steadfast and unyielding, advances without hesitation. When Eights uttered these words, he did so with unwavering strength and determination. Without such an indomitable spirit, how could he fortify his resolve on the path of the sword, advancing further and becoming stronger? Hawkeye's gaze sharpened, revealing a rare seriousness, with a glimmer of respect shimmering in his eyes. Not for any other reason, but for Eight's proclamation. In this world, while there may be many powerful individuals, those with such steadfast will are exceedingly rare. Although Eights currently stands as a weakling, Hawkeye firmly believes that a person with such conviction is destined for greatness in the future. Thus, he bestows his respect upon him. Hawkeye, observing Eights, who despite being battered and bruised, stands resolutely, remarked, "You must have a hidden card. Reveal it. Otherwise, your chance will slip away." "Ah, as expected of you. Did you see through it?" Eight smiled gently. Indeed, he still had one last move, the swallow's return, yet he never anticipated that Hawkeye could see through it. Truly, he deserves to be regarded as the future world's greatest swordsman. Eight adjusted his stance, aware that his remaining stamina was dwindling. He estimated that after executing the swallow's return, he would be nearing his limits, leaving him vulnerable and exposed. Yet, Eight was resolute in his desire to make an attempt, even if he could not wound Hawkeye. He wished to demonstrate that he was not to be underestimated. This would be his final strike, Hawkeye. In that fleeting moment after his declaration, a graceful swallow appeared in Hawkeye's vision, soaring towards him with remarkable speed, a manifestation crafted from the radiant light of his sword. The three intersecting beams of sword light surged forth with unparalleled velocity, creating a dreamlike spectacle in Hawkeye's eyes. Eights wielded his sword, unleashing three radiant arcs of light. This was the sword technique known as Swallow's Return. Eagle Eye observed that he was encircled by these three bolts of lightning-fast sword light, with no path for retreat and no means of evasion. Even Eagle Eye could not help but marvel at such swordsmanship. However, he had never been one to shy away from confrontation. With a metallic clash, he stepped forward, his small dagger creating mere afterimages in its swift dance. The force of his blade erupted, instantaneously deflecting the unavoidable sword light and redirecting its trajectory. Eagle Eye's sword was remarkably supple yet exceedingly sharp. With a swift motion, he advanced once more, driving his dagger straight into Eight's left chest, causing blood to gush forth like a fountain. Blood trickled from the corners of Eight's mouth, staining the ground, signifying his defeat and utter helplessness. Truly, it is no surprise that Hawkeye could so effortlessly counter my yin return. Your sword strikes with remarkable speed. However, its power leaves much to be desired. Yet, at the very moment Hawkeye finished speaking, his gaze sharpened, and he beheld a flash of blinding white light, as if it aimed to sever his vital artery. With a swift motion, he evaded the attack, but upon closer inspection, one would notice that a corner of his collar had mysteriously vanished, as if it had been sliced away by some unseen force. A frown creased Hawkeye's brow, a rare flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. With a powerful thrust of his arm, Eights was instantly sent hurtling away. At the moment Eights collapsed, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, yet his expression bore no trace of pain. Instead, a faint smile lingered on his lips. Eagle Eye glanced at the corner of his collar that had been torn away, then turned his gaze towards Eights, his face reflecting displeasure. "You dare to ambush me, you little brat." Eights was not daunted by Hawkeye's inquiries. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and calmly remarked, "This is the consequence of underestimating me. No matter how formidable you may be, I shall ensure you pay a price. Although I have not inflicted any wounds upon you, given your temperament, you must be quite irate, am I right?" Hawkeye's countenance displayed no hint of emotion, resembling a massive block of ice. Yet his piercing gaze was filled with an uncontrollable fury. "So, you are willing to risk severe injury just to uphold your pride? I must admit, I have underestimated you. Do you truly comprehend the consequences of provoking my wrath?" Adis gazed unflinchingly into Hawkeye's eyes, declaring, "I am aware, yet I have never regretted my decisions." Hawkeye fixed his gaze on Adis for a moment, then a cold smirk crept across his lips. "Truly, a young calf knows no fear of tigers. I shall make you comprehend the essence of true strength." With that, in an instant, an overwhelming force surged forth from Hawkeye, hurtling towards Adis. To avoid drawing the attention of the Navy, Hawkeye deliberately restrained his power, focusing it solely on Adis. Ethes instantly pressed his palms against the ground, beads of sweat the size of pearls glistening on his forehead. He struggled to rise, yet beneath this overwhelming force, his limbs refused to yield even an ounce of strength. Eights understood that this was the essence of the sword intent of Eagle Eye. This realization also illuminated Eights regarding Eagle Eye's current mastery. Even if he was not a grand swordsman, he was undoubtedly a peak swordsman, merely a step away from becoming the illustrious grandmaster that all sword practitioners aspired to emulate. Only by attaining the status of a swordsman could one give birth to such sword intent. Beneath the weight of Eagle Eye's sword intent, Eights felt his own insignificance. As if countless blades were slicing through his skin, any movement on his part could lead to instant annihilation, leaving him utterly incapable of resistance. This was the sword intent of Eagle Eye, already radiating the formidable aura of a single sword capable of cleaving mountains, as depicted in the original narrative. Eights felt the relentless sweat cascading down his body, saturating the ground beneath him like a crystal-clear spring. He continued to fervently resist the overwhelming sword intent emanating from Eagle Eye. He could not resign himself to being unable to withstand even a mere manifestation of sword intent. Even against a pinnacle swordsman's aura, he refused to yield. He yearned to rise, to confront Eagle Eye head-on. Eights gritted his teeth and attempted to rise. To his astonishment, he managed to stand slowly against the overwhelming sword intent, his fists clenched as he struggled to maintain his footing. Eagle Eye was taken aback. After all, he was a peak swordsman, merely a step away from achieving the ultimate swordsmanship. It was one thing for Eights, who had yet to reach the realm of a swordsman. But even among those of the same caliber, his sword intent was not something to be easily dismissed. Yet, a miracle unfolded before his eyes. At that moment, Eagle Eye was filled with curiosity towards Eights. What remarkable willpower! Eagle Eye murmured as he observed Eights standing upright, before retracting his own sword intent. With the immense pressure lifted, Eights collapsed to the ground like a deflated balloon, gasping for fresh air. However, his peril was far from over. As Eagle Eye unsheathed the formidable black blade that had rested against his back, the most powerful sword of the future world. You are the strongest-willed person I have ever encountered. I shall pay you tribute with this black blade. Whether you survive depends on your fate, Eagle Eye declared before executing a swift, decisive downward strike. A surge of jade-green sword energy erupted from the blade, stretching over a dozen meters, akin to the creation of the world, tearing through the earth with an unstoppable momentum directed towards Eights. Should he fail to respond, he would undoubtedly be cleaved in two. What the hell? This guy just attacks without warning. At this moment, Eights found himself utterly exhausted, unable to even steady his blade, rendering him incapable of evading the impending sword aura. The menacing energy drew closer, and Eights sensed an unprecedented sharpness. Even at a distance, he felt the stinging pain against his cheek, a profound sense of crisis enveloping him. Just as the sword aura surged forward, a towering figure materialized before Eights in an instant, their palm cloaked in a layer of dark substance, reaching out to grasp the lethal sword energy. Without warning, the newcomer effortlessly crushed the sword aura with their bare hand, leaving faint traces of blade marks across the ground. Yet miraculously avoiding Eights, the force expertly controlled. Atesh let out a sigh of relief, fully aware that the old man would indeed make an appearance. Indeed. The ace previously mentioned was none other than his father, Garp. Upon seeing Garp, Mihawk was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly sheathed his black blade, intending to depart. After all, he was well aware of Garp's formidable reputation and had no desire to provoke his ire. Just as Mihawk turned to leave, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to address Atesh with a casual inquiry. "Youngster, what is your name?" At the mention of Hawkeye's inquiry, Eights could not help but smile with a hint of pride. It was indeed an honor to have his name recognized by a future pinnacle of strength. "Eights, I shall remember you," Hawkeye declared before turning away and departing. Garp, present at the scene, refrained from intervening, aware that should he act and capture the swordsman, it would spell disaster. Chapter 20. Haki. Garp did not hinder Hawkeye's departure. After all, he was merely a swordsman traversing the seas, not a pirate. The Navy does not apprehend just anyone. Garp then turned to face Eights, veins bulging on his forehead, and without hesitation, unleashed a colossal fist toward him. With a resounding thud, Eights' head promptly swelled with a large bump. "You old fool, I'm injured. To be gentler." Eights lay on the ground, feebly uttering words, unable even to lift a hand. It was better to remain silent, for as soon as he spoke, Garp exploded in fury, immediately bellowing at Eights. "You reckless brat. What are you doing out here instead of staying safely in the village? Have you forgotten the value of your life?" Upon hearing the furious roar of Garp, Eights realized that the matter concerned him. Just as he was about to offer an explanation, Garp's subsequent remarks provoked an eye roll from Eights. "You little rascal. Are you so intrigued by the execution of Roger that you aspire to become a pirate? Are you also captivated by Roger's treasure? Garp inquired, narrowing his eyes as he approached Eights. He already had one son condemned to the Navy and certainly did not wish for this son to follow the same path into piracy. Eights rolled his eyes at Garp, exclaiming, "You are overthinking it. My curiosity is merely innocent. I harbor no interest in those ethereal notions." Garp nodded in acknowledgement, trusting Eights without further contemplation. The commotion they had caused was considerable. Had Garp not insisted on personally addressing the situation, Sengoku might have felt compelled to intervene himself. Presently, Rogue Town remained engulfed in chaos instigated by pirates. In light of Eight's safety, Garp resolved to escort him back to Windmill Village. With this determination, Garp hoisted Eights onto his shoulder and strode toward the shore. "Eights, you truly have a death wish, daring to challenge a pinnacle swordsman," Garp remarked as they walked. "I merely wish to experience the weight of a formidable opponent. It will greatly benefit my future training," Eights replied from Garp's broad shoulder. However, Garp suddenly halted. His gaze fixed ahead, lost in thought. After a prolonged silence, he exhaled a heavy sigh. "Are you so eager to grow stronger? True strength cannot be attained in an instant. Of course, I am aware of that. Thus, I must exert 100 times the effort of others," Eights responded. Eights proclaimed that his fervent desire to grow stronger was unshakable by anyone. "I understand," Garp replied, continuing to forge ahead. On the shores of Windmill Village, night had descended, adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars, while the sea appeared tranquil, undisturbed by even the slightest ripple. Yet, everyone knew that when the sun first rose, the tumult of the ocean would become uncontrollable. "Here, you little rascal. This is essential for your quest for strength," Garp declared, producing a small notebook and handing it to Eights. Observing Eight's cautious demeanor, one might think he was presenting a priceless treasure. "Old man, what is this?" Eights inquired, revealing a look of confusion as he took the notebook. "Just take a look for yourself. I must be off. It's been a while." "And Sengoku is likely to be in a foul mood," Garp responded, not allowing Eights a moment to reply before swiftly turning and leaping onto a small boat, gliding away. Eights shook his head and opened a small notebook, instantly comprehending why Garp deemed this to be an indispensable asset for the strong. It was a method for cultivating Haki, meticulously compiled by Garp over the years. This revelation left Eights profoundly perplexed. Previously, Garp had adamantly refused to allow him to train. Yet now he bestowed upon him such a precious resource. It was evident that if this knowledge were to circulate, it would undoubtedly incite fierce competition among the great powers. Garp's actions were, in truth, influenced by Eight's unwavering determination to grow stronger. Though he was unaware of the reasons behind Eight's fervent desire for strength, he recognized a reflection of his younger self in him, someone who relentlessly pursued personal justice, continually pushing the boundaries of his capabilities, ultimately becoming a revered naval officer and a hero of the Navy. Initially, he harbored concerns that Eight's awakening of Conqueror's Haki would be exposed, particularly to the world government. While he too possessed this extraordinary ability, Eight's was an anomaly, and the fewer people who were privy to this information, the better. Yet, he grappled with the dilemma of having no justification to impede another's quest for strength, especially when that individual was his own son. Moving forward, he would strive to keep Eight's shielded from any information, leaving the path Eight's chose to traverse entirely up to him. Eight's gazed at the small notebook in his hand as if it were a treasured possession, tightly clutching it. Truly a case of having been drowsy only to be presented with a pillow. Atesh has now reached a bottleneck in his strength. He initially intended to prepare for a breakthrough to becoming a swordsman after some time, but unexpectedly, Garp presented him with a grand surprise. Haki is a unique power within the world of pirates, categorized into 3 distinct forms: Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, and Observation Haki. Conqueror's Haki is a hallmark of every pinnacle warrior, embodying the essence of a ruler. It allows one to intimidate adversaries into unconsciousness merely through one's own presence. It cannot be enhanced through training. Its potency relies on the user's personal growth. When a user exhibits a dark aura akin to a hardened armor, it enhances their defense, can evolve into an offensive capability, and may even be applied to weapons for attacks. This is the nature of Armament Haki, which is crucial for countering the abilities of nature-type devil fruits. Observation Haki enables one to perceive the strength or aura of opponents, allowing for preemptive responses to attacks from any angle, and when cultivated to its utmost potential, it can even foresee fragments of the future. After reviewing the notes, Atesh gained a general understanding of the power of Haki. He had already experienced Observation Haki through Mihawk, realizing that no matter the angle of attack, it was futile due to his own inadequacy. However, he was resolute in his belief that he would emerge victorious in their next encounter. His confidence was absolute. As for armament Haki, Atesh had witnessed Garp effortlessly shatter Mihawk's sword energy, showcasing its immense strength, though he had only caught a fleeting glimpse. He etched this power into his memory. Yet, the thought of Conqueror's Haki lingered in his mind. As he recalled the peculiar sensation just as Mihawk's sword energy was about to close in on him, deep within his consciousness, it felt as if a strange energy was on the verge of surfacing, only to be quelled by Garp's timely arrival. In the aftermath, Atesh attempted to reconnect with that elusive power, yet was unable to do so. He noted that this energy bore a resemblance to the armament Haki he had sensed, leading him to surmise that he might possess the fabled Conqueror's Haki hidden within him. This realization brought him relief, as a traveler from another realm. Lacking Conqueror's Haki would have been a source of great embarrassment. It is said that Conqueror's Haki can only be awakened in life and death situations, although Garp had interrupted this process. Atesh had retained the sensation and believed it would not be long before he could evoke Conqueror's Haki once more. Chapter 21. The cultivation of Haki. As the nascent sun began to rise over the mountains, it heralded an era of escalating strife among the myriad factions. Countless pirates surged into the Grand Line from all corners of the seas, brandishing the banner of freedom while secretly seeking the treasure left by Roger at Raftel. The One Piece. The dawn of the Great Pirate Era plunged many commoners into profound turmoil. Not all pirates pursued noble dreams, as numerous marauders exploited their desires, leaving townsfolk in dire straits. This exacerbated the public's prejudice against pirates, who were perceived as demons. The populace fervently wished for divine retribution against these wretched fiends. The Navy, in turn, epitomized justice in this world, regarded as a divine force by the common people. Consequently, the Navy found itself overwhelmed, tirelessly dispatching notifications to various branches to suppress the pirates heading towards the Grand Line, striving to intercept them before they could reach their destination. Roger's initiation of the Grand Line brought both advantages and drawbacks. Perhaps his true intention was to lay a foundation for aspiring young pirates before his demise. Yet he inadvertently ignited the dormant ambitions within them. Their fervor for treasure and obsession with power led many to lose their sense of self, resulting in rampant violence and suffering among the common folk. In Atesh's perspective, Roger was the architect behind this series of events, and he too bore responsibility. Standing as one of the perpetrators of this chaos, Atis harbors reservations regarding Roger's actions. Regardless of whether Roger's intentions are to liberate more individuals or serve ulterior motives, it is unjust to let innocents suffer as collateral damage. Perhaps Roger himself never anticipated that a single utterance could precipitate such turmoil for so many. Regardless of the myriad of significant events and upheavals occurring at sea, Atis remains unperturbed. He is no savior. The world's vast population is beyond his capacity to rescue, nor does he possess the requisite ability. Presently, Atis sits cross-legged upon a massive stone, engrossed in the study of his small notebook, which contains formidable cultivation techniques. After a brief moment of contemplation, Atis closed the notebook, preparing to embark on the cultivation of Haki. With his current physical prowess, he was now suitably equipped to pursue this formidable discipline. Atis prepared to cultivate his observation Haki, gently closing his eyes as he allowed his heart to gradually find tranquility. He synthesized the memories of his past life with his current understanding of Haki, concluding that observation could be distilled into a single concept: focus. By quieting his mind and concentrating on a singular task, he could perceive the fluctuations of the air currents around him, leading to unforeseen outcomes. Atis gradually endeavored to empty his mind, yet the results remained modest. The external world continuously hindered his ability to attain true focus. The invigorating sea breeze, the melodious chirping of birds within the forest, and the rhythmic crashing of waves all conspired to disturb the tranquility of Atis's heart. This is an inevitable reality. It is challenging for an individual to earnestly concentrate on a singular task. The human mind is inherently intricate, often torn between multiple thoughts, making genuine focus elusive. However, Atis is distinct. After years of disciplined practice, he has become adept at honing in on a singular pursuit. Whether it be the art of swordsmanship or the cultivation of physical strength, he has never wavered. While many may struggle to cast aside distractions and attain concentration, he possesses the remarkable ability to do so. Atis continued to empty his mind, remaining unhurried, allowing everything to unfold naturally. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. Time flowed gently, and Atis maintained this posture for half an hour. During this period, he remained as steadfast as a monk in meditation, appearing almost as if he were asleep. Gradually, his mind became ethereal, and Eights discovered that his senses had grown extraordinarily acute. He could perceive the movement of the air around him and sensed a leaf gently descending from above. Eights slowly opened his eyes, feeling a profound sense of tranquility. He realized that he had crossed the threshold into the realm of observation Haki, and from this point forward, it would depend on his own cultivation to enhance its intensity. It is noteworthy that he had only devoted half an hour to mastering observation Haki, a feat of formidable magnitude. The majority of individuals in the world, even after days or weeks of effort, often find themselves unable to make any progress in this pursuit, while Eights accomplished it in a mere half hour, a truly remarkable achievement. Of course, Eights was aware that the reason for his rapid progress lay in the unparalleled strength of his soul. Observation Haki allows one to anticipate an opponent's attacks, functioning as a power of the soul's essence. Thus, even though he had just awakened his observation Haki, it was inherently stronger and broader in scope compared to that of an average practitioner. If a typical person's range of observation Haki extends to 5 meters, his would reach 10 meters, effectively doubling its range. Similarly, should his Conqueror's Haki awaken, it would surpass that of ordinary individuals. Perhaps even the future renowned Conqueror Shanks would pale in comparison in this regard, illustrating the advantages conferred by the strength of the soul. Henceforth, he chose to focus primarily on refining his observation Haki, setting aside other pursuits for the time being. His Conqueror's Haki remained a subject of study, awaiting further development. As for armament Haki, which is predicated on physical strength, he had already met the requisite standards for its cultivation. However, he resolved to hone his physique during the period of mastering observation Haki. In the northern jungle, the air reverberated with rumbling sounds, transforming the area into Eight's sanctuary for cultivation. The beasts here no longer posed a threat. Since the demise of the gray-white gorilla at Eight's hands, the creatures had remarkably lost their aggression. Their instincts informed them that this seemingly insignificant human emanated a profound sense of danger, and any provocation could lead to dire consequences, mirroring the fate of their fallen leader. Eights is bound by a sturdy hemp rope around his waist, the end of which is tied to a boulder resembling a small mountain. In his hands, he wields a colossal barbell, swinging it with grace akin to a sword, rendering its substantial weight inconsequential. As he strides forward, the massive stone crushes countless plants beneath it, its thunderous sound instilling fear in the hearts of wild beasts, compelling them to cower in hidden corners. With his eyes tightly closed, Eights attunes himself to his surroundings, practicing the observation Haki. For the past 3 months, this has been his routine, wielding the immense barbell to enhance his arm strength, dragging the boulder to fortify his physique, all while honing his observation Haki. During this time, he has maintained the activation of his Haki, whether sleeping, eating, or engaging in any activity, allowing him to enter a state of focused concentration while practicing swordsmanship and physical training. This method of cultivation has undoubtedly proven to be remarkably effective. His mastery of observation Haki has vastly improved compared to 3 months prior. His perceptive range now extends to a daunting 100 meters. It is essential to note that upon awakening his Haki, his maximum range was merely 10 meters. The fact that such a range has expanded so significantly in such a brief period would undoubtedly leave many astounded. Chapter 22. The invasion of Marineford. Eights persistently engaged in such rigorous training, and before he realized it, he had ascended from the foot of the mountain to its peak. As his physique continually strengthened, this form of training ceased to exert any pressure upon him. To further enhance his abilities, he would need to seek alternative methods. Eights wiped the sweat from his brow and prepared to descend the mountain, having nearly mastered the art of observation Haki. The next step would be the training of armament Haki. However, there was one more matter he needed to verify. If successful, it would further enhance his strength. At the base of the mountain, in a spacious area, Eights sat cross-legged, his finely crafted sword resting before him. When he first awakened his observation Haki, he did not possess such a sensation, but after 3 months of diligent practice, that feeling had grown increasingly intense. During this period, he could not only perceive objects within 100 meters, but could also hear the faint, almost imperceptible sounds of plants, reminiscent of breathing. Was this the breath of all living things? Eights found it somewhat difficult to believe that the breath of all things, as he understood, was a hallmark of the swordmasters. To comprehend the breath of all things signified reaching the threshold of a swordmaster. However, during this period, Eights had been diligently cultivating his observation Haki and had not made any breakthroughs towards becoming a swordmaster. So, what could possibly explain this phenomenon? Eights closed his eyes tightly, resolved to make another attempt. As anticipated, with his mind emptied, that sensation emerged once more. He could perceive the rhythmic breaths of the ants below. The whispers of the trees. This was the breath of all living things. Eights opened his eyes, and he had ascertained that he had indeed reached the threshold of a swordsman. The distinction between a master swordsman and a mere swordsman is a formidable barrier. Even an ordinary master swordsman wielding a wooden staff could effortlessly sever steel. In the original narrative, Zoro triumphed over Dazbones, who possessed the powers of the chop-chop fruit. Only after comprehending the breath of all things. Why, despite diligently training in the observation Haki, did he unconsciously grasp the essence of the breath of all things? Upon reflection, Eights came to a profound realization. The observation of the breath of all things bears a striking resemblance to the art of perception, with the sole distinction being that one anticipates an opponent's attack while the other attunes to the breath of the universe. Yet, they share a fundamental essence: focus. Indeed, it is focus that enabled Eights to hone his perception into a formidable skill. Throughout the past 3 months, Eights has not only cultivated his perceptual abilities but has also engaged in rigorous physical training to enhance his strength. Although he was ostensibly training his arms, he wielded the immense barbell as if it were a sword in his grasp, thereby fortifying his physical prowess while simultaneously delving into the philosophy of swordsmanship. This is the remarkable facet of Eights. While it is exceedingly challenging for an ordinary person to concentrate on a singular pursuit, he adeptly intertwines the mastery of perception with the profound understanding of the sword, significantly accelerating his comprehension of the breath of all things. Eights never anticipated that he would inadvertently become a swordsman. Nevertheless, it is indeed a fortunate turn of events. As long as his strength increases, that is sufficient. However, Eights does not equate the comprehension of the breath of all things with being a true swordsman. The essence of a swordsman lies in the belief that to sever what is meant to be severed, one must attain the ability to cut through anything. Furthermore, it is essential to manifest sword energy for long-range attacks. The notion of being able to cut through anything is quite intriguing. Eights murmured softly, a smile gracing his lips. Subsequently, he inexplicably produced a sheet of paper and tossed it into the air, where it danced and fluttered in the gentle breeze. A gleaming steel sword materialized in Eights' hand, and without hesitation, he struck towards the paper that swayed with the wind. In an instant, the blade sliced through the air, yet astonishingly, the paper remained unscathed. Untouched by the sharp cut, Eights sheathed his sword with a satisfied smile, having severed all that bound him. The next step was to unleash his sword energy and truly become a swordmaster. On a desolate island in a certain sea, uninhabited and frequently resonating with fearsome beast roars, an eerie danger permeated the air. Yet, at the heart of this island, flames soared into the sky, and a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, indicating someone was cooking. Did the individual not fear the ferocious beasts that roamed the island? In the depths of the island, a man sat by a bonfire, roasting freshly slain prey, surrounded by the carcasses of formidable beasts, some as large as small mountains. The man exuded a wild aura akin to that of a lion, a presence so potent that the beasts dared not approach. At that moment, a pigeon descended from the sky and perched beside him, a messenger carrying news from around the world. The man cast a fleeting glance at the pigeon before removing the paper from its leg and tossing it into the fire. The pigeon attempted to escape but was thwarted by the man's swift movements, becoming an unfortunate charred messenger. This was a mere interlude as the man unfolded the newspaper. With a single glance, a terrifying aura erupted from him, reminiscent of a lion awakening, shaking the very island. The bonfire exploded, sparks disappearing into the air, and the ground cracked like a spider web under the oppressive force radiating from him, spreading outward from his center. The beasts, sensing the danger, fled in a frenzy, desperate to escape the threat he posed. Some, too close to escape, trembled on the ground, vowing never to encounter him again in another life. Time passed. Perhaps only a moment, before the man's aura gradually stabilized, though his eyes still brimmed with infinite fury. How could Roger be captured and sentenced to death in the East Sea? He is a man I acknowledge. The man's roar reverberated through the heavens, and he surged into the distance with breathtaking speed. He was none other than Shiki, the Golden Lion, one of the sea's dominators. Indigo, what has happened to Shiki? A pirate, trembling, inquired of another by the anchored ships at the coast. The overwhelming aura had nearly caused him to lose control of himself, leaving him feeling as if he had brushed against death. The man named Indigo remained silent, gazing in the direction Shiki had departed, sensing that something monumental was about to unfold. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, the center of the Navy's organization and a direct entity of the world government, considered the safest place in the world, no pirate would be foolish enough to invade the Navy's headquarters, as it would be akin to walking into a trap. Yet today, Marineford welcomed an uninvited guest. Warlord, Garp, get out here. With that thunderous shout, dark clouds gathered above Marineford, and thunder crackled, an oppressive atmosphere enveloping the area. Shiki hovered before the majestic white buildings at the heart of Marineford, sword in hand, exuding a wild and tyrannical presence capable of tearing the sky asunder. This is the Golden Lion, Shiki. Sound the alarm. The red alarm blared throughout Marineford, and countless naval officers were thrown into a state of panic as they rushed out in droves. Humph, Shiki, this is not a place for you. Two figures emerged, one to the left and the other to the right, standing before the assembled fleet, heroes of the Navy, Garp and Sengoku. Enough with the pleasantries. Roger is my acknowledged rival. How could he perish at the hands of you incompetent Navy fools? Garp, Sengoku, I demand an explanation. Shiki's domineering voice echoed, unleashing an overwhelming force that stirred the clouds. How ridiculous, a pirate demanding an explanation from the Navy. Sengoku scoffed. It seems we must join forces. Indeed, Sengoku. The two men swiftly shed their garments, entering combat mode with remarkable speed, charging towards Shiki, who laughed heartily in response. Thus, the battle commenced. Days later, people worldwide perused the latest newspapers, and upon reading the contents, they were left in shock. The headlines proclaimed, Captain Shiki of the flying pirate crew has devastated half of Marineford and engaged in a 3-day battle with Admiral Sengoku and Hero Garp, ultimately resulting in Shiki's defeat. This news sent shockwaves across the globe, igniting unrest upon the already turbulent seas. Everyone knew the Navy was the strongest force in the world, with Marine headquarters being virtually impregnable. The notion that anyone would dare to invade the Navy's core base was akin to courting death. Yet, to their astonishment, a pirate had not only dared to trespass but had also managed to demolish half of Marineford, achieving what no other pirate had accomplished. Shiki was a notorious pirate, renowned alongside Pirate King Roger and Whitebeard Newgate, his strength well documented. He had nearly annihilated Roger's crew during the Battle of Eitwall but succumbed to natural disasters. Even more astonishing was that Shiki had battled the Navy's two foremost powerhouses for 3 consecutive days and nights, wreaking havoc upon Marineford. Though ultimately defeated, many pirates regarded him with honor, acknowledging the formidable nature of his opponents, one an admiral destined to become the fleet admiral, and the other a vice admiral who had repeatedly cornered the Pirate King. Thus, the fact that Shiki had managed to hold his ground against them for such an extended period underscored his immense power. His defeat and subsequent imprisonment and impel down gave aspiring pirates fresh hope. With one sea overlord dead and another confined to a dark prison, the pressure on the remaining pirates lessened, fueling their excitement as a new era began to unfold. Some overly ambitious pirates even contemplated slaying Whitebeard to seize the title of Sea Overlord. However, their dreams were crushed by the harsh reality. Those who sought out Whitebeard met their demise, their ships lost and lives extinguished. The waves crashed rhythmically upon the shore, the rocks echoing with the sound of the water's assault. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, casting a red hue across the once blue expanse, transforming it into a stunning tableau. It stood with his steel longsword poised towards the sea, his eyes firmly shut. The briny sea breeze swept through his banks, yet it could not disturb the tranquility of his mind, which was as serene as still water. At that moment, his tightly shut eyes suddenly flung open, radiating a brilliant flash of light. Ates wielded his sword, striking down towards the sea. Instantly, a white blade of energy surged forth from the tip of his sword, gliding across the surface of the water like a gust of wind, leaving only faint traces upon the ocean's expanse. Ates sheathed his sword with a sense of satisfaction. After several days of diligent training, he had finally cultivated his sword aura, earning the title of a true swordsman. Although the intensity and power of his sword aura were still lacking, he was confident that they would gradually strengthen over time. At that moment, a carrier pigeon from the newspaper fluttered down at Ates' feet. Preoccupied with his training, he had not paid much attention to recent developments. He offered a few berries to the pigeon and then picked up the newspaper to read the headlines, which prominently featured the significant event of the Golden Lion's invasion of Marineford. Was it the Golden Lion that invaded Marineford? Ates murmured, a peculiar expression crossing his face. He distinctly remembered that the Golden Lion had invaded Marineford after Roger's capture, and at that time, Roger had yet to set sail. How could it now be that the Golden Lion only established a foothold at Marine headquarters after Roger's demise? Moreover, Ates could only imagine the chaos reigning at sea. The Golden Lion had been captured after the onset of the Great Pirate Era, which served as a potent stimulant for the new wave of pirates. It seemed that his presence had triggered a butterfly effect, resulting in temporal distortions and a series of unforeseen consequences. This had consequently led to a divergence from the original timeline. Due to his influence, the wheels of fate in this world had begun to turn silently. And Eights himself was uncertain of the future trajectory. However, regardless of the discrepancies with the original narrative, Eights remained unconcerned. From the very first day of his arrival in this realm, he had belonged here. This was no longer a mere comic. It was a tangible world in which he had acquired a new identity. No matter how history might unfold, Eights was solely focused on enhancing his own strength. For it was strength that constituted the essence of all power, enabling one to seize control of their destiny. Without power, one could only be at the mercy of others. And Eights was not the kind of person to be easily subdued. According to his philosophy, he would be the one to assert dominance over others. The tumultuous seas had grown increasingly chaotic, yet they had also become ever more intriguing. Eights gazed upon the boundless azure sea, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. Perhaps this was one of Roger's wishes, to see this ocean become all the more captivating. He shook his head, deciding not to dwell on the matter any longer. The future could wait. It was best for him to focus on his cultivation. However, he had made a promise to a young girl to return for dinner. And as a man, he could not let her down. Well, perhaps he could be considered more of a young man at this point. Entering the familiar tavern without hesitation, Eights was greeted by the sight of a large, round wooden table adorned with an array of delectable dishes, predominantly featuring various meats. The table was already surrounded by several patrons, including the village chief, Slap, and numerous villagers, with one seat conspicuously left empty, clearly reserved for Eights. "Brother Eights, you've come," exclaimed the young girl, Marquino, her face lighting up with joy as she eagerly took his arm and ushered him to sit down. Marquino had grown taller, and her delicate, charming features were complemented by her home attire, exuding an air of grace and tranquility. She bore a striking resemblance to the gentle Marquino from the original tale and was destined to become a supportive partner in the future. A few days prior, Marquino's father, Uncle Sorrow, had passed away, and Eights had spent considerable time comforting her during that sorrowful period. "Uncle Slap, is there a special occasion today?" Eights inquired. Noticing the lavish spread laid out before them, Eights was perplexed, for despite racking his brain, he could not discern the significance of the day. Slap, upon hearing this, chuckled and replied, "Today is not particularly special. It is merely an ordinary day. You, my young friend, have been toiling diligently in your training. So I conferred with the others to encourage you to take a breather. Indeed, Eights, it is essential to unwind from time to time." A villager chimed in, echoing the sentiment. At these words, Eights was momentarily taken aback, as a tender string within his heart was plucked, filling him with an unprecedented warmth. Then, with a hearty laugh, he exclaimed, "Then I shall express my gratitude to everyone. Let us feast." With that, Eights eagerly indulged in a lavish spread, his demeanor utterly devoid of any semblance of decorum. At that moment, Eights' appearance elicited laughter from everyone present, who did not mind his rather unrefined eating habits and instead playfully teased him. The intermittent sounds of joy and laughter reverberating through the tavern filled Eights with unparalleled comfort. In that instant, he experienced a warmth he had never known in his past life. Chapter 24. The sigh of Garp. The forest was lush with trees, and birds circled overhead, occasionally emitting cheerful chirps. Eights sat cross-legged upon the ground, his finely crafted steel sword laid horizontally before him. With a metallic sound, he unsheathed the sword, and with a mere flicker of his intention, an invisible and colorless force emanated from his hand, enveloping the blade. Instantly, the steel longsword was shrouded in a layer of dark matter, transforming it into a black blade that gleamed lustrously under the sun's embrace. This was the manifestation of armament Haki. A year had passed since the incident with the Golden Lion, and during this time, Eights had mastered the 3 forms of Haki. Indeed, he had achieved mastery over all 3. The Conqueror's Haki had been unlocked just a month prior, a feat he had not anticipated accomplishing so swiftly. Typically, the Conqueror's Haki is awakened only through intense stimuli. Aside from the encounter with Mihawk, he had not experienced such life-and-death crises again. To his surprise, he had activated the Conqueror's Haki within a year, attributing this to his prior recollection of the sensation, as it, like observation Haki, stemmed from the power of the soul, allowing him to awaken it with relative ease. What Eights remained unaware of was that his rapid activation of the Conqueror's Haki was due to his awakening during the moment of his crossing, making the unfolding of events almost inevitable. His proficiency in armament Haki had also been honed through rigorous training, rendering its cultivation simpler. Yet, Eights still perceived his progress as sluggish. Each individual harbors a unique force within, and by channeling this energy to manifest as an invisible armor upon their body or weapon, one can wield armament Haki. Eights understood the underlying principles and had reviewed Garp's insights on Haki, thus requiring only 2 days for his training, though this was indeed slower compared to the mere 30 minutes it took for him to grasp observation Haki. If Eight's thoughts were to leak out, even Whitebeard might come to confront him. How absurd. Countless individuals strive to cultivate Haki without any guidance, spending their entire lives in vain. Yet he dares to complain about the pace after just 2 days? He must not have faced the harsh realities of life. Over this period, his observation Haki has become increasingly refined. Whether in training or at mealtime, he has grown accustomed to activating it, seamlessly integrating it into his daily practice. Regarding armament Haki, although he has yet to achieve full body coverage, he can already envelop his entire arm along with his weapon. In Eight's perspective, the potency of armament Haki is intrinsically linked to physical strength. The stronger the body, the more formidable the Haki. Furthermore, as a swordsman, complete coverage is not paramount. Many believe that total body coverage signifies advanced mastery of armament Haki. However, Eights contends that true mastery lies in control. Mastery enables one to envelop any part of the body with Haki to counter any adversary's assault, a feat that is not easily attained. Garp epitomizes the pinnacle of armament Haki mastery. Although Eights has never witnessed Garp in action, he is renowned as the zenith of physical combat. Beyond martial prowess, Garp is synonymous with Haki. Otherwise, he would not have relentlessly pursued Roger or engaged in battle with Whitebeard. Estes is quite satisfied with his current prowess. Not only does he possess the formidable might of the 3 colors, but his swordsmanship has also undergone significant advancement. Since attaining the rank of a swordmaster, his comprehension of the way of the sword has ascended to a new level, and his blade has become swifter than ever. Eights sheathed his sword, feeling a profound satisfaction with his current self. Although he remained uncertain about the true extent of his prowess, he was at least equipped with a measure of self-defense. He recognized the considerable gap that still existed between him and the true masters of strength, yet he firmly believed that this distance was not insurmountable. Just as he was about to depart from this place, he suddenly sensed a disturbance. The air around him quivered as a colossal fist came crashing toward him. Eights, gripping the hilt of his sword, unsheathed it without hesitation and delivered a swift slash. The sound of steel echoed, resonating with a piercing clarity. The blade shimmered like a pillar, its aura suffused with an overwhelming sharpness, enveloping the arena in the formidable presence of a swordmaster. Compared to before, his draw was swifter, his strike even more formidable. This was Eight's most potent attack. While Yan's response was equally rapid, it lacked the devastating force of the draw. The gleaming white edge of the sword, radiating an unstoppable momentum, clashed with a fist in an instant. The collision unleashed a violent gust that scattered everything in its vicinity, sending shockwaves throughout the forest, startling all creatures into a frenzied flight, as if a great terror had descended. The clash between fist and blade lasted but a fleeting moment before Eights was propelled backward by the overwhelming force. He crashed against a sturdy tree, which, unable to withstand the impact, splintered with numerous cracks. Cough, cough, cough. Eights leaned against the tree, coughing softly. Although he had not sustained any significant injuries, he felt as if his entire body were on the brink of shattering, and the arm that gripped his sword was nearly numb, devoid of sensation. Had it not been for the protective layer of Haki enveloping him, his sword would not have withstood such overwhelming force. However, it was evident that his assailant had shown restraint. Otherwise, he would have long since slipped into unconsciousness. Eights cast a helpless glance at Garp, who maintained his boxing stance. What was the need for such a heavy-handed greeting? If it weren't for his own enhanced strength, he would undoubtedly have suffered a severe injury. Ace couldn't help but think of Luffy. That fellow certainly didn't possess the strength that Ace had when faced with adversity. Surely, he wouldn't receive the same treatment. Would he? It couldn't be possible. Atsushi, amused by the image of Luffy enduring blows, could not help but chuckle. However, the intensity of his movements caused a ripple of pain throughout his body, prompting him to grimace in discomfort. Eights, laboriously propping himself up with his sword, turned to Garp and exclaimed, "Old man, are you trying to kill me? If it weren't for my enhanced constitution, you would have struck me down just now." However, after waiting in vain for a response, Eights focused his gaze on Garp, who remained frozen in his striking stance, standing there in silence. Eights furrowed his brow, pondering what the old man was up to. Could it be that my recent strike had injured him? That seems improbable. At that moment, Garp, adorned with a dog-headed hat and still donned in his unaltered navy uniform, stared wide-eyed at Eights, momentarily forgetting his intentions. Over the past year, Garp had remained at the Navy headquarters, unable to escape the aftermath of the turmoil caused by the Golden Lion, which had inflicted significant casualties upon the Navy. During this period, the Navy was preoccupied with the restoration of the substantial damage inflicted upon Marineford by the Golden Lion. Simultaneously, vigilance against the surge of pirates emerging from all corners of the seas had relaxed, allowing numerous pirates to infiltrate the Grand Line, overwhelming local branches, which sought assistance from headquarters in vain. After a year, the situation had improved somewhat. Although the restoration was not yet complete, progress was evident, and it would not be long before everything was perfected. Thus, when Garp discerned that there were no significant issues, he took a leave to visit Ates, only to be unexpectedly met with a tremendous surprise. After a considerable pause, during which Ates grew impatient, Garp finally regained his composure, a myriad of emotions, shock, gratification, and complexity, flashing in his gaze as he looked at Ates. "Your swordsmanship has become swifter," Garp finally remarked, at a loss for words, ultimately expressing his astonishment. Chapter 25. The eve of departure. Garp was astonished by Ates' strength. Initially, he merely intended to gauge Ates' current prowess. That recent punch, while formidable to an ordinary person, would likely have only yielded a minor injury to Ates. However, he did not anticipate that Ates would not only react but also withstand his punch, albeit not entirely. Observation Haki? It was not merely observation Haki. That layer of black substance on the blade was, in fact, armament Haki, and both types were of considerable caliber. What was happening here? It had only been a year since he had provided Ates with notes on Haki training. In just a year, he had mastered both forms of Haki. Garp could only imagine the expression on his face if he were to discover that Ates had also acquired Conqueror's Haki. Ates gazed at Garp, who appeared to be lost in thought once more, and said, "Hey, old man, what are you daydreaming about now? You nearly knocked me out just a moment ago." Atsushi's expression betrayed his dissatisfaction. Kabu quickly regained his composure, scratching his broad nape with an awkward smile, and remarked, "Young one, I merely wish to see what progress you have made. It appears you have fared rather well." At that moment, Aster rolled his eyes. Realizing that only this cantankerous old man would dare to toy with his own son, had it been anyone else, they would have been utterly defeated by his antics. Yet, let us not dwell on such trivialities. Meanwhile, Garp continued to laugh heartily, relentlessly patting Aster on the back with such force that it nearly dislocated his shoulder, causing Aster to grimace in pain. Ates, suppressing his urge to jest, addressed Garp. "By the way, I came across a report stating that the infamous Golden Lion Shiki invaded the Navy headquarters and engaged in a fierce battle for 3 days and nights. Is that true? Please regale me with the details." Ates was genuinely intrigued by this significant historical event. The Golden Lion's audacious assault on the Navy headquarters and the subsequent devastation had indeed astonished the entire world. The specifics of his confrontation with the Navy's 2 formidable titans remain shrouded in mystery, with accounts suggesting that it took Garp and Sengoku working in concert for 3 consecutive days and nights to subdue him. In the original narrative, Oda's depiction is rather vague. However, Ates pondered that while the Golden Lion was undeniably powerful, it seemed implausible for one man to contend against Sengoku and Garp, one being an admiral and the other a celebrated hero of the Navy who had relentlessly pursued Roger across the seas, both of whom were at least of admiral caliber. Could it be that the Golden Lion surpassed them? Such a notion was unfathomable. In his previous life, Ates had harbored considerable doubts, yet he deemed it prudent to inquire directly from the source. Upon hearing this, Garp's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of reminiscence, as if recalling his encounter with the Golden Lion. However, in response to Ates's query, Garp grinned widely, revealing a row of pearly whites, and exclaimed, "Need I even say? I dispatched him with a single punch, ha ha ha." With that, Garp proudly demonstrated his fearsome fist that sent shivers down the spines of pirates. "Ates, I cannot believe your words. If the Golden Lion were so easily vanquished, it would have perished countless times over. A single punch? This old man ought to craft a more plausible lie." Atesh gazed at Cap's smug demeanor, feeling utterly speechless. The expression almost convinced him. It shook his head, choosing to disregard the old man. He understood that Garp was merely jesting with him. No matter how many questions he posed, the old man would remain reticent. It was regrettable, for he still had not uncovered the truth behind that battle. "Old man, I am setting sail." Ates, with a resolute demeanor, addressed Garp, revealing that this decision had long been made, merely postponed until today to cultivate his Haki and solidify his status as a master swordsman. It was time to embark on a journey. Only by experiencing the vastness of the world and engaging in battles with formidable foes could he attain greater strength and longevity. In essence, One cannot claim the title of the strongest without confronting the trials of bloodshed and combat. This was not a mere struggle against beasts, but a true confrontation with fierce adversaries, the ruthless pirates. As Eights concluded his words, an immediate hush enveloped the atmosphere, leaving only the gentle caress of the sea breeze and the distant calls of circling birds overhead. Garp gazed at Eights in silence, his previous mirth replaced by an earnest gravity. After a moment of stillness, Garp finally spoke, his steady gaze fixed on Eights. "Young man, have you truly made your decision?" Eights remained silent, merely nodding slightly. No one could alter his resolve. Observing this, Garp sighed, fully aware of Eights' character. Once he made a decision, it was immutable, regardless of who might challenge it. Deep down, Garp understood that Eights could not remain in this small village forever. He did not belong here, but was destined for the vast world beyond, a realm teeming with formidable beings. Garp found himself at a loss for words. Having watched Eights grow, the thought of his departure stirred a profound sense of reluctance within him. Eights gazed at Garp's despondency, equally reluctant to part with him. He understood Garp's desire for him to join the Navy, yet this was his own choice, and he would resolutely pursue it. Just a few more days. Eights approached Garp, gently patting his shoulder with his small hand. "Old man, this isn't like you. Acting all melancholic as if I were on the brink of death. Impudent brat. Stop dwelling on death. I'm very much alive." "What do you mean by death?" Garp retorted with a chuckle, his spirits lifted considerably, and the atmosphere between them grew markedly lighter in that fleeting moment. At the mention of this, Ace smiled without uttering a word, as the two of them walked side by side. "You rascal, you must only be around 15 years old. Why embark on a journey at sea so early?" Garp inquired of Ace, for he seldom encountered anyone so young setting sail. Even among the novice pirates, the youngest typically ventured out at the age of 20. In the original narrative, even Luffy and Ace did not set out until they were 17. Upon hearing this, Ace responded without a moment's hesitation, "I am not setting out to become a pirate. Besides, it is not a bad thing for me to grow stronger sooner rather than later. After all, I shall set sail eventually." Garp nodded but then halted his steps. "Are you not aware that the storms upon the seas are growing ever more fierce? Countless pirates are venturing out, and numerous formidable beings are emerging. Are you not afraid?" "Afraid?" Eights came to a halt, turning to gaze into Garp's eyes. "If I were afraid, I would never have chosen to set sail. My purpose in training is not to fear others, but rather to instill fear in them." He was acutely aware that a new era had dawned, filled with formidable adversaries, yet he pondered, what of it? This will only render the journey more intriguing. Will it not? Garp met Eight's unwavering stare, and the two remained locked in this silent exchange, neither willing to break the stillness. After a prolonged moment, Garp erupted into hearty laughter, his playful demeanor returning. "Well said. A true man should embrace such a spirit. It is no wonder you are my son." With a boisterous laugh, Garp enveloped Eights in a warm embrace and strode forward. Should anyone witness Garp's current disposition, they would surely find it hard to believe that this jovial old man was the pinnacle of naval prowess. At the corner of Eight's mouth, a subtle arc formed as he resignedly allowed Garp to drag him along. He had grown accustomed to Garp's carefree demeanor. Chapter 26, Setting Sail Beneath the Azure Sky. The emerald sea occasionally shimmered like silk, rippling gently, while at other times, the surging waves crashed upon the rocky shores, symbolizing the tumultuous nature of the ocean. Yet, amidst this unrest, one individual appeared remarkably exhilarated, as if the churning waters themselves were stirred by his fervent spirit. At the port of Windmill Village, numerous fishing vessels and merchant ships were docked, among which a small boat stood in stark contrast, seemingly lacking any presence. A young lad, dressed simply and bearing a long sword at his waist, stood before the humble vessel, a smile gracing his lips that spoke of his contentment. This boy was none other than Eights, who, after years of diligent training, was finally embarking on his maritime journey today. Alongside his excitement, a faint anticipation lingered within him, a hope that the world would not prove too disappointing, lest it become unbearably mundane. Aside from Eights himself, the entire village of Windmill had gathered to bid him farewell. Led by the village chief, Slap, nearly everyone was present, even the little girl, Machino. Initially, Eights had no intention of alarming the villagers, as he was not fond of the sentimentality surrounding farewells. However, Garp, in his obliviousness, let the news slip, and despite Eights' protests, the villagers insisted on seeing him off. Thus, Eights, feeling a sense of resignation, could do little but acquiesce to the wishes of the entire village. Eights surveyed the surroundings and noted that everyone who was meant to be there had arrived, yet the absence of Garp was palpable. Eights pondered that Garp likely also detested the sentiment associated with farewells. At that moment, the village chief, Slap presented Eights with a moderately sized bundle. Uncle Slap. What is this? Eights inquired. Inside are some provisions for your journey, along with a modest sum of berries that I and the villagers have collectively gathered. Though it may not be substantial, it is a token of our goodwill, so please accept it, Slap explained. Given the modest means of Windmill Village, even the collective contributions of the villagers would not amount to much. Nevertheless, Eights was unfazed. For him, the presence of berries was inconsequential. It was the heartfelt gesture from the entire village that he cherished deeply. Eights sincerely expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Uncle, and thank you all. Brother Eights, this is the clothing I prepared for you," the little girl, Machino, said, her eyes glistening with tears as she handed Eights a neatly wrapped parcel. A gesture that carried her heartfelt sentiment. Eights accepted the package with a gentle smile, then tenderly wiped away the tears from Marquino's eyes, his voice soothing. "Silly girl. Why are you crying? I am not leaving forever. You must promise to come back and visit us," Marquino replied, her voice delicate as she struggled to suppress her tears. Even though she felt a deep reluctance to part with Eights, she refrained from voicing it. In her youth, she remained oblivious to the notions of strength and weakness. Yet she understood that her brother Eights was destined to venture beyond their home. Thus, she displayed a remarkable maturity, controlling her emotions, an understanding little girl that tugged at one's heartstrings. "Rest assured, I will undoubtedly return to see you all," Eights assured, affectionately patting Marquino's small head with a smile. He then leaped onto the small boat prepared to set sail, waving farewell to the crowd. "Goodbye, everyone. Take care of yourselves." And so, with the villagers bidding him farewell, Eights slowly departed from the harbor, embarking on the legendary journey that awaited him. At that moment, Eights sensed a gaze upon him and turned to look into the distance. There, atop a hill, stood a solitary figure, tall and poised, hands clasped behind his back as he gazed out at the sea, a vantage point directly aligned with Eights' location. Without a doubt, it was Garp. Atesh's gaze seemed to transcend the distant realms of time and space, fixating upon Cap, while a subtle smile graced his lips. From such a great distance, one could wonder if the old man, with his failing eyesight, could truly discern what lay before him. Before leaving, Eights couldn't resist teasing Garp. Naturally, it was all in good fun. For a peak powerhouse like Garp, such a distance was hardly a challenge. This lad possesses a remarkably keen perception. Garp watched Eights gradually fade into the distance, murmuring to himself, then sighed once more. He pondered what kind of tumult this young man might stir up on the high seas, hoping fervently that it wouldn't lead to a confrontation with the Navy. As Atesh gradually receded from view, the ship vanished beyond the horizon, and the villagers reluctantly dispersed, each silently praying for Atesh's safe return. Perhaps this was the only offering they could make. At that moment, Atesh floated alone upon the sea, standing at the bow, feeling the invigorating breeze that swept towards him. A sensation that filled his heart with tranquility as he embraced the essence of nature. He had drifted further away from Windmill Village, and lacking a sail, he could only paddle with his bare hands. Yet this suited him perfectly, for it became a unique form of cultivation. Just then, Atesh sensed the bow of the boat suddenly tilt upwards. Opening his eyes, he beheld a colossal bulge of water ahead, as if something terrifying was about to emerge. With a thunderous roar, the bulge erupted, waves crashing against the vessel, causing it to sway perilously from side to side, teetering on the brink of capsizing. Nevertheless, Atesh remained steadfast, unwavering amidst the tumult. Simultaneously, a gigantic creature came into his view, its body covered in spiny protrusions resembling a seahorse. Indeed, the denizens of the pirate world are peculiar in form. This creature was far more grotesque than an ordinary seahorse and was several dozen times larger. It was a sea beast, distinct from the sea kings, which are rarely seen across the seas. Only the Grand Line serves as their domain. With a fearsome roar, the enormous sea beast revealed its mouthful of teeth capable of crushing steel in an instant. A terrifying gale swept through, scattering Atesh's dark hair. While the air was thick with the nauseating stench of blood, it furrowed his brow in displeasure as he gazed upon the colossal creature before him, its sheer presence disrupting his communion with nature. To make matters worse, he had encountered this sea beast immediately upon venturing into the ocean, leading him to wonder if he was indeed cursed with misfortune. Overwhelmed with irritation, he resolved to use the creature before him as an outlet for his frustration. "You wretched beast, if you seek death, I shall oblige." Eights gazed at the colossal sea creature with a calm demeanor, his figure appearing remarkably diminutive in its presence. Yet, his eyes radiated an intense sharpness, instilling an inexplicable sense of dread within the beast, as though it were being scrutinized by something truly terrifying. However, this moment of fear swiftly transformed into unbridled fury. How could it endure being provoked by a mere human, so small and insignificant as an ant? The creature writhed its massive form, churning the waters violently, its razor-sharp teeth resembling a multitude of daggers aimed directly at Ates. The immense pressure caused the vessel beneath him to creak ominously, as if unable to withstand the onslaught. This cannot be allowed. I cannot permit you to destroy my ship. With a steel longsword manifesting in his grasp, Ates displayed astonishing agility, leaping effortlessly onto the beast's crown in an instant. With a swift twist of his blade, he delivered a decisive downward strike. The sword sliced through, releasing a spray of crimson, as the enormous head detached from its body and plummeted into the sea, sending colossal waves crashing against the sides of the ship. The severed edge was smooth, and blood gushed forth like a fountain, cascading relentlessly into the water. Ates returned to the ship, sheathing his sword with a calm demeanor, as though everything had unfolded according to his expectations. A master swordsman can slice through steel with even a mere twig, let alone the fragile flesh of sea beasts. Chapter 27. The Bounty Hunter. The vast azure sea stretched endlessly, the scorching summer sun casting its radiant light upon the shimmering waves, as if adorning the ocean with a layer of glistening silver. In a certain region of the East Sea, a large vessel glided smoothly across the surface, its flag prominently displaying a skull and crossbones, unmistakably marking it as a pirate ship. The ship was alive with the raucous laughter of pirates and the clinking of tankards, while several scattered pirates lay sprawled on the deck, deep in slumber, their cheeks flushed with intoxication. Captain Reed, I raise a toast to you. Preemptively celebrating our entry into the Grand Line with great renown, exclaimed a tousled-haired man, swaying as he approached a stout figure. Before him stood a tall, rotund middle-aged man, adorned with a captain's hat, his face flushed from drink. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, the corpulent Reed's spirits soared. He grinned widely, revealing a set of large yellowed teeth, and boomed, "Ha ha ha. Need it be said? I am Reed. Had I not been in a different era than Roger, I would undoubtedly be the Pirate King." It is often said that alcohol emboldens the timid, and the inebriated Reed spoke without restraint, unaware that if Roger were alive to hear him, he might just rise from the grave to deliver a reprimand. The pirates below, hearing their captain's words, grew exuberant, showering him with flattery. Indeed, what a pity Captain Reed set sail a few years too late. Absolutely. With Captain Reed's prowess, he is certainly fit to be a king. Come, let us all toast to Captain Reed. Reed basked in the adulation of his crew, laughing heartily, his jowls jiggling with mirth, distorting his face in a manner that made it hard to discern whether he was laughing or crying. Lads, once we enter the Grand Line, I shall ensure you are all well rewarded. Money and women, choose as you please. He raised his tankard in a toast with his crew. Just then, a pirate lookout from the crow's nest shouted, "Captain Reed, there appears to be a small vessel approaching us from the distance." Instantly, the revelry ceased, and all eyes turned towards the lookout. Reed's inebriated visage darkened with displeasure at the interruption during his merriment. Nonetheless, he took the telescope handed to him by his subordinate, his gaze hazy as he squinted at a small black dot bobbing in the distance. The lookout in the crow's nest remained sober, vigilant in the face of potential threats. As the sea is fraught with peril, not only from pirates seeking fame and fortune, but also from the capricious nature of the weather. After observing for a moment, Reed carelessly tossed the telescope aside, barking, "Whatever it is, fire the cannons at it." Yes, Captain Reed. Reed thought little of the matter. After all, it was merely a small ship. If it had been a larger vessel, he would have been more cautious. But how much trouble could a tiny boat cause? Little did he know, it was this very small boat that would soon seal his fate. The owner of that small vessel was none other than Ates, who at that moment lay on the deck, hands behind his head, enjoying the gentle sea breeze that caressed his face, allowing his thoughts to wander. Several days had passed since he set sail, and while the journey across the sea was filled with the thrill of the unknown, it also bore a monotonous quality that Ates had acutely felt. Aside from the sea creature encountered during his voyage, he had yet to come across a single pirate, leading to a sense of boredom. Although this was the weakest of seas, the era of great pirates had only just begun, and it was not as feeble as depicted in the original narrative. Ates remained patient, knowing that an encounter would eventually occur. Currently, he contemplated his purpose. Any seafarer in this world must align themselves with a faction to secure their survival upon the waves. Whether it be a pirate crew, an underground organization, noble families, or the Navy, the time of upheaval had arrived, with many aspiring to form their own pirate crews driven by ambition and desire. Conversely, There were those who had endured the heart-wrenching loss of family, embracing their own sense of justice, joining the Navy in the name of righteousness. However, Eights had no intention of aligning with any faction. His goal was uncomplicated: to engage with the strong and experience the exhilarating essence of this world. He cared little for wealth, fame, or power, and thus felt no inclination towards piracy. He had no desire to become a Navy officer nor to join any other organization. His only option was to become a bounty hunter. In the realm of piracy, bounty hunters are often overlooked, and their profession is frequently held in disdain. Many perceive bounty hunters as individuals scraping by, completing high-paying contracts for survival, driven by necessity. In their eyes, individual survival on the sea is insignificant. Only powerful factions endure the test of time. This is indeed the reality of this world, a truth that Eights comprehended. Yet he also recognized that strength is the currency by which all factions operate. Individual prowess is the foundation of influence. Those who possess strength are not easily trifled with. For many, the profession of bounty hunter may seem ordinary, a means to make a living by risking life and limb to hunt pirates. However, Eights was different. He unwaveringly believed in his own strength. His sole reason for embracing the life of a bounty hunter was to grow stronger, to cultivate a power that would instill fear in the world, ensuring his place within it. Why was Mihawk able to traverse the seas unimpeded with only a small boat? It was his formidable strength that commanded respect. Those who had dared to challenge him had become mere fodder for the ocean. Moreover, by hunting pirates, he would be performing a service, inadvertently aiding the Navy, and in turn, assisting the old man Garp. Eights made the resolute decision to become a bounty hunter. Suddenly, a sharp sound of slicing wind pierced the air. In the distance, a dark dot appeared, rapidly enlarging. It was a cannonball hurtling towards Eights' small vessel at an alarming speed. Should it strike, it would undoubtedly spell doom for both him and his ship, consigning them to the depths of the sea. Just as the cannonball was about to reach the boat, a brilliant flash of white light erupted, and astonishingly, the projectile split in two without any warning. With a thunderous roar, the cannonball detonated on either side of the small craft, engulfing the surroundings in smoke and the acrid scent of gunpowder. Yet, Eights remained undisturbed, reclining on the boat with his head resting peacefully, impervious to the chaos around him, as if nothing had transpired at all. Eights' lips curled into a charming arc as a pirate ship entered his perceptive range. The prey he had been awaiting had finally arrived. Chapter 28. Exchanging your head for a bounty. Atesh slowly rose to his feet, his gaze fixed ahead, through the smoky air, revealing a vessel emerging on the horizon. Over the past year, his observation skills had sharpened significantly, expanding their reach considerably. Uncertain of his current prowess, he seized this opportunity to seek validation. In the distance, Red aboard the ship listened intently to the distant sounds of explosions, exhilarated by the chaos. After all, a few casualties meant little to him, for he was a notorious pirate. Red promptly shouted to the lookout on the mast, "Hey, has the ship sunk?" The pirate, upon hearing this, quickly grabbed the telescope, peering into the lingering smoke, unable to discern the situation afar. "Captain, the area is shrouded in black smoke. I cannot yet see what has transpired," he reported to their leader. Unfazed by the report, Red settled back down, resuming his drink, convinced that the vessel had already met its watery demise. As time passed and the smoke gradually cleared, the lookout was finally able to discern the details. When he beheld the small boat intact, he was momentarily taken aback, soon revealing a look of sheer astonishment upon noticing a figure aboard smiling back at him. What was happening? Wasn't it supposed to have been hit? Why had the ship not only remained afloat, but its occupants appeared unscathed? Realizing something was amiss, he hurried to inform Red. "Captain Red, it's bad news. The ship hasn't sunk, and the people aboard are unharmed." Red frowned at this news, his displeasure palpable. To think he could not even sink a mere small boat was a blow to his reputation. Enraged, he bellowed at the pirate who had fired the cannon. "You imbecile! How could you miss a ship? Cut back on the drinking." The pirate who had fired the shot trembled at Red's roar, sweat trickling down his brow. "Captain, it's not my fault. I aimed precisely. I don't understand why the ship remains." In that moment, the pirate could only lament, for he had not indulged in drink, and it was inconceivable that he had missed his target. Meanwhile, several pirates who had been sound asleep were jolted awake by Red's furious voice, their faces etched with confusion, unaware of the cause of their captain's ire. "I will settle this with you later. Immediately sink that ship, or I will toss you into the sea to feed the fish." "Why, yes. The pirate, terrified at the thought of being fed to the fish, hastily adjusted the cannon's aim towards Atesh's small vessel. With a resounding boom, the cannonball shot forth, hurtling straight towards the direction of the small boat. Eats observed the incoming cannonball without flinching, for he had already discerned its trajectory, rendering it incapable of striking him. Indeed, the projectile sailed harmlessly over his head, crashing into the sea behind him and sending up a great spray of water, demonstrating a markedly poorer aim than before. The pirate who had fired the cannon, drenched in cold sweat, felt the weight of his captain's murderous gaze upon him. He was acutely aware that he was in grave danger. In a panic, he hastily fired another shot, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Aside from the splashing waves, the ship remained unscathed upon the ocean's surface. This was inevitable. Under the pressure exerted by Reed, the pirate was flustered and thus unable to aim accurately. At this moment, the pirate was filled with despair after 2 consecutive blunders. He genuinely feared being tossed overboard to feed the fish by his captain. "You incompetent fool. You can't even manage this simple task. Get out of my sight," Reed fumed, his considerable bulk shaking with rage as he approached the hapless pirate, delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Reed was prepared to take matters into his own hands. The pirate, feeling an immense sense of relief, scrambled away from Reed's line of sight, eager to avoid incurring the captain's wrath any further. Reed then turned the cannon towards its target, still inebriated, his vision a haze that obscured the world before him. The cannonball was launched once more, yet this time the shot was even more ludicrous, detonating nearly 100 meters away from the small vessel, veering further off course. The crew of pirates, along with Eats, found themselves at a loss for words. "Could you please exhibit some accuracy?" Eats mused, bemused by the absurdity of the situation. Reed's expression twisted into one of disgust, as if he had just consumed something vile. Upon glancing at the pirates around him, he noticed their peculiar expressions, which caused his face to flush with embarrassment, and his intoxication began to dissipate. "You fools, accelerate. I shall personally crush that ship to smithereens." Reed felt his pride had been thoroughly humiliated, and he was determined to restore his authority as captain. "Yes, Captain," the pirates replied, their spirits sobering in the wake of the debacle. Though they shared the same ship, they were all too aware of Reed's volatile temperament, which could lead to lethal consequences. The pirate ship surged forward with newfound speed towards Eats. As the distance between the 2 vessels diminished, Eats lightly sprang from his small craft, effortlessly landing upon Reed's ship, revealing himself to the crew. With his hands clasped behind his back, he maintained a serene smile, facing numerous pirates without a hint of trepidations, as if he were confronting mere civilians rather than ruthless marauders. Reed and his crew were taken aback, expecting to scrutinize the occupants of the opposing ship, only to find their quarry had approached them directly. Was this an act of folly, or was he oblivious to the pirate flag that fluttered above? As Reed focused, his inebriation began to lift. The scene was no longer obscured. He quickly recognized Eats, who stood before him clad in simple attire, tall yet unassuming, possessing an air of inconspicuousness. The only striking feature was his handsome visage and bright, captivating eyes. At first glance, Eats appeared to be merely a youth, perhaps in his mid-teens. Reed chose to disregard the long sword at Eats's waist, dismissing the notion that this inexperienced boy could pose any real threat. Surely, he had ventured to sea for self-defense, at most a decorative piece. "Hey, little brat, you've got quite a bit of nerve." Reed's face contorted into a sinister grin as he signaled to his crew. A cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed across the deck as multiple pirates swiftly encircled Eats, their faces adorned with cruel smiles. Such was the nature of pirates. Even a young boy like Eats was not exempt from their merciless intentions. Unfortunately for them, they had crossed paths with no ordinary individual, but rather Eats himself. Eats surveyed his surroundings and was astonished to find this band of pirates indulging in a feast in broad daylight, displaying an audacity that was truly remarkable. They seemed unperturbed by the potential encounter with other pirate crews who might seize the opportunity to claim their lives while they were inebriated. He gazed at the pirates encircling him, then shifted his focus to the corpulent figure before him, whose lips curled into a sinister smirk. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am a bounty hunter here to collect your head in exchange for the reward." Chapter 29, Slaughter. As Eitz's words fell from his lips, the surrounding atmosphere seemed to solidify into an eerie silence, with not a soul daring to utter a sound, save for the gentle caress of the sea breeze. Yet, this stillness was swiftly shattered by an uproarious cacophony of laughter as the pirates erupted into raucous guffaws. "Ha ha ha, do listen to what he is saying. It's utterly hilarious. This little brat dares to covet the captain's head? Hey, did you all hear that? This child claims to be a bounty hunter. Have you weaned yourself off your mother's milk yet, brat? The pirates' unabashed mockery filled the vessel, their laughter echoing as if Eights had just shared the most ludicrous jest. Eights regarded the mockery and derision from the pirates with an air of indifference, merely running his hand through his hair, a look of resignation etched upon his face. He found it perplexing that they found such amusement in the situation. He was merely stating a fact. It seemed that age was a significant detriment. For no matter where he went, few perceived him as a formidable force. Reed, similarly entertained by what he deemed a hilarious jest, laughed uproariously. Nearly toppling over in his mirth, his antics even more exaggerated than those of his fellow pirates. Hey, kid, you're a bounty hunter. Do you still intend to kill me? Reed guffawed, pointing at himself, and his already corpulent and unattractive figure became even more grotesque in laughter. At least for Eights, it was a sight too distressing to behold. The man was simply too unsightly. Atesh remained silent, merely nodding calmly, his eyes as clear as water, devoid of any emotion, whether it be mockery or disdain. They were soon to face the dire consequences of their actions. Reed ceased his laughter, his countenance darkening like a stormy sea, as he strode directly before Atesh, his imposing figure looming large. Eights' physique appeared utterly unthreatening when juxtaposed with that of his opponent. In the eyes of the pirates, their captain could effortlessly extinguish the life of his adversary with but a mere flick of his finger. You, little brat, dare claim my head? Prepare to meet your demise. Red unsheathed a chilling 3-foot-long machete, swinging it mercilessly towards Eights. He was supremely confident in his prowess, believing wholeheartedly that this young fool would be cleaved in twain. The force of his strike generated a powerful gust of wind that tousled Eights' bangs, yet his gaze remained fixed on the descending blade. In response to this onslaught, Eights' actions were remarkably simple. He drew his longsword and raised it in a defensive posture before him, devoid of any extraneous movements. With a resounding crash, the ensuing shockwave emanated outward from the point of impact, forcing the surrounding pirates to retreat, unable to withstand the aftermath. As the tumult subsided, the pirates, filled with anticipation, turned their eyes towards the spectacle, eager to witness how their captain would rend the audacious boy asunder. Yet, upon a mere glance, they were left in stunned silence. Eights stood resolutely, one hand resting behind his back while the other held his sword, effortlessly parrying Red's formidable strike. His posture was straight, and the sword seemed to have not budged an inch as he regarded Red with a serene smile. In stark contrast, Red's face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple, as he pressed down with all his might, determined to slay the boy before him. However, no matter how fiercely he exerted himself, he could not shift Eights even a fraction, nor could he budge the sword in his grip. At that moment, he felt as if he were not contending with a mere mortal, but rather an immovable mountain. The sight of Red, straining with all his strength, juxtaposed against Eights' calm demeanor, created a striking contrast. As Red endeavored to apply even more force, Eights spoke. Is that truly the extent of your strength? Eights felt a profound disappointment. Reed's advantage lay solely in his physique, and thus his combat style was rooted in sheer brute strength, making him a mere brute. However, such tactics were hardly effective against Eights, who found them utterly trivial. His rapid enhancement of power meant that even without a sword, he could easily overpower Reed with just his physique. He had hoped to engage in a battle to gauge his current strength, but the pirates he encountered proved to be woefully inadequate, robbing him of any enjoyment. Wow, what? You dare underestimate me? Reed's fury erupted at Eights' words, his face darkening to a shade reminiscent of liver. Unfortunately for him, Eights had no desire to continue this farce. With a swift motion, he exerted pressure on his wrist, unleashing a terrifying force from the blade. Before Reed could even react, he was sent flying, crashing against the railing with a resounding thud. The railing, struck with tremendous force, splintered and began to sway precariously. Remarkably, Reed remained conscious. His physical constitution was evidently commendable. Kill him for me, Reed gasped, leaning against the railing as he weakly commanded the pirates, his voice barely above a whisper, as if death was imminent. Yet, no one responded. The pirates stood in stunned silence, witnessing their captain's easy defeat. Could it be that the captain they followed had been vanquished so effortlessly? They wished fervently that this was merely a dream, but the brutal reality was laid bare before them. Their captain had fallen to the very youth he had once scorned. As realization dawned, some pirates displayed hesitation while others revealed their animosity. Brothers, he is but one man. Do not fear. Let us slay him and continue to follow our captain to the Grand Line. Someone's voice rang out, attempting to rally the others. invoking the strength of numbers to overpower Eights. Indeed, this proclamation proved effective. The pirates, emboldened, rallied together, some still gripped by fear yet willing to take the risk. The pirates hastily armed themselves with various weapons and charged at Eights. Despite Reed's lackluster prowess, his crew was not insignificant. There were at least 30 pirates aboard the vessel. A considerable force. However, Eights shook his head. These scurrying pirates, yet to step foot in the Grand Line, had no true understanding of what it meant to be strong. To the powerful, numbers were merely a collection of digits. In the Grand Line, especially in the latter half known as the New World, formidable beings were abundant. One could easily face 100 foes alone. Eights considers himself not yet a true powerhouse, yet he finds himself more than capable of dealing with these pirates. The blade, radiating a chilling brilliance, shifts direction. The sword moves with him, its momentum fierce and unyielding, exuding an aura as striking as a rainbow. As Eights enters the crowd, sword shadows dance all around, and the gleaming light of his blade sparkles brilliantly. Eights moved with a graceful fluidity, each swing of his sword claiming the life of a pirate, leaving a crimson spray in its wake. This scene illustrated an overwhelmingly one-sided battle. The air thick with the metallic scent of blood, the anguished cries and desperate pleas of the pirates echoing throughout the space. Yet, Eights remained unfazed. These individuals had chosen the path of piracy and must bear the consequences of their decisions. Moreover, Eights was acutely aware of the countless innocent lives stained by their hands. The numerous villages they had plundered, these pirates were hardly deserving of sympathy. As he navigated through the throng, Eights unleashed a merciless slaughter, his eyes devoid of pity. Chapter 30. The enigmatic mask. No. Please, no. Those were my hard-won subordinates. That was my first step towards becoming the Pirate King. My assistants, my assistants. Reed fell to his knees, his voice a cacophony of desperation, resembling a man possessed. He watched Eights ruthlessly dispatching his crew. The realization dawning upon him that all was lost. Wealth, fame, beautiful women, and the elusive dream of becoming the Pirate King. Everything had vanished. It was almost laughable, even now. Reed clung to the illusory title of Pirate King. Had he not encountered Eights, he would never have realized that such aspirations were forever beyond his grasp. His vision was tragically limited, filled with ambition yet lacking the requisite strength. Dreaming of a world he had never set foot in, his journey had reached its end. Gradually, the ship fell into a profound silence, more so than ever before. Reed looked up to witness the lifeless bodies of pirates strewn about. The air still tinged with the acrid scent of gunpowder, and the deck soaked in a river of blood, a harrowing tableau before him. He seemed to hear the cries of his former crew, each voice pleading, "Captain, save me." Eights stood amidst a pool of blood, his sword dripping continuously, symbolizing the countless lives claimed by this lethal blade. In Red's eyes, Eights resembled a demon risen from the depths of hell, particularly accentuated by the blood surrounding him, evoking the image of the grim reaper come to usher him into the eternal abyss of the 18 layers of hell. Eights gazed upon the lifeless bodies, undeterred by the acrid scent of blood. To him, this was merely a fleeting moment, a prelude to the many such scenes that would unfold along his journey. Subsequently, his thoughts drifted to Reed, who knelt on the ground, approaching with measured steps. Thud, thud, thud. Each tread upon the blood-soaked deck. Each crisp footfall resonating heavily upon Reed's heart, pushing him to the brink of despair. The sound of those steps seemed to act as a grim harbinger, plucking at the strings of his soul. At last, Eights stood before him, shattering Reed's final psychological defenses. "Please, don't kill me. I beg you. I can offer you money, considerable sums. Whatever you desire, I will provide. I implore you, grant me a chance at life." Reed continued to retreat, pleading for mercy. In that moment, a yellowish fluid began to seep from his armpit, the air thick not only with the acrid scent of blood, but also with an inexplicable, peculiar odor. At the scent of this odor, Eights was momentarily rendered speechless. A pirate, really? Aspiring to become the Pirate King? Is this all there is to it? To be so frightened as to lose control? Come on, you are a pirate. Have some backbone, will you? Eights felt a profound sense of helplessness. The psychological resilience of this pirate was utterly lacking. Without having done anything, he was already so thoroughly frightened. Yes, I am spineless. I am a coward. I humbly beseech you, noble sir, spare my life. In a desperate bid for survival, Reed immediately bowed his head to Eights, even addressing him with honorifics. Unfortunately, Eights was impervious to such appeals. His piercing gaze fixed upon Reed, instilling such terror that Reed nearly lost control of his bowels. Eights spoke with a voice to Red that was as chilling as death itself. You plead for mercy as you once did for the innocent souls you have wronged. Upon hearing this, Red hastily attempted to plead his case once more, but alas, he found himself bereft of any opportunity. In an instant, a flash of white light swept across his neck, and the expression of panic solidified on his face. Subsequently, he felt the world spinning around him, witnessing his own body kneeling upon the ground. Gradually, his consciousness began to dissipate. Thus, the entire pirate ship was annihilated by Adius alone. No, not entirely annihilated. One soul still remained. Ates lifted his head to gaze upwards, only to behold a pirate atop the lookout tower, his face frozen in a stupor. As if rendered senseless by fear, it was indeed the very sentry of the crew. Ates revealed a smile that he deemed charming and as radiant as the sun, extending a finger in a gesture that beckoned the pirate to descend. In the eyes of the pirate, Ates' smile appeared akin to that of a demon. Yet he complied and cautiously stepped down from the platform. Trembling, he approached Ates, feigning calmness, but his quaking legs betrayed the turmoil churning within him. This man has slaughtered everyone aboard the ship. Am I next? Ates regarded the individual before him with a sense of satisfaction, nodding in approval. This was certainly a marked improvement over the cumbersome oafs he had encountered previously. Despite the evident state of agitation, the individual managed to maintain composure, showing a commendable level of fortitude. Do not be alarmed. I assure you, I have no intention of causing you harm. I am quite amiable. Ates smiled at the pirate before him, striving to maintain a congenial demeanor. He refrained from taking the pirate's life for two reasons. Firstly, this pirate had not participated in the efforts against him, remaining steadfast at his post. Those who opposed him would pay dearly, while those who did not engage would be spared, a principle Ates had set for himself, much like the renowned Hawkeye, who, despite knowing he was no match for his opponent, would still leave a mark, even if it were merely a brush of a foot on the hem of his garment. That was sufficient for Ates. Secondly, he sensed no trace of bloodlust emanating from this pirate, a rarity aboard a pirate ship. Only those who had never been stained by the blood of others would carry no hint of sanguine odor, which was a significant factor in Ates' decision to let him go. The pirate, upon hearing Ates' words, felt on the verge of tears. After all, witnessing Ates' earlier visage, resembling that of a reaper, had instilled a profound fear within him. How could one claim to be benevolent after such a display? Who would believe it? Ates was aware that his heart was indifferent. He simply addressed him, saying, I will inspect your warehouse. You would be wise not to attempt an escape. You know the consequences. The pirate gazed at Ates' smile, feeling as if death itself beckoned him, and he stiffly nodded in response. Observing this, Ates said nothing further and proceeded into the pirate ship's warehouse, intrigued by the hidden treasures of those rogues. In a cacophony of clanging and clattering, the warehouse resonated with the sounds of scattered items colliding, leaving one to wonder what Ates was discovering amidst the chaos. Before long, he emerged from the warehouse, initially hoping to find a devil fruit, having never encountered one before. However, upon reflection, he realized that if such a fruit existed, it would have long been consumed by the feeble Red, who would not be so weak otherwise. Although he did not uncover a devil fruit, Ates did stumble upon something rather intriguing. In his hand appeared a mask, pitch black, entirely unlike the Peking opera masks he had seen in his previous life. It bore no patterns, nor did it have eye sockets to allow for ventilation. At first glance, it appeared to be nothing more than an impermeable shroud of black fabric. What made it remarkable, one might wonder. In the warehouse, Ates experimented with an extraordinary mask that, upon wearing, induced remarkable transformations on his visage. It could alter its shape in accordance with one's thoughts, capable of manifesting masks resembling various animals such as pigs, cows, sheep, and horses. Moreover, it transcended the mundane black, adorning itself with vibrant hues. Undoubtedly, this object is a marvel within this realm. Indeed, the wonders of this world abound, and only through personal experience can one truly grasp their profundity. Notably, this mask did not appear in the original text. Chapter 31, Hitler. Ates glanced at the ghostly mask in his hand and chuckled softly. The warehouse was filled with treasures amassed over the years by this pirate ship. They were merely trinkets, such as jewelry and belly, which did not pique Ates' interest. He casually took a few items and left the rest behind. Fortunately, it was not entirely fruitless, for the mask proved to be quite intriguing. Ates donned the mask, and subsequently, his visage underwent a subtle transformation. His face bore a striking pattern of red and yellow stripes on either side, with sharp fangs bared, presenting a countenance so fearsome it resembled a demon emerging from the depths of hell. This was the ghastly mask that Ates had crafted, inspired by his own thoughts. Why a ghastly face, you may wonder. Primarily, it was chosen for its striking appearance and formidable presence, though it did possess the singular drawback of potentially frightening young children. However, it appeared that even adults were not exempt from its terrifying allure. Indeed, upon witnessing Eight's transformation, coupled with the blood-soaked carnage from earlier, the pirate stood paralyzed in fear, his complexion draining to a ghostly pallor as sweat poured down his brow. Eight looked at him with a sense of helplessness. Was it truly so terrifying? Merely a mask with a ghastly visage? Shaking his head, Eight beckoned him to approach. The pirate, though reluctant, cautiously stepped forward, lowering his head, too fearful to meet Eight's gaze, or that of the mask's unsettling eyes. Eight, unconcerned, inquired, "Where did you acquire this mask?" The pirate, still keeping his head lowered, responded, "We stumbled upon it while treasure hunting in a cave. The captain deemed it worthless and discarded it in the storeroom, but little did we know as he spoke." The pirate glanced up at Eight, but upon meeting the gaze of the mask's eyes, he immediately lowered his head again, recalling the unsettling scene from before. Upon hearing this, Eight nodded in understanding. The mask was quite striking, and he resolved to don it while traversing the seas. In truth, he had an ulterior motive. His identity was rather unique. Although he was neither a pirate nor a member of the Navy, he wished to avoid any potential conflict with the latter, for it would pose a significant dilemma if they discovered he was the son of Garp. Observing the nervous pirate before him, Eight inquired nonchalantly, "What is your name?" "Why, Your Excellency, I am called Hit," the pirate stammered. In response, Eight merely nodded, then turned and leaped back onto his small vessel. The pirate ship was saturated with the stench of blood, and Eight had no desire to linger there or navigate that ship. After Eight's footsteps faded into the distance, Hit slowly raised his head, only to find himself alone, surrounded by the gruesome corpses on the ground. This left him utterly bewildered. What was happening? Had he truly been spared? Just as Hit pondered this, Eight's voice echoed back, "Hey, take the pirate's head and come aboard immediately." That command sent a shiver down Hit's spine. In a frantic scramble, he retrieved a bag and hastily grabbed Reed's severed head, rushing to Eight's small boat. Atesh had no intention of taking his life. Otherwise, he would not have inquired about his name. The reason for bringing him aboard was simply to have him row the boat. After all, who would refuse the opportunity for free labor? "Sir, where are we headed?" Hitter asked cautiously. Eight remained silent, his gaze fixed upon his steel longsword. With a resonant clang, he drew it forth, and the gentle sunlight illuminated the gleaming blade, casting a reflection of Eight adorned in his grotesque mask. However, at that moment, his sword exhibited a marked transformation. The steel blade had warped significantly, its form distorted, and it was marred by numerous pockmarks and emerging fissures, instilling a sense of trepidation that it might shatter at any moment. These were the scars acquired over the years as it accompanied Eight through rigorous training and fierce battles, a testament to the impending conclusion of his life. A hint of sorrow glimmered in Eight's eyes beneath the mask. The sword he wielded was merely a common blade, casually bestowed upon him by Garp, devoid of any legendary status. Yet, it had accompanied Eight throughout his journey of growth, akin to a family member or a steadfast friend. Ever present as he persevered through daily training, endured wounds and battles against ferocious beasts, and faced setbacks in sparring with Garp. This seemingly ordinary longsword bore witness to Eight's years of dedication and toil, now marred by countless scars. Had it not been for Eight's application of armament Haki, Garp's previous punch would have undoubtedly shattered it. Although Red's recent strike was not particularly formidable, the sword, lacking any esteemed lineage, had already reached its limit after enduring such an assault. Eight, harboring a flicker of emotion, sheathed his sword and gazed toward the boundless azure sea. Tarog Town. This marked Eight's second visit, the first time he bore witness to the dawn of an era. As he traversed the bustling streets, he was trailed closely by Hitter, who, with a cloth bag in hand, resembled a devoted subordinate shadowing Eight's. Passers-by on the street would, either intentionally or unintentionally, cast curious glances at him, their eyes reflecting an oddity. Indeed, Eight's grotesque mask drew considerable attention. One might wonder how he could endure the sweltering heat of summer while wearing it. If only Eight could convey to them that he felt no discomfort, but rather a refreshing coolness. This mask possessed an extraordinary quality, rather than feeling stifled and warm. It brought a sensation akin to a gentle evening breeze, effectively alleviating the oppressive heat of summer. On the journey to Rog Town, Eight gleaned a general understanding of Hitter. Only a few years his senior, Hitter was in his early 20s and could be considered a youth. Originally a resident of an island in the East Sea, he had narrowly escaped the devastation wrought by a band of pirates, who left his home in ruins. By a stroke of fortune, He encountered the pirate crew led by Reed, though notorious for his brutality. Reed was in need of crew members at the time and decided to keep the young Hitter aboard as a deckhand. Over the years, Hitter served as a lookout, driven by the dual motives of survival and the hope of earning a meager livelihood. He had to navigate the treacherous world of ruthless pirates with utmost caution. Despite spending many years aboard the ship, Hitter had never taken a life, a testament to his inherent kindness. Yates had previously perceived that although Hitler felt fear towards him, there was a distinct absence of the fierce spirit characteristic of a pirate in his gaze. Upon witnessing the demise of their captain, he did not exhibit the same aggression as his fellow subordinates. It became evident that he harbored a troubled past. His homeland had been obliterated by a pirate invasion, instilling in him a profound hatred for pirates. Yet he found himself powerless to effect change. The fact that he had managed to coexist with pirates for so many years, while continually seeking to ingratiate himself in order to carve out a path for survival, was indeed a remarkable feat. Such resilience is not a trait possessed by all. Chapter 32. The purchase of a blade. Yates cast a fleeting glance at Height behind him and remarked, "It is indeed remarkable that you have managed to remain unscathed aboard that rotund fellow's vessel all these years. Yet, it is merely for the sake of survival." Height revealed a trace of bitterness. He had narrowly escaped death at Red's hands on several occasions, nearly being cast into the sea as fish bait. The flattery he had offered Red had been well received, yet he felt he should have perished countless times over. Height sensed that Yates had seemingly paused, lifting his gaze to find the eyes beneath the mask fixed intently upon him. He hastily lowered his head, unwilling to meet that gaze. Although Yates had spared him, a lingering fear resided within him, a fear of Yates' formidable power and the dread that a mere moment of displeasure could spell his doom. Yates withdrew his gaze and continued walking forward. "Do not be anxious. I only eliminate those pirates who commit heinous acts. I assure you, if I spare you, it is a promise kept." Upon hearing this, it felt an immediate sense of relief, perceiving Yates as less formidable than before. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Yates spoke again. "Should I encounter that band of pirates one day, I shall assist you in resolving the matter." Hit was momentarily taken aback. His mind struggled to comprehend. Or perhaps he simply could not believe his ears. Was this an offer of vengeance on his behalf? Overwhelmed with elation, he reflected on his deep-seated desire for retribution. Had he possessed the strength, he would not have remained aboard the Red ship for so many years. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Hit knelt before Yates, bowing his head in gratitude. "Thank you, my lord. If you could avenge me and the people of the island, I, Hit, would willingly serve you as a humble servant for the rest of my life." As tears streamed down Hit's face, a torrent of repressed emotions erupted. For years, he had yearned for revenge, but opportunities had eluded him. Now, with a chance to avenge his suffering, he could envision the day he would witness the heads of those pirates, and he pondered, what harm would there be in living as a slave if it meant achieving that goal? At this moment, Yates also came to a halt, taken aback by the profound reaction his seemingly innocuous remark had elicited from Zeit. He gazed at the figure kneeling on the ground, overwhelmed by grief, and found himself at a loss for words. The commotion swiftly captured the attention of those nearby, who gathered around, their eyes sparkling with curiosity as they observed the scene unfolding before them. Yates was instantly filled with helplessness. "Goodness, while you disregard your dignity, I still value mine. What a sight it is to weep and wail in front of so many people. Those unaware might think I have wronged you in some way." Cough, cough. Yates awkwardly cleared his throat and then addressed Hitter, saying, all right, we'll discuss it when the time comes." With that, he hastily distanced himself from the scrutinizing crowd, feeling thoroughly embarrassed. "Thank you, my lord," Hitter responded, managing to regain his composure after Yates' remarks, and subsequently followed in his footsteps. This was merely a fleeting incident. The two continued on their path until they halted before an imposing iron gate. This was the base of the Navy guarding Rogue Town, which, due to its proximity to Reverse Mountain, had become a crucial defensive line for pirates venturing into the Grand Line. Before the gate stood a lone sentry of the Navy, who, upon spotting Yates and his companion, promptly approached with an inquiry. "Halt. This is a military zone. Unauthorized personnel must vacate immediately." As he spoke, he raised his rifle, aiming it at Yates, whose mask did little to quell the guard's suspicions, prompting a sense of wariness. Hitter felt a pang of anxiety at this development. They hadn't even spoken yet, and already a weapon was drawn against them. What if his lord lost his temper and dealt with the sentry in a most unfortunate manner? This was the first time Yates had a gun pointed at his nose. Although he felt a surge of dissatisfaction, he chose to endure it to avert any unnecessary trouble, despite never being one to shy away from complications. Yates gestured towards Hit with a wave. Upon noticing this, it promptly extended the cloth bag in his hand, stating, "This is the head of Captain Reed from the Reed pirate crew. We have come to claim the bounty." "The Reed pirate crew?" the naval guard murmured, bewildered, before widening his eyes in disbelief and exclaiming, "Are you saying this is the head of Captain Reed from the Reed pirate crew?" "Indeed," it replied candidly. The naval officer's reaction left Ates perplexed. Was it truly such a significant matter? Could it be that the rotund figure held another identity? The naval officer hastily accepted the cloth bag proffered by Hit and, upon opening it, was nearly overwhelmed by terror. Before him lay the head of Reed, eyes wide open, pupils clouded, and facial features contorted in a grimace, as if death had not yet claimed him completely. "This is truly the head of Captain Reed. You actually managed to kill Reed." The naval officer, upon locating Reed's bounty notice and comparing it, confirmed that it matched precisely. Recognizing that they had come to exchange for the bounty, the naval officer swiftly transformed his demeanor, grinning, "Remarkable. You have indeed captured the pirate Reed, who is worth 15 million. I shall fetch your reward immediately." A tremor flickered at the corner of Ates' eye. He had initially believed that Reed possessed an astonishing identity that could astonish the Navy. However, it turned out to be merely due to the bounty, only 15 million? No wonder he is so feeble. Ates lamented that the naval forces of the East Sea were still rather limited in their ambitions, as they considered a mere 10,000 pirates to be quite formidable. Before long, the naval officer emerged, carrying a bag filled with berries, and presented it to Ates, stating, "This amounts to 15 million berries. Please accept it." Ates could not help but admire the transformation in the demeanor of the naval officers, which stood in stark contrast to their earlier rigidity. However, he accepted the pouch of money and then tossed it to Hit, this free laborer. Upon seeing this, Hit swiftly caught the pouch, for it represented his hope for vengeance. Such tasks, befitting a subordinate, were his responsibility to undertake. Ates nodded in satisfaction. Such a resolve for vengeance is indeed commendable. He had promised to fulfill his words, and should he truly receive information regarding that band of pirates, he would not hesitate to eliminate them effortlessly. By then, he would be free of any ties to Hit, allowing Hit to serve as his unremunerated laborer for the time being. Let us proceed. After Ates finished speaking, he turned and departed, prompting Hite to hastily follow. "My lord, where shall we go now?" "To purchase a blade. Its primary purpose for coming here, aside from exchanging rewards, is to acquire a new sword. For his current blade has become unfit for use. In this realm, the terms for blades and swords lack precise definitions, whether wielding a knife or a sword. Individuals are referred to as swordsmen, and their discipline is known as swordsmanship. A fine blade significantly enhances a swordsman's prowess, placing them on an entirely different plane compared to wielding an ordinary weapon. Thus, Ates must first seek out a superior sword. How could a master swordsman be without a weapon that suits him perfectly? He is aware that there lie 2 renowned swords awaiting him. Ates was particularly intrigued by one of the swords, wondering if it was truly as sinister as described in the original text. Chapter 33, The Cursed Blade. Sandai Onitetsu, the streets of Logue Town were bustling with a dense crowd, flanked by shops on either end, making it the most prosperous town in the East Blue. Although it was deemed the weakest of the seas, many ventured toward the Grand Line, especially after the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, when this town became known as the place of beginnings and endings. Countless individuals were drawn to this island, infusing it with vibrancy, while many others visited Logue Town specifically for commerce. In a mere short span of time, this interaction fostered the town's remarkable growth into the thriving hub it had become. Before one particular shop, a striking emblem of crossed swords caught Ates' attention, prompting him to enter without hesitation. As he pushed the door open, it emitted a melodious chime reminiscent of bells. The young man behind the counter, upon hearing the sound, recognized the arrival of a customer and greeted him with a warm smile. "Welcome to our humble shop. Are you in search of a blade?" The youth was perceptive, quickly noticing the long sword at Ates' waist, understanding the purpose of his visit. Though Ates' attire was somewhat peculiar, it posed no hindrance to the business at hand. Ates found himself staring at the smiling young man before him, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if they had crossed paths before. Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon Ates. It was no wonder the young man seemed so recognizable. He was Iben Matsu, famously known as the Blade Seller, the middle-aged gentleman from the original tale who, due to Zoro's fortune, had been moved to bestow the snow upon him after taming the cursed blade, Onigiri. Given the current timeline, Iben Matsu appeared quite youthful, likely in his 20s, making it nearly impossible for Ates to identify him. "Indeed, I require a blade," Ates spoke, his voice deep and rich, imbued with a subtle magnetism. He had deliberately altered his tone to conceal his true voice. If he were to traverse the seas adorned in a mask, he might as well fully embrace this masquerade and embody another persona, a notion that amused him. Beside him, Hick could not help but cast a puzzled glance at Eights upon hearing this altered voice. Why has his tone changed when delivering blows? At that moment, he even began to question whether the individual before him was indeed an adult. However, he refrained from inquiring further, acutely aware of his own position. Dear customer, behold our fine selection of blades. Which one captures your interest? Iben Matsu cheerfully addressed Eights, gesturing toward the array of weapons within the shop. He proceeded to guide Eights through the collection, elucidating the unique characteristics of each blade with an air of professionalism. As Eights surveyed the surroundings, he noted the impressive assortment of swords and knives. The walls were lined with racks brimming with weapons of various shapes and sizes, some hefty and cumbersome, others slender and agile. A perfect blend of offense and defense. In essence, the shop boasted an extensive variety of blades. Eights could perceive the unique aura emanating from the array of swords and blades, a palpable yearning, a desire to venture forth, to engage in battle alongside their master. This was the intuition of a swordsman. The weapons hanging upon the wall seemed to beckon to him, as if all wished to acknowledge him as their master. Eights cast a glance without paying heed. His satisfaction was notably lacking. Although these blades were commendable, they were merely ordinary knives, their quality only marginally superior to the fine steel longsword at his waist. It appeared that the establishment's hallmark was the renowned blade, Snow Walk. In the world of pirates, swords are classified into 3 tiers: the good knives, crafted by 51 artisans, the great knives, forged by 21 artisans, and the supreme great knives, made by 12 artisans. These 3 categories represent the pinnacle of sword craftsmanship in this realm. Generally, swordsmen take immense pride in acquiring renowned blades, yet such esteemed weapons are not easily obtained. Even the most basic good knife is a coveted treasure that leaves countless swordsmen in a relentless pursuit, and given the vastness of this world, one might spend a lifetime without ever encountering a single good knife. Securing a great knife would be considered a monumental achievement, a source of pride for one's ancestors. The supreme great knives, however, are the ultimate aspiration for swordsmen worldwide, though few dare to harbor such lofty hopes. Not only do supreme great knives symbolize the apex of sword mastery, but they also signify an exalted status and formidable prowess. Only the most formidable sword masters are deemed worthy of wielding a supreme great knife, a consensus held by all swordsmen. Lacking sufficient strength, one might possess a supreme great knife, yet it would serve merely as an ornament. In this world rife with treachery, where the strong prevail, without adequate power, one cannot safeguard their cherished blade and risks being cast aside by the tides of time. The prevalence of violence and thievery is alarmingly high, especially considering the universal desire for supreme, great knives. Nevertheless, Eights opined that the notion of there being only 12 supreme great knives recorded in the annals of swordsmanship is not absolute. As previously mentioned, given the vastness of this world, it is entirely plausible that supreme great knives lie undiscovered across various locales. Thus, the assertion regarding the exclusivity of 12 supreme great knives is not definitive, and the same applies to good and great knives. In the store of song, aside from Snow Walk, no other blade could captivate Eights. However, the purpose of his visit today was indeed Snow Walk, rather than. Eights directed his gaze towards an unassuming corner, where a wooden chest was placed. Eights approached the box, only to find it filled with a collection of battered odds and ends, as well as discarded swords and blades. Yet, it was precisely these forsaken weapons that captivated Eights' attention. More specifically, one particular sword piqued his interest. The scabbard and hilt bore no embellishments, merely encircled by a strip of white cloth, while the cross-shaped guard exuded an air of antiquity. Eights drew the sword from its sheath, and the gentle sunlight streaming through the window caused the blade to tremble as if imbued with spirit, expressing a sense of exhilaration, as though it had been long confined and was finally witnessing the light of day once more. The blade extended to an impressive length of 80 centimeters, adorned with flame-like patterns that appeared even more crimson and profound under the sun's radiant glow. Upon seeing Eights wielding the blade, a pine tree nearby was taken aback, hastily advising Eights, "Esteemed guest, you must not wield that sword. It poses great danger." "Oh, it is merely a sword. What peril could it possibly hold?" Eights feigned confusion, fully aware of Ibn Song's intentions, yet he had to pretend ignorance. He certainly could not divulge that he not only recognized the blade as the notorious demon's sword, Goha, but also knew that Ibn Song possessed a renowned sword of exceptional quality within his establishment. Upon noticing 8's bewilderment, Ibn Song promptly elucidated. This sword is a dreaded demon blade that has instilled fear in the hearts of many for countless years. As you can see, due to this cursed sword, my shop has remained rather desolate. You two are, in fact, my first customers today. What exactly is a demon blade? Asked Zittle, displaying a look of perplexity, unaware of the implications of the term and why the proprietor appeared so anxious. Observing Zittle's confusion, Ibn Song continued, this blade is known as Sandai Guha, a demon sword. I'm not entirely certain of its exact classification. According to legend, it harbors a malevolent spirit that can manipulate the wielder's mind, erasing their consciousness and transforming them into a mere puppet driven solely by the urge to kill. Really? Is it truly that sinister? Zittle expressed his astonishment. How could a mere sword exert control over a person as if it had attained sentience? Indeed, it is as ominous as it sounds. Otherwise, it would not be feared by so many, Ibn Song replied, his tone grave. However, they failed to notice the corners of 8's mouth subtly curving upwards beneath his mask, revealing a sense of satisfaction. His purpose for visiting was to witness firsthand whether the legendary demon sword was as captivating as the tale suggested. It is often said that spiritual swords possess a soul, and this demon blade exemplified that notion perfectly. When a sword attains sentience, it develops its own will. This is what is referred to as a sword spirit. Such a phenomenon evokes a sense of the fantastical. With their own consciousness, these beings can alter their intentions, no longer content to remain mere swords. Instead, they may desire to transform their wielders into extensions of themselves, thereby engaging in a role reversal. With this thought in mind, they frequently invade the consciousness of their users, seducing and manipulating them until they are utterly dominated, reduced to mere instruments of murder. This was 8's conjecture regarding the malevolent spirit within the demon sword, albeit it remained merely speculation. He could not ascertain the truth behind the demon sword's sentience, nor did he fully comprehend how such a phenomenon could arise. Nevertheless, in a world as extraordinary as that of pirates, filled with wonders beyond imagination, the notion of a mere spirit dwelling within a sword seemed hardly extraordinary. Just as 8's thoughts wandered, a voice interrupted his reverie. Customer, it would be prudent to set down that sword. It is truly perilous. Ibn Song implored earnestly, not wishing to witness 8's demise due to a mere blade. Zittle, too, was tense as he observed 8's, aware that this was a demon sword imbued with a malevolent spirit, and a moment's carelessness could indeed prove fatal. Although he had initially feared 8's, he had come to understand that despite 8's having eliminated everyone aboard the ship, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for pirates, recognizing the innocence of each victim. Furthermore, 8's had spared him and promised to aid in avenging his wrongs. Zittle's apprehension towards 8's had significantly diminished. 8's was acutely aware that Ibn Song feared the potential backlash of the knife, which could lead to his own subjugation. He remained silent, fixating his gaze upon the gleaming blade of the ghostly chopper. An imperceptible aura emanated from the knife, enveloping 8's in an instant. Within the depths of his soul, a crimson mist swirled, accompanied by a stifling presence that clung to his heart. He recognized its nature. It was the essence of malevolence, or perhaps the aura of death itself. He felt as though the breath of mortality permeated the very air around him, and it seemed as if a malevolent specter loomed above, beckoning him toward the abyss. This sinister energy sought to penetrate the layers of fog, aiming to invade the innermost sanctum of his mind and seize control of his essence. This was the nature of the cursed blade, thriving on the manipulation of the human psyche. Those with wavering resolve would inevitably fall under its dominion, destined to become puppets for eternity. Yet, 8's had never subscribed to the notion that a cursed blade could dominate a person. He firmly believed that it was the wielder who commanded the weapon. He remained oblivious to the multitude of souls ensnared by such blades, yet he was resolute in his conviction. He, 8's, would never be subjugated by a mere cursed knife. Attempt to control me? Let us see the extent of your prowess. 8's let out a cold snort. What of the demon blade? It could not shake his resolve. A surge of his formidable aura swept through the venue like a tempest, causing Ichiban Matsu and Hit to lose their footing, tumbling to the ground in astonishment as they gazed at 8's in disbelief. Clang, clang, clang. Remarkably, every weapon within the shop stirred restlessly, producing a crystalline resonance that echoed in their ears. Not a sound of elation, but one imbued with the essence of submission. 8's presence compelled these swords to yield. Ichiban Matsu stared, dumbfounded, at this extraordinary scene. What was happening? Had all his swords been possessed? Deep within 8's mind, a heart-wrenching scream reverberated. sending a chill down the spines of Ichiban Matsu and Hit. The cry, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit's roar, sent shivers through their souls. Yet still, it demanded their submission. Eights let out a soft exhale, and his hand gripping the blade trembled violently. Under the immense pressure of Eight's aura and will, the malevolent spirit shattered with a resounding crash. While the sword merely quivered twice before settling into stillness, as if nothing had transpired. Simultaneously, the weapons within the shop returned to a state of tranquility, restoring everything to its former state. The calmness of the malevolent spirit signified its complete submission, acknowledging Eights as its master. A sword should embody the essence of a sword. Do you wish to control me? You may wait for several centuries. Eights gazed at the ghostly blade in his hand and scoffed. However, the ghostly blade remained composed, seemingly accepting this assertion without daring to offer any rebuttal. Eights contentedly sheathed the ghostly blade and turned to Boss Eben with a smile. Boss, I shall take this sword. Although you regard it as scrap, I do not wish to take advantage of you. Please, name your price. Eben, still in a state of bewilderment, quickly shook his head and waved his hands, exclaiming, No, no, no. This blade has been here for many years, and I have never dared to touch it. Since it has acknowledged you as its master, it rightfully belongs to you. Please, take it without hesitation. Thank you very much, Eights replied. At this sight, Eights did not hesitate. Leaving this blade here would merely serve as a decoration. Rather than allowing Zoro to take it away after 2 decades, it would be better to let him have it now. Remarkable indeed. Such a master can even tame the legendary cursed blade. At this moment, Shite gazed at Eights, devoid of any fear. Instead, his eyes reflected a profound admiration. Eights also noticed the gaze of Hit, pondering the unusual intensity with which he was observing him. Could it be that he harbored some interest? The mere thought sent shivers down Eights' spine, for he had no inclination towards such affections. To subdue the demon blade, Goeitai, was merely a trifling task for Eights. He harbored no fear even of the original Goeitai, let alone the 3rd generation. In truth, Eights was quite intrigued to experience the original Goeitai firsthand. The Goeitai series is classified into 3 tiers, akin to the esteemed ranks of renowned blades, the 3rd generation, the 2nd generation, and the original, corresponding to the levels of famed swords. The original Goeitai is a blade of unparalleled might, and as far as Eights knows, it is currently in the possession of one of the 5 Elder Stars. Though the specifics elude him, it is a realm he is not yet prepared to engage with. It remains uncertain whether the 3rd generation Goeitai falls under the category of a fine blade or a swift blade. Regardless of its classification, it suffices for Eights at present. In the future, he shall seek other blades that better suit him, ideally one of the supreme quality that would befit his stature. My lord, Hit called, waving his hand in front of Eights, who remained motionless. This gesture jolted Eights back to reality, directing his attention toward it. Hit was instantly startled, instinctively lowering his head, anxious about the potential repercussions of his earlier insolence. Truly, this fellow possesses an exceedingly timid disposition. It shook his head and placed Goeitai at his waist, then turned to Zeit and said, We must be on our way. Chapter 35, The Initial Rise to Fame in an Office at the Rogtown Naval Base. A naval soldier stood before a middle-aged man, reporting on recent maritime developments. The middle-aged man, while attending to his own affairs, listened to the soldier's account, occasionally nodding to indicate his understanding. At that moment, the man raised his gaze to the naval soldier and inquired, Is there anything noteworthy today? Colonel Hader. There are no extraordinary developments today, the soldier began, but as if struck by a sudden thought, he continued, However, the guards outside reported that someone has brought in the head of the captain of the Reed pirate crew to claim the bounty. What? The Reed pirate crew? Colonel Hader was taken aback. He recalled that Reed's bounty was 15 million. While this might seem somewhat insignificant to Eights in the East Sea, it was a considerable sum. The notorious East Sea tyrant, Clique, had a bounty of merely 17 million. Colonel Hader had previously issued orders to capture Reed, but those attempts had failed due to the overwhelming disparity in strength between the Navy and their opponents. To hear of Reed's demise today filled Hader with a sense of joy after his initial shock. He quickly inquired, Do you know the names and appearances of those responsible? The naval soldier immediately responded, It is said there were 2 individuals, but I am unaware of the specifics. Find out the details at once. Yes, Colonel Hader. The soldier saluted solemnly before exiting the office. Shortly thereafter, the naval soldier returned, but this time, an air of astonishment accompanied him, despite his efforts to conceal it. Hader noticed the unease. What is the matter? Hader asked, puzzled. Our report, Colonel Hader, investigations reveal that the one who killed Reed is a man wearing a ghostly mask. Not only did he slay Captain Reed, but he also annihilated the remaining crew members. The soldier relayed the information he had gathered, his tone still trembling, reflecting the turmoil within. You say what? At the Rogtown docks, Ates and Sighed had just departed from a shop owned by a man named Song, where their small boat was anchored. Ates was in high spirits. His visit to Rogtown had yielded commendable results, having acquired a rather fine sword. However, it was regrettable that his commotion was far more pronounced than that of Zaro. Why had the insufferable Ipponmatsu not bestowed upon him a swift blade? Was it possible that he lacked the protagonist's aura? Surely, it must be that Ipponmatsu discerned his identity as a one-sword style swordsman. Indeed it must be. Atesh could only console himself in this manner. Wait, please hold on a moment. Just then, a voice called out, halting Atesh and his companion. Upon turning around, Height was taken aback. Behind them, a group of naval officers was in pursuit, their weapons slung over their shoulders, seemingly ready to engage in combat. What do these naval officers want from us? Height stammered, glancing at Atesh, whose expression revealed his mounting anxiety. What else could it be? They must have discovered your affiliation with the remnants of the Red Ship and intend to apprehend you. Eats casually remarked, as if stating a mere fact. Upon hearing this, Hitter was taken aback and hurriedly exclaimed, My lord, I have not committed the deeds of those pirates. You must save me. I have yet to exact my revenge. After uttering these words, this fellow surprisingly attempted to kneel before Eats once more, but was promptly halted by him. Eats rolled his eyes at Height, wondering how this fellow could so easily kneel down. It was merely a jest, and yet he failed to comprehend it? Eats shook his head in resignation, then leaped onto the small boat in preparation for departure. Observing this, Hit promptly followed suit, unwilling to fall into the clutches of the Navy. As Hit rowed, the small boat gradually drifted further away, distancing itself from the dock of Rogue Town. The port was filled only with the fervent shouts and gestures of the Navy. Yet it was evident that Eats was entirely dismissive of them. Eats was unaware of the Navy's intentions and had no desire to concern himself with their affairs, for he certainly had no time to waste on such matters. What shall we do, Colonel? What else can we do but return and report to Colonel Hayter? The man referred to as the Colonel offered a bitter smile before departing the dock. My lord, where shall we go next? First, to the nearby island. The following day, they found themselves on a desolate island, lush with verdant trees, where the morning sunlight struggled to penetrate the dense canopy. Amidst this wilderness, Eats stood before a small mound of earth, atop which was thrust a battered longsword, a weapon that had reached the end of its days. This was a simple grave Eats had fashioned for the sword. As he gazed at the steel blade, a torrent of emotions washed over him. After years of companionship, he had come to regard the sword as a true friend. To others, it was merely a weapon, and to many swordsmen, it was just an ordinary blade. Yet, in Eats' eyes, it was a companion, a member of his family, and he had always cherished it dearly. Now that the time had come for it to depart, Eats felt it was his solemn duty to send it off on its final journey. Eats stood before the sword tomb, silent, gazing at it, his masked eyes betraying an overwhelming sense of reluctance. After a considerable pause, he finally turned away and walked toward the shore. At the coastline, it had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Eats emerge, he was instantly filled with excitement and shouted towards him while holding a newspaper. My lord, you have become famous. He rushed to Eats and handed him the morning paper he had purchased from the carrier pigeon that very day. Eats, filled with confusion, picked up the newspaper, and in a mere glance, he comprehended the situation. The article boldly proclaimed, the notorious pirate Reed and his crew have been annihilated by a mysterious bounty hunter. Accompanying the text was a photograph of Eats, his visage contorted into a ghastly grimace. Eats could not help but marvel at the naval intelligence. They managed to unearth this photograph. Fortunately, his true visage was not captured. My lord, you must have just set sail not long ago. I never imagined you would achieve such renown so swiftly. Why do you not reveal your true face? Hitler was quite perplexed. Someone as formidable as you, despite your youth, possesses remarkable strength. Why then the need for a mask? Eats cast a penetrating glance at Hitler. Noticing that the latter no longer harbored the same fear as at the outset, he was now able to engage in normal conversation. Eats explained that it was merely due to personal reasons, and that his age posed a significant obstacle, leaving him with a displeasing sensation of being looked down upon. Hit was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the essence of Eats's words. Indeed, Eats was only 15 years old at that moment. Beneath the mask capable of frightening children lay a face that appeared somewhat juvenile. No one who beheld Eats's youthful visage would perceive him as particularly formidable. All right. Let us board the vessel and prepare for departure. It's greeted casually, discarding the newspaper without a second glance. Such trivial fame held no significance for him, as he understood that this was merely the beginning. Chapter 36. The Bounty Hunter Guild. On the azure and boundless sea, a small sailboat aimlessly sailed against the ocean breeze. Tell me, is it true that the highest bounty among the pirates of the East Sea belongs to that rotund fellow? Ates, in disbelief, fixed his gaze upon Hit, his eyes wide with astonishment. Even though Hit had grown accustomed to the ghastly visage of his mask, he was momentarily taken aback by Ates' reaction. In response to Ates' inquiry, he promptly clarified, I am uncertain whether there exists a bounty greater than that of Red. However, throughout these years aboard the ship, I have yet to encounter one surpassing it. Nevertheless, the East Sea is vast, and it is not inconceivable that other formidable pirates may reside within its depths. Wouldn't you agree? Sensing Ates' discontent, Hit swiftly shifted the subject. Indeed, upon hearing this, Ates nodded in acknowledgement, his spirits lifting slightly. It is true that while the East Sea is often deemed the weakest of the seas, it bears similarities to the other four, sharing a common trait, its sheer expanse. One must remember that this world is predominantly oceanic, with islands scattered throughout and minimal landmass. Thus, the ocean is boundless. Even the East Sea, though seemingly small, cannot be considered insignificant. We are presently amidst the pinnacle of the great pirate era, and it is certain that individuals more formidable than Red will emerge. If none can be found, Ates would reluctantly have to seek another locale, for his rapid ascent in strength leaves him with few options. By the way, my lord, I have yet to inquire about your name. It suddenly recalled, realizing he had been addressing Ates solely as my lord up until now. I am Ates. Please refrain from calling me my lord. It feels rather awkward. Ates cast a sidelong glance at Height and remarked, addressing you as my lord feels rather peculiar. Very well, my lord. Height appeared not to comprehend, continuing to use the title unabated. Ates, feeling exasperated, chose to disregard the obstinate individual and shifted the conversation to another topic. By the way, do you know of any places where bounties are plentiful, where one can accept such commissions? Upon hearing this, Zeit pondered for a moment before replying, there exists a specific location, a haven tailored for bounty hunters, where nearly all bounty hunters from the East Sea congregate to obtain information regarding their targets. This intelligence was relayed to me by someone who previously sought to trouble Reed. Oh, such a place exists? Where might it be? Upon hearing the news, Ates immediately became intrigued and eagerly pressed for further details. It seems to be an organization of bounty hunters, though I am not entirely certain about the specifics. Zeit did not withhold any information and candidly shared all that he knew with Ates. Ates nodded. For him, the mere presence of pirates sufficed, while other matters held little significance. Let us set sail. I find myself quite intrigued by the so-called Bounty Hunter Guild. Telesford Island, a locale neither too large nor too small, sprawls across several hundred miles. A few years prior, it had been an uninhabited, desolate isle, shrouded in mystery as to why it has transformed into a vibrant scene over the years. The Bounty Hunter Guild has established its headquarters here, by the shoreline. A modest sailboat gently approached the land, and Ates alongside Hit disembarked in succession. Ahead, towering trees stood tall, their branches densely intertwined, presenting an image that scarcely suggested human habitation, a true depiction of an uninhabited isle. However, as Ates and Hit navigated through the thick underbrush, they were greeted by an entirely different tableau. Various houses of differing sizes unfolded before them. The straight street bustled with individuals, some engaged in animated conversations, others hastily clutching wanted posters, and a robust man, laughing heartily, boasted of his exploits to those nearby. In summary, it was a scene of lively commotion, exuding the essence of an utterly ordinary town. How peculiar. Does everyone here engage in commerce on such expansive streets? Hit inquired, perplexed. Despite the abundance of houses and the throngs of people traversing the thoroughfare, it was indeed strange that no one seemed to be peddling their wares on the streets. It's calmly explained to the group, what is so strange about this? Nearly every individual here is stained with blood, so it is hardly surprising they do not engage in commerce. From the moment he arrived, Ates sensed the overwhelming aura of violence emanating from the island's inhabitants. They were far from ordinary people. In fact, there was not a single mundane individual on this island. Each possessed a certain level of strength. They were either pirates or bounty hunters, all marked by bloodshed, and this was the stronghold of the Bounty Hunter Guild. Hit Nan Nan murmured to herself before suddenly realizing and exclaiming, My lord, are you suggesting that everyone on this island is a bounty hunter? It seems you are not entirely foolish. Let us inquire where the bounties are posted. Since Ates allowed Hit to board, He felt for the first time that this fellow possessed a certain cleverness, prompting him to offer a compliment. "I understand, esteemed one." Hit swiftly grasped Eats' intention and immediately inquired about the locations for accepting bounties, adopting an unmistakable demeanor of a subordinate. Eats nodded in satisfaction. Truly deserving of their reputation as free labor, exhibiting considerable potential as a subordinate. Eats was contemplating whether to accept him as a subordinate after avenging him. Soon, Hit returned to Eats' side, having gathered information regarding the bounty's location. They paused in front of a tavern, the only establishment on the island where bounties could be claimed. Standing outside, Eats could hear the raucous noise within, far exceeding that of the street outside. Many bounty hunters frequented this place, either after completing their tasks or during their leisure time, and it was also a hub for those seeking new assignments. Just as Eats was about to step inside, an unexpected occurrence transpired. With a loud crash, the tavern's door shattered, splintering wood scattering in all directions. Simultaneously, a figure was hurled out like a ball, colliding with Eats, who effortlessly caught him with one hand. This sudden turn of events startled Hit, who was nearby. "I am the law here. You can only agree or disagree. Do you understand?" boomed a rugged voice as a tall figure staggered out of the tavern, clearly inebriated. Thank you," stammered the middle-aged man whom Eats had caught. Before fleeing in haste, Eats paid no heed. It was of no concern to him as he prepared to step into the tavern. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. A burly, intoxicated man obstructed Eats' path. "Are you seeking death, boy?" Chapter 37. A shock to all, the newcomer towered nearly 3 meters high, with arms thicker than Eats' thighs. His muscular physique presenting a striking visual impact, akin to a wall of steel that impeded Eats' advance. "That was my thrown object you dared to catch. Are you unaware of my rules?" the giant questioned, the scent of alcohol lingering in the air. In response to the challenge, Eats calmly replied, "I would like to know what rules you possess." Mistaking Eats' composure for fear, the giant boasted loudly, "Listen well. My rule is that no one can intervene when I choose to strike someone. Otherwise, they must bear the consequences. You seem unfamiliar. Are you new here? I won't press the matter further if you pay me 5 million berries. 5 million berries is neither an insignificant nor a trivial sum. Many might take years to accumulate such wealth. Aside from accepting high-paying bounties, the only other means to acquire such an amount would be through illicit activities. For an ordinary person, it would be nearly impossible to amass that much wealth in a short time." The giant was clearly attempting to extort Eats while inebriated, fabricating rules merely to bully a newcomer. The scene attracted the attention of bounty hunters both inside the tavern and on the streets, who gathered in anticipation of the unfolding drama. It was evident this was not their first encounter. Bounty hunters are often solitary figures, driven together by circumstance, yet rarely united. In their struggle for survival, they resort to hunting pirates, employing any means necessary to seize another's prey, even if it meant resorting to lethal measures. Conflicts like today's were merely commonplace occurrences in their lives, easily summarized as a mere game. The burly man, named Andrew, was a notorious drunkard whose ferocious nature emerged under the influence of alcohol, just as he had previously hurled another man for a mere retort. He was acutely aware of whom to provoke, demonstrating a typical fear of the strong. That masked one must be new. Andrew began to spiral into his drunken rage once more. A bounty hunter in the crowd shook his head in resignation. Yet his expression revealed a certain pleasure in the spectacle. Who could blame him? We're all accustomed to this. That guy loves to vent his frustrations on others when he drinks. Indeed, that poor fellow is bound to face dire consequences. The surrounding bounty hunters chimed in, showing little regard for Eats' fate. "I can't shake the feeling that I've seen that man somewhere before," one bounty hunter murmured to himself, unable to recall where he had encountered Eats. In the midst of this unfolding chaos, Hyde observed with a look of anxiety, lamenting the misfortune of arriving at such a troublesome moment. As Eats encountered Andrew before him, he chose to disregard him, walking straight into the tavern under Andrew's vacant gaze, with it following closely behind. The interior of the tavern starkly contrasted with the exterior. Although lacking in elaborate decorations, it was spacious enough to accommodate around 100 patrons. After all, this was a place for bounty hunters to both accept commissions and enjoy leisure time. A cramped space would hardly suffice. At the center stood a square bar, behind which an array of exquisite beverages was displayed. On either side, wooden staircases led to the upper level. This establishment was divided into 2 floors. The lower level was a boisterous hub for bounty hunters to revel in drinks, while the upper level was designated for the acceptance of bounties. As Atesh entered, all the bounty hunters around him regarded him with incredulous expressions. their gazes akin to that of fools. In a situation already fraught with hostility, one might wonder why he did not simply pay to avert disaster. Yet here he was, striding in with an audacity that was utterly brazen. Andrew, seething with fury, felt the heat rising within him, veins bulging on his forehead. This diminutive figure dared to disregard him, an affront he had never before endured. He was determined to make Atesh acutely aware of the consequences of such insolence. Alas, Andrew was enraged. Indeed, this fellow was likely doomed. The onlookers shook their heads. This man was far too impatient. A lesson was certainly in order. Fueled by wrath, Andrew charged toward Atesh, each step reverberating like an earthquake, the floor creaking beneath the weight of his fury. "Arrogant little fool, prepare to pay for your insolence," Andrew bellowed, seizing Atesh by the shoulder. Hit gasped in surprise, yet he was not overly concerned. He was well aware of Atesh's merciless nature when dealing with adversaries. In that moment, Hit found himself feeling a twinge of sympathy for Andrew, as Andrew believed he had the upper hand, convinced that Atesh would be unable to react. A cruel smile spread across his face. He intended to crush this little one's shoulder and subsequently torment him, ensuring he understood the repercussions of his disregard. However, Andrew's smile slowly faded as he realized that no matter how forcefully he exerted himself, he could not budge Atesh in the slightest. It stands like an ancient pine, unmoving and steadfast. The ants should possess the awareness befitting their kind. The deep, resonant voice of Adis emanated from behind the mask, devoid of any emotion. Upon hearing this voice, Andrew's body trembled, a chilling sensation creeping down his spine. In that moment, Adis seized the hand that Andrew had placed upon his shoulder. The sound of bones fracturing was accompanied by a haunting scream that pierced the air, causing Andrew to collapse to the ground, clutching his hand in agony. His palm was grotesquely deformed, the bones completely crushed by Adis's grip. Kneeling before Adis, Andrew's forehead was drenched in beads of sweat, cold perspiration soaking his attire. Just as Andrew attempted to speak, Adis, with a speed beyond human comprehension, grasped his cheek and lifted him off the ground. Ugh! Andrew felt as though he were suffocating, his legs flailing helplessly as he struggled. With all his might, he tried to pry open Adis's iron grip on his face, but to no avail. Having initially intended to show leniency, Adis would not indulge him, especially since this fool insisted on testing his limits. The sudden turn of events sent shockwaves through those present, their expressions reflecting sheer horror at this incongruous scene. Atesh's seemingly frail physique defied their perceptions, effortlessly lifting a robust man weighing 100 pounds with a single hand, rendering him utterly defenseless. This scene resembled a child hoisting an adult, leaving onlookers in a state of disbelief, as though they were caught in a dream. Whether inside or outside, none of the witnesses uttered a word. They were all rendered speechless by Atesh's astonishing display of strength. The only sounds that filled the air were the faint breaths of the crowd and the desperate struggles of Andrew. Chapter 38. The Membership Fee? It turns out that an angry adult is a fearsome sight. Hitter felt a surge of terror as he stood beside Atesh, acutely aware of the overwhelming murderous intent that erupted in an instant, leaving no room for resistance, like a deity of death descending upon the earth. He found himself recalling the harrowing scenes aboard that ship. The cold and merciless gaze of Ates pierced through the mask, locking onto Andrew with a lethal intensity that shattered his final defenses. He found himself devoid of any thoughts of resistance, consumed only by a desperate plea for mercy. Regret gnawed at him for having provoked this adversary. He contemplated that if he were to survive, he would renounce alcohol and refrain from reckless provocations to avoid the calamity of death. Alas, Ates would only offer him the chance of rebirth. Every individual must bear the consequences of their actions. With a slight flick of his arm, Ates sent Andrew's towering figure hurtling backward like a bolt from a crossbow, the swiftness of the motion rendering onlookers momentarily stunned. In an instant, he was propelled beyond the tavern, crashing against the wall 100 meters away with a resounding thud. Embedding himself within it, his fate uncertain. Blood trickled down the crevice of the wall, a haunting sight that once again stirred the crowd's emotions. What kind of extraordinary power could so effortlessly launch a brawny man 100 meters away? Ates possesses both formidable strength and exceptional swordsmanship, a dedication that has persisted over the years, far surpassing the capabilities of these inexperienced bounty hunters. Worthless, they lack even the qualification to provoke my blade. Ates, disregarding everything, turned disinterestedly towards the second floor. Andrew observed him, appearing robust yet fundamentally frail. His strength was less than half that of the stout reed. He found himself pondering whether his own lack of ability had led him to misjudge the capabilities of others. Indeed, it was true. Not only had he attained the level of a sword master, but he had also mastered the 3 types of Haki, and to a commendable degree. This power of Haki, one could say, is scarce even in the first half of the Grand Line, with only a profusion of it in the latter half, the New World. Reflecting on this, it seemed a sheer waste for Eights to linger in the East Blue given his current prowess. Nevertheless, he refrained from entering the Grand Line prematurely. For his strength was not yet sufficient, he needed to further hone his swordsmanship. When his power was sufficiently formidable, he would then venture into the Grand Line. Moreover, there existed many concealed strong individuals within the ocean, though the original narrative did not elaborate on them. Thus, Eights remained unhurried, while he yearned to grow stronger. He understood that the path of cultivation should not be rushed. Journeying across the seas and experiencing unfamiliar wonders would also greatly benefit his training. "Sir, what happened to that fellow?" It inquired, catching up to Eights, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the distance, filled with curiosity. "He is dead." Eights provided no further explanation, merely uttering a few words in a subdued tone. Upon hearing this, Hit was instantly enveloped in a chilling dread. It was evident that provoking such a figure as the adult would lead to dire consequences. The surrounding bounty hunters were equally affected, parting ways as Eights approached. They were well aware of Andrew's formidable strength. His sheer physical prowess was already impressive in their eyes, capable of creating deep impressions in the ground with boulders weighing dozens of pounds. Although many of them were not particularly afraid of Andrew, they did not possess significantly greater strength. The presence of Eights, who could effortlessly eliminate Andrew with a mere flick, instilled a profound sense of trepidation among them. Eights ascended the staircase to the second floor amidst the awestruck gazes of the crowd. In this world, the powerful invariably inspire reverence, a timeless truth that transcends all realms. Once Eights and Hit reached the upper level, a collective sigh of relief escaped the onlookers below, who then huddled together in hushed conversation. "Who exactly is that fellow?" "I'm not certain. It seems he just arrived on the island today. To think he dispatched Andrew with a single move. His strength is formidable. What misfortune for Andrew to encounter such a tough adversary." To them, Andrew's demise was merely a minor incident in their line of work. It was commonplace to witness a few deaths daily. Whether by the hands of pirates or the treachery of fellow bounty hunters, danger lurked everywhere. A masked bounty hunter, who had previously found Eights familiar, muttered to himself, only to suddenly widen his eyes in realization. I know who he is." "You do? Pray, enlighten us." "Fair." Another bounty hunter urged hastily. The man named Fair wasted no time, eager to explain. "Have you all forgotten? The recent newspaper reports spoke of a mysterious bounty hunter who annihilated the notorious Red, worth 15 million, along with his entire crew. That individual has a distinct characteristic. He wears a grimacing mask." A collective gasp arose among the crowd as they pieced together the revelation. In their earlier excitement, no one had considered this angle, yet in hindsight, it made perfect sense. No wonder he was able to eliminate Andrew in an instant. After all, he had previously slain a pirate worth 15 million. Meanwhile, they typically dealt with bounties in the tens or hundreds of thousands. Only in a team could they hope to tackle a 10 million bounty. With this realization, their reverence for Eights deepened. On the second floor, an eerie silence prevailed. No one was present save for Eights and Hit. It appeared that the entirety of the gathering had congregated below, or perhaps some had ventured out on missions. Eights surveyed the room, and aside from a wooden table and a middle-aged man, there were variously shaped columns standing in the corners. Each was adorned with numerous bounty posters, offering bounty hunters the opportunity to select their desired targets among the pirates. After Eights scanned the surroundings with his observation Haki, he quickly lost interest. The majority were merely small-time pirates worth a few million, with not a single one in the 10 million range. However, Shite found himself intrigued. What if there were pirates among them who had destroyed his town? Just as he was about to search further, he was intercepted by a middle-aged man who had remained silent since their arrival. "I sincerely apologize, but since you have not become members, you are not permitted to view this information," the man said in a friendly and polite tone to Eights and his companion. Yet, Eights discerned something amiss. He could hear the pirates' discussions below even without the use of Haki, and he found it hard to believe that this man had not overheard them. Despite knowing that this individual was the mysterious bounty hunter who had eradicated 15 million pirates, he displayed no signs of panic. Everything seemed so natural. The reason for his apparent calmness could stem from two possibilities. Either he possessed formidable strength himself, or he had a powerful backing. Eights sensed no formidable presence emanating from him, nor did he believe anyone in the East Sea possessed the ability to conceal their aura. It seemed to indicate the second possibility. Evidently, the Bounty Hunter Guild was quite extraordinary. Upon hearing that membership was required, Zitter expressed his confusion. asking, "What constitutes membership?" The man responded with a smile, "It is quite simple. One merely needs to pay the membership fee." Chapter 39. The basement membership fee? Zitter was taken aback, not expecting that merely observing a bounty would entail such complications. Just as he was about to inquire further, Ates interjected, "Zitter, there's no need. Let us depart." Ates displayed no interest whatsoever in any bounty hunter guild, as it was merely filled with the bounties of millions of pirates, rendering their presence here rather meaningless. Upon hearing this, Shite revealed a hint of reluctance but refrained from arguing, instead turning to follow Ates in his departure. Just as the two were about to leave, the middle-aged man spoke up, saying, "Gentlemen, please wait. Are you certain you do not wish to join? There may be some delightful surprises." With that, the man once again donned a genial smile, awaiting Ates' response. Ates halted his steps, his piercing gaze fixed upon the middle-aged man, as if he could penetrate the depths of his innermost thoughts. Though the man wore a smile on his face, he was drenched in cold sweat behind the fade. He sensed the immense pressure emanating from Ates' eyes, yet he struggled to maintain his composure, unwilling to betray any sign of weakness. A trace of interest flickered at the corners of Ates' mouth as he remarked, "Oh, I am curious to see what surprises await." With that, he turned his gaze towards Hit. Observing the situation, Hit, without inquiring about the membership fee, handed a substantial stack of belly to the middle-aged man. After accepting the payment, the man maintained his amiable smile and said, "Since you both are members of the Bounty Hunter Guild, please follow me." With that, he descended the stairs ahead of them. Ates couldn't help but wonder what this fellow was up to, or what secrets lay hidden within this Bounty Hunters Guild. The three emerged from the tavern, proceeding in a singular direction under the watchful eyes of numerous bounty hunters, gradually fading from view. Surely, they must be heading there. Undoubtedly, but alas, our own abilities are rather lacking. The assembled bounty hunters seemed to sigh in unison, shaking their heads in lament. As Ates proceeded alongside the middle-aged man, he activated his observation Haki, keenly perceiving the surroundings. The middle-aged man, not one to remain idle, took the opportunity to introduce Ates and Hit to the Bounty Hunter Guild, providing them with a general understanding. Established 3 years prior, the guild had yet to reveal its president to anyone aside from this man, who had been managing the affairs single-handedly. This middle-aged gentleman was known as Bucknu, who, in Ates' eyes, resembled a steward, handling all matters for the enigmatic leader of the guild. According to Bucknu, they possessed unique channels to acquire bounties and information on pirates, thereby establishing a considerable intelligence network. This explains the abundance of bounties available on the island for pirates to select from, and the stipulation that those who completed tasks were required to remit 20 of their earnings to the guild, an established rule of the territory. It stands to reason that offering such services without compensation would be exceedingly disadvantageous. Some form of remuneration is only fair. Bounty hunters, seeking convenience in accepting bounties or lacking a permanent residence, had chosen to settle here. Following this, Bucknu fell silent. Ates pondered the complexity of the individual behind the creation of the guild. The mere establishment of such an organization, along with its own intelligence network, spoke volumes. However, Ates found it perplexing that the Navy appeared indifferent to this development. The Bounty Hunter Guild was privately established and had developed a substantial intelligence network, which the Navy could not possibly overlook. This situation effectively encroached upon the Navy's jurisdiction, and given their authoritarian nature, it was astonishing that they had not troubled the guild. "Mr. Bucknu, I have a question," Ates inquired. "You mentioned that this guild was established without the Navy's consent. Why have they allowed your operations to flourish unimpeded?" At last, Ates voiced the doubts that lingered in his heart. Bucknu responded with a smile, explaining, "It is quite simple. Our guild merely serves as a platform for bounty hunters to accept bounties or gather information. While we have established a considerable intelligence network, it pales in comparison to that of the Navy. Moreover, we do not function as a unified force. The infighting among the bounty hunters who join our ranks is not insignificant, and we are far from being of one mind. In the eyes of the Navy, our activities amount to little more than providing intelligence in exchange for meager profits. Thus, they choose to turn a blind eye." Upon hearing Bucknu's words, Ates grasped the essence of the matter. In essence, it was a platform for information exchange, driven by mutual interests. The Navy had no jurisdiction over such dealings. This was not an underground organization, but rather an operation conducted in the open, and the Navy would require a substantial justification if they wished to intervene. "Then, what is your ultimate objective?" he inquired. Ates inquired with profound significance. "I apologize, sir, but I cannot disclose any information." Observing this, Eights refrained from further questioning. Any plots or schemes were of no concern to him. If the matter were directed against him, he would welcome it openly. As they traversed a straight avenue, the trio came to a halt, facing a vast expanse of several hundred square meters, remarkably flat and evidently excavated with intention. Thus, it became clear that this place truly held its own unique wonders. At this moment, Edis displayed a look of realization, having sensed the peculiarities of the surroundings. Beside him, Hit appeared perplexed, unable to comprehend the meaning behind the adult's words. However, Bucknew's expression shifted dramatically, the previous calmness evaporating. He understood Edis's implications, yet he had yet to take any action. How Atis came to know this remained a mystery. Bucknew shook his head, dismissing the matter. He merely needed to focus on his own responsibilities. He produced an object resembling a remote control and pressed a button. With a thunderous rumble, the ground quaked violently, reminiscent of the ominous signs preceding a magnitude 8 earthquake. While Atis stood resolute, Hit was caught off guard and collapsed to the ground. Even Bucknew, who had prepared himself, nearly lost his footing. After a prolonged moment, the tremors subsided, revealing a smooth staircase leading downwards into a darkness that seemed to stretch infinitely below. "Gentlemen, please follow me." Bucknew beckoned as he stepped confidently into the passageway, with Atis and Hit closely trailing behind. As the trio descended the staircase, the oppressive darkness enveloped them. Suddenly, a burst of flame illuminated the surroundings, imparting a sense of warmth. Candles lined the passageway, their flickering flames dancing erratically like tiny spirits celebrating the arrival of guests. Before long, the three entered the basement. The expanse was considerable, approximately 130 square meters, illuminated by candle holders scattered throughout. The walls were constructed of cement, adorned with an array of wanted posters featuring notorious pirates, each with bounties in the millions. Chapter 40. The Phantom in the Night. Eights never anticipated that there would be so many bounties in the tens of millions for pirates. Could it be that this guild operates on a system of tiers? Yet, why had only they ventured here thus far? At that moment, Bucknew clarified Eight's confusion. As long as they join the guild, I will bring them here. The choice is theirs to make. Thereafter, whether they live or die is beyond my purview. Previously, a few had accepted the bounties here, yet none succeeded in completing the tasks. Therefore, those who come here must carefully assess their own capabilities. So that is how it is. Eights displayed a look of realization. Previously, Zid had mentioned that bounty hunters sought to trouble them, yet they were vanquished due to a significant disparity in strength. Most individuals merely aim to earn a meager living. Although a bounty in the millions is undeniably alluring, one must also consider whether they possess the capability to undertake such a task. Atesh cast a cursory glance and noted the bounties starting at a minimum of 10 million, with some even reaching 20 million. Such figures typically signify the dominion of a powerful figure in the East China Sea. Given this level of risk, the bounty hunters in this region lack the audacity to take on such formidable challenges, even when banded together. Moreover, Atesh was acutely aware that this was not the era depicted in the original narrative, as the caliber of pirates had markedly improved. A pirate with a bounty of 10 million now equates to one with a bounty of 15 million, indicating a significant enhancement in strength compared to the original tale. It appears that the East China Sea conceals a plethora of hidden pirates. Eights surveyed the bounty posters plastered around him and remarked that he had been at sea for quite some time. Aside from the initial encounter with Red, he had yet to lay eyes on a single pirate, leading him to believe they had all ventured into the Grand Line. This was, of course, understandable. Since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, the frequency of pirate activities had surged dramatically. Most had indeed sailed into the Grand Line, while a portion remained on the mainland to assert their dominance. Bucknew, standing nearby, offered a brief explanation, noting that his years of intelligence work had not been in vain. The bounties displayed on these walls peaked at a mere 2,000, indicating that this was the limit within the East Blue. However, this also provided Eights with a welcome distraction, allowing him to pass the time. Just as he was about to select a bounty, he suddenly froze. Turning his gaze towards Height, he sensed a tumultuous surge of emotions emanating from Height. Height's body trembled, his eyes fixated on one particular bounty poster on the wall, bloodshot and brimming with an abyss of hatred. Eights had a vague understanding of what Hit had witnessed, likely the pirates who had brought ruin upon his family. He approached, following Hit's gaze to a wanted poster featuring a face twisted in a sinister grin. Observing Hit's clenched fists, Eights placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, "Fear not. I shall fulfill the promise I made to you. I will take on this bounty." With that, Eights resolutely tore the poster from the wall. Hit immediately regained his composure, his eyes shining with hope, and he excitedly declared to Eights, "Thank you, my lord. If you avenge the people of my island, I shall repay you with my utmost devotion." Just as Hit was about to take action, Eights halted him. He could easily surmise that Hit was about to kneel before him again, a gesture that had become all too common, leaving Eights feeling somewhat exasperated. "To me, it is merely a trivial effort." After speaking, Eights turned to Bucknu and inquired, "You have the details of this bounty, do you not?" Bucknu nodded in response. "This is a bounty from several years ago, but I have kept records of their recent movements." Eights nodded, noting that the bounty on the wanted poster was a mere 12 million. Such a paltry sum had not led to an arrest in years, and Eights could hardly believe there was no ulterior motive at play. It was evident that collusion between officials and criminals allowed the latter to evade the Navy's pursuit. Although there were many righteous individuals within the Navy, a significant number of corrupt elements tarnished its reputation. Numerous instances of officers forming alliances with pirates for personal gain were well known. However, these matters were of no concern to Eights, as he was not a member of the Navy. Soon, Bucknu handed Eights a dossier detailing the movements of the pirate crew. Without hesitation, Eights departed for the pirates' location, closely followed by Hit. After their departure, Bucknu retrieved a snail-shaped transponder and made a call. Before long, a youthful voice resonated through the device. "What is the situation, Bucknu?" "In response to your inquiry, my lord, the masked man has accepted a bounty exceeding 10 million and has already set off," Bucknu replied respectfully, akin to a subordinate addressing his superior. "Very well. Upon his return, find a way to have him visit. Regardless of his strength, remember to extend an invitation," came the reply. Bucknu, hearing this, once again responded with utmost respect, "Understood, my lord." Not far from their departure, Eights revealed a faint smile beneath his mask. An invitation? The development of this situation was somewhat unexpected, and he was eager to uncover the hidden intricacies involved. As night descended, a soft cerulean veil enveloped the moonlit shore. The starry sky twinkled above, while the gentle moonlight cast a brilliant sheen upon the sea, resembling a luminous tapestry of stars. This was an exceptionally tranquil island, where the Scythe pirate crew had made their temporary stop, and it was precisely Eight's target. Within the island's forest, a group of individuals lay scattered in various poses. Lost in their dreams, the air still tinged with the remnants of alcohol and a lingering, acrid scent. At that moment, one pirate gradually awoke, swaying as he approached a large tree to relieve himself. A sudden gust of wind startled him, prompting a muttered complaint about the night's chill. In an instant, a flash of white light darted before his eyes, and before he could comprehend what was happening, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. A closer inspection would reveal a crimson line upon his neck, the fatal wound that had claimed his life. The sound of the fallen pirate drew the attention of his comrades, who rose in confusion, questioning the disturbance. Just then, a voice cried out, "It's bad. One of us is dead. We have an enemy." "What?" The pirates, startled, quickly armed themselves for defense. One pirate attempted to ignite a flame to illuminate the dark woods. However, as he made his move, with a splatter of blood accompanied by his anguished screams, the stillness of the forest was shattered. All the pirates wore expressions of panic. Witnessing the horrific sight of the would-be firestarter's arm severed from his body, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Who is it? Show yourself," roared the captain of the Scythe pirate crew, a burly man wielding a scythe, desperately swiping at the air in an attempt to mask his inner turmoil. The pirates huddled together, scanning their surroundings, but no matter how they looked, there was still no sign of anyone, which only heightened their anxiety. The sound of further cries echoed through the woods, as one by one, the comrades fell into pools of blood, their desperate wails piercing the night. To their horror, they could not see the assailant. It was as if death itself had come to claim them, a phantom lurking in the darkness. Chapter 41. The Blade Zen. Who are you? Who? The captain, his eyes bloodshot with fear, scanned his surroundings as his subordinates fell, accompanied by their screams. Shadows flitted through the trees, each passage marked by the bright spray of blood. A chilling breeze brushed against the captain's face, deepening his sense of dread, compelling him to retreat, striving to quell the fear within. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and gradually, the screams faded, leaving him utterly alone, the only survivor amidst the carnage. "Hey, what's happened to you? Is anyone alive? Speak to me." The pirate captain was on the verge of collapse, crying out in desperation for a response, yet his pleas fell on deaf ears, the only reply being the echo of his own voice in the silent woods. He stumbled forward, stepping through the viscous blood, oblivious to the bodies beneath his feet. His gaze was vacant, and in the desolate forest, the slaughter, the acrid scent of blood, and the scattered corpses had driven him to the brink of madness. Suddenly, a figure emerged before him, indistinct in the enveloping darkness. The captain felt a flicker of hope and, trembling, approached the shadow. "Is anyone alive? Is it you, Charles?" he tentatively inquired. The shadow offered no reply, but instead, the blade in its hand slashed upward, slicing through the air before him. With a sickening sound, the captain's arm separated from his shoulder, blood painting his body a vivid red. He collapsed to the ground, unleashing a harrowing scream, his voice echoing through the island. A solitary sound reverberating in the stillness of the night, chilling to the bone. The shadow stood before him, illuminated by the moonlight that filtered through the leaves, revealing a visage twisted in malevolence. The pirate captain, nearly paralyzed by fear, stumbled backward, crying out in terror, "Are you human or ghost?" Yet still, there was no answer. The shadow flicked its wrist, and the captain's other arm was severed, his scream more horrific than the first, now reduced to a mere torso. He lay in a pool of blood, gushing forth like a fountain. The grotesque visage before him belonged to Ates, who regarded the wretched pirate captain with no hint of pity, his eyes radiating a cold, lethal intent. "Help, help me," the captain gasped, expelling a mouthful of blood, unwilling to succumb so easily, still pleading for salvation, but all was in vain. "Help you? When the innocent lives you took cried for aid. Where were you?" Ates' voice, as chilling as death, extinguished the last flicker of hope within the captain. He lay in his bloodied refuge, his breath dwindling, the loss of blood rendering him near death. "Hit, the quest for vengeance is yours alone. Ultimately, it is you who will come to understand him." After Ates finished speaking, he turned to see Hit cautiously approaching from behind him, making his way to the front of the pirate captain. Upon observing the captain's woeful appearance, Hit felt a sudden chill run through his body, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. For reasons he could not comprehend, he found himself unexpectedly filled with a sense of compassion for the pirate captain. At this sight, Ates furrowed his brow, pondering the peculiar behavior of this individual who, astonishingly, harbored pity for his adversary. Such a disposition was beyond redemption. To show mercy towards one's enemies is tantamount to inflicting cruelty upon oneself. Consider your loved ones. Reflect upon your own plight. Had it been any ordinary person in my stead today, they would have unhesitatingly delivered a fatal blow. Cowardice is inherent to Hit's character, and to compel him to commit murder is undoubtedly a torment for him. However, Ates believed that allowing him to experience the act of killing firsthand might not be entirely detrimental. It could potentially alter his timid and fearful nature. Upon hearing these words, it recalled the deceased villagers who, despite their desperate pleas for help, had fallen victim to the merciless and rampant slaughter perpetrated by the pirates, annihilating the entire island's populace. His gaze hardened with resolve as he picked up the steel knife from the ground, preparing to eliminate the pirate captain. Though he grasped the hilt with both hands, he hesitated to strike, a conflict of emotions evident on his face. After all, this was his inaugural experience of taking a life, and to claim he was not anxious would be a falsehood. Large beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, betraying the turmoil and trepidation within his heart. Ates displayed a look of helplessness. "Is it truly so difficult to ask you to take a life? It seems that I must lend him a hand." Ates placed his hand on Hit's shoulder and then forcefully pushed him forward. Before Hit could react, a tremendous force propelled his body ahead, the steel blade piercing straight towards the pirate captain. With a sickening sound, the captain's heart was instantly penetrated, scarlet blood splattering across Hit's visage, leaving him in a state of stunned disbelief. At that moment, the pirate captain had already drawn his last breath, yet his hand remained firmly gripping the dagger, trembling slightly, rendering him incapable of releasing his hold. An overwhelming sense of dread coursed through Hit's body. The sensation was ineffable as a life extinguished before his eyes. Reminiscent of the villagers from years past. Do not dwell on it. He is a pirate, the architect of your family's ruin, not an ordinary man. After Ates finished speaking, he gently patted his shoulder and then walked out, deciding that it was best for him to be alone for a while. The rising sun gradually ascended from the horizon, casting a radiant glow that illuminated the entire sky, banishing the previous darkness. The golden rays danced upon the rippling surface of the sea, creating a breathtaking spectacle of beauty. Ates sat cross-legged by the shore, the demonic blade, Goei-Che, positioned before him as he engaged in the meditative practice of swordsmanship, known as Dao Zen. Under the rising sun, having attained the realm of a sword master, conventional sword training had ceased to yield any benefit. Thus, Dao Zen became an essential part of Ates' daily routine. This unique form of cultivation allows a swordsman to introspect and glean insights into the way of the sword in a serene environment. It's particularly favored the moments of dawn or dusk for his practice, as these times are imbued with the purest energy of the cosmos, allowing for a deeper comprehension of swordsmanship. At that moment, Sighed emerged from the island, his demeanor significantly steadied, his gaze no longer vacant, observing Eights in stillness. He remained silent, refraining from interruption, and instead stood patiently by. Chapter 42. Sighd's resolve. After a considerable time, the sun hung high in the sky, and Eights finally opened his tightly shut eyes. Rising, he turned to the patiently waiting Sighed and remarked with a smile, "You appear much improved. It seems you have found your way." In response, Sighed nodded appreciatively, saying, "I must thank you, my lord, for your words that awakened me." He was merely a pirate, a villain of the highest order, not an ordinary man. His demise does not warrant sympathy. Eights nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is good that you can comprehend. By the way, where is the head?" At this moment, Eights realized something. Without a head, how could one exchange for a bounty? Although he did not care much, he certainly needed money for food. Hit, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head. Once he understood the situation, he promptly stepped out, completely forgetting about the matter of the head. "Master, I shall retrieve it at once." With that, Hit hurriedly dashed into the island. This time, he felt no anxiety, and swiftly severed the head of the pirate captain with precision. The island was rather remote, with no naval station nearby. So the two of them first went to the naval division to collect the bounty before returning to Telesford Island. Upon reaching the shores of Telesford Island, Eights and Hit disembarked from the ship in succession. Hit glanced at Eights, his expression somewhat conflicted, as if he had something to say but was hesitant to voice it. "If you have something to say, please do so." Atesh undoubtedly noticed the change in his expression. Something had been amiss since boarding the ship. However, Hit had come to a halt, fixating on Atesh's silhouette, lost in contemplation. Eights turned to face him as well, awaiting his subsequent words. Hitler bent at a 90-degree angle and bowed deeply, exclaiming loudly, "My lord, please teach me the ways of cultivation." This was not merely a request. It embodied his unwavering resolve. His voice resonated with strength, devoid of the frailty it once bore. Atesh remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon him. Although he appeared to be doing nothing, he could perceive an almost imperceptible aura of pressure emanating from Atesh. Under the weight of Atesh's presence, it found it increasingly difficult to breathe, his legs slightly buckling as he nearly succumbed to the ground. Just as Hit felt he could endure no more, Atesh withdrew his imposing aura, allowing Hit to finally exhale in relief, as he had felt on the brink of demise. "You wish to teach me the ways of cultivation? Are you suggesting that I should take you as my master?" At last, Eights chose to speak, though the corners of his mouth lifted in a teasing manner, tragically unnoticed by Hit. Upon hearing these words, Hit's face illuminated with hope. "Is it possible?" He gazed eagerly at Eights, yearning for a swift response. However, Eights' reply extinguished the flicker of hope within him like a bucket of cold water. Eights merely stated, with an air of indifference, "Of course not." Hit's expression fell into despair as he lamented, "Why not?" Eights, observing the expression of despondency, candidly conveyed to him, "You have unfortunately surpassed the prime age for cultivation. Even if you were to commence training now, significant improvement is unlikely. It is not that I am unwilling to teach you. Rather, at your current age, which is already in your early 20s, starting from scratch presents a formidable challenge. Throughout history, those renowned for their strength have invariably begun their training at a tender age, with the exception of certain anomalies possessing unique bloodlines. At this stage of his life, Eights has become remarkably powerful, a testament to nearly a decade of relentless cultivation since his extraordinary journey began at the tender age of 6. Rarely does one encounter an individual of his age who has devoted themselves to such rigorous training. Not everyone possesses his extraordinary talent. Initially, the intention was merely to avenge Hit's grievances and then part ways, yet after spending so many days together, Eights finds himself open to Hit's aspirations. Certainly, it is not solely for the sake of free labor. Hit's momentary despair quickly transforms into a resolute determination as he lifts his gaze to meet Eights' eyes and earnestly implores, "Please, my lord, teach me the ways of cultivation. Even if I must start from scratch and see no progress, I am willing to endure. I yearn for strength. It was my weakness that led to the tragic demise of the villagers. I am profoundly grateful for your vengeance on my behalf, and I refuse to be a victim any longer." Hit's voice rises in fervor, tears cascading down his cheeks like a torrent unleashed from a dam. He harbors a deep-seated hatred for his own frailty, for his cowardice. Though he has survived these years in relative peace, He can no longer bear to live in a state of aimless existence. The emergence of Atesh seemed to unveil a new gateway for him. Never had he yearned for strength as fervently as he did now. Eights gazed at Zitna's tearful visage, feeling not a shred of disdain. Instead, a smile of appreciation graced his lips. What reason had he to thwart another resolve to grow stronger? In his own youth, he had been driven by a relentless pursuit of strength, dedicating himself fervently to his training, fueled by the aspirations that burned within him. Although starting from scratch at such a tender age posed considerable challenges to becoming formidable, the ocean held its own enchantments, for it promised the potential for transformation. Should one possess the right catalyst? Edis spoke of the coveted treasures of the sea, the devil fruits that everyone desires. As the saying goes, when one's cultivation progress is slow, the devil fruit comes to the rescue. This sentiment is undeniably accurate. Initially, Hitter did not grasp the full implication, but soon his expression transformed into one of excitement. My lord, you have agreed. Sort of, Edis replied nonchalantly. However, do not rejoice too soon. The sea is no trifling matter, and death lurks around every corner. Edis's tone grew serious, as he sought to convey to Hit that this was no jest. Hit, in response, solemnly affirmed, I understand, yet I still yearn to grow stronger, to become a formidable force like the adults. Despite Edis being significantly younger, Hit now held him in profound respect, solely due to Edis's assistance in avenging him. Your perspective is too narrow. There are countless powerful beings upon this vast sea. The place you inhabit is merely the tip of the iceberg in this world. There are many who surpass me. I do not yet consider myself a true powerhouse. Eights shook his head, acknowledging that his current strength could only be deemed sufficient for self-preservation and did not yet qualify him as a true powerhouse. He understood that in this world, both overt and covert forces of immense power were countless, and he could encounter one at any moment. Thus, he recognized the necessity to strive for greater strength. Hit, taken aback, exclaimed, My lord, even with your current prowess, you do not consider yourself a formidable force? I have faith that one day you shall become the strongest individual in this realm, surpassing all others. Hit spoke to Eights with the fervor of a devoted disciple, a testament to his unwavering confidence in Eights' potential to achieve greatness. Eights cast a deep glance at Hitler, for his words resonated profoundly with Eights' ambitions. If one cannot ascend to the pinnacle of strength, then Eights would consider his existence in this world to be in vain. Enough with the flattery. I am merely in need of a loyal subordinate. If you do not mind this proposition, then join me, otherwise. Before Eights could finish his words, Hit immediately interjected, expressing his indifference. Afterward, he promptly followed Eights and remarked, Do not call me sir. It sounds awkward. Just call me boss. Yes, boss. Chapter 43. The guild leader. The sun hung high in the sky, its scorching rays illuminating the figure laboring under the heat by the seaside. This figure was none other than Hit, who was resolutely determined to grow stronger. At that moment, Hit was lying on the ground, performing push-ups under the intense sunlight. Meanwhile, Eights reclined leisurely against a large tree, observing Hit's training with a sense of ease. There was no denying that Hit had never engaged in training before, and his physical condition was woefully inadequate. Even performing a single push-up proved to be quite a challenge for him. Indeed, after completing a mere 10, he was already gasping for breath, prompting Eights to shake his head in exasperation. Fortunately, Hit's resolve to become stronger remained steadfast, even when he could no longer continue. He would take a brief pause and then resume his exertions, which brought Eights a measure of comfort. It was acceptable if he could not persevere. But what mattered was his determination to commit to the task at hand. They had returned to Telesford Island a day prior, and the atmosphere during this time had been relatively tranquil. A number of bounty hunters continued to form groups to hunt down pirates, and after the previous incident, where Eights had obliterated a pirate crew worth millions, the bounty hunters were behaving themselves, refraining from stirring up trouble. They were all too aware of Eights' mercilessness towards his foes. Seeking confrontation with him was tantamount to courting death. They certainly did not possess the luxury of lives to squander. However, Eights found himself perplexed. Although he had been on the island for a day, the middle-aged man, Baknu, had yet to make an appearance. The tavern was also absent of its usual presence, replaced instead by someone else standing guard, leaving Eights unable to extract any information. Was it not said that he would be invited? Why had he not arrived yet? Eights had anticipated that Baknu would appear shortly after their arrival on the island, but it seemed he had overestimated the situation. Eights shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. Allowing everything to unfold naturally, when the time was right, it would reveal itself. At that moment, the The perspiring Hitler approached with excitement, exclaiming, "Boss, I have completed 50 push-ups. Isn't that impressive?" Upon hearing this, Ates nearly spat out the water he had just sipped. This fellow was reveling in his self-satisfaction after accomplishing merely 50 repetitions. Nevertheless, observing the exuberance radiating from him, Ates chose not to undermine his pride and simply nodded in acquiescence. Indeed, it is a commendable breakthrough. Yet one must not become overly complacent. Perseverance is essential. Upon hearing this, Height was instantly invigorated, exclaiming, "Yes, I am diligently striving to enhance my strength, aiming to keep pace with the leader." With that, he returned to the shoreline, resuming his push-ups with renewed fervor. Ates' physical training pales in comparison to that of those adept in martial arts. He has always pushed the boundaries of his own limitations to extract every ounce of his physical capacity. Initially, it began with the simple push-up. Hitler's constitution was exceedingly poor, to the extent that describing him as emaciated would not be an exaggeration. He struggled to endure high-intensity training. The most suitable regimen for him consisted of push-ups and long-distance running, aimed at enhancing his physical quality and stamina before progressing to subsequent training. Everything had to start anew. Even if he persisted with this training, Hitler's achievements would ultimately remain limited. Atesh pondered what kind of fruit to present to Height. Top-tier devil fruits are rather elusive, and given Height's current status as his subordinate, he would certainly scoff at anything less than extraordinary. Perhaps it would be best to address this matter at a later time. Ates, whose eyes were initially closed, suddenly opened them wide and called out to Height in the distance. "Height, cease your training for the moment and come here." "What is it, boss?" Height inquired as he rushed to Ates' side, curiosity evident in his expression. "Mr. Backnew, since you have arrived, why not emerge?" Ates seemed to be speaking to himself, as if addressing the air, leaving Height bewildered. "Ha ha. Indeed, sir, you are extraordinary. I have scarcely arrived, and you already knew of my presence." Backnew emerged from the shadows, confirming the words of the mysterious figure, and surprisingly, he addressed Ates with honorifics. "Just a small trick." "Let us proceed, Mr. Backnew." Ates rose to his feet, gesturing for Backnew to lead the way. He was not one to indulge in procrastination. It was best to uncover any secrets as soon as possible. Backnew was taken aback. Could it be that this individual was aware of his purpose for being here? That seemed unlikely. Cautiously, Backnew inquired, "What do you mean, sir?" The response was straightforward, "Lead the way. Otherwise, I may reconsider my decision." Ates cast a sidelong glance at Backnew, and that mere glance startled Backnew, causing him to instinctively retreat a few steps. How terrifying, even more so than before. Previously, Ates had not exuded any aura, yet his presence was beyond what an ordinary person like Backnew could withstand. I understand. Please, follow me." Backnew, drenched in cold sweat, struggled to suppress his emotions, then took the lead to guide Ates. Meanwhile, Height, who had been an onlooker throughout, appeared utterly bewildered. "What are we doing, boss?" "I have no idea. Just follow him." "Height, this is the pinnacle of Telesphore Island, where one can gaze across the expanse of the sea. The surrounding islands appear as mere black dots, while in the distance, a series of mountains cascade endlessly. Standing here and observing the world below evokes a wondrous sensation, akin to standing atop the highest peak, surveying all the lesser mountains beneath." Atesh and his companion followed in the footsteps of Backnew, standing at the precipice. The wind caressed their faces with a refreshing coolness. Indeed, it was only atop the mountain that one could witness the most exquisite vistas. The trio traversed a dense thicket and soon arrived at a spacious clearing. Their destination lay before them. A 3-story villa stood majestically at its center, revealing itself to Atesh and Hitter. This villa, constructed against the mountainside, embodied European architectural style, with each floor showcasing its unique charm. Surrounding the villa was a formidable iron fence, and before the grand entrance stood 2 guards. Upon noticing Backnew's arrival, one guard approached respectfully, stating, "Welcome back, Steward Backnew." Backnew, adopting a tone of authority, commanded, "Yes, these 2 are the young master's friends. Open the gate." The guard, without further inquiry, promptly unlocked the iron gate, allowing the 3 to enter. His upright posture and resounding voice resembled that of a well-trained soldier. Ates sensed that both guards bore the scent of gunpowder, indicating they were seasoned individuals familiar with the ravages of war. This only intensified Ates' belief that the mastermind behind this operation was far from ordinary. Furthermore, the construction of such an expansive villa demanded a substantial financial investment. What, then, could be the true intention of such a wealthy individual in establishing this bounty hunter guild? Nevertheless, the answer to this enigma was poised to be revealed shortly. As Eights strolled along, he was surrounded by meticulously trimmed, lush vegetation, and the air was imbued with a delightful fragrance. To his astonishment, he discovered that the very floor beneath his feet was crafted from marble, leading directly to an imposing grand entrance. Upon crossing the threshold, he was nearly blinded by the dazzling golden light. Inside, one could only describe it as opulent. The expansive hall was suffused with an air of romance and grandeur, adorned with glittering decorations, and the entire floor was laid with gray marble. Eights couldn't help but marvel at the extravagance of the wealthy, a world he truly found perplexing. Beside him, Hit was utterly mesmerized, having never beheld such a spectacle. "It's so beautiful," he exclaimed, his naivete prompting Eights to roll his eyes. "Try to maintain your composure," he thought, though he too was taken aback by the sight, yet managed to retain his poise. At that moment, a youthful voice resonated, "Greetings. I am the president of the Bounty Hunter Guild. My name is Bygel." Chapter 44. Testing the voice immediately captured Eight's attention. He focused ahead and observed a long marble dining table, at the head of which sat a young man in his 20s. Clad in a crisp white suit complemented by a navy blue bow tie, he presented a clean and vibrant appearance. His thick, golden hair was styled with bangs that curled upwards, exuding an unmistakable aura of nobility. At the door, Eights remained silent, gazing at him intently. Observing this, Bacna promptly clarified. "Sir, this is my young master, Bilgi. I am his steward, responsible for all matters concerning the complex guild." Bilgi, unfazed by Eight's indifference, responded with gentlemanly grace. "As a guest who has traveled a distance, it is unbecoming to leave you standing. Please, take a seat. I have arranged for a meal to be served." Upon hearing this, Eights slowly approached a corner of the dining table and took a seat without any reservations. Sighed also sat down alongside Eights. Though the large size of the table placed him at a considerable distance from Eights, Eights found himself utterly powerless to critique the table, questioning the purpose of its grandiose presence. Dining and engaging in conversation became an arduous task. He could hardly fathom the thought processes of those with such wealth. His exasperation had been palpable in his previous life, yet this realm proved even more absurd. In any case, Eights could no longer endure the oppressive atmosphere. Aside from the youth named Bill, 3 figures of varying heights and builds occupied the surrounding seats, adhering strictly to proper posture. The trio furrowed their brows, casting glances at Eights that were anything but congenial. This individual was exceedingly audacious, showing no regard for the young master's dignity. Eights also sensed the robust vitality emanating from the trio, clearly individuals who lived on the edge of peril. Yet they appeared to be mere attendants or bodyguards of the youth. How intriguing. The corners of the mask's mouth curled upwards, leaving me curious about the purpose behind this individual's summons. "Since you have sought me out, surely there must be a reason. Pray tell, what is your intention?" Eights wasted no time, preferring to conclude matters swiftly and depart early. Although the villa was quite splendid, he had no desire to linger. "Since you are here, allow me to extend my hospitality. Shall we discuss business after we finish our meal?" Bilgi remarked leisurely, maintaining his composure. Atesh cast a glance at him and nodded, indicating urgency. He was also feeling hungry, and a simple meal would suffice. Bygel smiled and gestured, and soon a group of individuals resembling chefs emerged from the back, each carrying a tray. Once the trays were placed on the table, Bygel remarked with a smile, "Thank you for your patience, sir. Please enjoy your meal." Eights knew instantly what it was. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of a sumptuous steak. These affluent individuals truly lacked creativity, surely. One solitary piece would not suffice for his appetite. Subsequently, Eights cast aside his reservations and devoured the steak with little regard for decorum. His behavior starkly contrasted with the refined atmosphere of the dining table, presenting a rather jarring scene. One of the guests was about to admonish him when Bygel raised a hand to intervene. Hit observed Eights with a look of dismay, wondering if this was truly acceptable behavior. "Is this really how you choose to conduct yourself?" he thought. "Have some class. What are you staring at? Just eat your food." Eights retorted. Eights cast a sidelong glance at Hitler, remarking on the requisite decorum for dining. A solitary steak was scarcely sufficient to satisfy his appetite. He turned to the beaming Bygel and inquired, "Is there more?" Given the gentleman's fondness for food, Bygel assured him that he would ensure his hunger was thoroughly appeased. With that, Bygel signaled the chef to resume his efforts. Soon, steak after steak was presented at the table, yet Eights' stomach seemed an insatiable abyss. accepting each offering with unreserved enthusiasm. The plates began to stack higher and higher, quickly resembling a small mountain, a sight that left all onlookers utterly astonished. Hitler gazed at the towering plates, his expression one of incredulous disbelief. You truly possess an extraordinary capacity for consumption. Vigil, witnessing the spectacle, could no longer maintain his gentlemanly demeanor. He had encountered those with hearty appetites before, but never one like this. Atis signaled to continue serving the dishes, stating that this was merely the beginning, just the appetizers. Vigil displayed a wry smile and remarked, "Sir, you certainly possess a hearty appetite, however. Our chef has encountered a slight predicament, which may unfortunately disrupt your enjoyment." Atis could not suppress his amusement. The so-called predicament merely indicated that a dozen chefs had collapsed in the kitchen, utterly exhausted, unable to move, let alone prepare any dishes. Since dining was off the table, it was time to address the matter at hand. Upon hearing this, Vigil let out a wry smile and shook his head, fully aware that Atis was deliberately probing to ascertain his true intentions. Having organized everything, Vigil refrained from further pleasantries. "I shall refrain from discussing my purpose for seeking you. But first, I must confirm one matter." "What is it?" Atis inquired. "Sir, may I inquire about the extent of your capabilities?" Vigil began, then continued. "It is said that upon your first venture at sea, you vanquished 15 million pirates, a feat I deeply admire. Yet, such claims stem solely from newspapers, and no one has witnessed it firsthand. Might I request you to provide evidence of your prowess?" Upon hearing this, Atis inquired with a hint of interest. "Oh? How do you intend to prove it?" Vigil gestured toward the three individuals at the dining table and introduced, "These three are my guards. If you can defeat all of them, it will demonstrate your prowess." "Very well, as you wish. Let us regard this as a postprandial exercise." While simultaneously observing the capabilities of these three individuals, the expansive area in front of the villa is indeed a magnificent locale. Damaging anything here would be a considerable loss. Before Atis stood three formidable guards, Melson, Romandon, and Baines. "You insolent wretch, having just shown such disrespect to my young master, I shall teach you a lesson," Melson bellowed, brandishing a hefty hammer with menacing authority. Baines added, "It will be 3 against 1, so should you find yourself defeated, do not place the blame upon us." Atis gestured for them to attack, saying, "It matters not. You cannot harm me. How dare you look down upon us?" The most hot-tempered among the trio, Mayor's son, bellowed as he launched the first strike. He swung his colossal hammer down upon Atis with tremendous force, a clear indication of his fury. With a resounding crash, the hammer struck the ground, causing the earth to sink slightly and dirt to scatter. Yet, contrary to expectations, no cries of agony were heard. "Be cautious, Mayerson," Roman warned, his expression shifting, but alas, it was already too late. Atis appeared before Melson like a specter, remarking coolly, "Your strength is passable, yet your speed leaves much to be desired." With that, he unleashed a swift kick aimed at Melson. At that moment, Melson found himself in a state where his old strength had waned and new power had yet to awaken, rendering him utterly incapable of responding. Or perhaps it was simply that Atis was too swift. The blow struck Melson in the abdomen, causing him to expel a large mouthful of bitter liquid, and his body flew backward like a kite, with its strings severed. Both Roman and Baines were taken aback, astonished that the strongest among them, Melson, had been sent flying without even a single exchange. "You might as well come at me all at once. Don't waste my time." It spoke calmly, gesturing for them to attack together. Chapter 45. Overwhelming Power. Upon witnessing Atis' provocation, both Romandon and Baines' expressions darkened. They were once formidable experts capable of taking on 10 opponents effortlessly and had never been so underestimated. Such arrogance, they thought, should be tempered. With a fierce roar, the two launched a counterattack against Atis. Though angered, they had not yet lost their composure. The ability to send Melson flying demonstrated Atis' formidable prowess. Romandon wielded a long sword that shimmered with a cold light, while Baines employed a chain for long-range assaults. As Baines swung the chain towards Atis, he remained unmoving, standing his ground. Just as the chain was about to strike him, Atis subtly sidestepped, evading the long-range attack. The ground beneath them bore the marks of the chain's fierce impact, leaving deep welts. Had it struck a person, it would surely have stripped away layers of skin. As Atis evaded, Romandon's assault had already arrived. He exhibited extraordinary speed, his sharp blade lunging towards Atis while he dodged the iron chains. The timing was impeccably executed, suggesting years of collaboration and a profound synergy between them. Unfortunately, for Atis, it remained ineffective. The sound of metal clashing resonated, and sparks flew as Eights skillfully deflected the blade with the chains. Their coordination was commendable, and the speed was present. Regrettably, the force was insufficient. Eights offered a brief remark, and then, as swift as lightning, delivered a powerful kick that sent the unsuspecting Roman on flying. Simultaneously, Eights vigorously swung his arms, and Baines was struck by an overwhelming force that surged through his arm and body, causing him to uncontrollably oscillate in tandem with Eights' movements. Thud, thud, thud. Baines' body repeatedly collided with the ground, which cracked and spread outward like a spider's web, unable to withstand the impact. Eights maintained his actions for several rounds before finally ceasing. Baines was on the verge of being utterly crushed. Covered in mud, his hair disheveled and face smeared with dirt, he lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Having narrowly escaped the brink of death at the hands of this adversary. Baines, are you all right? Roman uncalled out, alarmed by the sight. Damn it, here I come. Roman charged forward with his sword, recognizing that Baines had lost his fighting capability. Yet, despite the futility, he felt compelled to engage, as it was a matter of honor. And I shall join as well. At that moment, Melson appeared on the battlefield, launching an assault from both sides against Eights. Melson focused on restraining their opponent while Roman concentrated on delivering the primary strikes. Their roles were clearly defined, and through years of collaboration, they attacked Eights in unison. Regrettably, despite their coordination, they could not land even a single blow on Eights, not even grazing the hem of his garment. It was not merely Eights' mastery of observation Haki that set him apart. Even without it, he was beyond their reach, a testament to the stark disparity in strength. After a brief exchange, Eights had discerned the capabilities of these three individuals. Their astute judgment, seamless cooperation, and well-defined roles were reminiscent not of pirates or bounty hunters who lacked tactical understanding, but rather of seasoned soldiers, though they found themselves consistently overpowered by Eights. Each of them possessed the strength to take on 10 foes, each one far superior to the bounty hunters outside. Together, they could undoubtedly vanquish the earlier Red. Eights was taken aback by the presence of such well-trained individuals in the East Sea, and his curiosity regarding the identity of the enigmatic Baijiu grew. Having assessed their strength, Eights lost interest in toying with them. Ethers vanished from sight in the blink of an eye, leaving the two momentarily stunned before they were sent flying by his overwhelming force, utterly defenseless against his assault. This trial of skill concluded without question. Ethers had claimed victory with absolute dominance. Witnessing this, Vigil was profoundly shaken. He had not anticipated the battle to end so swiftly. Having fought alongside Melson and his companions for years, he was intimately acquainted with their prowess. Yet against Ethers, they had been completely subdued. No, not merely subdued, but outclassed entirely. As though adults were toying with children. Even accounting for Ethers' legendary feat of slaying a pirate worth millions, his strength surpassed all expectations. Vigil finally grasped the truth. He had gravely underestimated Ethers' capabilities. The boss is the boss, after all, utterly formidable. Seth, standing nearby, couldn't suppress a smirk of smug satisfaction. His leader's triumph reflected well upon him, and he flashed Ethers an approving thumbs up. Yet almost immediately, he shrank under the weight of 3 murderous glares from the defeated trio. Forcing an awkward grin, he averted his gaze. Damn it, can't take on your boss, so you're coming for me? Had Ethers not been present, Melson and his comrades would have undoubtedly pummeled Seth without hesitation. My lord, Vigil conceded, his tone now laced with deference. It seems I acted rashly. Your strength far exceeds my estimations. Power commanded respect, and recognizing Ether's superiority, Vigil adjusted his speech accordingly. Meanwhile, Melson and the others limped toward Vigil, supporting one another, their voices thick with remorse. Apologies, young master. We were inadequate. No matter, Vigil replied without reproach. To him, they were not mere subordinates but family. You gave your all. The fault lies not in your efforts, but in the sheer might of your opponent. Ethers regarded them thoughtfully. Your skills are commendable. In these eastern waters, you possess the strength to safeguard yourselves, and with coordination like yours, even a pirate worth millions would fall before you. His gaze sharpened. Yet your teamwork is no haphazard brawling. It bears the mark of discipline. Tell me, who are you? Eights posed the question that had just perplexed him, directing his gaze towards Bigel, hoping for a satisfactory response. However, before Bigel could respond, Romanton, one of the trio, spoke first, his tone imbued with a hint of reverence. My lord, let us set aside our origins for the moment. I have a question to ask you. What is it? Eights, displaying no discernible emotion, responded calmly. We concede our defeat. It is a testament to your superior skill, which we acknowledge. However, You are a swordsman, are you not? To possess the title of swordsman yet refrain from wielding a sword is an affront to us. Do you hold us in contempt? Although Roman unaddressed eats with respect. The underlying sorrow and anger in his words were unmistakable. The fact that Eats, clearly a swordsman, did not draw his weapon was a significant blow to their pride. Roman, taken aback, realized that confronting someone without fully understanding their character was unwise. The other two remained silent, each harboring their own sense of pride. The disdain shown towards them was deeply unsettling. Chapter 46, The Swordmaster? At the mention of Eights, Roman cast a glance in his direction, and in that fleeting moment, he felt an overwhelming pressure unlike anything he had experienced during their previous encounters. He realized that his earlier words had been imprudent. Yet it was too late to retract them now. Romandan's body trembled as he gritted his teeth, struggling to withstand Eight's formidable aura. My lord, I implore you to show mercy. Begil urged urgently, observing the tense situation. Melson and his companion echoed the sentiment, for they shared a bond with Romandan akin to that of brothers and could not remain passive. A confrontation seemed futile, leaving them with no choice but to beseech Eights for Romandan's reprieve. Eights cast a glance at Romandan before retracting his imposing demeanor. He harbored no intentions of taking Romandan's life. If he had indeed harbored such murderous intent, could he have survived until now? Your previous inquiry intrigued me, prompting a journey down memory lane. I, too, once posed a question to someone. Would you like to know the answer that individual provided me? Eights gazed at Romandan and spoke in a neutral tone. Romandan, upon hearing this, remained silent but nodded in agreement. That individual advised that in order to earn the respect of others, one must first possess the strength worthy of such regard. After Eights finished speaking, he fixed his gaze upon Romandan, uttering no further words. Romandan was taken aback, falling into silence as he comprehended Eights' intent. Not only he, but also Melson found themselves engulfed in a profound stillness, aware that it was not disdain from one another, but rather their own lack of strength that rendered them unworthy of being looked down upon. Once this realization dawned upon them, expressions of deep bitterness enveloped their faces, for they could scarcely fathom that they were incapable of compelling even a single individual to act earnestly. Eights observed their expressions and knew they had come to understand. These were the very words spoken to him by Haki years ago. At that time, he was so weak. Battling against Haki felt akin to his current amusement with these three individuals. The sense of powerlessness was something he would never forget. Everyone possesses their own sense of pride and dignity, yet what value does mere arrogance and that worthless self-esteem hold? The foundation of strength is the true currency for establishing oneself in this world. If one lacks even the disdainful strength, how can one speak of self-respect? Eights seemed to be speaking to himself, yet it felt as if he were intentionally or unintentionally addressing everyone present. Melson and the other two were left blushing, utterly humiliated, wishing desperately for a crevice to slip into. He was unaware of the extent of Hawkeye's prowess at that moment, whether it had reached the level of that legendary swordsman. But he was acutely aware that the chasm between himself and Hawkeye was steadily narrowing. When they met again, H drew his sword from its sheath, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, creating ripples that spread outward like a tempest. The expressions of Meyerson and his companions shifted dramatically, prompting them to quickly distance themselves from Eights. Hit, caught off guard by this formidable presence, collapsed to the ground, bewildered as he gazed at Eights. What has happened to our leader? I shall not be defeated again when we meet. With that, the blade came crashing down. In an instant, a white sword energy surged forth, slicing through the air as if it could cleave reality itself, shattering all that lay before it. A terrifying pressure enveloped the space, making everyone feel as though they had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Although Eights directed the sword energy away from them, they sensed an undeniable proximity to mortality. The sword energy tore through the earth with relentless might, severing the sturdy trees in the nearby woods and sending them crashing to the ground, dust swirling through the air. Gradually, the devastating sword energy dissipated, revealing a gaping chasm several meters long before Eights, a testament to the sheer power of that strike. Although Eights' sword energy is not yet comparable to that of the renowned swordsman of yore, it is by no means feeble. This is merely the culmination of his training over the past year. Such a pace of growth is indeed formidable. Roman's voice trembles as he glances at Melson, Bigil, and the others. The four exchange incredulous looks, as if they have witnessed something truly terrifying. It is equally taken aback. It is the first time he has seen his leader unleash such a fearsome strike, leaving him feeling exceedingly insignificant in the face of that sword energy. Eights gazed at the sword with satisfaction as he sheathed it, then turned his attention to the still astonished crowd. Was his earlier display truly too extravagant? Eights couldn't help but ponder. Eights approached Bigil and remarked, "Mr. Bigil, Having demonstrated my capabilities, shall we now discuss matters of importance? Baijiu, startled by Eights' voice, replied anxiously. My lord, you exaggerate. Simply call me Baijiu. Eights did not refuse but merely nodded. My lord, let us discuss this inside. With that, Baijiu invited Eights into the villa. The three of Melson exchanged glances, each revealing a palpable excitement, an emotional fluctuation that certainly did not escape Eights' notice. Eights was perplexed by the exuberance of the three individuals. Surely they could not have been rendered senseless by the recent sword aura. Within the villa, the guests took their seats as butler Buckna poured tea for them. As he passed by Eights, he involuntarily trembled. He had not anticipated that this masked figure was such a formidable force, and his previous composure had vanished. There was no need for pleasantries. Let us speak of your intentions. Eights spoke directly and without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Baijiu also responded promptly, stating, I would like to request your esteemed assistance in eliminating someone. Atesh was about to reach for the teacup when his hands suddenly froze. He did not anticipate that the invitation was solely to orchestrate a murder. With a perplexed heart, he inquired. You established this bounty hunter guild and gathered most of the bounty hunters of the East Sea. Why not seek their assistance? Furthermore, these three by your side should surely hold their own standing in the East Sea. Liggear sighed and replied, This matter is rather lengthy. But may I pose a question to you? After speaking, Liggear gazed at Atesh with an expression of eager anticipation, completely shedding the demeanor of the graceful gentleman he had previously exhibited. Go ahead, Atesh thought, puzzled by the shift in Liggear's demeanor. Whatever happened to the gentlemanly facade? May I ask, are you a swordsman? Liggear looked at Atesh with a mixture of hope and tension, and the same was true for Melson and the other two. This time, it was Atesh who was taken aback. He considered numerous questions Liggear could pose, yet he never expected this one. And if I am? Eats inquired softly. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Liggear's eyes, for this acknowledgement confirmed Eats as a true swordsman. He endeavored to suppress the excitement bubbling within him and candidly addressed Eats. Since you have acknowledged it, I shall not conceal the truth from you. The one I desire you to slay is indeed a swordsman. The expression of Eights shifted in an instant as he fixed his piercing gaze upon Beeger, his sharp eyes seemingly capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul. What did you say, swordsman? Chapter 47. Beeger's request. Beeger was taken aback by Eight's intense stare. He dared not deceive him and responded truthfully, Yes, my lord, it is indeed the swordsman. How can you ascertain that it is a swordsman? Eight squinted, fixating his gaze on Baijiu. Swordmasters are not as common as cabbages. While there may be numerous swordsmen traversing the four seas, true swordmasters are scarce, perhaps even non-existent. Even if they were to exist, they would hardly be content to remain in such a modest realm. Those who ascend to the rank of swordmaster possess exceptional talent, aspiring towards the pinnacle of the sword path. It is only by venturing into broader horizons that one can truly enhance their swordsmanship. Of course, Eights is an anomaly. He is in no rush to embark on the Grand Line. As he often states, without having experienced even the four seas, he lacks the qualifications to explore the wonders of a more expansive world. At this moment, Eights harbored doubts regarding Jill. It was then that Romandon spoke up, saying, My lord, he is indeed a master swordsman. As I too have studied the art of the sword, I possess some understanding of the realm of swordsmen, albeit my talent is rather limited. As he spoke, a bitter smile graced Romandon's lips, despite his dedication to swordsmanship. His lack of innate ability had kept him from even crossing the threshold of a swordsman. He continued, Furthermore, the fact that he can unleash sword energy akin to yours is a terrifying display of power that instills fear in the hearts of many. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light flickered in Eight's eyes. Sword energy? Indeed, that is the hallmark of a swordmaster. After so long at sea, he had finally stumbled upon invaluable information. To his astonishment, a swordmaster still lingered in the Eastern Sea. In truth, there were not a few formidable individuals concealed within the Eastern Sea or the other three seas. Those who were not retired elders had long since abandoned their ambitions of achieving their dreams, opting instead for a life of pastoral seclusion. There is indeed one known to Eights, yet with his current strength, he would merely suffer defeat. Once his power is sufficient, he shall venture forth to ascertain whether his suspicions hold true. Upon hearing Eights mention the East Sea, Beeger chuckled and clarified, My lord, you are mistaken. It is not the East Sea, but rather the West Sea. Oh, are you from the West Sea then? Eights revealed a look of perplexity, uncertain of their identities. Since the esteemed one has inquired, I shall not conceal the truth any longer. Would the esteemed one care to hear a tale? Baijiu gazed earnestly at Eights. Eights nodded, signaling for him to speak. Indeed, it would be prudent to listen. With 8's consent, Baijil began to recount his tale. It turned out that Baijil was the son of a wealthy merchant from a certain maritime region in the West Sea, while Melson and his companions were retired soldiers of the kingdom's army. This explained their exceptional combat awareness and coordination, honed through professional training, which was sufficient for ordinary individuals. However, when faced with true power, they were as defenseless as paper. They sustained grave injuries during a confrontation, and it was only through the assistance of Baijil's father that they managed to survive. In gratitude, they chose to retire early and serve as bodyguards for Baijil's father. During one of his father's merchant voyages, misfortune struck. A band of ruthless pirates besieged the merchant ship, showing no mercy to anyone aboard. Consequently, more than 10 individuals, including Baijil's father, were slaughtered. Present with Baijil's father at that fateful moment was Romandon, who, had he not escaped by leaping into the sea, might not have lived to tell the tale. The news of his father's demise dealt Baijil a severe blow, planting within him the seeds of vengeance. He once reported the incident to a naval branch in the West Sea, seeking assistance in capturing the pirates who had slain his father. However, days had passed since the incident. By the time Baijil notified the Navy, the pirates had long vanished into the vast ocean. With the sea so expansive and the pirates numerous, it would take the Navy considerable time to locate a single pirate crew. Gradually, the matter faded into obscurity. Upon hearing Romandon speak of a formidable swordsman aboard the pirate ship, who had unleashed a formidable sword aura, Baijil became resolute in establishing a bounty hunter guild in the East Sea, aiming to find a worthy adversary capable of confronting that swordsman. Should such a contender exist, Baijil would not hesitate to invest his entire fortune in avenging his father. But why choose the seemingly weaker East Sea? It was because Baijil had heard tales of many strong individuals emerging from this region, including the naval hero Garp and the renowned pirate king Joel D. Roger. This was the fundamental rationale behind Baijil's choice of the East Sea. The establishment of the Bounty Hunter Guild, while simultaneously collecting a portion of the profits from their endeavors, was merely a fade. Given Baijil's considerable wealth, he was indifferent to such trivial profits. He simply wished to avoid the scrutiny of the Navy, which could prove quite troublesome. Over nearly 3 years of developing the Bounty Hunter Guild, numerous bounty hunters had come and gone. Yet none possessed the caliber worthy of Baijil's attention, not a single one capable of slaying million-tier pirates. After listening to Baijil's narrative, Eights understood that this elaborate endeavor was fundamentally aimed at finding a powerful ally to avenge his father. In Eights' view, the Bounty Hunter Guild held promise. Despite the apparent scarcity of members, he surmised that Baijil had operatives hidden in every corner of the East Sea, for otherwise, obtaining any intelligence on the pirate crews would be impossible. In his resolve to avenge his father, Baijil had invested substantial wealth and time, demonstrating profound determination. My decision to choose the East Sea was a gamble, Baijil confessed, and it appears I was right. The East Sea indeed harbors exceptional talents, and at last, I have found them. Baijil felt a sense of relief, now focused on enlisting others to exact revenge for his father, regardless of the cost. Little did I expect this to be your aim, I thought. Eights abruptly ceased his speech, leaving his words unspoken. However, Baijil likely grasped the essence of Eight's unarticulated thoughts. You suspect that I harbor some ulterior motive or ambition, do you not? Eights remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. I do not possess such grand ambitions, Bill sighed wryly, shaking his head. My lord, I implore you to avenge the young master. His father has bestowed kindness upon us, yet we find ourselves powerless to act. If you consent, I am willing to sacrifice my own life. After a prolonged silence, Melson knelt on one knee before Eights, beseeching him. Bill's heart warmed at Melson's earnestness. He realized he had so few kin left. The scene deeply moved Hit. The circumstances bore a striking resemblance to his own. My lord, I, Bill, assure you that your efforts will not go unrewarded. Upon the successful completion of this task, I shall provide you with a generous recompense. Bill pledged to Eights, declaring that even if it cost him his life, he would gladly pay the price for vengeance. Chapter 48. The Isle of Badiurla. Eights cast a glance at Bajur, who slightly shook his head and remarked, I am not a savior, nor can I assist so many. If everyone seeks my help, it would become quite burdensome. Upon hearing this, Bajur and the others lowered their heads in disappointment, realizing that revenge seemed hopeless. If he is unwilling, would you still dare to confront him? That would be utterly absurd. However, Eights then shifted his tone, adding, Yet, I find myself intrigued by that swordsman. If the opportunity arises, I shall also deal with that band of pirates, for after all, my current role is that of a bounty hunter. Edis's words reignited hope within Bijil, who, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "My lord, are your words truly sincere? I have always been a man of my word. Should you assist me in my quest for vengeance, my life shall belong to you. The presidency of the Bounty Hunter Guild is at your disposal." Rising to his feet, Bijil performed a noble gesture towards Edis, a courtesy mirrored by Melson and the butler, Bucknew, who were also present. Ates waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Spare me the theatrics. I have little appreciation for such superficialities, nor do I harbor any interest in your president. My focus lies solely upon the formidable, hence, my vengeance is not solely for you, but also for my own sake. Regardless of how the esteemed may perceive it, I am willing to pledge my loyalty." Bijil reaffirmed his commitment to Ates once more. Ates casually waved his hand, saying, "Do as you wish." After speaking, he rose to depart. However, at that moment, a thought suddenly struck him. Considering the time, Ace would soon come into the world. It was now nearing the 1500th year of the Sea Garden era. The original text mentioned that Roger's wife had extended her term of pregnancy to 20 months to evade the scrutiny of the Navy. Given the current timeline, it was likely that the Navy had commenced an extensive search. Although this did not directly concern him, Ace was, after all, to be his future nephew. A little concern couldn't be deemed unlawful, could it? He turned to Begil and inquired, "Does your intelligence network extend to the other 3 seas?" Begil paused, then awkwardly smiled. "Your Excellency overestimates my capabilities. My intelligence is confined to the East Sea, and I have not ventured into matters regarding the other seas. However, should you require my assistance, I shall attend to it immediately." "No need," Ates replied. Atesh shook his head, realizing he had merely asked out of casual curiosity. "Provide me with your finest vessel. I must hasten to the South Sea with utmost speed. As for that swordsman, I shall surely pay him a visit once my affairs are concluded." Ates issued an unequivocal command to Jier. He recalled that Ates hailed from an island in the South China Sea known as Badalara Island. The East China Sea is not far from the South China Sea, yet he could not traverse the waters to the other 3 seas with merely his small boat. Ates harbored no concerns regarding Ace's untimely demise before birth, for Roger had entrusted Ates to that old man Garp during his lifetime. Upon witnessing this, Begil remained unperturbed and promptly issued a command to Bucknew. Ates nodded and then proceeded towards the villa's entrance. After taking a few steps, he turned to look at Zeit, who was trailing behind him. "What are you following me for?" Zeit was taken aback and replied with confusion, "Boss, aren't you heading to the South Sea?" "Naturally. I am going with you." Ates retorted, "I am not going for leisure. You are too feeble, and having you along is quite a nuisance." Edis exhibited no regard for Hitter's pride, mercilessly chiding him. "Ah, master, do you not intend to take me along? You previously promised to teach me the ways of cultivation." Hitter grew increasingly agitated, and emboldened by an unknown source of courage, he audaciously grasped Edis's arm. Ates gazed helplessly at Zeit, whose face was a portrait of despair. "For heaven's sake, can you not exhibit a semblance of masculinity?" Ates cast a glance at Hit without uttering a word. It seemed he was aware that his behavior was inappropriate, as he hastily released his grip on Ates' arm. "You shall remain here and adhere to the training I have imparted to you. If upon my return I find no progress, I shall not hesitate to punish you." With that, Ates turned and strode out, disregarding Hit entirely. As Ates walked away, Hit suddenly realized and shouted loudly, "Rest assured, boss, I will train diligently." In the distance, Ates heard Hit's voice and a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. On the vast expanse of the ocean, a ship glided gracefully across the surface, creating ripples that spread outward, while the waves trailing from its stern left a long, sweeping mark on the water. "Sir, we are approaching your destination. Shall we draw closer?" At that moment, a middle-aged man addressed Ates, who stood at the bow of the vessel. Ates gazed at the increasingly discernible island ahead and spoke softly, "There's no need. Provide me with a small boat. I shall go alone. You all wait for me here." This was the swiftest vessel that Gilles had instructed Bucknew to prepare for him, yet it had still taken several months to navigate to the South Sea. It remained uncertain whether Ace had been taken away by Garp at the time of his birth. The middle-aged man was merely a minor figure. He was obliged to obey orders and did not concern himself with matters beyond that. Badarila Island. This was an unremarkable isle in the West Sea, a modest land devoid of notable specialties or captivating scenic spots. save for a solitary village that stood upon its shores. The inhabitants led simple lives, most sustaining themselves through fishing or engaging in small trades to supplement their households. While not affluent, each person lived a fulfilling existence, embracing a life of tranquility and harmony with their surroundings. Perhaps it was the island's unpretentious charm, imbued with human warmth, that had drawn Roger to settle here, hoping to spend his remaining days in contentment with his wife. However, tranquility was recently disrupted. The Navy initiated a comprehensive blockade of the island, allowing no one to enter or exit, solely to search for a pregnant woman or newborn baby from a year prior. This action incited visible discontent among the residents, severely disrupting the rhythm of their lives. What would they eat if they could not venture out to sea? The Navy endeavored to placate the populace, assuring them that this situation was temporary and that their rights of movement would soon be restored. After extensive coordination, the community reluctantly began to cooperate with the Navy's inquiries. At this moment, Atesh had silently infiltrated the island. The concept of a blockade was irrelevant to him. He merely concealed himself in the shadows. Should he appear brazenly before the public, he would undoubtedly face a barrage of inquiries. Moreover, the mask he donned rendered him even more conspicuous. Eight surveyed his surroundings and discovered that the atmosphere was not as oppressive as he had envisioned. The number of naval personnel on the streets was rather limited. It appeared they had drawn no conclusive results, as the majority had already departed. Yet a residual contingent remained to observe. The Navy's vigilance was indeed commendable. Despite the exodus of most, they still maintained a blockade around the entire island. Such meticulous caution was characteristic of their nature. Furthermore, Eights noted that these naval officers moved with a synchronized precision, displaying an orderliness that was distinctly uncharacteristic of the sailors from the four seas. They were likely dispatched from the Grand Line or directly from the naval headquarters. Clearly, the Navy placed exceptional importance on this matter. Atis Nan mused to himself, relinquishing the notion of utilizing observation Haki, realizing that the formidable navy of the Grand Line was indeed exceptional. Should he employ observation Haki, it would undoubtedly be detected, although Atis harbored no fear. He preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Furthermore, his strength was yet insufficient. Should he encounter an admiral, it could spell disaster, particularly with the relentless Akainu, who detests evil with fervor. Chapter 49. Maternal love. Eats concealed himself in the shadows, perpetually searching for the figure he sought. The streets were sparsely populated. Aside from a few individuals engaged in their own affairs, most residents remained cloistered within their homes. The inhabitants harbored considerable resentment towards the Navy's blockade of the island, perplexed by the rationale behind the scrutiny of pregnant women and newborns. To them, the prompt withdrawal of the Navy would be the greatest boon, as the large-scale mobilization led them to believe that some dire calamity had befallen their island, stirring a palpable sense of dread among the populace. Nevertheless, the Navy symbolized maritime justice, and they maintained a degree of faith in its authority, recognizing that in times of true crisis, they would inevitably depend upon the Navy's intervention. This village was modest in size, and despite Eats having circumnavigated the area nearly in its entirety, he had yet to glimpse the person he sought, encountering only patrolling sailors and the comings and goings of the local residents. Could it be that Luji was not on the island? Eights Nan murmured to herself. Having wandered for quite some time without encountering a soul, how far could a pregnant woman possibly travel, especially after enduring for over 10 months? It was inconceivable that she could have left the island. Otherwise, the Navy would not have enforced such a blockade here. This prompted Eights to marvel at the woman's remarkable ability to remain hidden. Just then, a figure caught Eights' attention. In an unassuming corner, a woman with calm eyes observed the naval personnel strolling by, her hand gently caressing the prominent curve of her abdomen. In an instant, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Eights' eyes. The woman, adorned with long pink hair, donned a flowing gown embellished with floral decorations, and her feet were clad in sandals woven from grass. This striking image immediately revealed her identity to Eights. She was Port Gasti Rouge, the wife of the pirate king, Gold Roger. While not conventionally regarded as a supreme beauty, she possessed a unique aura and an unconventional charm, the only blemish upon her allure being a scattering of freckles upon her face. Ace must have inherited the genes of Lugio. After a moment of contemplation, Lugio averted her gaze and turned to disappear into a narrow alleyway. At this sight, Eights hurriedly followed. In the narrow, pitch-black alley, the solitary figure of Lugio advanced slowly, her prominent belly causing her steps to be particularly labored. Suddenly, she came to a halt. A sharp pain in her abdomen made cold sweat bead on her forehead. Leaning against the wall for support, she trembled yet pressed on. Clenching her silver teeth, she endured the excruciating agony, determined not to surrender after having persevered for so long. Just then, a hand grasped her arm, lifting her up. Startled, Lugio instinctively tried to break free. However, before she could react, the newcomer spoke. "I will assist you." The voice was rich and deep, imbued with a hint of magnetism that instilled a sense of calm. Lugio quickly realized that resisting was futile. If the stranger intended to harm her, they would not waste words but would act decisively. The sound of water droplets echoing in the alley accompanied the tension of the moment. Eights gazed down intently, only to behold an enigmatic liquid gradually flowing toward Lugio's feet. What could this be? Eights gazed at Lugio and remarked, "You are about to give birth." Lugio seemed accustomed to this situation, her forehead glistening with delicate perspiration, yet her countenance remained composed as she replied, "I am aware. This is not the first time. However, it is not yet time. I must persevere a while longer." Having been pregnant for 20 months, this was indeed not her inaugural experience. Eights could not help but admire Lugio's unwavering resolve. Navigating through the narrow alleyway, they approached a modest wooden cottage, devoid of any distinctive features. Yet, Eights sensed an extraordinary atmosphere within, a sentiment reminiscent of his experiences in Windmill Village, simple, unpretentious, and heartwarming. Although the dwelling was humble, it offered a sense of tranquility. While the artificially cultivated flowers and trees surrounding it, along with the modest orchard, emanated a subtle fragrance that infused the air with freshness. As Lugio beheld the cottage ahead and the surrounding scenery, a gentle warmth illuminated her eyes. It was only upon her return that she felt a sense of ease, as all her worries dissipated into thin air. This was a cherished memory for her, a beautiful recollection of the year they had spent together in this serene abode. Eights gazed into the gentle depths of Lugio's eyes, realizing she had succumbed to her own reveries. In silence, he assisted her onto the bed within the wooden cabin, his knowledge of caring for a pregnant woman woefully inadequate, leaving him to merely watch by the bedside. As Lugio returned to the present, she perceived Eights' uncertainty regarding her care. Addressing him, she remarked, "There is no need for such concern. I have managed these past months on my own, without assistance. Since the moment I arrived, you have shown no fear of me. Are you truly unafraid that I might reveal your whereabouts to the Navy?" Eights gazed at Lu, who lay on the bed, and spoke. Lugio turned her attention to Eights, her eyes fixating on the grotesque mask that adorned his face. After a prolonged silence, she unexpectedly broke into laughter, although her pallid cheeks, as white as snow, rendered the expression hauntingly beautiful. His voice, no longer as indifferent as before, softened slightly. "If you intend to harm me, why would you save me? Furthermore, your eyes possess a brilliance I have never encountered. Such eyes could not belong to a wicked individual. I trust my instincts." Through Eight's gaze, she perceived the dazzling stars, glimpsing something extraordinary, and she refused to believe she could be mistaken. Eights, upon hearing her words, secretly admired the remarkable composure of this woman, who could analyze the situation so calmly. Truly, she was worthy of being the woman of the pirate king, Eights mused. "I shall be at the door. Call for me if anything arises," he declared, turning to exit the room. "Then I shall leave it in your capable hands, sir," Lugio replied wearily. Eights nodded slightly, and then closed the door. Eights felt that Lugio was on the verge of collapse, and it would not be long before Ace would meet his demise. If the Navy did not retreat by then, it was an uncertain matter. Who could predict whether his mere existence as a butterfly would cause a deviation? The invasion of the Navy headquarters by the Golden Lion served as a prime example. Eights held a profound admiration for women like Lugio. In the original narrative, it merely provided a brief account of how Lugio concealed her 20-month pregnancy to protect Paul Joe's sole lineage from the Navy. At the time, such details seemed inconsequential, as it was merely an anime. However, now that Eights found himself in this tangible world, he could truly appreciate Lugio's indomitable will. Although Lugio appeared emotionally reserved, Eights understood that she bore unimaginable suffering. Eights gazed through the window, observing Lugio's hand gently caressing her abdomen, a tender smile gracing her face. That softness appeared to be reserved solely for the unborn child within her, and the perseverance she exhibited for that tiny life seemed utterly worthwhile. Perhaps this is the essence of maternal love. Chapter 50, The Birth of Ace. Eights withdrew his gaze from the window, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. The birth of Ace signified the demise of that great mother. It was then that Eights noticed the numerous chaotic footprints scattered across the ground. Remnants that could only have been left by the specialized boots of the Navy. Clearly, the Navy had conducted an investigation here prior, as the meticulous concealment by Luji had successfully eluded their notice, allowing her to narrowly escape disaster. Shaking his head, H chose not to dwell on it further. There were many matters he preferred not to interfere with, allowing the course of events to unfold naturally. H settled himself cross-legged upon a nearby stone. As the sun began its descent, marking the ideal moment for him to engage in the profound contemplation of swordsmanship. Having spent nearly a year at sea, he had not encountered formidable opponents. During his journey through the South Sea, he faced only a handful of minor pirates. Nevertheless, his understanding of the way of the sword had not stagnated. Rather, he continued to advance steadily. His swordsmanship had become increasingly refined. Time swiftly passed, and a month had elapsed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the Navy finally stirred into action, preparing to depart after fruitless searches. A naval officer approached Major General Jimmy with a solemn report. The remaining fleet was assembled and ready to set sail. Major General Jimmy nodded in acknowledgement, instructing all personnel aboard the warship, return to the naval headquarters. Despite the lack of progress in this mission, he felt compelled to report back to the admiral. As the naval officers boarded the warship, another individual arrived with news. Major General Jimmy, a naval vessel has been sighted ahead. It appears to belong to Rear Admiral Garp. Startled by the mention of Garp's ship, Jimmy pondered why Garp had come alone, as he had not been informed of the Rear Admiral's presence. Moreover, after such an extended search with no sightings, Garp's arrival seemed somewhat belated. Yet, despite his musings, Jimmy felt it unwise to delay and promptly moved to assist Garp. Garp's rank as Rear Admiral not only positioned him as Jimmy's superior, but also rendered him a pillar of the Navy, a legendary figure. The dog-headed warship of Garp sliced through the waves, arriving with a flourish before anchoring steadily at the dock. Jimmy stepped forward to salute Garp as he descended, declaring, Major General Jimmy of the G-11 branch of the Grand Line, reporting to Rear Admiral Garp. His voice rang out, ensuring that all were aware of his admiration for Garp. Garp appeared momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, splendid. It's good to see such vigor in the Navy. Keep up the great work. Jimmy felt a surge of excitement at Garp's praise. Yes, Rear Admiral Garp, I will certainly heed your words. He then inquired, May I ask the purpose of your visit? Oh, I happened to be passing by and thought I would drop in for a look. Garp casually waved his hand with a chuckle. Passing by? Who would believe that? A distinguished Rear Admiral merely sauntering into the South Sea? Yet, some were inclined to accept it as truth. Oh, I was just preparing to return to headquarters to report to the Admiral. Would you care to accompany me, Rear Admiral Garp? Jimmy, seemingly oblivious to Garp's jest, asked earnestly. No need for that. I shall visit the island and take the opportunity to gauge the local sentiments, Garp replied with a serious demeanor, patting Jimmy with his broad hand. You may return now. Do not inform Sora that you have seen me, or he will come to pester me again. Understood. Rear Admiral Garp. Jimmy saluted once more before boarding the warship with his fellow officers, departing the scene. Wait for me here. I have some matters to attend to. Garp instructed as he ventured onto the island. With the Navy's departure, the residents resumed their previous routines, some setting out to sea, others conducting business. Life seemed to return to normal. However, one place remained restless, the modest dwelling of Lugio. For today, she was finally going into labor. Fortunately, the Navy had chosen this day to leave, or else it would have stirred quite a tempest. Edith stood beside Lugio's bed and inquired, Is there anything I can do for you? He had initially considered summoning a midwife for Lugio, but prudently suppressed that thought for the sake of safety. Sir, all I require is a basin of warm water and a towel. Lugio's voice was barely audible. Had it not been for Edith's remarkable hearing, he might not have caught her words at all. Ates nodded and began his preparations. Once everything was in order, he stepped out of the room, leaving Lugio alone to endure the torment. Little AC was about to be born. Ates murmured to himself, having first witnessed the fall of his father and now observing the birth of his son. Is this not the very essence of fate? Ates could not help but chuckle softly. Ates heard the agonizing struggles emanating from within the room, yet, even so, Lugio exerted every ounce of strength to stifle her cries, displaying remarkable fortitude that most women could scarcely muster. The passage of time felt interminable, lingering for what seemed like an eternity, or perhaps merely a fleeting moment. In that instant, the sound of a baby's wail, akin to a celestial melody, reached Ates' ears, signifying the arrival of yet another new life into this world. Atesh's lips curled into a joyful smile, delighted by the existence of this remarkable mother who sacrificed her life for her child. Ah, has the baby been born? The sudden voice startled Atesh, as someone had silently appeared behind him. Even without activating his observation Haki, his keen senses should have detected the presence. He swiftly turned to face the source of the voice, only to find a figure he recognized all too well standing behind him. Upon realizing it was Garp, Atesh let out a sigh of relief. No wonder he hadn't sensed anything. This old man had arrived. Garp regarded Atesh solemnly and spoke, "Leave this place, and I shall let you go unharmed." Ates was taken aback. It seemed that the old man had not recognized him. At the corners of Adith's mouth, a smirk emerged, revealing his intention to tease Garp. "What if I refuse?" He taunted. "Humph, it has been ages since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. I assume you have never experienced the force of my fist." Garp, adopting a stance with his fists clenched, produced a crackling sound, exuding an air of imminent confrontation. Indeed, Garp failed to recognize Adith. He merely sensed a hint of familiarity, as Adith's aura had undergone a subtle transformation. Garp speculated that perhaps certain factions had garnered some intelligence and sent this individual. Given Garp's boorish demeanor, he could hardly ponder why he felt an affinity for this masked figure. Instead, he opted to let his iron fist, which had long dominated the world, convey his sentiments. "Oh, are we to resort to violence at the slightest disagreement? Very well." The hilt of the Atis sword stood poised, exuding an air of readiness. Although defeat was inevitable, one must not succumb to a loss of spirit. At worst, it would be akin to past encounters, a mere thrashing. Chapter 51. Journey to the Western Sea. Just as Garp and Atis were on the brink of confrontation, a faint voice from within the room broke the tension. It was Ruji, feeble yet resolute. Upon hearing this, Ates abandoned the notion of continuing his confrontation with Garp, almost forgetting the gravity of the situation. He hurriedly turned and entered the wooden cabin, where he found Lu Jiu lying on the bed, her complexion pale and her vitality waning. Ates sensed that her life was gradually slipping away. In her arms lay an infant, and as Lu Jiu gazed at the child, a smile graced her lips. Perhaps witnessing her own offspring before her demise was the greatest joy she could experience. She then handed the baby to Ates, pleading, "Sir, I implore you to care for my child. Rest assured, your child will be looked after," he responded. Ates did not respond directly to Lu Jiu, but instead offered her a promise. At that moment, Lu Jiu noticed Cap entering, seemingly understanding something profound. The child's name was Ace, and he was. "I implore you." Lu Jiu cast a tender glance at Ace, then gently closed her eyes and fell silent. Yet, she maintained a serene smile, reminiscent of Roger's, a smile of liberation. In Lu Jiu's heart, she undoubtedly yearned to join Roger in another world after her passing, to tell him that she had borne him a lovely son. Ates gazed at little Ace cradled in his arms, her delicate visage a charming blend of rosy white, adorned with faint freckles inherited from her mother. Despite this, she appeared quite endearing. Conventionally, newborns are known for their incessant cries. However, apart from the initial wail, this little one lay in serene slumber, her eyes firmly shut, blissfully unaware of the enchantment that Lu Jiu had bestowed upon her. At last, Ates cast a fleeting glance at Lu Jiu before stepping out of the wooden cabin. Garp followed closely behind him, scratching the back of his head with a chuckle. "Ah, my apologies. So, you are here to protect this mother and child. Let me take a look at this little one. The name is Ace, isn't it?" As he spoke, Garp amusingly made faces in front of the small Ace, who had been roused from his slumber. To Garp's surprise, the little one did not exhibit any fear towards the playful antics. Instead, he offered a bright smile in response. Ate's lips twitched. Was this old man trying to be amusing? Just a moment ago, he was ready to engage in a fierce confrontation. The contrast between these two moments was simply too stark. Garp entertained little Ace for a while before turning to Ates with a serious expression and stating, "Since you are not an enemy, hand the child over to me, and you may depart." Upon hearing this, Ates ceased to tease Garp and instead handed over Ace. He had initially intended for Garp to take Ace away, as he had no desire to assume the role of a caregiver. Once little Ace was born, he could depart. Garp was taken aback, not anticipating that Ates would so readily entrust the child to him. Without further contemplation, he promptly accepted baby Ace. When Garp looked up again, Ates had already distanced himself. "Old man, please assist Lu Jiu as well. She must long to be interred alongside Roger." Ates's voice echoed from afar. "Do not concern yourself with that. I shall take care of it." Garp began to reply, but suddenly, he realized with disbelief. You. You just called me what? Ateres turned around. The demonic blade, ghost chopping, materializing in his hand. It was, of course, the old man. A white streak of light cleaved through the earth, fiercely striking towards Garp. Pure and radiant, it seemed capable of shattering everything in its path. The terrifying edge surged towards Garp, encompassing even the newly born Ace within its range of attack. Aces harbored no concerns about potentially harming little Ace. His current level of power was but a trifle in the face of Garp, the pinnacle of naval might. Hey! Garp grinned widely, showing no inclination to evade, as he swung his fist down upon the sword energy that sought to cleave through him. With a resounding clash, the fist met the sword energy, which shattered instantaneously, dissolving into a myriad of twinkling starlight that vanished into the air. That sword energy, which had seemed capable of severing anything, dissipated as if it had never existed. Your sword energy merely tickles me, Garp mocked with a hint of pride, preparing to speak further when he suddenly realized that Aces had already vanished without a trace. That little rascal, Garp mused, gazing at the empty space before him. From the moment Aces unleashed that sword energy, Garp had discerned the identity of the masked individual. Although the sword energy had been obliterated beneath his iron fist, Garp could not help but marvel at how much stronger Aces had become. Shaking his head, Garp chose to set aside thoughts of Aces. His sole focus now was to ensure the well-being of the young lad and to give his mother a proper burial. Garp's heart was a tumultuous blend of emotions as he looked down at the cherubic smile of the child in his arms. He grappled with the uncertainty of whether his actions were right or wrong, and what fate awaited the boy in the future. Nevertheless, having promised Roger, he vowed to dedicate himself to caring for Ace throughout his life. Meanwhile, on the previous vessel, Aces had returned, finding the captain remarkably diligent to have awaited his return until now. Mr. David, we need to make a trip to the West Blue. It's quite the endeavor. Ates learned that this vessel was a merchant ship, one of the fleet under the command of Bijil. Bijil established the Bounty Hunter Guild motivated by a profound desire for vengeance, and his network of intelligence spans every corner of the East Sea. Simultaneously, in an effort to mask his true intentions, Bijil also engaged in commerce. He owned numerous merchant ships navigating the East Sea, transporting a variety of goods, and had investments in several bars, entertainment venues, hotels, restaurants, and clothing stores. The intelligence that Bijil gathered stemmed from these enterprises, allowing him to conduct business while simultaneously collecting information from various locales in the East Sea. This duality explains the source of Bijil's considerable wealth. The Bounty Hunter Guild could be regarded merely as a secondary venture. Bijil indeed excelled in business, though regrettably, his commercial reach did not extend to the other 3 seas. Ates took out a phone and dialed a number. This was a device prepared for him by Bill, intended for ease of communication. Bill, I am now preparing to head towards the West Sea. Do you have any intelligence on that pirate crew? Ates inquired directly. Soon, the voice of Bijil emerged from the other end of the line, tinged with a hint of awkwardness. I apologize, my lord. My business and intelligence network are confined to the East Sea and have yet to extend to other maritime regions. However, the name of that pirate crew is the Barton Pirate Crew. I am uncertain whether they still remain in the West Sea. Understood. After Ates concluded the call, it sufficed to know the name of the pirate crew. However, as Bijil mentioned, with the passage of so many years, one could only speculate whether that pirate crew had ventured into the Grand Line or had been entirely obliterated by others. Regardless, it would be prudent to investigate further. Atesh addressed David. Mr. David, proceed to the West Sea with utmost speed. Yes, my lord. Chapter 52, Classification of Ranks in a Modestly Furnished Office. A middle-aged man clad in a naval uniform was poring over some documents at his desk. Knock, knock, knock. A rhythmic tapping at the door caused him to lift his gaze from his work. Come in, he commanded. Creaking open, the door revealed a naval soldier who saluted before the man. Reporting to Brigadier General Sani, there is someone at the door requesting an audience. Who is it? Inquired the middle-aged man known as Brigadier General Sani. I have not seen him before. He is dressed oddly and wears a mask, so I cannot discern his appearance. The soldier replied after a moment of contemplation. Sani's brow furrowed in confusion. What business could an unrelated individual have here? Send him away, and inform him that I am quite busy. With that, Sani returned to his documents, dismissing the soldier's presence. The soldier hesitated, caught between words. Speak your mind. What have I taught you? Sani urged. Yes, Brigadier General Sani. The individual claims he wishes to propose a transaction. Upon hearing Sani's reprimand, the soldier quickly divulged the information. A transaction? Huh. I shall see who dares to negotiate with the Navy. Come, let us go. A cold smirk grazed Sani's lips. He was intrigued by the visitor's intentions. Yes, Brigadier General Sani. This is the 66th Navy Division, one of the branches located in the West Sea, standing before the entrance of a building. Atesh had arrived at the nearest naval division after reaching the West Sea. With so many pirates in the West Sea, locating his target would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The most straightforward approach was to seek information directly from the Navy, as merchant vessels and other personnel awaited him at the port. After all, if anyone knew pirates best, it would undoubtedly be the Navy. Among those who would think to seek information from the Navy, Atesh was undoubtedly the foremost. However, he was unperturbed, especially since he was not a pirate. Soon, the imposing iron gate swung open, followed by a cacophony of footsteps. A group of Navy personnel clad in blue and white uniforms surrounded Atesh, brandishing their firearms. The ominous muzzles, exuding the scent of gunpowder, were aimed squarely at him, as if he were a criminal of the highest order awaiting apprehension. Ethers cast a fleeting glance at the encircling Navy soldiers, remaining utterly composed and motionless. Subsequently, his gaze shifted towards Sani emerging from the crowd. Noting the rank of Commodore on his uniform, the East Sea truly lives up to its reputation as the weakest. Adis could not help but ponder that the highest rank within the Eastern Sea's Navy was merely that of a colonel, while the leaders of other divisions were only captains at best. This stood in stark contrast to several other maritime regions, where one could easily encounter brigadiers or even major generals. Such disparities sparked Adis's curiosity regarding the hierarchical strength of the Navy. In his understanding, naval ranks ascended from the lowest to the highest as follows: Private First Class, Private Second Class, Private Third Class, Warrant Officer, Second Lieutenant, First Lieutenant, Captain, Lieutenant Commander, Commander, Colonel, Brigadier, Major General, Lieutenant General, General, and Admiral. Adis was uncertain about the ranks among pirates, or whether such classifications even existed in this world. This was merely his own construct for distinguishing levels of power. The rank of private was the most basic, representing the ordinary tier. Warrant officers to colonels were also considered low tier. Only those starting from brigadier could be regarded as formidable forces within the Navy. A brigadier could swiftly vanquish a colonel, while a major general could easily overpower a brigadier, and so forth. In the original narrative, many believed that aside from admirals, even lieutenant generals would merely become cannon fodder. Perhaps, in the eyes of peak powerhouses, lieutenant generals indeed appeared insufficient, yet that was merely the perspective of a select few. In reality, lieutenant generals constituted the middle tier of the Navy and were privy to the highest-level naval meetings. They safeguarded the Grand Line, ensuring stability upon the seas. Without the support of mid-tier personnel, the ocean would have long since belonged to the pirates, leaving no room for the Navy's existence. No matter how formidable an admiral may be, it would be impossible for them to manage the immense task of subduing pirates across the globe single-handedly, thus necessitating the involvement of mid-tier personnel beneath the admirals. In Adis's view, admirals already ranked among the upper echelons of this world. The distinction between admirals and fleet admirals was somewhat nebulous, as fleet admirals were promoted from the ranks of admirals, resulting only in a change of position. While a fleet admiral might surpass an admiral in strength, such superiority would not be overwhelming. It was inconceivable for a fleet admiral to obliterate an admiral with the same ease that a lieutenant general might dispatch a major general. Of course, one must consider the exceptional case of Vice Admiral Garp, whose prowess could not be measured by rank alone, as he bore the title of Vice Admiral but possessed strength that belied his position. Adis remained uncertain regarding the power of the future emperors of the sea, yet he was certain that Whitebeard transcended the capabilities of an ordinary emperor. As the world's strongest man, his might should surpass that of the other three emperors. This represented Adis's rudimentary understanding of the Navy's hierarchical combat capabilities. To ascertain the true nature of strength, he would need to grow stronger himself. However, a significant disparity existed between the navies of the Four Seas and those of the Grand Line. The relatively weak pirates of the Four Seas correspondingly resulted in a navy of lesser strength. Take, for instance, Brigadier Sani, whose rank, though that of a brigadier, bore little resemblance to the brigadiers of the Grand Line. His capabilities were akin to those of a colonel in the Grand Line. If he were to engage in battle with a brigadier from the Grand Line, Sani would undoubtedly emerge as the loser. This exemplifies the clear distinction in levels between the Four Seas and the Grand Line. Atesh is currently unaware of the true extent of his strength. nor does he have a reliable figure to validate it for him. However, in his estimation, possessing mastery over the 3 forms of Haki, coupled with swordsmanship of a master swordsman and a robust physique, he is undoubtedly more powerful than a major. The question remains, though, how does he measure up against a lieutenant commander? Yates gazed at the figure of Brigadier Sunny that stood before him and let out a light chuckle. I have merely come to negotiate a transaction. There is no need for such a grand display. Is this how you treat your guests? Brigadier Sunny scoffed. Humph. I do not acknowledge you as a guest. Who exactly are you, and what is your purpose here? I don't believe I have ever encountered you before. It enjoys only a modest reputation in the Eastern Sea, and it has yet to spread to other maritime regions. Thus, it is entirely understandable that Sunny is unaware. I am merely an unremarkable bounty hunter, lacking in fame. Yates conversed effortlessly with Sunny, seemingly unperturbed by the ominous gun barrels surrounding them. A bounty hunter? Sunny furrowed his brow, inquiring with a hint of skepticism, what brings you here? He was not particularly surprised to learn of Yates' profession, as no pirate would dare to swagger into a naval base unless they were courting death. Chapter 53, The Objective. Did I not mention? I am here to propose a deal with you. Yates, with both hands clasped behind his back, gazed at Sunny and spoke in a measured tone. Sunny held Yates' gaze for a considerable time before replying, I am intrigued to hear what sort of transaction you have in mind. My sole purpose for coming here is to obtain information regarding a pirate from your navy, nothing more. Yates did not rush to respond to Sunny's words. Instead, he expressed his intentions clearly. Sunny was taken aback, as he had not anticipated that this individual before him had such a straightforward purpose. Had he come to the naval division merely to obtain information about a pirate? Was it truly that simple? Sunny, somewhat incredulous, inquired further. Indeed, it is that simple. Yates affirmed with a nod. What does this have to do with the transaction you mentioned? Sunny asked, perplexed. If you provide me with information about a pirate crew, then during my time in the West Sea, I shall credit you with the merits for each pirate crew I vanquish. You may report it to your superiors or utilize it for military gain. The choice is yours. What say you? Yates spoke slowly, his gaze fixed intently on Sunny, eager to gauge his reaction. What? Sunny exclaimed, taken aback by the audacity of the proposal. The West Sea was home to more than just his naval division. The majority of naval commanders across the 4 seas were disinclined to remain in such a confined locale. They placed immense value on military resources, for with sufficient armaments, one could request a transfer to the Grand Line or even directly to the naval headquarters. This was a near-cherished aspiration for them. Over the years, he had apprehended numerous pirates and amassed a considerable stockpile of military supplies, yet he was still leagues away from reaching the Grand Line. Moreover, with the increasing strength of pirates, he found himself feeling overwhelmed and under-resourced. Age was also catching up with him. If he did not secure a transfer to the Grand Line soon, he feared he might never have that opportunity in his lifetime. Contemplating this, Sunny turned to Yates and remarked, You truly are audacious to propose such a trade with military resources. Yates responded nonchalantly, Do you not value military industry in your navy? Do you truly wish to remain in this place? Humph. What gives you the audacity to come here and speak so boldly and engage in trade? Sunny let out a cold snort and spoke sternly to Yates. Atesh revealed a subtle, icy smile at the corners of his mouth. Let me demonstrate my prowess. His right hand gently caressed the hilt of his sword. With a crisp sound, a blinding flash of white light momentarily dazzled the surrounding Navy personnel. In an instant, their firearms and various weapons were cleaved in two, as if an unseen blade had effortlessly sliced through them. What is happening? They were bewildered. The Navy soldiers stepped back involuntarily, creating distance between themselves and Atesh. How could this be? Sunny gazed at Atesh in shock, while others may have been oblivious. He understood that the man before him was the architect of this chaos. He stared at Atesh in disbelief, for Atesh had not moved from his stance, his hand resting on the hilt, appearing utterly still to the untrained eye. Yet Sunny recognized that it was merely a testament to Atesh's extraordinary speed, so swift that even he had not perceived the drawing of the sword. Cold sweat began to bead on Sunny's forehead. This individual was of an unfathomable caliber. Where had such a formidable presence emerged from? If Atesh truly intended to strike against his Navy division, even mobilizing all his forces may not suffice to subdue him. Ultimately, Sunny let out a sigh. I have underestimated you. Please, come inside. Let us discuss this further. He chose the path of compromise, for even if he did not consider his own safety, he had to think of his subordinates. Moreover, he was uncertain of Atesh's temperament and dared not take such a risk. You have made a wise choice. After 8 spoke, he unceremoniously strode ahead of Sani into the base, his demeanor suggesting he was the supreme commander of this division. In Sani's office, only the two of them remained. Which pirate crew's information do you seek? Speak freely. Sani's attitude towards 8 had softened considerably. After all, he had witnessed 8's formidable strength. This was a man more powerful than himself. The Barton pirate crew, 8 declared. What? Sani exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table in astonishment. 8 gazed at the suddenly animated Sani with a puzzled expression and inquired. Is there a problem? Sani, regaining his composure, understood his lapse in demeanor and offered a wry smile. There is no issue. Merely that the Barton's pirate crew is a formidable adversary. I have previously pursued this notorious band of pirates, only to meet with failure, and my men suffered significant losses. Consequently, I specifically sought assistance from my superiors. However, in recent years, the influx of pirates into the Grand Line has been overwhelming. There is simply no capacity to dispatch aid. Moreover, this is the 4 Seas, and the headquarters does not place much emphasis on it, having largely shifted their focus to the Grand Line, which has been a source of considerable frustration for me. 8 nodded thoughtfully and then inquired, what is the bounty for this pirate crew? Sani pondered for a moment before responding. The captain of the pirate crew, Barton, has a bounty of 21 million berries. Upon hearing this, 8 cast a peculiar glance at Sani, as if to say he was jesting. Sani, noticing 8's expression, cleared his throat awkwardly and remarked, this bounty may seem rather meager to your esteemed self, yet it holds considerable weight in the 4 Seas. However, that is not the crux of the matter. There exists a particularly formidable individual aboard his vessel. If this fellow were to join my ranks, it would certainly mitigate any potential losses. 8 understood that the so-called extraordinary warrior referred to by Gil was indeed the swordsman, which was his objective. He was a swordsman and also my primary target this time. Inform me of the movements of this pirate crew. Upon hearing this, Sani displayed a look of realization. No wonder, it turns out to be a swordsman. I had only heard of such a master at headquarters, but I never expected to encounter one in the 4 Seas. 8 gazed silently at Sani, contemplating why this fellow was incessantly rambling about the movements of the pirates. Coughing discreetly, Sani realized he had been overly verbose. He then approached a cabinet, retrieved a document, and handed it to 8. This contains the recent activities of the Barton pirate crew. I have been closely monitoring them. 8 glanced over the documents handed to him before rising and making his way towards the door. Upon reaching the entrance, he turned to Sani and said, Are you not going to rally your subordinates to prepare? Once I am finished, you shall be responsible for managing the aftermath. With that, he exited without looking back. He still needed to confer with David aboard the merchant ship. After all, their association had become perilously precarious, and it would be prudent for them to return to the East Sea. He had no desire to endanger the innocent. Observing 8's decisive manner, Sani wasted no time and promptly set out to assemble his crew. After years of naval service, he found himself reluctantly engaging in negotiations with a bounty hunter, prompting a deep sigh of resignation. Chapter 54. Fleming on the surface of the sea, gentle ripples parted gracefully, as a blue warship glided steadily towards an island on the horizon. At this moment, Adis stood upon the deck of the warship, gazing at the island that emerged on the horizon. According to the information available, the Barton pirate crew was expected to pass by this island today. It was uncertain whether they had just arrived or had already departed. Under Adis's request, David and his merchant vessel had returned to the East Sea, while Adis had boarded Sani's favorable ship, determined to take advantage of the situation. Sani, however, was quite exasperated, pondering why Adis needed to come aboard when he was already seeking information from him. Adis expressed his elation, unabashedly exclaiming his joy. The naval officers behind him were preoccupied with their own tasks, maintaining a considerable distance from Adis, who commanded their respect due to his formidable prowess. They instinctively sought to keep their distance. Report to Brigadier Sani. A pirate vessel has been sighted off the shore, and its banner unmistakably identifies it as belonging to the Barton pirate crew, announced a sailor, approaching Sani with a telescope in hand. Upon hearing this, the surrounding naval personnel displayed expressions of dread. They had previously pursued the Barton pirate crew, resulting in a grim toll. Many had perished, and those who survived bore the scars of that harrowing encounter. The terrifying memories lingered in the minds of some sailors, instilling a shiver at the mere thought of it. Sani took the telescope, directing his gaze towards the ship docked at the pier, his countenance darkening. How brazen they are, he mused. observing the vessel's ostentatious presence. Devoid of any attempt at concealment. Turning to Ates, who stood at the bow, he inquired, "Do you possess the confidence to confront that swordsman? That is not your concern." Ates replied, "Just remember to handle the aftermath when the time comes." Atesh did not respond to Sani, merely uttering a single phrase. Sani was immediately rendered speechless and ceased to inquire further. In the heart of the island lay a village, once a serene and peaceful locale, now disrupted by the arrival of a group of individuals. In a spacious clearing, a throng gathered, clad in simple garments, some standing, others crouching or huddling together. Fear was etched upon the faces of all, predominantly the elderly, women, and children. Several able-bodied men from the village, armed with hoes and rakes, encircled them. Though trembling with fear, they stood resolute in their commitment to protect their kin. Before them loomed a cadre of pirates, each distinct in appearance, their glinting blades emanating an aura of chilling menace. "Ha ha ha, foolish villagers. Resistance will only hasten your demise." A brazen laugh erupted from among the pirates. The crowd parted, revealing a muscular figure, evidently the leader of the bandits, Captain Barton of the Barton pirate crew, towering over 3 meters. With a rugged visage and bare torso, his bulging muscles and prominent veins presented a formidable sight. The villagers recoiled at his presence, their tools nearly slipping from their grasp in terror. Barton reveled in the fear reflected in the villagers' eyes, laughing heartily. The more they trembled, the greater his sense of triumph. "Fear, you timid villagers. The more you cower, the happier I become." His laughter echoed, indifferent to the growing dread enveloping the villagers. "Captain, look, they are terrified of us." The pirates joined in the mirth, embodying the notion that misery loves company. Pirates are, after all, pirates, deriving joy from the suffering and fear of others. Those devoid of power often prey upon the weak. "Mommy, I'm scared," a little girl whimpered, clinging tightly to a woman, her innocent face betraying her fright. The grotesque laughter of the pirates continually pricked at her tender heart. "Shh, it's all right, it's all right. Don't be afraid, Mommy is here," the woman reassured, though she felt the same trepidation as her child. "Hey, little one, would you like Uncle to comfort you?" Barton approached, his face twisted in a sinister grin, eliciting panic among the villagers. The woman clutched her child tighter, while the men who had stepped forward to defend them trembled, their resolve waning. As Barton advanced, each step seemed to reverberate through the villagers' anxious hearts. "Enough, Barton. Finish this and leave." A raspy voice pierced the tension, prompting Barton to halt. Frowning at the authoritative tone, he felt a surge of displeasure. Yet, as he turned, his expression transformed into one of feigned amiability. "Ah, Mr. Fleming, it is you," Barton exclaimed, adopting a sycophantic demeanor in stark contrast to his earlier ferocity. The other pirates, too, concealed their menace, standing respectfully aside, as if Fleming were their captain. Fleming, with unkempt hair and a long sword at his side, was not particularly imposing in stature, yet beside him, Barton appeared subservient, embodying the role of a subordinate. Fleming cast a dispassionate glance at Barton, his tone flat. "Must I always resort to mockery before you act? I shall not wait indefinitely. You have a few minutes. If you do not depart, our agreement will be nullified." "Yes, Mr. Fleming," Barton replied, a flicker of malice crossing his gaze, yet he refrained from retorting, fully aware that his current status was sustained by Fleming's protection. Without it, he would have long been apprehended by the Navy. "Take the men alive, leave the women, and capture all the children. They can fetch a good price. Furthermore, scour the village thoroughly and set it ablaze." Barton issued commands to his subordinates, relishing his assumed authority as captain. The pirates erupted with excitement, their true nature unveiled. "Don't come any closer." The villagers huddled together, trembling, desperately wishing for a savior to emerge from the peril. "Damn it, I'll fight you." One man, unable to bear the weight of his fear, resolved to confront the pirates. Seeking death? A swift death ensued, as a pirate dispatched him without hesitation, blood staining the ground, inducing panic among the villagers and cries from the children. Fleming observed the carnage with cold indifference, unmoved by the villagers' suffering. Chapter 55. The emergence, please, gentlemen. Halt. An elderly voice emerged from the crowd. An old man, leaning on a cane and with a head full of white hair, stepped forward, likely the village chief. "Please, we will surrender all that is valuable in our village. Spare these innocent people, these innocent children," he implored, gazing at the marauding pirates. "Huh, old man, what nonsense. You think you can negotiate with pirates?" Barton mocked, finding the notion laughable. "Captain, this village has nothing of value. Just everyday items and rags, a pirate scoffed, disdainfully presenting a couple of crates. Pathetic, Barton exclaimed, kicking over the crates, scattering their contents. The men clenched their fists in frustration, yet under the pirates' intimidation, they could do nothing but endure, while the women wept in silence. The village chief sighed, lamenting the loss of even these mundane necessities. Was this truly the end for their village? Captain, we have a problem. A young pirate rushed to Barton, his voice trembling. What is it? Why the panic? Barton snapped. With a thunderous roar, Barton kicked his subordinate to the ground. The subordinate, incensed yet unable to voice his anger, scrambled to his feet and exclaimed, Captain, I have spotted a naval warship off the island. What did you say? Barton gasped, instinctively feeling the urge to retreat. However, upon noticing Fleming seated nearby, he regained his composure. Why panic? The Navy has pursued me for so long, yet here I am, thriving. This boastful declaration was laden with arrogance, as if he believed his evasion of the Navy's grasp was solely his own achievement. At that moment, he felt a piercing gaze upon him, prompting a sheepish grin as he added, Of course, it is primarily thanks to Mr. Fleming. Fleming withdrew his gaze, for had it not been for that incident years ago, he would not have deigned to acknowledge such a parasite, let alone consider personally dealing with him. The pirate subordinate quickly caught on, enthusiastically chiming in, Yes, yes. Long live the captain. Long live Mr. Fleming. Enough of your flattery, Barton retorted sharply. Now, which division of the Navy is it? Have they landed on the island? He resumed his audacious demeanor, questioning his subordinate. The pirate hesitated, then awkwardly replied, Captain. It was too far away for me to see clearly. However, I can assure you that none of them disembarked. They merely docked at the pier. Barton furrowed his brow, grasping his subordinate by the collar in inquiry. Are you certain none of them set foot on land? Why, yes, the pirate stammered, trembling under Barton's scrutiny. They must be afraid of me, those useless Navy fools. Barton released his grip, his face expressing disdain. Initially, the villagers felt a flicker of hope upon hearing of the Navy's arrival. Yet, the realization that the Navy had not yet set foot on the island extinguished that hope like a bucket of cold water. The Navy had come, but chose to remain off the island. Did this mean they were abandoning them? Barton, remaining here is futile. Let us confront the Navy, Fleming interjected, sensing something amiss about their docking without disembarking. Their ships were anchored as well, and it was only a matter of time before they would encounter one another. It was better to engage the Navy directly. Mr. Fleming speaks wisely. Men, prepare for action. Barton commanded his crew. Brothers, kill the men and take the women. The pirates surged toward the villagers like wolves. Witnessing this scene, the village chief rushed forward, kneeling before a pirate in desperate supplication. My lord, if you must kill, then take me. Spare them. Chief, chief, the villagers cried, filled with guilt as he stood protectively before them. You old fool, if you wish to die, I shall grant your wish. The pirate's expression turned menacing as his sharp blade swung mercilessly toward the chief. The villagers behind him shut their eyes, unable to bear the sight of their protector facing execution. Thud. The sound of bloodshed echoed through the air, yet the villagers were stunned. The scream did not belong to the chief. They opened their eyes, astonished at the unfolding scene. Not only them, but the surrounding pirates and Barton were equally taken aback. The chief remained unharmed, kneeling on the ground, while the pirate who had aimed to behead him writhed in agony, clutching his wrist, blood pouring from his wound like a torrent. Nearby, a bloodied stone lay ominously on the ground, the unmistakable weapon of the assault. What? Fleming rose immediately, alert and scanning the surroundings, his expression shifting to one of suspicion. He had not sensed any disturbance moments ago. Someone had acted right under his nose and injured a man. With a stone? What is happening? Hey, are you all right? Barton exclaimed in shock. Gazing at the fallen pirate wailing in pain, the chief remained dazed, staring at the incapacitated pirate, bewildered. What had just transpired? He had thought he was on the brink of death, yet in a mere instant, this pirate lay defeated. Curse it! Who dares oppose me, Barton? Anger surged within him as he bellowed at the surroundings. Such fury! Do you require my assistance in tempering your ire? A deep, resonant voice emerged from the crowd. Fleming's eyes narrowed sharply as he beheld a figure clad in a ghostly mask before him. The emergence of Adis captivated the attention of everyone present. Barton, glaring at the newly arrived Adis, demanded furiously, Who are you? Is this your doing? As he spoke, he pointed at the pirate still writhing on the ground. Eats did not respond to him, but fixated his gaze upon Fleming. How dare you, you scoundrel, to disregard me? Eliminate him. Barton felt profoundly provoked. He was determined to reclaim his authority. Yes, Captain, the band of pirates collectively directed their hostility towards Eats, their faces contorted with ferocity and malice. Despite the cautionary tale of one of their comrades, they remained unaware that it was Eats who had dealt the blow. Moreover, the captain's commands were not to be disobeyed. Otherwise, it would be their demise. Chapter 56. The resurgence of the Conqueror's Haki. With swords and firearms in hand, the pirates commenced their advance towards Eats. Grins of savagery plastered across their faces, oblivious to the formidable foe they were about to confront. The villagers, ignorant of Eats' true identity, noted that his attire bore no resemblance to that of the navy. Yet, as he stood opposed to the pirates, they regarded him as their sole beacon of hope. Sensing the movements of the surrounding pirates, Eats revealed a hint of a cold smirk. Truly, they were blissfully unaware of their impending fate. Let them enjoy a moment of silence. A hum of invisible and colorless energy surged forth from Eats, as if a sovereign had awakened, casting an otherworldly pallor over the surroundings. In an instant, it radiated outward, enveloping the entire village. With a series of thuds, the pirates were rendered momentarily disoriented. Their minds blank. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, their eyes glazing over as if reaped like wheat. The villagers and Barton succumbed to the same fate, overwhelmed by the oppressive aura and slipping into unconsciousness. The space fell into an eerie silence, the wind whispering as it stirred the dust upon the ground. The scene transformed into a desolate tableau. Here, only Eats and Fleming remained standing, while all others lay in a state of oblivion. The Conqueror's Haki had manifested. Eats glanced at the unconscious villagers sprawled on the ground, a look of helplessness crossing his face. This was not his intention. Although his Conqueror's Haki was formidable, he had yet to master the ability to wield this power at will. He had exerted considerable effort to contain the Haki within a specific range. Otherwise, it would not have merely enveloped such a small village. This marked the first occasion since setting sail that he had unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. Although his control was somewhat lacking, the effects were nonetheless impressive. Due to the strength of his soul, his Conqueror's Haki was not of ordinary caliber. As his power continued to grow, so too did the intensity of his Haki. Barton's case served as a prime example, boasting a bounty of 20 million. Even a pirate with such a substantial reward was unable to withstand his Conqueror's Haki. It seems I must devote more time to honing my control over this extraordinary power. Eats gazed upon the villagers sprawled on the ground with a sense of dissatisfaction. Had he exercised better control, his actions would have targeted solely the pirates, sparing the villagers any adverse effects. Take Rayleigh from the original work as an example. During the incident at Sabaody Archipelago, he utilized his Conqueror's Haki to assist Luffy. In that moment, apart from Luffy, Zoro, and the others who remained unscathed, the celestial dragons and their entourage were all rendered unconscious. Rayleigh had mastered the art of Conqueror's Haki to a profound degree, enabling him to direct it with precision towards specific individuals or within a defined radius, effectively releasing it at pinpointed locations. At present, Atesh can only regulate his Conqueror's Haki within an acceptable range and is yet unable to unleash it at will. There remains a need for further endeavors. It shook his head and then turned his gaze towards Fleming, who was seated opposite him. At that moment, a bead of sweat had unconsciously formed on Fleming's forehead. Although he did not crumble like Barton, he too was acutely aware of the overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. This formidable force pierced deep into his soul, leaving him enveloped in confusion, akin to a solitary figure adrift upon the vast ocean, surrounded by an expansive sky and an endless sea, rendering him utterly disoriented. He had never encountered such power before. What manner of force could this possibly be? Eats gazed at Fleming before him, a hint of perplexity crossing his features. He had pierced the wrist of the pirate subordinate with a stone, both to save the village chief's life and to gauge Fleming's strength. However, to his astonishment, Fleming exhibited no reaction, allowing the pirate to fall injured to the ground. Initially, Eats presumed that Fleming was merely feigning indifference, but upon observing his expression, he realized that he genuinely had not registered the event. This revelation indicated a singular truth. Fleming lacked the mastery of Haki. Yet, even so, every swordsman possesses a keen sense of awareness. It was inconceivable that Fleming would exhibit such complete apathy. What could possibly account for this anomaly? Eats finds it truly perplexing. Are you not capable of exuding dominance? Atesh turned to Fleming and inquired with an air of authority. Haki, Fleming murmured to himself, subsequently shaking his head. Then, a look of realization crossed his face as he remarked, "So that was what you referred to as Haki?" The term was entirely unfamiliar to him. Eats nodded, acknowledging the inquiry with a subtle gesture. Upon reflection, he comprehended that the presence of such formidable power as Haki was indeed a rarity. Even a master swordsman like Flaming would find it improbable to wield Haki. Although Eights had unconsciously grasped the threshold of a swordsman through his practice of Kenbunchaku, not everyone possessed his innate talent. Moreover, the Conqueror's Haki was a force that appeared predominantly in the New World. While some prominent figures across the seas might be aware of it, the number of those in the know remained scarce. Flaming's gaze shifted to the long blade at Eight's waist. His eyes glinting with intensity. That is a fine sword. I can sense an unsettling aura emanating from it. You are not a naval officer. Nor do you seem to be here for the foolish Barton's sake. Hence, are you here for me? Atesh let out a light chuckle. I suppose so. I have been entrusted to take your life, and I have heard tales of your prowess as a swordsman, which piques my interest. If it must be so, then let us proceed. As he spoke, Fleming unsheathed the dagger from his waist. He recognized the extraordinary nature of the individual before him and understood that he must exert his utmost effort. The blade measured a total length of 2 feet and 7 inches, featuring a straight edge, with the hilt wrapped in a layer of black cloth. This was a fine weapon, worthy of being ranked among the finest blades. The blade glimmered dazzlingly under the sunlight. Eights could also detect the intense scent of blood emanating from the blade. This knife had been stained by an unknown number of lives, including those of innocent souls. Fleming raised the weapon high above his head, exuding an aura of ferocity and bloodlust. Without hesitation, a wave of sword energy surged forth from the tip of the blade, hurtling towards Eights with lethal intent. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Eights swiftly unsheathed his sword, unleashing a formidable wave of sword energy. The blade's aura soared like a rainbow, exuding an unparalleled momentum that stirred a tempest of green leaves in its wake, advancing relentlessly towards the opposing sword energy. The clash of the two sword energies erupted with a thunderous sound, reverberating through the mountains and forests. A fierce wind howled, causing Eight's garment to flutter, while the strands of hair on his forehead danced gracefully in the breeze. Amidst the swirling dust, the two figures could only discern one another's vague silhouettes. The ground around them and the stumps of trees bore deep, uneven scars from the dispersed sword energy. Standing in opposition, they gazed at each other, seemingly evenly matched at first glance. However, only Fleming understood the true nature of the contest. He felt himself being suppressed. Though the two waves of sword energy had countered each other, he sensed that the purity and refinement of his opponent's energy surpassed his own. Fleming's expression grew grave as he realized that his adversary's strength exceeded his expectations. Despite both being masters of the sword, he was acutely aware that the opponent had yet to unleash the formidable force known as overbearing spirit. Should it be invoked, the battle would swiftly conclude, with him surely facing defeat. Chapter 57. The clash at the dock on the periphery of the island. The naval vessels of the 66th Division were moored, awaiting Eight's resolution of the Barton's pirate group before proceeding to the island to tidy up the aftermath. Consequently, all the accolades would belong to them. This left Sonny perplexed. Was not the purpose of bounty hunting to ensure one's livelihood? The pursuit of pirates was solely for the meager rewards. And Eight's actions seemed akin to laboring for others without compensation, effectively granting them military resources for free. Sonny could not fathom Eight's reasoning but chose not to question it too deeply. For after all, there were military resources to be gained. Why not seize the opportunity? He mused. Has the confrontation begun? Sonny pondered, gazing at the island from which sounds were emanating. Eight's is formidable, and he can only place his trust in Eight's. However, that swordsman is not to be underestimated. Not only have they suffered significant losses at his hands, but several other branches have also incurred damages under Fleming's influence. The headquarters is preoccupied with suppressing the Grand Line and has no time to attend to their plight. Brigadier General Sonny, could that masked man be a match for Fleming? At this moment, a naval officer approached Sonny with an inquiry. Sonny shook his head, gazing towards the distant island, and replied, I do not know. We shall await the news. In the smoke-filled arena, Eight's turned to Fleming with a smile. It seems the intelligence was accurate. Indeed, he is a swordsman, and not merely a fledgling in the realm of swordsmanship. Had it been a few months prior, facing him without employing any overwhelming presence would have posed a challenge. However, now, the space is too confined. Perhaps we should relocate? Continuing the battle here would risk collateral damage. Pirates may perish, but Eight's would not wish to see innocent civilians harmed. Fleming remained silent. Instead, he turned and sprinted in a specific direction. Eight's swiftly followed, leaving behind a long trail of illusions, as if his speed were conjuring visions. In no time, Eight's caught up to and surpassed Fleming. Such remarkable velocity. Fleming was taken aback. He had not anticipated being outpaced. The two figures flickered amid the trees, transforming their surroundings into a blurred tapestry of fleeting images. In an uninhabited clearing, they simultaneously came to a halt. Before we engage, may I pose a question to you? Ates did not rush to engage in combat with Fleming. Rather, he sought to clarify certain matters. What do you wish to inquire? Fleming asked in his hoarse voice. You are a master swordsman. How is it that you find yourself in this modest four seas? Every swordsman possesses a unique pride. Yet you willingly serve as a mere enforcer in a small pirate crew. What could possibly be the reason for this? Ates voiced his perplexity. A person destined to become a master swordsman would never confine himself to a petty territory. Instead, he would venture forth to broader expanses, to the grand pathways of destiny. Pride? Fleming chuckled to himself, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Do I still possess any pride? He pointed his sword at Ates and exclaimed fiercely, You truly understand nothing. If you wish to fight, then come forth without hesitation. Let us engage in a duel of swordsmanship. Do you dare? Ates let out a cold laugh, declaring it a pursuit that could not be fulfilled. With a swift movement, he initiated his attack, his steps as ethereal as a specter, appearing before Fleming in an instant. His sword descended with astonishing speed, a blur imperceptible to the naked eye. Though Fleming lacked the mastery of imposing aura, he was no ordinary swordsman. Anticipating Ates' onslaught, he positioned his sword horizontally against his chest, parrying the strike aimed at him. In an instant, a tempest erupted, accompanied by a thunderous sound. As the force between them stirred invisible waves that rippled outward, the birds in the forest, startled by the deafening noise, took flight in a frenzy. The ground beneath Fleming's feet fractured like a spider's web, unable to withstand the overwhelming power. Nevertheless, Fleming's physical prowess proved commendable, aside from the quivering of his sword. His arms and body remained steadfast, successfully deflecting Ates' strike. Even so, Fleming could not help but feel a chill at the magnitude of Ates' strength. Had it not been for his robust constitution, he would have surely suffered severe injury from such a blow. With a grunt, Fleming exerted force beneath him, deflecting Ates' sword and retreating to maintain a strategic distance. Indeed, he was correct. Ates expressed his admiration, recognizing that those who could become sword masters indeed possessed exceptional physical prowess. Humph, Flemington snorted coldly. To him, Ates' words sounded less like praise and more like mockery. With his 2'7" long sword, Flemington thrust towards Ates. The blade sliced through the air as if cleaving it in two, its chilling brilliance gleaming in the sunlight, causing the falling leaves to be severed in half before they even touched the sword's surface. With a deft flick of his wrist, Ates executed a diagonal slash with his blade from below. The clang of metal reverberated through the air as the swords clashed, sending forth brilliant sparks of light. The two opponents locked eyes, neither willing to yield. At that moment, Fleming pressed his sword downward, a fierce aura enveloping the blade as he aimed for Ates' throat. Should he succeed, it would be a decisive strike. Fleming's sword measured 2 feet and 7 inches, approximately 90 centimeters, significantly longer than Ates' weapon, granting him a considerable advantage in reach. Ates smirked coldly, his thoughts were too naive, attempting to deliver a fatal blow by exploiting the advantages of the longsword. Alas, he had miscalculated. Ates merely took 2 steps back, deftly evading the thrust aimed at his throat by Fleming. Such remarkable reflexes. Fleming's gaze sharpened. Had he been facing an ordinary individual, his strike would have undoubtedly succeeded. Come again. Your sword boasts an impressive range, yet it proves ineffective against me. Ates stood resolutely with his sword, speaking softly. Fleming gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands, his gaze intensely focused. In his eyes, there was only Ates. For in this battle, only one would emerge alive. Similarly, Ates has never encountered a formidable opponent since venturing into the seas. The pirates he encountered along the way were effortlessly vanquished by his sword, without any pressure. This time, he has finally come across a true swordsman. Ates felt a surge of excitement within him. With a thunderous shout, Fleming thrust his longsword directly towards Ates. As his arm swung continuously, it seemed as though countless sword shadows materialized in the air, all whistling towards Ates like a torrential downpour. Ates smiled broadly, fearlessly charging forward. The resounding clashing of metal echoed incessantly as Ates wielded his sword with impeccable precision, effortlessly parrying all incoming strikes without the slightest hint of exertion. Chapter 58. The Duel of Swordsmen. Upon witnessing Ates effortlessly deflect his assault, Fleming executed a graceful 180-degree rotation in midair, leveraging his body's momentum to deliver a powerful strike towards Ates. Ates did not anticipate that the opponent possessed such remarkable physical coordination, able to execute such maneuvers in midair. Ates' legs were slightly bent, as Fleming's blade grazed just a hair's breadth above Ates' head. Ates narrowly evaded the lethal strike, swiftly redirecting his sword upward with an astonishing speed. In midair, Fleming found himself unable to escape the impending blow. In this critical moment, he positioned the blade horizontally across his chest, utilizing its slender form to deflect Eights' upward thrust. A sharp clang resonated as the tremendous force coursed through the sword, reaching Fleming's wrist and reverberating throughout his entire being. His expression shifted as he harnessed the impact to retreat, executing a graceful 45-degree flip before landing securely on the ground. With a sharp exclamation, Fleming launched himself at Eights, his 3-foot-7-inch blade slicing through the air, delivering a fierce and intimidating assault upon his adversary. Eights faced the fierce onslaught of his adversary with unwavering courage. Poised for action, his body inclined slightly to the right as he brandished his sword, aiming a sweeping strike at Fleming. The sword's momentum surged forth, its luminous blade shimmering like a radiant arc, rivaling Fleming's own prowess. The clash of steel resonated through the air, producing a sharp metallic sound, accompanied by a disconcerting, grating noise. An invisible wave of force surged between them, rippling outward and rustling the leaves of nearby trees. They remained locked in this stalemate, blades pressed against one another. At that moment, Eights shattered the impasse. With all his strength, he thrust Fleming aside, then propelled himself into the air with a powerful kick against the ground, unleashing a streak of white sword energy towards Fleming. The blade of energy tore through the air, howling as it approached him. Fleming's gaze sharpened. He had no intention of withstanding the oncoming strike, opting instead for a tactical retreat. With a thunderous explosion, the ground erupted, revealing a deep chasm where Eights had struck. However, the sword energy failed to reach Fleming, who had deftly evaded it just in time. As Eights touched down, a glint of lethal intent flashed before his eyes. Fleming, having sidestepped the energy, was far from idle. He had anticipated Eights' landing position, preparing for a surprise counterattack. Eights' gaze flickered as he held his sword before him with one hand, swiftly retreating a step. In an instant, his sword hand executed a rapid strike. The trajectory of the flame sword shifted accordingly, and that unexpected blow was deftly neutralized by Eights. Fleming was taken aback. He was no novice to the sword, having remained at this level for many years. He realized that the opponent's swordsmanship was nearly on par with his own, and in terms of speed, the other clearly surpassed him. Every aspect, from reflexes to combat awareness, was remarkably perfected. When had such a master emerged in the Fourth Seas? Fleming pondered, bewildered. Could this be a consequence of his own years of stagnation and decline? Eights was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Fleming's mind. He was singularly focused on one aspiration: to cast aside all distractions and engage in battle. Without the need for bravado, he would rely solely on his pure swordsmanship to vanquish the foe before him, honing his skills in the process. Let us commence. You shall serve as the stepping stone on my path to becoming a formidable warrior. Eights bellowed with fervor. His spirits lifted as he had gained a clearer understanding of Fleming's prowess. Setting aside other factors, their swordsmanship levels were currently aligned, which was precisely the kind of adversary he had long sought. Only by vanquishing an opponent of equal skill could he transcend his own abilities and emerge even stronger. A stepping stone? How dare you underestimate me? Fleming retorted fiercely. Eights paid no heed to Fleming's furious roar, for he had already surged forward, launching a strike towards Fleming with a single sword. Fleming's expression darkened as he responded with a sword of his own, clashing with Eights. The sharp, resonant sounds of their blades colliding echoed throughout the expanse as the two figures intertwined in a relentless and fiery duel. Eights, having devoted years to his training, expressed his profound understanding of the sword through a series of strikes, each illuminating the space around them with a dazzling array of sword light. Similarly, Fleming unleashed his swordsmanship to its utmost potential, employing cunning angles and fierce attacks as he engaged in a relentless clash with Eights. Fleming's swordplay was marked by agility, emphasizing swiftness to outmaneuver his opponent. Yet, regrettably, he was swift. Eights moved with remarkable speed. The clash between the two warriors stirred a tempest, enveloping the surroundings in a shroud of dust once more. Yet, this did not diminish their fierce swordplay. The momentum surged, and the intensity of their assaults grew increasingly formidable. Occasionally, sword energy soared through the air, cleaving sturdy trees in half, causing the very earth to tremble. Meanwhile, the Navy personnel at the dock outside the island were drawn to the commotion within, curious about the unfolding events. "Brigadier Sani, their battle is quite thunderous, isn't it?" remarked a fellow sailor, swallowing hard as he glanced at Sani. Indeed. After all, they are two master swordsmen, Sani replied thoughtfully. Such individuals are rarely encountered. I have only heard of one other, a certain Fremen, during my many years in the West Sea. This highlighted the rarity of true sword masters. I wonder if you are a match for that Fremen, Sani mused quietly, amidst the swirling dust and the pervasive aura of sword energy. Only two figures interwove through the battlefield, their swords dancing in a seamless display of martial prowess. It was filled with an exhilarating sense of joy, a genuine excitement that emanated from the depths of his heart. This was precisely how it should be. Ates wielded his sword with increasing speed, and any knowledgeable observer would discern a marked difference in his performance. His strikes were not only swifter but also more ferocious, and a subtle shift in his aura was evident. In contrast, Fleming's, as the battle between them intensified, found his stamina waning, his own presence diminishing with each passing moment. Ates' relentless barrage forced him into a retreat, and should this continue, defeat seemed imminent. Fleming's felt a growing dread. He realized that his opponent's swordsmanship had notably improved. He was certain that neither had held back in their previous exchanges, yet here was Ates, seemingly evolving mid-battle. What manner of creature was this? The true terror of Ates lay in the fusion of two souls from different realms, endowing him with an extraordinary capacity for comprehension. He was not merely reveling in the clash. He was acutely aware of his own shortcomings and technique, continuously refining and enhancing his skills to emerge stronger. At that moment, Fleming's evaded the blade of Ates, creating a necessary distance between them. He gasped for breath, sweat cascading down his forehead. The intensity of the combat was taking its toll on his body. Chapter 59. Slaughter Ates paused his movements, watching as Fleming distanced himself from the range of his attack. Refraining from pursuing the advantage, he furrowed his brows at Fleming, questioning how, after just a few exchanges, his opponent's stamina had already waned. You haven't practiced in a long time, have you? A regular practitioner would never experience such a rapid decline in endurance. Fleming, however, had no intention of responding to Ates' inquiry. With his hands firmly gripping the hilt of his sword, a renewed aura emanated from him. He resolved not to prolong the confrontation any further. A swift resolution was imperative, for he understood that the longer the battle continued, the more likely he was to face defeat. With a decisive strike, he unleashed a cross slash, a wave of sword energy materializing instantaneously and surging towards Ates. In tandem, Fleming executed another stroke, merging the energies into a formidable cross formation. The power of this combined attack surged exponentially, far surpassing that of a typical sword strike. The cross-shaped energy sliced through the air, tearing apart the earth as it advanced, intent on cleaving Ates into multiple pieces without relent. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Ates discerned the opponent's intentions. He stepped forward, tilting the blade of his Guichu sword downward, its edge facing outward, as he concentrated his power at the sword's tip. A magnificent white sword aura erupted from Ates, clashing against the cross-shaped sword energy. The collision reverberated through the air, unleashing a terrifying force that transformed the ground into a desolate wasteland. The once verdant and towering trees now stood stripped bare, leaving nothing but a barren expanse. Fleming, aware that this maneuver might not pose a significant threat, prepared to launch his next attack when a breathtaking sight caught his attention. A swallow descended from the heavens, its body shimmering with radiant light, akin to a diminutive sprite dancing through the air, exuding unparalleled beauty. Yet, concurrently, he was engulfed by an intense sense of peril. Often, the most exquisite things harbor the greatest dangers. Beneath the swallow's enchanting exterior lay an inexhaustible reservoir of lethal intent. This was the legendary Yin Fan. 3 intersecting beams of sword light severed Fleming's escape routes, moving with such swiftness that evasion was rendered impossible. With a swift thrust, blood blossomed in the air as 2 deep gashes appeared upon Fleming's form, inflicted by the Yin Fan, yet the third blow was narrowly avoided. In a moment of instinctual survival, Fleming managed to evade that fatal strike. As he touched the wound upon his chest, an ineffable emotion flickered in his eyes, a profound sadness, a chilling desolation. Could it be that I am to lose once more? The memories of past defeats resurfaced, and once again, he felt the overwhelming weight of mortality pressing upon him. Ates was taken aback to see that Fleming had managed to evade the final strike. The current Yin Fan was not one to be easily escaped from. Coughing softly, the pain coursing through his body prompted Fleming to speak to Ates, saying, I must concede that you are indeed formidable. Your innate talent for growth in battle is unparalleled. Even during my journeys through the Grand Line, I encountered no one who could rival your prowess. At the mention of this, Ates was momentarily taken aback. This fellow had traversed the Grand Line? Then why, in the present, did he cower in this insignificant West Sea? willingly serving as someone else's enforcer? Unperturbed by 8's bewilderment, Fleming continued, "Proceed. This shall be the final strike. Perhaps it is the last sword I can wield." With that, Fleming half-squatted, holding his sword 2 inches above his head with one hand, striking an unusual pose. Although it seemed peculiar, 8's did not dwell on it. His focus was solely on the adversary before him. With his right hand firmly grasping the hilt and his torso slightly bent, 8's assumed a stance to draw his sword. This blow would determine the victor. With a resounding crack, the ground beneath Fleming fractured, yet he surged towards 8's, harnessing the force of his momentum to propel his arm and deliver his final strike. The blade shimmered with a formidable sharpness, embodying immense penetrating power. 8's gaze was intensely fixed upon the oncoming blade, and as it approached, he made his move. With a swift draw, his sword gleamed like daylight, soaring towards the heavens as if illuminating the world around him. This strike reached an unparalleled speed, transcending Fleming's imagination, as if it could shatter all that lay before it. In that moment, Fleming felt as though he were transported to another realm, isolated from this world. The two stood back to back. With a resounding clash, as 8 sheathed his sword, a torrent of blood surged from Fleming's chest, revealing a grievous wound that nearly cleaved him in two. A bitter expression crossed Fleming's face. He could not escape the clutches of defeat. He spat out a mouthful of blood and, trembling, turned to 8's and proclaimed, "In the world to come, there shall surely be a place for you." With those words, he collapsed to the ground, gradually succumbing to silence. On the warship, Sani remained fixated on the island, his heart racing at the recent disturbance. He was anxious to learn the outcome of the battle. Just then, a mist began to rise slowly from within the island. Upon witnessing this, Sani's eyes sparkled with hope, for it was the agreed signal between him and 8's, signifying that 8's had triumphed over his adversary. "Quickly, prepare the entire crew to land on the island." "Yes, my lord. Thank you sincerely for your assistance." Sani expressed heartfelt gratitude to 8's. 8's waved his hand dismissively, stating that it was merely a transaction. The villagers and the entire pirate crew were located elsewhere, and they were likely still in a state of slumber. How to address this matter was the responsibility of your navy. "Understood. I shall go and reassure the villagers." Just as Sani was about to depart, he turned to 8's and said, "My lord." However, before he could finish his sentence, 8's interrupted him. "I keep my word. I will remain in the West Sea for a while, and during this time, any merits gained from encountering pirates will be entirely yours." "Then I shall express my gratitude in advance, my lord." With 8's affirmation, Sani felt satisfied and proceeded to organize the apprehension of the Barton pirate crew while diligently calming the villagers. 8's shook his head, utterly indifferent to the allure of wealth. His singular ambition was to engage in ceaseless battles against pirates. While it may be challenging to encounter formidable adversaries like Fleming, the seas abound with pirates, and honing his skills against them would prove to be quite beneficial. 8's retrieved a small booklet, discovered on the person of Fleming, and out of curiosity, he decided to peruse its contents. Although it pertained to personal matters, the individual was deceased, and thus, examining it posed no legal repercussions. Simultaneously, a distinct bloodstain was visible on 8's left shoulder, a testament to the fact that he had not emerged unscathed from their final clash. However, he was indifferent. He had long since grown accustomed to such scars. He opened the booklet and began to read. After a considerable time, 8's displayed a look of realization. He finally comprehended why Fleming had willingly secluded himself in this modest corner of the West Sea. The booklet was a diary chronicling Fleming's life experiences. Chapter 60. The Past of Fleming. The diary recounted that Fleming was originally an ordinary man from the North Sea, hailing from a farming background like many commoners. Following the death of his father, the young Fleming joined a dojo in the North Sea to learn the art of swordsmanship. He exhibited a commendable talent for the sword, quickly surpassing everyone in the dojo, including his instructor. Feeling accomplished, he bid farewell to the dojo and set forth to carve his own path. He challenged all the sword masters of the North Sea, teetering on the brink of life and death, and endured numerous defeats. During that period, he nearly vanquished all the swordsmen of the North Sea, and it was then that a seed of ambition took root in his heart, growing ever stronger. His ambition, however, could not be contained within the confines of the small North Sea. He yearned for broader horizons and the opportunity to confront more formidable opponents, desiring to etch his name, Fleming, into the annals of history. Thus, he ventured to the Grand Line, a treacherous passage renowned for its perilous nature. He took the most significant step of his life, propelled by his ambition and the desire to challenge mightier foes. Among the multitude of experts along the Grand Line, he encountered numerous powerful adversaries, many of whom wielded swords. He incessantly challenged himself, persistently pushing his limits, determined to fight on despite his battered body. After decades of harrowing trials, akin to emerging from hell, he ultimately became the sword master of every swordsman's dreams. Concurrently, he garnered a modest reputation along the Grand Line, though not grand. It was a source of considerable satisfaction for him, as he believed it was merely the beginning. However, fortune proved fleeting. One fateful day, he encountered the most formidable opponent of his life, another swordmaster. With unwavering confidence, Fleming engaged in battle, firmly believing he would prevail. He intended to use his sword to conquer this rival and continue his journey of challenges, aspiring to have his name resonate across the skies. Alas, he gravely underestimated his opponent's prowess. Despite both being sword masters, the latter's skill far surpassed his own, excelling in all aspects. After several exchanges, Fleming found himself increasingly overwhelmed, ultimately suffering a devastating defeat at the hands of his adversary. Reluctantly, he continued to muster his strength for another encounter, but it proved futile. He was decisively defeated. Utterly vanquished, he vaguely recalled the contemptuous gaze of his opponent, akin to that of a hunter regarding a stray dog. The opponent spared his life but bypassed him, which only exacerbated Fleming's wounded pride, interpreting the act as an insult. That disdainful look shattered his resolve and extinguished his desire for renown. Consequently, Fleming chose to abandon the Grand Line, returning instead to the Four Seas. By that time, he was gravely injured from his battle with the Swordmaster, returning to the Four Seas in a state of disarray. Just as he seemed on the brink of death, he was fortuitously rescued by a band of individuals, the Barton Pirates. At that time, the Barton Pirates were also novices at sea, in dire need of crew members. Upon witnessing Fleming's plight, they took it upon themselves to assist him. Little did they expect that once Fleming recovered, his prowess would astonish the entire crew, leaving them utterly speechless. Subsequently, a scheme began to take shape in Barton's mind. He proposed that Fleming join his crew, citing the favor of saving his life. With Fleming in their ranks, they would dominate the West Sea. Fleming, recognizing the opportunity, did not intend to decline, for he had already lost his original purpose upon retreating from the Grand Line and had become a wanderer. Moreover, he was a man who believed in repaying kindness. He promised to assist Barton for 5 years but did not commit to joining his pirate crew. Nevertheless, Barton was pleased. For even if Fleming had refused, he was powerless to coerce him. Doing so would be akin to courting disaster. Yates closed the diary, having gleaned a considerable understanding of Fleming's past. This elucidated why Fleming's stamina diminished so rapidly during their confrontation. Since retreating from the Great Waterway, he had been relegated to the role of Batten's enforcer, perpetually engulfed in despondency. Years of neglect had led to a noticeable decline in his physical condition. Although his swordsmanship remained intact, his endurance faltered, leaving him only capable of preying upon the novice pirates of the seas. He shook his head. To be candid, he felt a profound disappointment towards Fleming. Despite having endured numerous failures in the past without faltering, it was disheartening to witness him entirely lose his conviction after a single, significant defeat. A swordsman devoid of belief in the essence of his swordsmanship is no different from a lifeless fish. The root of this lamentation lies in Fleming's fragile heart, which could not withstand the sudden onslaught of adversity. A true swordsman should forge ahead fearlessly, undeterred by any challenges. Yet, Fleming chose to abandon his path, retreating into despair and ultimately forfeiting his sword's spirit forever. Had Fleming not relinquished his resolve at that moment, Yeats firmly believed he could have ventured much further, certainly surpassing his strength during their confrontation. It is, indeed, a lamentable loss. Yeats gazed at the diary, murmuring to himself, before casting it aside. He remained unaware of the identity of the swordsman who had vanquished Fleming, as the diary bore no record of such a revelation. Yeats found himself rather intrigued by the notion of encountering that swordsman. However, given the passage of so many years, the fate of that swordsman was uncertain. He likely perished in some forgotten corner, reduced to mere bones. At that moment, Sani approached alone, offering Yeats a friendly smile. "My lord," he said, "the villagers have all awakened, and I have taken care of everything. The entire Barton pirate crew has been apprehended." A broad smile illuminated Sani's face. This pirate crew had been a source of great distress for them, and now they had finally been captured, albeit with no personal connection to Sani. Moreover, he added, "the villagers wish to meet you to express their gratitude." At this, Yeats replied calmly, "There is no need. It would be too troublesome." Well then, since Yeats was unwilling, he felt it inappropriate to press further. The matter here had been resolved, and it was time for him to leave. he needed to inform Baijo later, as this was also a means of avenging him. Brigadier Sani, could I trouble you to prepare a small boat for me? At this moment, it's recalled that he had already dispatched the merchant vessel back to the East China Sea, leaving him without a ship. The vessels of the Barton pirate crew were indeed docked at the harbor, yet they were too large for Eights to maneuver alone. Sani hesitated for a moment, then quickly responded, of course, I shall arrange it immediately. Before long, Sani had provided Eights with a spare small sailboat from the warship. The ship Eights departed from the dock under the watchful eyes of Sani and a group of naval officers, sailing towards the horizon until it gradually vanished from sight. Chapter 61. The brave young boy, a figure plummeted straight down onto the street, letting out a piercing scream of agony. Damn it, how dare you meddle in my affairs? Are you tired of living? A mocking voice echoed suddenly. A gaunt man, wearing a sardonic smile, appeared. Mr. Jinnah, are you all right? A middle-aged man rushed over to help the fallen figure rise. The crowd gathered around, expressing concern for the man named Jinnah, coughing violently from a recent blow. Jinnah managed a strained smile at the anxious townsfolk. Thank you for your concern. I am fine. He then turned his furious gaze towards the man before him, Vaughn. What do you mean by this? Are you not afraid of the nearby Navy? Humph, do not think you can intimidate me with the Navy. If I were to strike now, the Navy would not arrive in time, Vaughn declared with a smug grin. You scoundrel, Jinnah clenched his fists, glaring at Vaughn, yet feeling utterly powerless. The townsfolk around him brandished makeshift weapons, glaring at Vaughn's group with hostility. This was a medium-sized island, home to several villages and towns. Unlike mere hamlets, and thus a naval base had been established nearby to ensure the safety of the populace. Jinnah, a martial arts instructor in this town, had founded a school to teach the villagers basic combat skills, earning their affection. Vaughn, the pirate operating in this area, dared not cause trouble due to the proximity of the Navy. He typically only collected fees when passing through, never harming anyone. The townsfolk understood this and had always complied with his demands, maintaining a fragile peace. However, today Vaughn seemed unusually brazen, disregardful of the Navy's presence, which perplexed Jinnah. Vaughn had the audacity to demand an increase in fees, which the townsfolk rejected. Unexpectedly, he resorted to violence against them, prompting Jinnah to confront him. Yet, within moments, he was sent sprawling, for despite his combat skills, he was no match for a seasoned pirate. Humph, I could let you go, but only if she comes with me. Vaughn sneered, his eyes glinting with malice as he pointed to a young girl nearby. The girl, around 16 or 17, had long, light yellow hair cascading over her shoulders, delicate lashes framing her frightened eyes, and a small, oval face with fair skin that stood out in the crowd. Though simply dressed, her beauty was undeniable. What did you say? Jinnah's expression darkened in shock. He had not anticipated Vaughn's intentions. Though he might part with more money, he could never agree to this demand because... Father. The girl, taken aback by Vaughn's pointed accusation, instinctively hid behind him, her innocence palpable. Oh, is this your daughter, Jinnah? And what of it? I will not allow you to take her, Jinnah declared, fiercely protecting his daughter. Indeed, you vile pirate, we will not let you succeed. A voice from the crowd rallied the townsfolk, igniting their collective spirit. They stood resolutely with Jinnah, determined to shield the girl from Vaughn's grasp. Now. There is no need for such hostility. I am about to become Mr. Jinnah's son-in-law. We will be one big happy family. Vaughn laughed mockingly, shamelessly attempting to ingratiate himself. The townspeople seethed with indignation, wishing to strike Vaughn down for his audacity. Have we agreed to this? Has Mr. Jinnah? Do not worry, Jinnah. I will treat her even better, Vaughn taunted, commanding his men, bring that woman to me. With a smirk, Vaughn's subordinates surged forward, opting to forego weapons for fear of inciting greater trouble. Despite the townsfolk's desperate resistance, they were overwhelmed by the burly pirates. The girl was seized and dragged before Vaughn, her terrified expression reflecting her plight. Do not worry. I will take good care of you, Vaughn cackled, seizing the girl's delicate wrist. Let go of me, she cried, her eyes brimming with tears, a picture of despair as Vaughn's grip tightened painfully. Ha ha ha, the more you resist, the more excited I become. Vaughn laughed maniacally, intent on forcibly taking her away. You scoundrel, release my daughter. Jinnah roared with fury. She was his lifeblood, and he would fight to protect her. Grasping a wooden stick from the ground, he charged at Vaughn, ready to confront the vile pirate. Foolish and unaware of your impending doom, Vaughn scoffed. But the disparity in their strengths was stark. Within moments, Jinnah was left sprawled on the ground. Father. The girl's tears flowed freely as she witnessed her father fall. She yearned to rush to his side, but Vaughn's grip held her fast, denying her the chance. You despicable wretch, let go of Sister Millie. At that moment, A younger voice rang out, and a small figure brandishing a wooden sword rushed towards Vaughn, striking at him. The unexpected scene stunned everyone, including Jinna. The attacker was merely a small boy. What's this? Vaughn frowned, turning to the boy, though the child's attempt was akin to a mere tickle. The insult of being attacked by a child was an affront to his pride. Do you wish to die, little brat? Vaughn bellowed at the boy. The boy's hands trembled as he gripped the wooden sword, yet he stood his ground before Vaughn, summoning courage despite his fear, repeating to himself, do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. Chapter 62. The girl Millie. Vaughn's expression darkened as he seized the boy by the collar, lifting him off the ground. Humph, you insolent little brat. How dare you lay hands on me? The young boy struggled helplessly in midair, wielding a small wooden knife to strike at Vaughn. Alas, it merely served to tickle Vaughn. The townsfolk gasped as they witnessed Vaughn's aggression towards the child. Vaughn, you scoundrel. He is but a child. Release him at once. Kinna shouted angrily, incredulous that Vaughn would stoop so low. Humph, have you all been living comfortably these years, forgetting who I am? I am a pirate. Vaughn scoffed dismissively, ignoring Kinna's furious admonitions. You little brat, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you go. Go home and drink your milk. Vaughn sneered, then hurled the boy, Carl, roughly to the ground, causing him to wince in pain. Carl, are you all right? The young maiden, Millie, rushed to cradle Carl in her arms, her voice soft with concern. Carl shook his little head and replied, as long as Millie's sister is fine, I'm okay. Oh, how touching. Vaughn laughed maniacally, then commanded his crew, take this woman away. Yes, Captain Vaughn, one of the pirates responded, preparing to forcibly take Millie. Just then, Millie produced a dagger from an unknown source, pressing it against her own throat. Don't come any closer, or I will end my life right here. Millie's eyes sparkled with determination and defiance. She would rather die than be taken by a band of pirates, for the alternative would be a fate worse than death. The swift motion caused the dagger to graze her fair neck, drawing a thin line of blood. Millie, please don't do anything foolish, Kinna exclaimed, horrified at the sight of Millie's injury, dreading the prospect of losing her. Vaughn coldly observed the scene, devoid of any sympathy. The women he desired were merely pawns in his game. Damn it, playing these tricks on me, Vaughn cursed under his breath, preparing to take matters into his own hands when a pirate rushed in, panic-stricken. Captain, it's bad. A naval ship is approaching. What? How could they arrive so quickly? Vaughn was taken aback, realizing that he had barely begun his assault when the Navy was already on its way. Damn it. You dared to notify the Navy ahead of time. The townsfolk and Kinna were equally stunned. They had yet to send any messages to the Navy. How could this have happened? Even if they had, the distance between them would have prevented an immediate arrival. We must leave at once. Vaughn cursed again, then directed his wrath towards Millie. Today, he was determined to claim her no matter the cost. Millie gasped, preparing to take her own life, but Vaughn was swifter, snatching the dagger from her grasp. Vaughn, how dare you? Kinna roared, attempting to fight back, but was subdued by the pirates. He could hardly believe that with the Navy nearly at their doorstep, Vaughn still sought to abduct his daughter. Was he truly so reckless? Vaughn paid no heed to Kinna or the enraged townsfolk, forcefully dragging Millie away by her arm. You villain, let her go. Young Carl, witnessing the abduction of his beloved sister, charged at Vaughn in a fit of rage. Get out of my way. Vaughn kicked Carl to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes blazing with hatred. Vaughn spat, having no time to deal with a mere child. He ordered his men to restrain the agitated townsfolk while he made his escape with Millie, on the brink of death, yet still yearning for pleasure. I must admit, you have a grand ambition. Just as Vaughn prepared to depart, a voice, tinged with mockery, rang out, halting him in his tracks and capturing the attention of all present. They turned to the source of the voice and beheld a figure atop a rooftop, tall and unadorned, his face obscured by a striking mask. He stood there, arms crossed, observing Vaughn and his crew. Who are you? A member of the Navy? Or another pirate? Vaughn inquired steadily, taken aback by the mysterious appearance of this individual. Ates offered no reply. Instead, he delicately tapped his toes, and his body gracefully descended from the rooftop, as light as a feather, leaving not a trace of dust in his wake. Atesh observed Vaughn clutching Millie's delicate hand, and upon noticing Millie's anguished expression, he could not help but exclaim, You truly lack the ability to cherish beauty. What a lovely young lady she is, yet you treat her with such brutality. Vaughn, enraged by Atesh's evasive response, bellowed. Who are you, exactly? Atesh retorted, Me? I am the Grim Reaper, here solely to claim your life. Atesh was not jesting with him. Rather, he delivered a death sentence. Vaughn was taken aback for a moment, then erupted into a raucous laughter. Ha! This is truly amusing. Do you wish to take my life? Do you have any idea who I am? I am Vaughn, the captain of a small pirate crew, with a bounty of 20 million berries. It spoke as he retrieved a bounty notice from within his garments. This was the one that Sonny had given him upon his departure. Yet it was merely one among many, all pertaining to the notorious pirates of the Western Seas. What did you say? Vaughn's expression darkened. After all, he had a bounty of 20 million, and yet he was being dismissed as a mere petty pirate. Do not gaze at me with such disdain. To take pride in such a meager bounty is truly shameful. I find myself embarrassed on your behalf. You can only assert your dominance over ordinary folk. Reigning as a king among the monkeys, Yates gathered the bounty notices and mockingly addressed Vaughn. He held in contempt those who, despite lacking true ability, feigned an air of superiority as if they were the greatest in the world. To not deride him felt like a disservice to himself. With a chuckle, Millie couldn't help but laugh at Yates's jibes directed at Vaughn. Strangely, the fear and despair she had just experienced seemed to dissipate with Yates's arrival. This girl certainly possessed a bold spirit. Was she truly a hostage? Was it really wise to mock her captors in such a manner? Yates could not help but think to himself, "You scoundrel." Vaughn's complexion shifted continuously, turning a shade reminiscent of liver upon hearing Millie's laughter. The townsfolk were taken aback, astonished that someone dared to mock Vaughn so brazenly, especially a person of such enigmatic origins. Chapter 63, Yates' helplessness. Hey, what are you babbling about? One of the pirates interjected. Our captain is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 20 million. The group of pirates abandoned their attempt to block the townsfolk and instead turned their ire towards Yates, encircling him menacingly. A notorious pirate? Yates was momentarily at a loss for words. Do you hold some inexplicable disdain for the term great pirate? If this is indeed what you consider a great pirate, then how shall we categorize the formidable beings of the New World? How dare you belittle me? Execute him. Vaughn's gaze was ablaze with fury as he fixed his eyes upon Yates. He was determined to make this insolent fool pay a steep price for his arrogance. Yes, Captain. The crew of pirates swiftly brandished their gleaming swords and weapons, surging towards Yates with the intent to eliminate the one who dared to mock their esteemed captain on the spot. As Yates faced the encroaching throng, he exhibited no sign of trepidation, merely caressing the hilt of his sword. In a tragic flourish, crimson blossoms of blood erupted into the air like red roses, as the foremost pirates attempting to slay Yates collapsed lifelessly to the ground in an instant. Upon closer inspection, each of them bore a distinct gash upon their throats, one swift stroke, sealing their fates. Yates maintained his serene gesture, as though these marauders had succumbed to death without reason. This sudden spectacle momentarily paralyzed the remaining pirates, who gazed in horror at their fallen comrades, a chill running through their bodies, compelling them to retreat a few steps. They were struck by the realization that to advance further would lead them to a fate akin to that of their deceased allies. What had transpired? Vaughn's eyes widened in shock as he finally relinquished his grip on Millie's hand and took a step back. Incredible, he murmured, astonished by Yates' swiftness. He had scarcely perceived the motion of the blade. Yet, he understood that the demise of these pirates was inexorably linked to the man before him. The onlookers, too, widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. How could it be that mere moments after the pirates approached him, several had already perished? What was happening? Millie, with her large, curious eyes, observed the scene, oblivious to the evident red marks on her delicate arms, occasionally feeling a twinge of pain yet remaining unaware of its significance. Yates fixed his gaze upon Vaughn, disregarding the surrounding pirates as he strode purposefully towards him. Although the pirates continued to encircle him, the crowd gradually dispersed as Yates advanced. No one dared to initiate an attack against Yates. They could only watch him warily. Vaughn, witnessing Yates' approach, considered fleeing, for the earlier scene had been utterly bizarre, leaving him perplexed and having lost several of his subordinates. Yet, as a pirate himself, and with so many eyes upon him, he could not afford to lose face in front of others. He was compelled to stand his ground. However, as Yates drew nearer, Vaughn felt an overwhelming pressure that incessantly hammered at his heart, rendering him breathless. What in the world is happening? Vaughn's expression twisted into a grimace of rage, unable to endure the inexplicable weight any longer. With the Navy's arrival imminent, he thought it better to confront this man now rather than face the Navy outside, especially since Yates was alone. Enough of your arrogance, you scoundrel, Vaughn suddenly bellowed, seizing Millie who stood nearby, and, amid her startled cries, hurled her towards Yates. At that moment, Yates swiftly advanced, catching Millie in his embrace with remarkable speed. Just then, Vaughn unleashed his attack, bellowing, "All of you, join forces and eliminate him." With that, he launched a furious punch aimed directly at Yates' face. Upon hearing their captain's command, the pirates hesitated no longer, surging forward like ravenous beasts ready to pounce. The scene was utterly brutal, reminiscent of Eats standing against a horde of wild animals, poised to face an inevitable demise. Millie's father, Jinnah, let out a heart-wrenching cry, realizing that his daughter was also within the perilous range of the pirates' assault. The townsfolk were engulfed in despair, confronted with such a multitude of pirates. Even if the man possessed some strength, he was but one individual. How could he possibly contend with so many? Collective sighs of resignation filled the air. Yet they completely overlooked the events that had transpired earlier, remaining oblivious to the true extent of Eats' power. In fear, Millie clutched Eats' waist tightly, her eyes squeezed shut. Eats felt the soft touch, an inexplicable sensation stirring within him. He had never been embraced by a woman before. Yet, this was not the moment to dwell on trivialities. For the onslaught of pirates was upon them. The sound of clashing swords reverberated through the air, a flash of pure white light illuminating the scene. Instantly, the atmosphere was thick with a palpable aura of menace, blinding sword flashes materializing before the eyes of the numerous pirates. They sensed a shadow dart past, accompanied by a stinging sensation as if their skin were being sliced by blades. With a series of splashes, blood sprayed into the air. And all the pirates who had previously besieged Eats fell, each meeting their end with a single, decisive stroke to the throat. Eats stood his ground. His sword returned to its sheath. Before him, Vaughn maintained a poised stance, his fist poised just a step away from Eats' face. Yet that single step loomed like an insurmountable chasm. In that moment, a line of blood emerged from Vaughn's fist, severing it from his arm. Ah, the pain is unbearable, Vaughn cried, clutching the stump as he fell to the ground, his anguished scream jolting everyone into awareness. As reality set in, disbelief washed over them. They could hardly fathom that, in an instant, the pirates were all vanquished, and Vaughn had lost his hand. Their gazes toward each transformed, now filled with a mixture of awe and terror, as if they beheld a monster. Eats remained utterly indifferent to these matters, everything unfolding precisely as he had anticipated. At that moment, he cast a glance at the young girl, Millie, who still had her eyes tightly shut while clinging to him. The unusual sensations coursing through his body compelled him to clear his throat and say, "Excuse me, young lady, have you had enough of the embrace?" The voice of Eats abruptly roused Millie from her reverie, and in that moment, she became acutely aware of her indiscretion. The young girl hastily released her tight embrace around Eats and glanced around her surroundings. Upon seeing the clenched fists on the ground and the pool of blood scattered about, she was once again startled and instinctively clutched Eats' waist, as if his solid chest were the safest haven in this tumultuous world. Eats felt a sense of helplessness, urging them not to react so dramatically, otherwise, others might assume he was taking advantage of him. Coughing lightly, Jinnah, having experienced a fair share of the world, managed to maintain his composure. Upon seeing Millie unharmed, he released a sigh of relief and, after a few more coughs, gently extricated his daughter from Eats' embrace. Chapter 64. I wish to learn the sword from you. I sincerely apologize for my daughter's impoliteness, and I am grateful for your assistance, esteemed sir. Jinnah pulled Millie back to his side, offering both an apology and his gratitude to Eats. At that moment, Millie also became aware of the inappropriateness of the situation. Realizing that she had just embraced a stranger, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she lowered her head in silence. At this, Eats displayed no airs. Casually waving his hand, "It is of no consequence, merely a trifling effort. The Navy will soon arrive to cleanse the battlefield. This pirate has already lost his fighting capability and poses no threat to you." As Eats finished speaking, the sound of footsteps approached from a distance, indicating the arrival of the Navy. Leading the group was a middle-aged man of considerable rank, a colonel. Drew, accompanied by a contingent of Navy personnel, arrived at the scene. He surveyed the numerous pirate corpses strewn about, then glanced at Vaughn, who lay moaning in a pool of blood, and felt a chill run through his body. How swiftly that gentleman acted, Drew mused internally. This was not the nearby base's Navy, but rather the forces from the 66th Division, a reward Eats had promised Asani. And he would not go back on his word. Although this seemed somewhat unfair to the local Navy, Eats was indifferent. It was a matter of first come, first served. Sani remained stationed at the base, for as the commander, it would be unwise to leave a naval base unattended. He could not bear the consequences of a pirate invasion. Thus, he dispatched Drew, a colonel of a lower rank, to keep a vigilant watch on Eats' movements, ensuring that any intelligence would be promptly relayed to Eats. Seeing the Navy's arrival, Jinnah hurried forward. Although they were merely spectators, they were still the Navy. The townsfolk, having witnessed the complete defeat of the pirates and the arrival of the Navy, began to disperse, yet the image of Eats' rampage lingered in their minds, unforgettable. "Commander, you have arrived," Jinnah addressed Drew. Indeed, I am Colonel Drew of the West Sea 66th Navy Division. Is everyone here uninjured? Drew introduced himself before inquiring about the townsfolk's well-being. 66th Division? Jinnah murmured to himself, recalling that the nearby Navy base did not belong to the 66th Division. Drew noticed Jinnah's confusion and felt somewhat embarrassed. He could not very well disclose that they were merely here to take advantage of the situation, which would undermine the other bases. Feeling somewhat helpless, he reiterated his inquiry to Jinnah. Snapping back to reality, Jinnah replied, No one is injured. Thanks to this esteemed gentleman. Otherwise, my daughter would have been in grave danger. He gestured towards Eights' direction. However, he suddenly froze. For the spot he indicated was devoid of Eights. He had clearly departed. He was just here, Jinnah stammered. Millie, did you see where our benefactor went? He awkwardly asked the woman beside him, who was still gazing downcast. Millie, lost in her thoughts, looked up at her father's words, only to find that Eights had indeed vanished. I don't know, she replied softly, her tone heavy with disappointment. For some reason, she wished to see Eights once more. Observing her demeanor, Jinnah shook his head, resigning himself to the situation. Drew, aware of whom they spoke, understood that the gentleman was beyond his jurisdiction. His responsibility lay solely in managing the current affairs. Subsequently, he mobilized all Navy personnel to commence the cleanup of the battlefield. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a young boy named Carl had been fixated on a particular direction all along. Eights was indeed moving in that direction. From the moment Eights appeared, Carl had been fixated upon him, his eyes gleaming with intense curiosity. Even as numerous pirates perished before him, leaving a pool of blood, his gaze remained unwavering. It was hard to fathom such composure in a child. Carl, what is wrong? Are you all right? Millie approached Carl, her voice gentle, thinking he might be frightened. After all, she herself was quite alarmed, let alone a child so young. Carl remained silent, unresponsive to Millie's inquiry. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet and began to chase after Eights, disappearing into the distance under Millie's watchful gaze. Carl, where are you going? Millie shouted, yet Carl paid her no mind, running farther away until he vanished from sight. The stream was crystal clear and pristine, surrounded by a landscape of pale green. Dense bamboo groves flourished all around, resembling a verdant canvas. The rushing water cascaded down the rocky cliff like a transparent veil, creating massive splashes that struck the boulders below with a thunderous roar, akin to a ferocious beast's growl. This was a waterfall, and in harmony with the surrounding scenery and the essence of nature, it was extraordinarily enchanting. This place was also the back mountain of the town, regarded as a significant attraction. At this moment, Eights stood by the stream, gazing at the waterfall before him. It truly echoed the ancient verse from a previous life. The waterfall cascades straight down 3,000 feet, as if the Milky Way had descended from the heavens. The waterfall surged powerfully, a magnificent spectacle. Eights was acutely aware that the waterfall before him paled in comparison to the mighty currents of the Grand Canal. Nonetheless, witnessing such a magnificent spectacle in this location made the journey worthwhile. He gazed at the cascading waterfall, its spray rising incessantly, when a thought suddenly emerged from the depths of his heart. However, before he could implement that idea, he had to address another matter. Ethers turned his gaze towards the rear and remarked with an air of nonchalance, "Young one, you've been trailing me for quite some time now. Isn't it about time you revealed yourself?" Yet, no response came forth, as though he were addressing naught but the empty air. Atesh remained unhurried, his gaze fixed steadily ahead. At long last, after a considerable pause, a small head gradually emerged from beneath a banyan tree. It was none other than the young boy, Carl, from before. If he failed to notice both children, it would render his observational prowess merely ornamental. From the very beginning, I have been aware of your presence. To possess such courage in the face of pirates, unflinching in the face of death, is indeed commendable. Your composure is equally remarkable. Eights expressed his admiration towards Carl, acknowledging that the young lad was indeed remarkable, displaying an extraordinary calmness in the presence of corpses and blood. His demeanor resembled that of someone who had grown numb. And Eights was acutely aware that the boy before him had undoubtedly endured profound experiences. So, what is your purpose in following me? Eights gazed at Carl and inquired. Carl intended to articulate something, yet the words faltered on his lips, leaving him in a state of hesitation. After gathering his thoughts, his expression transformed to one of unwavering determination as he finally declared, "Sir, I wish to study swordsmanship under your guidance." Chapter 65. A Unique Method of Training. Oh? Eights was taken aback, not expecting that the young man's purpose in following him was this. A smirk graced his lips as he curiously inquired, "What motivates you to learn the art of the sword?" Without a moment's hesitation, Carl replied, "Because I aspire to be as formidable as you." I am not formidable. Eights remarked. Atesh, however, shook his head. After all, he could hardly withstand even a few punches from Garp, so how could he be deemed formidable? Should anyone become privy to his thoughts, they would undoubtedly roll their eyes in disbelief. Of all the comparisons one could make, to liken oneself to Garp, one of the pinnacle warriors of this world, is simply absurd. He is, without question, the epitome of combat prowess. I refuse to believe that you could annihilate all those pirates in an instant. Carl's expression was one of skepticism. He was no fool. Although he had not witnessed the events clearly, he was acutely aware that the individual before him was undoubtedly formidable. Youngster, believe it or not, I have no intention of taking on an apprentice. My own swordsmanship is yet to reach its zenith. Eights has no intention of taking on disciples. He still has half a disciple to tend to himself. Moreover, his current prowess has yet to reach the realm of true mastery. And he is even less inclined to bear the burden of a novice. No, perhaps two. In truth, with his mastery as a swordsman, he is more than capable of establishing a dojo and accepting students. Every swordsman aspires to become a master swordsman, taking pride in that ambition. Most masters roam the world, pursuing the highest peak of swordsmanship, while some have opened dojos across the globe to pass on their legacy. However, Eights sets his own standards exceedingly high. Should he choose to accept disciples, they must be of the highest caliber. At present, Eights is still far from that esteemed level, and he has no time to mentor mere children. Yet, how can someone as formidable as you claim that your swordsmanship is not yet perfected? Carl could hardly believe that such an impressive individual had not yet mastered their craft. Indeed, that is precisely why I will not take you on as a disciple. Eights ruthlessly declined, eager to dismiss Carl as swiftly as possible. However, to his surprise, he found Carl's small face brimming with determination. The boy shouted at Eights, I will not give up. I am determined to learn swordsmanship from you. With that, he turned on his heel and ran away without looking back, leaving Eights standing speechless in his wake. This little rascal possesses a certain charm. Eights chuckled softly and shook his head, then turned to gaze at the cascading waterfall. He gradually shed his garments, revealing a torso that, while not particularly robust, displayed perfectly proportioned muscle lines. At this moment, he had mastered the art of harnessing his strength, keeping it elegantly concealed within. Although there remained a discernible gap between him and the renowned powerful figures, he had already surpassed the majority. Such an achievement is not easily attained. The water's surface rippled in concentric circles as Eights advanced toward the waterfall, his trusty saber still firmly in hand. With a splash, droplets of water danced before his eyes. In that instant, he leapt into the air, landing atop a massive rock, where the vertically descending torrents hammered against his body like relentless warhammers. At that moment, he was utterly engulfed by the waterfall, as if consumed by a primordial beast of the wilds. Eights' body began to tremble, overwhelmed by an immense force that coursed through him, accompanied by excruciating pain. This pressure felt as though it could crush his very being, shattering his bones into fragments. Even with the years of rigorous training that had fortified his physique, he found himself struggling to withstand it. The waterfall cascaded like a river of stars, enveloping Eights within its embrace, stirring up 1,000 waves at the foot of the mountain. Eights endured the relentless onslaught of the waterfall, a method of cultivation he had discerned through his unwavering gaze upon the cascading waters. By harnessing the formidable force of the descending torrents, he aimed to invigorate every muscle in his body, thereby enhancing his physical strength. Conventional training had become futile. He required external forces to fortify himself, for only under pressure could he find motivation. The vigorous flow of water was precisely what Eights needed at this moment. The effects were undeniably pronounced. He struggled to withstand the impact of the waterfall, yet he harbored no thoughts of retreat. Instead, an exhilarated smile graced his features, for this was the training environment he craved. It was likely that no one else, apart from him, would conceive of utilizing a waterfall for such rigorous practice. Those with inadequate physical fortitude would likely find themselves crushed instantaneously if they dared to plunge into the waterfall as Eights did. The overwhelming water pressure incessantly stimulated his entire being as he stood resolutely upon the rocks, akin to an ancient pine that had withstood the test of time, reveling in the joy of becoming stronger. An hour passed, and his expression gradually relaxed, although the pain throughout his body remained intense. He appeared to have acclimated, or perhaps his body had become numb to the onslaught. At this juncture, he positioned his sword at chest level, hands clasped firmly, and increased the difficulty of his training. This endeavor transcended mere physical conditioning. It encompassed his arm strength as well. Time flowed slowly, and his entire body succumbed to a state of numbness, yet his arms remained steadfastly gripping the hilt of the sword. Under the relentless torrent, Eight's arms trembled incessantly, the potential for his weapon to slip from his grasp ever present. Nevertheless, his expression remained unchanged as he persisted in maintaining his sword-holding posture, striving to perfect his form. Several hours later, Ates gradually lowered his sword and emerged from the waterfall. As he stepped onto solid ground, he realized that his entire body, including his arms, had become rigid and nearly devoid of sensation. Yet he still managed to take a few steps, his heavy gait leading him to the shore where he sat cross-legged. Although such training could rapidly enhance his strength, prolonged exposure to such intense water pressure was not advisable. Moderation was essential, given his physical condition. A brief respite would soon restore his mobility. Not far away, Millie and young Carl stood in astonishment, having arrived shortly after Ates commenced his training. They were acutely aware of the ferocity of the waterfall and the immense pressure it exerted. Never did they anticipate witnessing someone standing beneath its torrent for several hours. Most would have met their demise under such circumstances. Millie, almost compelled to seek assistance for Ates, recalled how he had once saved her life. Meanwhile, Carl's resolve to become Ates' disciple solidified further. If Ates could withstand such pressure unscathed, he truly was a formidable individual. Engrossed in his training, Ates had not noticed Millie and Carl watching him until now. "Could you kindly fetch me something to eat?" he called out to them. Overwhelmed by the crushing force of the water, he lacked the strength to recover. Chapter 66. The Demon Face. Millie, still reeling from the shock of Ates' waterfall training, immediately sprang into action upon hearing his call, rushing towards him with Carl trailing closely behind. "Sir, I have prepared some pastries with my own hands, as a token of gratitude for your life-saving intervention." As she spoke, she extended a bamboo basket filled with treats towards him. She had initially believed Ates had left the island, but Carl's return revealed that he remained in the mountains. Elated by this news, she hurried back to prepare the pastries, eager to express her thanks to Ates. Whether her intentions extended beyond mere gratitude, only she could discern. This left Carl, who had intended to share his own unsuccessful attempt to become Ates' disciple, swallowing his words. "Do not worry, they are merely minor pirates, nothing to concern yourself with." He shook his head. For him, it was a trivial matter. However, he graciously accepted the bamboo basket. As soon as the white cloth was lifted, a fragrant aroma wafted forth, revealing an array of exquisitely crafted pastries artfully arranged before Ates. It was evident that Millie had poured her heart into their creation. Yet, the offerings were solely pastries, while Ates' greatest desire at that moment was for meat. Thus, he turned to Millie and inquired, "Is there no meat?" "Oh, I apologize, sir. I was unaware that you wished for meat." So, Millie's expression turned sheepish as she realized her intention had been to prepare delightful confections to express her gratitude towards Ates, only to find that his preference lay with meat. "Ah, I see. No matter, I shall manage with this for now. I will indulge in meat once my health is restored." Ates was indifferent, for it was the thought that counted. As the pastry melted in his mouth, it bore a resemblance to osmanthus cake, with the delicate fragrance of osmanthus instantly enveloping his taste buds, sweet yet not cloying. It was surprisingly delectable. He hadn't anticipated that this young lady possessed such culinary skills. What a pity she wasn't pursuing a career as a pastry chef. "Do you find it to your liking, sir?" Millie inquired, her bright eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Indeed, it is quite delightful." Ates took another bite, for he was never one to speak falsehoods, apart from his cultivation. He was quite the gourmand, always expressing delight when he encountered delectable fare. Upon hearing his response, Millie felt a surge of joy, for she had feared that her benefactor might not take to the pastries she had prepared. At that moment, however, Carl, standing nearby, reached out with his small hand, attempting to touch Ates' mask. "What are you doing, little one?" Ates firmly grasped Carl's small hand, as the boy audaciously attempted to remove his mask. Intrigued, Carl inquired, "I am merely curious, sir, about your mask. It is quite peculiar that it seems to part on its own when Ates consumes food. The mouth of his mask automatically opens, facilitating his dining experience. This is yet another distinctive feature of his mask. It is merely a trivial gadget." The insatiable curiosity of children is profound, and Ates, disregarding Carl, focused intently on savoring the pastries. Ates remained oblivious, yet Millie was fixated on his upper body. It is noteworthy that despite his prolonged cultivation, Ates' skin was not coarse like that of others. Rather, it was as pristine as jade, eliciting envy from many women. However, the myriad of scars, varying in depth and hue, marred this aesthetic appeal. Millie found it difficult to fathom how one could bear so many scars. Gashes and scratches nearly adorned every part of Ates' torso. He must have endured great suffering, Millie mused quietly. "Thank you for the pastries, my dear." At this moment, Atesh had finished all the pastries in the basket and handed it to Millie, inadvertently interrupting her train of thought. Ah, Millie exclaimed, quickly accepting the basket. Well then, I shall take my leave. As she prepared to turn away, she seemed to recall something and paused in her steps. Sir, could you kindly tell me your name? Millie's voice was melodious, resonating with a delightful charm. Upon hearing this, Ates nodded, acknowledging that it was merely a name. And he had no intention of concealing it. Of course, my name is Ates. I see, Millie responded, and then, as if fleeing, she hastily departed. Carl followed closely behind Millie, turning to Ates as he left and declaring, I will not give up. His small face radiated determination before he too exited the scene. 3 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this period, the storms upon the sea remained relentless, with numerous pirates causing quite a stir in the Grand Line. In stark contrast, the Four Seas experienced a notable decline in pirate activity, particularly in the West Sea. It seemed as though they had been struck by a plague, retreating into some hidden corner, either too frightened to emerge or deterred by some terrifying presence. Moden Island, this was the name of the island where Ates resided, the very place where he had previously vanquished the pirate Vaughn and his crew. At the back of the small town, the torrents of water cascaded down with an overwhelming grandeur, still as magnificent as ever. Ates stood resolutely beneath the cascading waterfall, his dual swords firmly grasped in hand. With his eyes tightly closed, he remained utterly still, his arms and body unwavering, impervious to the tremendous force of the waterfall that would typically overwhelm any ordinary soul. To him, the torrent felt akin to a gentle stream rather than a crushing deluge. After 3 months of rigorous training, the waterfall had lost its potency. Standing amidst its embrace felt no different from taking a leisurely bath, offering nothing but a refreshing sensation, devoid of any tearing discomfort. Ates opened his eyes and emerged from the depths, returning to the shore. Before him stood a modest wooden cabin, hastily constructed as a sanctuary for his practice. Just then, a sweet voice, laced with laughter, echoed from behind him. There was no need to guess who it belonged to. Ates turned around and saw Millie smiling as she handed him a towel. Thank you, Miss Millie. Ates expressed his gratitude as he was about to take the towel. However, to his surprise, Millie instantly became displeased. Did I not say? Just call me Millie, she pouted, her expression adorably charming. Over the past 3 months, aside from his training, the person Ates had encountered most frequently was Millie. She would return daily to bring him food, and as their interactions increased, they grew more familiar with one another. With Millie shedding her previous shyness, their relationship resembled that of ordinary friends. Of course, there was also a little pest who would occasionally come to bother him. Ah. My apologies, then I shall call you Millie. Ates gazed at Millie with a light chuckle, realizing that this girl possessed such an endearing side. Now that's more like it, he thought. Millie proudly lifted her pristine chin, then produced the latest newspaper, presenting it to Ates. Ates, you must not have seen the papers these past few days. You've been under that waterfall all the time, and I had no chance to show you. With that, Millie handed a newspaper to Ates. The image featured a masked Ates, with 2 prominent characters boldly displayed beneath, Ghost Mask. Chapter 67, Carl's Experience. Ates stared at the newspaper for a moment before tossing it aside. Am I truly that dreadful? Ates stroked his chin, murmuring to himself. The reason why the pirates of the West Sea dared not venture out to sea, instead retreating to the safety of their bases, was entirely due to his influence. He had spent 3 months training beneath the waterfall, yet he did not remain idle. He continued to hone his swordsmanship by setting sail. He encountered numerous pirate crews, some of whom had attained the rank of swordsmen, yet without exception, they were all vanquished by him. Wherever he traversed, pirate crews found themselves in dire straits. As time passed, the inhabitants of the West Sea became aware of a masked figure who specifically sought trouble with pirates. This instilled a sense of dread among the majority of pirates in the West Sea, who feared encountering this grim reaper as soon as they set sail. Due to Ates donning a ghostly mask, he earned the moniker Ghostface. At present, Ates enjoys considerable fame in the West Sea, instilling fear among pirates who dare not show their faces. His notorious reputation extends beyond this maritime realm, as the moniker Ghostface has spread to other waters as well. After all, it is said that a single man wielding his sword has rendered the pirates of the West Sea too frightened to emerge, making the claim of sweeping through the West Sea not an exaggeration. Some describe Ates as a ruthless demon, while others portray him as cold-blooded, deriving pleasure from hunting pirates, leaving a trail of relentless slaughter in his wake. Regarding these rumors, Ates expresses his helplessness, asserting that he is not so brutal as to warrant such descriptions. He often shows mercy. Otherwise, would the Navy even have the opportunity to pick up the pieces? Nevertheless, the number of pirates in the West Sea has dwindled significantly, likely due to their genuine fear of him. This leads him to ponder whether the West Sea might become the weakest of all seas because of them. If that were the case, it would certainly be intriguing. He shook his head with a knowing smile as he turned his gaze towards Millie, only to find her staring at him intently. They all say I am a heartless demon, yet why do you not fear me? Millie replied with a smile. I do not believe what the newspapers say. You are clearly a very good person. Is that so? Ates gazed at Millie before him. This girl truly exhibited no fear of him whatsoever. Millie nodded and then spoke. I heard from Carl that he wishes to become your disciple, yet you have declined him. May I ask why? Ates, upon being questioned by Millie, did not conceal the truth and candidly responded, It is because my strength is still insufficient. If, in the future, I encounter an adversary that I cannot overcome, and they witness me, as their master, being defeated, it would be quite a disgrace. Ates chuckled as he looked at Millie, a rare jest escaping his lips. He was uncertain of the circumstances, yet being in Millie's presence brought him an unexpected comfort, reminiscent of a long-lost warmth. Suddenly, Millie burst into laughter, exclaiming, I never knew someone of your stature could make jokes. However, her expression quickly darkened. She turned to Ates and said, In truth, Carl is a pitiful child. He does not belong to our town, nor does he hail from this island. My father discovered him 2 years ago amidst a heap of the deceased during his travels. He was drenched in blood, yet not a single wound marred his body. It seemed his kin had shielded him by smearing his form with their own blood. After my father brought him home, he fell into a silence, refusing food and remaining motionless. My father and I devoted ourselves to caring for him, adopting him into our family. To me, he became akin to a brother. Gradually, perhaps feeling the warmth of a home, he ceased to be so reticent and began to converse with us. Thus, Carl is indeed a sorrowful child. I believe his desire to learn swordsmanship from you stems from a yearning to acquire the strength to protect himself and his family, much like you do. Ates listened attentively to Millie's narrative without interruption, and only after she had finished did he respond, I see. So that is the reason for your remarkable resistance to blood. Millie did not reply, merely nodding in affirmation. Ates comprehended the gravity of the situation. He had not anticipated that the young Carl bore such a tragic past. Witnessing his loved ones fall amidst a pool of blood, powerless to intervene, is an immense blow for anyone, let alone a child of merely a few years. This profound experience is the very reason for Carl's deep-seated hatred towards pirates, which compelled him to rush forward without hesitation to protect Millie when he saw Vaughn assaulting her. She, along with Jinnah, constituted his family. Atesh, too, would undoubtedly spare no effort in unearthing any pirate daring enough to invade Windmill Village. He would search every inch of the ground to locate the intruder. However, he is simply more fortunate than Carl. Ates gazed at Millie, observing the sorrowful emotions that enveloped her, and remarked, Very well. You merely wish for me to accept that little imp as my apprentice? Have him come to see me tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Millie's eyes sparkled with delight, and she exclaimed, Is that truly what you mean? Indeed, I do not speak in falsehoods. Splendid. Millie's previous despondency vanished in an instant, and in her exuberance, she impulsively wrapped her arms around Ates' arm, her actions boldened by her excitement. At that moment, Aston felt a sense of discomfort enveloping him. This was the second time he had been embraced by Millie. Strangely, he found himself not repulsed by it. When had this girl become so audacious? In his heart, Ates silently pondered. The previous Millie had always possessed a serene demeanor. Although she would occasionally indulge in playful banter with him, she would never exhibit such audacious behavior. It seemed that Millie, suddenly aware of her actions, promptly released her grip on Ates' arm. Her charming face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, exuding an entirely different kind of beauty. This enchanting sight rendered Ates momentarily entranced behind his mask. As he continued to gaze at her, Millie's already rosy cheeks deepened in hue, and she felt an overwhelming wave of embarrassment, wishing desperately to vanish into the earth. For she had just committed such a daring act. Ates regained his composure, gazing at Millie's bashful demeanor, and couldn't help but chuckle. I must admit, you look rather adorable like this. Really? Millie lifted her head upon hearing Ates' compliment, for no woman could remain indifferent to praise from others. Ates nodded. Indeed. Could you reveal your visage beneath the mask? Millie inquired eagerly, her eyes sparkling with clarity akin to crystal waters as they gazed upon Ates. Why? Ates questioned. No particular reason. I am simply curious about your true appearance, Millie replied earnestly, fixing her gaze on Ates. Are you not afraid that my appearance might frighten you? Ates inquired of Millie. Of course, this is but a jest. He remained quite confident in his appearance. Fear not, for although you constantly wear a mask, your eyes shine with such brilliance and vitality, undoubtedly revealing your youth. Upon hearing these words, Ates couldn't help but cast a profound glance at Millie. This girl's intuition was remarkably accurate. Chapter 68. the attention of the warring states meeting Millie's expectant gaze. H chuckled softly and shook his head before slowly removing his ghostly mask, revealing his true visage. In an instant, Millie froze in place. Before her stood a strikingly handsome young man with sharp brows and star-like eyes, his gaze as radiant and mesmerizing as the countless stars scattered across the vast cosmos, captivating anyone who met it with just a single glance. She had previously speculated that H must be quite young, having once seen his bare torso. After all, such smooth skin couldn't possibly belong to a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. Yet now, confronted with his true appearance, she found it hard to believe. Not only was he young, he appeared to be around her own age. The Eights before her bore no resemblance to the fearsome, masked figure she had encountered earlier. This wasn't the dreaded ghost face that struck terror into hearts. It was simply the boy next door. What's the matter? Don't recognize me? Eights noticed Millie gazing at him intently and teased her. So, it turns out you were quite striking, and your voice is equally melodious. Millie muttered to herself, then suddenly realized and displayed a look of feigned melancholy. What is this? You are clearly around my age, perhaps even younger? It made me call you Mr. all this time. Each chuckled upon hearing Millie's complaint, saying, I never instructed you to address me in that manner. I don't care. You owe me compensation. Oh? And what is it that you desire? Eights inquired, as he pondered that Millie was the first person he could interact with genuinely since embarking on his maritime journey. He would endeavor to fulfill any of her needs. Millie tilted her head in contemplation and, after a brief moment of reflection, cheerfully suggested, Why don't you come to my house for dinner? But you must not wear a mask. Eights was taken aback. Was this all? He had anticipated that Millie might present some demands. To his surprise, it was merely a simple request for a meal. He inquired again to confirm. Is it truly this uncomplicated? Yes, Millie nodded eagerly. Eights pondered for a moment before nodding. His training had reached a temporary conclusion, and it was time to indulge in some relaxation. Wonderful. I will return to prepare, and you must certainly come. With that, Millie skipped away, her spirits evidently high. That girl. Atesh chuckled and shook his head. Millie was indeed quite endearing. At the Navy headquarters in Marine Ford, a magnificent and solemn white building stood tall. Inside an office, Sengoku, wearing frog-shaped glasses and sporting an explosive hairstyle along with a braided mustache, sat at his desk, engrossed in reviewing a stack of documents. Although the position of admiral was currently vacant, Sengoku was being groomed as the successor to the role. Presently, he made all the decisions regarding naval affairs, escalating only the most challenging issues to the absent admiral. Knock, 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 a rhythmic knocking echoed through the room. Come in, Sengoku commanded, his voice carrying an air of authority. With a creak, the door opened, and a naval officer, bearing the insignia of a colonel, entered and saluted Sengoku. Admiral Sengoku, here are the latest documents for your perusal. Place them down, Sengoku replied without lifting his gaze. Just then, a particular stack of documents caught his eye. He picked one up and, after a brief glance, turned to the colonel and inquired, Why are there significantly fewer pirates in the West Sea compared to other regions? The colonel explained. Reports indicate that a bounty hunter is currently active in the West Sea, specifically targeting pirates, which has evidently instilled fear in them, causing them to hide. The colonel himself seemed incredulous. Pirates were notorious for their ferocity, and it was remarkable that one could intimidate them into submission. Sengoku furrowed his brow. When did such a bounty hunter emerge in the West Sea? Since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, countless pirates had flocked to the Grand Line, prompting Sengoku to focus his attention there, leaving him little time to monitor the four seas. To his surprise, a formidable figure had arisen in the West Sea. Although it wasn't the strongest region among the four seas, a single individual capable of driving pirates into hiding was undoubtedly extraordinary. However, he questioned the accuracy of this information. Is this information reliable? Sengoku asked again. Admiral Sengoku, the intelligence seems credible. It was reported by Brigadier General Sani of the 66th Division. Moreover, those pirates were apprehended by the Navy of the 66th Division. I believe I previously reported this to you when they were sent to impel down, but you were likely too occupied to notice. As he spoke, the colonel felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Sengoku grew more puzzled. How could the 66th Division alone have captured so many pirates? Were the other naval divisions merely idle? Yet, he was more curious about the identity of this bounty hunter. Fetch me all available information on the West Sea, including that of the bounty hunter, he commanded. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. Shortly thereafter, the colonel returned with a set of documents, which he handed to Sengoku before exiting the office. Sengoku wasted no time and began to review the materials. After a considerable period, he set the documents down, his brow furrowing deeper. The information was scant and largely mirrored the colonel's report, aside from noting that Atesh had been sighted in the East and South Seas. It mentioned that his presence had generally diminished the quality of pirates in the West Sea, which had indeed aided the Navy significantly. Yet, aside from these observations, there was a conspicuous absence of details regarding Atesh's identity, as if he had materialized out of thin air. All that was known was his moniker, Oni-min. Oni-min? Why can't I find any information about this individual? Sengoku pondered, troubled by the seeming enigma of this character, whose true name eluded all records. Suddenly, the door was forcefully kicked open, and a boisterous voice boomed. Ha ha ha, Sengoku. I've run out of senbei. Do you have any left? Sengoku felt a vein throb on his forehead, instantly recognizing the intruder. Who else but Garp would dare burst into the Admiral's office so audaciously? Garp. You're a vice admiral. Can't you adhere to some semblance of decorum? Sengoku said, struggling to contain his impulse to reprimand Garp. Pfft, what is more important? Decorum or senbei? Garp retorted dismissively, igniting Sengoku's frustration. Is that information on the 4 Cs? Garp noticed the documents on the desk and picked them up, pausing when he saw Atesh donned in a mask resembling a demoness face. Sengoku, accustomed to Garp's impulsive nature, shook his head in resignation. He quickly clarified. This concerns the bounty hunter who has appeared in the West Sea, known as Oni-min. Oni-min, you say? Garp grinned widely, pleased to hear that this rascal had garnered such fame. By the way, Sengoku, I heard that this Oni-min hails from the East Sea. Have you encountered him? Sengoku, oblivious to the subtle shift in Garp's demeanor, inquired further. I know nothing. Hurry and give me senbei, Garp exclaimed, rummaging through Sengoku's drawer and producing a pack of senbei, devouring it with abandon. Damn it, Garp. That was my senbei, Sengoku shouted in exasperation. Don't be so petty, Sengoku. Thus, the two engaged in a playful scuffle in the Admiral's office, a sight that would leave anyone incredulous that these two were representatives of the Navy. Enough already, you two. Aren't you both too old for this? At that moment, an elderly woman entered, witnessing the commotion and sighing in exasperation. This was Tsuru, a rear admiral and chief of staff in the Navy. Though she bore a few wrinkles, her youthful beauty was still evident. Clear his throat. Sengoku awkwardly coughed, ceasing his playful tussle with Garp. He resumed his serious demeanor, handing the documents to Tsuru. Tsuru, this pertains to the 4 Cs. What are your thoughts? Tsuru perused the documents, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. I didn't expect such a figure to emerge in the 4 Cs. I recall the commander of the 66th Division. He is elderly and has long desired a transfer to the Grand Line. He must have struck some accord with this Oni-min to clear out the pirates in exchange for military resources. However, I'm puzzled by his motives. It seems he gains nothing from this endeavor, and it requires considerable effort. Tsuru, true to her reputation as the Navy's intellectual stalwart, had swiftly deduced the implications from just a glance. Moreover, there is no information available on his identity. Sengoku felt a wave of frustration. There were already enough complications. And now this mysterious individual had appeared. As far as he could tell, Oni-min had yet to engage the Navy directly, seemingly targeting only pirates. Let us set this aside for now. We must focus on resolving our current issues. The wise eyes of Crane were fixed upon Sengoku. Although Adis had gained some notoriety, it was merely confined to the 4 Cs, barely enough to capture Sengoku's attention. Upon hearing Crane's words, Sengoku nodded gravely. Recently, the world government had issued a directive that, if realized, would undoubtedly cause considerable upheaval. This left Sengoku feeling quite troubled, momentarily distracted from contemplating Adis's true identity. Meanwhile, Garp nonchalantly munched on senbei. Yet his thoughts were undeniably occupied with Adis. He had long sealed off information regarding Adis, rendering Sengoku and the others unable to uncover any leads. Though this was only a temporary measure. After all, the Navy's intelligence network spanned the globe, and it was only a matter of time before Adis's true identity was revealed. However, such concerns were for another day. For now, he deemed the enjoyment of senbei to be of utmost importance. Within a modestly furnished room, a round wooden table was adorned with an array of dishes, their enticing aromas provoking a deep hunger. At that moment, Kinna and Carl gazed wide-eyed at the young boy before them. This boy was none other than Adis, who had arrived as promised, unmasked as per their agreement. Upon realizing that this boy was the infamous Mr. Ghostface, Kinna could scarcely believe his eyes. The notion that someone so young could slay pirates with such ease was beyond his comprehension. Carl, too, found it hard to fathom, though his eyes sparkled with admiration. Despite being only a few years his senior, Adis had already attained such strength, further solidifying Carl's resolve to seek him as a mentor. Ates gazed at the two individuals before him, a sense of helplessness swelling within him. He had anticipated this reaction. Anyone who beheld his visage would undoubtedly be taken aback. After all, with such striking handsomeness, he bore little resemblance to the menacing figure depicted in the newspapers. Ates inwardly commended himself without shame. At that moment, Millie addressed her father, noting that Ates was indeed a guest she had invited, and it seemed rather impolite to scrutinize him so intently. "Oh, my apologies. I simply did not expect Mr. Ghostface to be so youthful." Jinna, regaining her composure, promptly invited Ates to take a seat. "There is no need for formality, Mr. Jinna. Here, you may simply call me Ates." Ates, with an unassuming demeanor, responded casually, "All right then. Ates, this is a dish prepared by Millie herself. Do give it a try." Jinna remarked, casting a subtle glance at Millie, causing her cheeks to flush with a rosy hue. "It is indeed a privilege to savor the culinary creations of Millie." Ates smiled as he picked up a piece of meat and placed it into his mouth. The table was predominantly filled with various meats, evidently prepared with great care for Ates. "Ates, try this. And this one. Oh, and don't forget this." Millie continuously served Ates, and before long, his bowl was heaped high. Ates felt a warm smile bloom upon his face as he sensed Millie's enthusiasm. Only by removing his mask did he truly return to himself. Reveling in that sensation, Jinna observed Millie's industrious figure, a smile gracing his lips. As a father, how could he be oblivious to his daughter's sentiments? He then turned his gaze towards Ates, his eyes reflecting a satisfaction akin to that of a father-in-law, growing increasingly content with every glance. As time passed, the sun began its descent, marking the end of the meal for the gathered company. Ates gradually rose to his feet and expressed his gratitude, stating, "Thank you for your hospitality. It has been a long time since I have felt such comfort." He then turned to Sal and remarked, "Young one, are you not eager to learn the art of swordsmanship from me? Prepare your belongings and seek me out tomorrow. We are poised to depart." Carl was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend each implication. However, excitement soon surged within him as he exclaimed, "Is it true? Are you truly willing to accept me as your disciple? If you have reservations, you may dismiss it as mere jest." No, I am indeed willing. I shall gather my things at once." With that, Carl hurriedly dashed off to his room to prepare. Ates shook his head and then turned to Millie, only to discover that she was bowing her head, her expression filled with profound melancholy. Atesh opened his mouth as if to speak, but the words caught in his throat, leaving him uncertain of what to say. "Mr. Jinna, I will set sail with Carl tomorrow. Please take care of yourselves." Ates first addressed Jinna, and after casting a final glance at Millie, he turned to leave. Watching Ates depart, Jinna then turned his gaze towards his daughter, releasing a heavy sigh. Chapter 70. A Kiss Across Eternity, my dear. Your father is aware of your newfound affection for him. He is destined for greatness, and we inhabit entirely different realms. However, I shall not impede your choices. Your father respects your decision. Go and bid him farewell, and do not allow yourself to harbor regrets." Jinna tenderly caressed Millie's head, his eyes brimming with paternal affection. Millie was his only daughter, and he had promised his late wife to care for her diligently. With Millie finding her own love, it was only natural that he should offer encouragement. Yet, the man she adored was no ordinary individual. Jinna felt a twinge of worry. What if Ates harbored no genuine feelings for Millie and ended up causing her pain? Should he confront Ates? He dismissed the thought. With a mere finger, Ates could effortlessly handle him. Upon hearing this, Millie raised her head, her beautiful eyes now radiating determination, fearing that if she spoke any further, she might lose her opportunity. "Yes, I understand, father." Having said that, Millie hurriedly dashed out of the room. The twilight cast its golden glow upon the earth, while the waves of the sea rose and fell in rhythmic succession. Atop a cliff, Ates sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly shut. The salty sea breeze swept through the air, yet it could not disturb the tranquility of his immersed spirit. Just then, Ates opened his eyes, ceasing his meditative reflection. "Millie, what brings you here?" Ates slowly began to speak. Millie approached from behind, her expression tinged with embarrassment. "I'm sorry, did I interrupt you?" "No, I was just about to finish myself." Ates rose to his feet, laughing heartily. Without his mask, his smile was as refreshing as a spring breeze, reminiscent of a sunny boy. The golden rays of twilight cast upon him captivated Millie, leaving her momentarily entranced. "Why do you gaze at me so? Is there something on my face?" Ates, filled with confusion, instinctively touched his face. In an instant, Millie was amused by his gesture, letting out a chuckle. "No, I merely have something to share with you," she said, as she maneuvered around Ates to settle beside the cliff. Turning to him, she inquired, "Would you mind sitting with me for a while?" Eights, though puzzled, did not decline the invitation. After a nod, he seated himself beside Millie. What is it? He inquired. Will you be able to return once you leave? Millie turned her gaze towards Eights, her eyes filled with profound reluctance. Eights remained silent, uncertain of how to express himself to Millie. He was unaware of when he would return to this place again. Observing Eights' lack of response, Millie spoke once more, as you prepare to leave. There is something I have longed to tell you. Eights remained silent, gazing at Millie, patiently awaiting her words. Millie took a deep breath, as if she had made a significant decision, and spoke. Eights, I have feelings for you. This declaration bore the weight of her immense courage, and upon uttering it, she fixed her eyes on Eights, eager to discern his reaction. Eights' body trembled slightly, as an unexpectedly stirring emotion pierced through his otherwise tranquil heart. The calm demeanor he maintained during battles with pirates vanished in an instant. Had he just received a confession of love? This marked the first time in his life that a girl had professed her feelings for him, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Even in his past life, he had never experienced romance, leading a solitary existence devoid of companionship. Since arriving in this world, his days had been consumed by rigorous training, leaving him little opportunity to engage with women. Even during his time in Windmill Village, his interactions had been limited to a single encounter with a young Machino. Eights is not merely a wooden figure consumed by cultivation. After all, who does not appreciate the beauty of a companion? The journey towards becoming a formidable individual would indeed be rather dull without a partner in life. Moreover, through their time spent together, he has come to realize that Millie has seamlessly integrated into his existence, or rather, he has fallen in love with her. This revelation is, in fact, the true reason he chose to reveal his genuine self to her. As Millie gazed at Eights, she noticed he seemed to be lost in thought ever since her confession, leading her to believe he did not harbor feelings for her. Her eyes quickly welled with tears, yet her stubborn spirit compelled her to suppress her emotions, unwilling to appear foolish before him. After regaining her composure, Millie forced a smile and said, "This is merely my sentiment. I do not expect you to reciprocate. A person of your caliber will undoubtedly attract many women in the future. That is perfectly all right. Let us remain friends." Realizing the time, she stood up, eager to escape, fearing that if she lingered any longer, she would be unable to hold back her tears. Eights regained his senses and, upon hearing Millie's words, realized her misunderstanding. He quickly reached out to grasp her delicate hand. "What are you doing? Since you do not harbor any affection for me, can you not grant me a semblance of dignity in this moment?" At that instant, Millie could no longer contain herself. Tears streamed down her face, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. At the sight of Millie, Eights felt a pang in his heart and swiftly enveloped her in his embrace. Millie trembled slightly, attempting to break free, yet Eights held her firmly. After a considerable time, Millie ceased her struggle to escape Eights' hold, seemingly in a much improved state of mind. "Fool," he thought, "you are the first woman to stir my heart. How could I possibly not cherish you?" Eights inhaled the faint, elusive fragrance emanating from Millie and spoke in a gentle tone. Upon hearing this, Millie lifted her head, traces of tears still visible on her cheeks. "Is that true? Do you like me?" Eights smiled gently, wiping away the tears from Millie's eyes, and said, "He never speaks untruths. To like someone is simply to like them." Upon hearing Eights express his affection, Millie finally revealed a smile, as beautiful as the blossoming cherry blossoms. "Is your mood improved?" Eights playfully caressed Millie's silky hair. Millie's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she buried her face in Eights' broad chest. Just moments ago, she had thought she had been rejected. Reflecting on it now, she felt utterly embarrassed. Eights smiled as he took Millie's hand, and the two of them settled beside the cliff. Neither spoke. They simply relished the beauty of the moment in serene silence. As the sun hovered on the brink of setting, the evening sky blazed a crimson hue, painting half the heavens in a sanguine glow. Their silhouettes, bathed in the golden afterglow, appeared as if they were immersed in a vibrant oil painting, exquisitely beautiful. "Eights, I cannot bear to let you go," Millie murmured, her voice tinged with profound reluctance as she lowered her gaze. At this, Eights comforted Millie's emotions, saying, "I feel the same, yet I must continue to grow stronger. Only then can I face all challenges without fear. This world is fraught with danger, and it is only by becoming more formidable that I can safeguard everything, including you." Upon hearing Eights' words, Millie's heart swelled with sweetness, akin to being filled with honey. Then it settled. "When you become stronger, you must return to find me. Let's seal our promise." With a smile, Millie made a gesture that was rather childish. Eights' lips curled into a conspiratorial smile. Rather than making promises, it would be more prudent to take tangible actions. Millie was momentarily taken aback, not quite grasping the implication of his words before Eights lazily enveloped her in his embrace. Millie's heart raced uncontrollably, akin to a startled fawn, and with a flushed face. She softly murmured, What are you doing? Hiki. Eat smiled and, without hesitation, pressed his lips against Millie's tender, rosy mouth. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, and this exquisite scene appeared to be eternally etched in the world, a kiss that transcended time. Chapter 71. The fall of O'Hara. At the dock on the eastern side of Modern Island, numerous vessels of varying sizes were anchored, before a merchant ship. Each stood alongside his newly acquired apprentice, Carl. Carl had merely tidied up a bit, still cradling a small wooden sword in his arms. Passers-by moved past them, gradually transporting goods onto the merchant ship. This vessel facilitated trade between the West Sea and the East Sea, and today it was poised to embark for the East Sea, as Eats intended to accompany Hit back to that realm. Eats, this is for you, Millie said, presenting a puppet that she had taken from her bosom. The puppet bore a striking resemblance to Eats, its body resembling his form, and its face carved with a mischievous grin identical to Eats' mask. Vividly colored, essentially a miniaturized version of Eats. I did not expect your hands to be so skillful. I shall cherish this for a lifetime. Edis carefully cradled the puppet in his arms, a cherished creation crafted by Millie herself, and felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Sister Millie, what about mine? The little one. Carl pouted, feeling neglected. Had she truly forgotten her younger brother now that she had a boyfriend? Be good, Carl. When you return, your sister will gift you one. Millie gently reassured him, stroking his head in comfort. Carl sulked, realizing that having a boyfriend meant being sidelined. Edis, do not keep my daughter waiting too long, Jaina interjected, feeling a twinge of imbalance as his daughter's heart was seemingly snatched away. Rest assured, I, Edis, shall take Millie as my wife, he vowed. Jaina nodded, comforted by Edis's promise, for he knew that a man of Edis's caliber always honored his word. Be careful, I will await your return. Millie's voice was tender, filled with reluctance, yet she would not compel Edis to stay by her side. Perhaps this was the essence of love, waiting for someone. Wait for me. With those words, Edis and Carl boarded the merchant ship. Soon after, the vessel slowly departed from the dock, embarking on its journey to the East Sea. On the deck, Edis gazed at the figure still lingering at the harbor, his eyes softening beneath the mask. Holding the puppet in his hands, his thoughts wandered. In that moment, he realized he had someone to protect, someone of paramount importance to him. He was no longer alone. Brother Edis, should I call you brother-in-law or teacher? Carl's youthful voice chimed in. Brother-in-law? Edis gazed at Carl with a sense of bewilderment. Carl nodded and replied, Indeed. Millie is my sister, which makes you my brother-in-law. Doesn't he it? You little rascal, I am still your teacher. From now on, you shall address me as teacher when we are outside. Understood? Edis rolled his eyes at Carl and then lightly tapped the back of his head. Ouch, Carl winced, clutching his head, tears brimming in the corners of his eyes. In the office of the 66th Division of the Western Sea Navy, aside from Sani, there sat a middle-aged man facing him. However, their interaction seemed far from amicable. Sani, we are old friends, so I shall be direct. The Western Sea is vast, yet it appears that most pirates have found their way into your prison. The middle-aged man insinuated. Ha, Brigadier Mason, what an exaggeration. It's merely luck, Sani replied. Upon hearing this, Brigadier Mason rolled his eyes. I cannot believe such nonsense. You clearly took advantage of that specter to make your gains. It's one thing to collect spoils from your own territory, but you've also encroached upon the domains of other bases, utterly lacking in chivalry. Spare me the pretense. I came here to request that you get in touch with that specter, Mason stated plainly, revealing his purpose. Finally, the words were out. Sani had long suspected Mason's intentions. Over the past few months, he had gained considerable military resources through Edis, and the pirates of the Western Sea had been too intimidated by Edis to venture out. Such a significant event could hardly be concealed from the other bases. Just as Sani was about to respond, the phone on the desk rang loudly. Without hesitation, Sani answered it. Moments later, he hung up and turned to Mason. I'm afraid, Brigadier Mason, that your request to meet the Spectre may not be fulfilled. Why is that? According to my intelligence, the Spectre has seemingly departed from the Western Sea. Mason fell silent. In a certain maritime region of the Western Sea, there lay a tranquil and serene island. The island was steeped in an academic atmosphere. It was none other than O'Hara, the renowned archaeological haven of the Western Sea, boasting the highest number of scholars and libraries, the Tree of Knowledge. The inhabitants were a collective of erudite scholars, ordinary folk devoid of any combat prowess, who held a profound interest in uncovering ancient artifacts and history. Yet, their insatiable curiosity led them down a treacherous path. On this day, the once serene sanctuary of scholars was shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere. Around the island's periphery, approximately 10 naval warships were anchored, each housing 1,000 sailors standing in rigid formation, seemingly awaiting orders. A figure aboard one of the warships gazed intently at the island, his expression cold and devoid of emotion, an imposing aura emanating from him that deterred any approach. This figure was none other than Admiral Sakazuki, also known as Akainu, one of the future 3 admirals of the Navy. A naval officer, adorned with a long sword at his waist, approached Akainu. "Admiral Sakazuki, where is Admiral Kazan?" "Humph." Akainu furrowed his brow. "We are about to take action, yet that slacker is nowhere to be found. Is he neglecting his duties?" Akainu harbored a deep disdain for Kazan's laid-back demeanor. "Never mind him. Prepare to launch the extermination order," Akainu commanded the naval officer. But Admiral Spandine has yet to issue the directive." "Fool. I am the highest-ranking officer here." Akainu's fury ignited. He was the supreme commander for this extermination order. There was no need to heed the commands of that ineffectual Spandine. The officer hesitated, though he shared Akainu's low regard for Spandine. The latter was still a high-ranking official of the world government. Moreover, Spandine was currently on the island. Should anything go awry, they would be held accountable. "Execute the extermination order immediately. I will bear the consequences alone," Akainu said, perceiving the officer's apprehension. For him, it was a matter of military duty. "Understood, Admiral Sakazuki." The officer nodded, relaying the orders to the commanders aboard the other warships. There was no choice. Akainu's authority was absolute, though they were both admirals. Akainu's prowess was on an entirely different level. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of dark cannonballs erupted from the warships, raining down like a tempest upon the island. Boom, boom. The thunderous roar echoed through the heavens, the terrifying might shaking the entire sea, enveloping the island in a cloud of smoke. Chapter 72, Cursed Misfortune? The following day, a morning newspaper spread across the world, igniting a significant uproar. O'Hara, the sanctuary of scholars, had vanished from the world, erased from the annals of history. The assailants were none other than the Navy, acting under the directive of the world government. The disappearance of an island in and of itself was not remarkable. What truly shocked the world was the Navy's deployment of the extermination order. The extermination order instilled fear in the hearts of factions, large and small, across the globe. It was a directive for indiscriminate assault focused on a specific target, continuing until the target was eradicated. This was a ruthless measure employed by the world government to eliminate entities or regions perceived as threats. The extermination order was not utilized lightly. Its execution required 10 warships, 5 admirals, thousands of elite sailors, top-tier battleships, and advanced equipment. Such a terrifying display of force. Yet, the extermination order, dormant for centuries, was unleashed solely to obliterate an island inhabited by scholars. Under the relentless bombardment, the island crumbled, leaving no survivors among its denizens. This prompted speculation among some. Why did the Navy and the world government target such an island, deploying a massive military force? Perhaps it had touched upon the world government's red lines or unearthed secrets best left undiscovered. In summary, various conjectures circulated. O'Hara has been destroyed. Aboard a merchant vessel. In a guest room, Edis gazed at the newspaper in hand, muttering to himself. He felt no particular emotion. The annihilation of O'Hara was inevitable. The world government would never allow any threat to their dominance to persist, even if it stemmed from a completely non-combatant populace. They would resort to overwhelming force to eradicate it. It was truly tyrannical to face annihilation simply for the pursuit of historical truth. At first glance, it appears to offer praise, yet his tone is laced with a subtle hint of mockery. This betrays a lack of confidence in his own capabilities. The world government has stood unyielding for 8 centuries, symbolizing not merely its status, but also its formidable foundation. Yet now, it trembles at the prospect of scholars delving into historical texts, fearing the revelation of secrets to the public. Atsa remains oblivious to the content of that blank historical text. Although intrigued, he is indifferent, for to him, strength reigns supreme. Today, O'Hara has been erased from the map, all innocent lives lost in tragic demise, leaving only Nico Robin as the sole survivor. It's casually discarded the newspaper, harboring little interest in the scholars. In this world where strength reigns supreme, knowledge has diminished in significance, rendering scholars an alternative group within society. Possessing knowledge is less advantageous than honing one's skills or advancing technology, which provides a certain degree of security in this realm. Yet, they spend their days engrossed in studying and researching history, akin to the ancient scholars of its previous life, who were perpetually lost in their own esoteric discussions. What purpose does it serve to delve into 8 centuries of blank history without any strength? Is that not a path to ruin? To Eights, it seemed merely a case of idleness born from excess. Teacher, Why did they seek to annihilate O'Hara? Isn't the Navy supposed to embody justice? Carl picked up the discarded newspaper, his small face etched with confusion. Justice? Eight smirked disdainfully. He turned to Carl and earnestly remarked, in this world, there exists no true justice. You must remember that the only entity you can ever rely upon is yourself. It is strength that dictates all. Justice may exist, but it is invariably founded upon a robust foundation. Do you understand? Carl gazed at Eights with a bewildered expression, his youthful innocence rendering him somewhat incapable of grasping Eight's words. You will comprehend this in due time. Eights gently patted his shoulder, recognizing that he was still a child, somewhat oblivious to the complexities of the world. Nevertheless, Eights held firm belief that the lad would soon comprehend, for otherwise he would not be so fervently devoted to learning the art of swordsmanship from him. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated, causing the vessel to sway violently. And Carl was caught off guard, tumbling unceremoniously onto the deck. What on earth is happening? Carl rose to his feet. Yet the relentless rocking of the ship caused him to stagger. Alas, let us venture outside and investigate. It seems a bothersome individual has arrived to cause a disturbance. Atesh, in a moment of exasperation, pressed his forehead and subsequently made his way out of the room. Outside, chaos reigned supreme, akin to a boiling pot of porridge. The crew aboard the merchant vessel huddled together, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld the colossal creature before them. The guards, armed with swords and firearms, trembled incessantly, their legs feeling weak as if a mere nudge could send them sprawling to the ground. How is this possible? How could such a monstrous being appear here? A sailor spoke, his voice quivering, revealing the extent of his anxiety. The creature loomed over them, stretching dozens of meters in length, casting a shadow that enveloped the entire ship. A sea king, perhaps? At that moment, a voice resonated through the air, clear and distinct to all present. At the bow of the ship, Eights gazed upward at the monstrous creature capable of annihilating merchant vessels with a mere twitch, rendered speechless. Sea kings are rarely encountered across the seas, typically residing within the Grand Line. Indeed, they had just traversed Reverse Mountain. The only passage between certain maritime regions necessitated crossing this mountain, subsequently entering the Grand Line through alternative routes. Alas, the currents of the pirate world defy all logic and reason. Yet, the predicament lies in the fact that they had not truly ventured into the Grand Line, merely skirting its borders. How could they possibly encounter a sea king here? This was precisely why Eights was at a loss, as it seemed he was perpetually beset by bizarre creatures since his departure from port. Truly, he was plagued by misfortune. At that moment, he sensed a disturbance below. Someone was tugging at his sleeve. Looking down, he saw Carl clutching his sleeve tightly, swallowing hard, and already perspiring profusely. What is it? Are you afraid? Where has your earlier bravado regarding pirates vanished to? Eights gazed at Carl with a playful remark. Who is afraid? Certainly not I. Carl had never witnessed such a spectacle. Although fear gripped him, he could not allow himself to lose face before his teacher. Ha. It shook his head with a light chuckle, realizing that this lad was merely a stubborn one. Hey, keep an eye on this little rascal for me, he said, as he tossed Carl into the crowd behind him. Before they could fully comprehend what had transpired, Eights had vanished without a trace. When next seen, he had already ascended, his line of sight level with that of the sea monarchs. I have consumed my fair share of marine beasts, yet I remain curious about the flavor of the flesh of the sea kings. Buzz, the sword of Eights has been unsheathed, its blade enveloped in an inky black hue of Haki. The sea king emits a ferocious roar, revealing its discontent. It perceives the diminutive creature before it preparing to launch an assault, igniting its ire. The colossal form stirs the ocean, causing the vessel to sway, as the sea king charges toward Eights, intent on annihilating both him and his ship in one fell swoop. Chapter 73, Delicacies. Atz's lips curled into a smile as he brandished his sword, its sharp tip seemingly slicing through the air before colliding with the sea creature. The surface of the ocean erupted with a thunderous roar, waves rising high enough to threaten the capsizing of merchant vessels. A fierce gale swept across the deck, causing everyone aboard to lose their footing and tumble to the ground, the overwhelming pressure of the clash rendering them breathless. The relentless waves battered the hull with a sound of unbearable strain, casting doubt on the vessel's survival amidst such turmoil. Just then, the sea creature emitted a roar. But this time it resonated with anguish. A deep gash marred its colossal head, and had it been a mere few centimeters deeper, it might have severed its very existence. Ateres gracefully descended back onto the deck, his attire unruffled by the slightest ripple. Oh, I did not expect him to be quite so resilient. Eights could not help but display a hint of astonishment. He had exerted himself fully, employing the formidable power of armed color Haki. To his surprise, this fellow, with his tough skin and resilient flesh, had withstood the strike without succumbing to a single blow to the head. Alas, what a disappointing outcome. It shook his head with a sigh, remarking that the sea kings are indeed unlike those aquatic beasts, possessing skin of considerable thickness. It sensed a tinge of melancholy. However, those witnessing the scene behind him were far from calm. They stared in astonishment at Ates, as if beholding a creature of legend. Is this truly a human? He has wounded such a monstrous being. Could he be a god? The individuals aboard the ship were merely ordinary folk. Even the armed guards had never encountered such a spectacle. They had never witnessed anyone capable of injuring a sea king. Nor had they even met humans of the same caliber as these formidable beings. No, they were witnessing it now. Remarkable. Truly worthy of admiration. Carl's eyes shimmered with reverence. This was his first genuine glimpse of Ates in action, having previously been unable to discern the speed of his swordplay. He felt assured that aligning himself with Ates was the right choice. He aspired to become a powerhouse like him. Now, it is time to grant you your final farewell. With that, Ates raised his sword, poised to deliver the coup de GRC to the Sea King. The creature had developed a degree of intelligence and possessed an acute awareness of death. It recognized that the seemingly insignificant being before it was not to be trifled with. It exuded an unprecedented aura of danger, one that signified certain doom beneath his blade. With a thunderous roar, a colossal tail emerged from the depths, creating waves that resembled a curtain being drawn back. It then struck down upon the merchant vessel, placing Ates and all aboard within its strike zone. The creature had learned to be clever, opting not to confront Ates head-on. Oh, are you planning to use these ordinary people to distract me? Ates could not help but marvel at the creature's cunning. A piercing gaze emerged from his eyes. Even a beast such as this must perish for preying upon the innocent. In a flash, the brilliance of his sword light, akin to daylight, sliced through the air, severing the formidable tail of the Sea King with a single stroke. The sound of the severed appendage crashing into the ocean resonated like thunder, causing the merchant vessel to sink slightly as well. With a heart-wrenching roar, the Sea King emitted a cry of agony, its feral howls echoing across the sky, crimson blood gushing from the wound, staining the waters with its heel. In its moment of pain, the creature instinctively sought to flee, its bell-like eyes now reflecting a human-like terror. It was afraid. It realized that lingering any longer would render it a meal for the man before it. Yet, alas, it was too late for escape. For Ates had already invoked the technique of Yin Return, delivering the final blow. 3 beams of sword light intertwined, forming a lethal aura that surged forth with unparalleled speed. In that instant, the Sea King was engulfed in despair. It regretted provoking Ates and attacking the merchant vessel. It yearned to escape, but the opportunity had vanished. With a sickening squelch, blood sprayed forth as the gaping wound expanded relentlessly. This time, its head was irrevocably severed from its body. With a resounding crash, the massive form plummeted into the depths, its lifeless body drifting upon the surface of the sea. Ates returned to the deck, sheathing his sword, and then turned to gaze at the crowd behind him. To his astonishment, everyone was staring at him in a daze, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. "Master, you are truly remarkable," Carl exclaimed, instantly transforming into an ardent admirer, giving Ates a thumbs up. Ates smiled silently, then turned to the crowd, whose expressions remained vacant. "Shouldn't you hurry and set sail? The scent of blood will undoubtedly attract other Sea Kings." This statement instantly jolted the group, who were already terrified at the thought. The arrival of more would be nothing short of disastrous. With no time to ponder further, everyone hastily prepared to depart, recognizing that leaving this place was of utmost importance. But let us not forget the Sea Kings. They are indeed quite nourishing. Ates did not forget to remind them, and after speaking, he led Carl back to their quarters. In the dining hall, the venue where the entire crew gathered for meals, it seemed that all aboard had converged here. Yet none took their seats. Instead, they gazed with reverence at the figure before the dining table. The rectangular table was adorned with exquisite dishes, each containing ingredients prepared through a myriad of culinary techniques. Speaking of ingredients, only one was utilized, the colossal sea creature that Ates had slain. Due to its immense size, it had not been entirely butchered, only a small portion was brought back. Nevertheless, this small portion still constituted a substantial quantity. The ship's chefs, adhering to Ates' requests, prepared the sea creature using various cooking methods, including braised, halal, roasted, and stewed variations, among many others. Given that Ates had saved the lives of all aboard, the chefs felt compelled to oblige, and they certainly dared not refuse. Ates placed a piece of braised seafood into his mouth, and it melted instantly. The rich flavor not overwhelming, while an aromatic essence lingered on his palate, truly a rare delicacy. Although the chef's skills were commendable, it was ultimately the seafood that constituted an exquisite ingredient. On the side, Carl swallowed hard. He had never tasted anything like this before. "What are you waiting for? Eat. This is highly nourishing and beneficial for you. Upon hearing this, Carl could no longer restrain himself and devoured the dish with gusto, relishing every bite. Sir, may I inquire if you are satisfied with your meal? A middle-aged man approached, a hint of reverence in his demeanor as he addressed Ates. Quite delightful. Your chef's artistry is exceptional, Ates replied graciously. You flatter me, sir. I am simply pleased that you enjoy it. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Goddard, the captain of this vessel. I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of my entire crew, including myself, for your timely rescue. Goddard earnestly thanked Ates. No need for such formalities. I am also aboard this ship and could not allow that creature to wreak further havoc. Chapter 74. Return to the East Sea. East Sea. A merchant ship gradually approached and docked at the port of Rog Town. The crew disembarked in succession, busily transporting goods. Sir, I sincerely apologize. Our destination is Rog Town, so we can only take you this far, Goddard said to Ates, a look of regret in his eyes. Not at all. I should be thanking you for bringing me here on your ship. Ates waved his hand, signaling Goddard that there was no need for apologies. Upon hearing Ates' words, Goddard felt a sense of relief. After all, Ates had rendered them a significant favor. Yet he had been unable to take him to his desired destination, which could be perceived as somewhat ungrateful. Fortunately, Ates appeared unconcerned, which only deepened Goddard's respect for him. Thank you for your understanding, sir. I shall attend to my duties now, Goddard said as he bid farewell to Ates and proceeded to direct the crew in the transportation of supplies. Let us depart, Carl. Ates greeted Carl with a nod before advancing ahead. He still needed to procure a vessel to return to Telesford Island. Carl nodded and promptly followed Ates. Wait, please. A sudden cry halted Ates in his tracks. Teacher, it appears that man is calling for you, Carl remarked, pointing to the middle-aged man who was rushing towards them. Ates turned to face the middle-aged man and spoke. What brings you here? Although he did not recognize the individual. It was curious that the stranger was aware of his title. Panting heavily, the middle-aged man rushed to Ates' side. After catching his breath, he finally replied. Mr. Ghostface sent me to fetch you. He mentioned that you would disembark at Rog Town and instructed me to wait for your arrival. Oh? Ates' lips curled into an alluring arc as he had just arrived in Dong Hai, only to discover that Baijil had already received word of his presence. It seemed this fellow was thriving more than ever. Rather than declining, he addressed the middle-aged man, saying, Let us proceed. He felt a burgeoning curiosity about the current state of the Bounty Hunter Guild, and he was also eager to ascertain how Shite was faring, wondering if he had been shirking his duties. This way, Mr. Phantom Face, the middle-aged man gestured for Ates to lead the way. Ates nodded and proceeded forward. The island of Telesford remained largely unchanged, much like before. The sole difference was the increased variety of people traversing its grounds, far more than when Ates first arrived. The number of houses had risen, and beyond the thicket lay straight streets flanked by numerous blacksmiths and weapon shops. Here, individuals were surprisingly engaged in commerce. To the untrained eye, they might seem like ordinary folk. Yet Ates knew that these were still seasoned bounty hunters, stained by the blood of their past. Their calls echoing around, hoping for patrons to frequent their humble establishments. It was still from this mountaintop, overlooking the surrounding seas, that Ates stood before the villa of Baijil, which remained impressively unchanged. Then, suddenly, he was recognized. It's Lord Ghostface. Quickly, report to the young master. A guard, startled by Ates' presence, hurriedly dashed towards the villa. Moments later, in a white suit, Baijil approached Ates with a smile, exuding the same gentlemanly demeanor, accompanied by the irate butler, Buck. Lord Ghostface, welcome back, Baijil said, bowing graciously to Ates, conveying both respect and gratitude. It has been a while. It seems your network of intelligence has expanded significantly, likely reaching the Eastern Sea by now. Ates jested with a smile, teasing Baijil. In response, Baijil chuckled and remarked, Not at all, it's merely that the business has expanded. You are being modest, he added. Ates shook his head, acknowledging the challenges of expanding a business. He then inquired, What is it? Am I really that well known? How is it that everyone recognizes the name Ghostface? Baijir was momentarily taken aback, his lips twitching in surprise. Could it be? You are unaware? Baijir gazed at Ates in disbelief, while even Buck, standing behind him, displayed a peculiar expression. What is it that you know? Ates felt perplexed. This. Because your deeds in the West Sea have spread beyond, not only in the East Sea but also in several other maritime regions. It is said that our East Sea is the weakest of all, yet under your influence, it has transformed the West Sea into the most feeble one. Baijil chuckled softly as he spoke. So that is how it is. Ates nodded, believing that he was merely renowned in the Western Seas. He was astonished to discover that his name had spread far and wide. However, the Western Seas still harbored numerous pirates, albeit intimidated into submission by his presence. It was likely that they would resurface once he departed. Lord Guamian, who was this young one? At this moment, Beecher finally noticed the young Carl who accompanied Ates. Ates turned to his companion Carl and introduced him, saying, "This is my newly accepted apprentice, Carl." "Hello, I am Carl," the young lad greeted Vigil with a tender voice. Surprised to learn that Carl was Ates' apprentice, Vigil responded with a friendly smile, "Greetings, Carl. By the way, where has that fellow Hit gone?" "Well, if you follow me, you'll find out, my lord," Carl replied. With a light chuckle, Vigil took the lead, gesturing for Ates and Carl to follow closely behind. Ates followed Vigil with a look of bewilderment. Several dozen kilometers behind the villa, what was once a lush forest teeming with verdant trees had vanished without a trace. In its place stood a vast arena, spanning hundreds of square meters, surrounded by 5-meter-high platforms. "Ha, go on. Tor, don't embarrass yourself if you lose. Honey, give it your all. Teach him a lesson, barons." Surrounding the platforms were numerous burly men, either cheering or jeering, their voices rising in a cacophony. It resembled a grand boxing match held every few years, far livelier than the scene below the mountain. It was likely that apart from those conducting business on the island, everyone else had converged here. Each combatant on the platforms glared fiercely at their opponent, their brutal exchanges of blows vividly illustrating the ferocity of their battles. Meanwhile, the spectators below seemed utterly engrossed. This was perhaps one of their few sources of entertainment. "Wow, how spectacular!" Carl exclaimed, his eyes wide with curiosity as he absorbed the scene before him. Ates was astonished by the significant transformation that had occurred in such a short span of time. Curiously, he inquired, "Vigil, how much did all this cost you?" "After all, it merely involves clearing the forest and constructing the arena, considering the manpower and resources. It shouldn't amount to much." However, Ates discerned that the arena was crafted from premium materials, undoubtedly worth a considerable sum. Chapter 75, The Progress of Hit Not Much. "Merely a few million," Vigil replied with an unruffled demeanor, uttering words that were nothing short of astonishing. Atesh was left in a state of utter disbelief. "Are you speaking in a language I can comprehend?" The world of the affluent was indeed beyond his grasp. Carl, with his mouth agape, seemed capable of accommodating several eggs. He had never before laid eyes on such an abundance of wealth. "Pray, enlighten me. What transpires here?" Having witnessed Vigil's extravagant spending firsthand, Atesh was eager to grasp the current circumstances. "Very well, my lord. As you can observe, the island is now teeming with bounty hunters who frequent the East Sea. However, not all bounty hunters from the East are present here. Ever since your illustrious name traveled from the West Sea to the East, these hunters have flocked to this place. Drawn by the knowledge of your previous residence and your inclusion in the guild's roster, the majority have chosen to settle here and establish their own shops. I have invested a considerable sum to construct the arena before you, for if the materials were of inferior quality, it would be prone to damage. Furthermore, over the past few months, I have rallied the assembled bounty hunters to form a guard." Vigil dutifully reported the situation to Atesh. "A guard?" Ates looked at Vigil with a perplexed expression. "Indeed, what you see before you is the guard squad I have assembled." "Oh?" Ates gazed at Vigil with keen interest and inquired, "These bounty hunters are not to be trifled with. How did you manage to secure their services as your guardians?" Vigil chuckled softly, responding, "These individuals are driven by motives distinct from your noble pursuits. Surely, one ought to recognize that human desires are insatiable. No one can resist the allure of wealth, though you, my lord, are a notable exception. Furthermore, as my business expands, my merchant vessels frequently fall prey to pirate incursions. While I do employ some guardians, they are vastly outnumbered by the pirates. Hence, I contemplated that I could not allow the title of bounty hunter to become mere pretense. With your esteemed reputation, my entourage of guardians has taken shape." Ates nodded thoughtfully. "I see. However, is the Navy indifferent to your overt recruitment of personnel?" Vigil responded. "Such a significant matter certainly draws the Navy's attention. Yet, the naval forces across the seas often lack discipline. As long as one's actions do not disturb them, they tend to remain unconcerned about what you undertake. The naval forces of the Grand Line are even less likely to intervene. They are far removed from the reach of authority and would not bother themselves over a mere bounty hunters guild. Your level of consideration is impressive, Vigil." Ates expressed admiration for Vigil with a remark. "You flatter me, but I reiterate, should you require anything, please do not hesitate to inform me," Vigil said. Gazing earnestly at Ates remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Although he preferred not to impose on others, he recognized the value of cultivating connections in this world. He had an inkling that Vigil would not confine himself to the modest East Sea. Vigil's eyes sparkled, He understood that Eights had acquiesced. This had been a matter of contemplation, for the protection of a formidable ally would greatly benefit his burgeoning enterprise, despite Eights not yet having ventured into the Grand Line. Baijo was resolute in his belief that Eights would achieve remarkable feats in the future. This was his acumen as a merchant. He trusted his judgment would not falter. Suddenly, the observation Haki enveloped a particular area as Eights searched the crowd for Hit's figure. Before long, Eights withdrew his Haki and directed his gaze toward a specific location. Amidst the numerous arenas, two figures were engaged in a relentless exchange of blows. "Ha!" Melson bellowed, delivering a powerful punch toward the individual before him. The man crossed his arms to absorb the impact, yet he was still propelled backward by the force until he reached the edge of the platform. This individual was none other than Hit, whom Eights had not seen for a considerable time. Compared to before, Hit had undergone a remarkable transformation. With long, chestnut hair and sun-kissed skin, his physique was no longer frail. The slightly pronounced muscles adorned his body, rendering him almost unrecognizable. Hit's crossed arms trembled as he had just withstood Melson's heavy strike, feeling as if his arms might fracture. "Hit, you've made progress. You managed to endure my punch without falling." Melson laughed heartily at Hit. "Melson, I'm just getting started. Come at me again," Hit shouted, charging toward Melson. His momentum a stark contrast to the timid individual he once was. "Bring it on." Melson was equally unafraid, rushing forward to meet him. The two engaged once more in a fierce contest of strength, thrilling the audience below. Hit deftly evaded Melson's punches and, seizing an opportunity, landed an uppercut that struck Melson squarely on the jaw. Melson winced in pain, yet the disparity in their raw power was apparent. Although Hit had made rapid strides over the past year, he had not yet reached the level necessary to defeat Melson, especially in a contest of strength. The pain in his jaw was inconsequential. He retaliated with a heavy punch that connected with Hit. "Ugh." Hit spat out a mouthful of bitterness, staggering backward, but undeterred. He charged at Melson once more. Has this fellow truly transformed so dramatically? Eights watched the duel between Hit and Melson, murmuring to himself. He reminisced about his first encounter with Hit, when he was merely a fledgling pirate, a timid soul easily engulfed by fear. Yet now, that indomitable spirit of resilience bore a striking resemblance to his own. "Teacher, who is he?" Carl inquired with curiosity. Eights gazed at Hite, a smirk gracing his lips. "He is your half-brother." Carl's lips twitched, perplexed by the notion of a half-brother. Beside them, Baijo chuckled and shook his head, surprised that the formidable ghost-faced lord would indulge in such jest. Ever since your departure, Hite had devoted himself to relentless trainings, often seeking out Melson and his companions for guidance. Many of his skills were acquired from them. Moreover, he occasionally accompanied my merchant vessel on sea voyages, narrowly escaping peril. Baijo lamented that Hite's determination eclipsed even that of Melson and his comrades. Eights nodded. Had it not been for this, he would not have undergone such a remarkable transformation in such a short span of time, enabling him to contend with Melson. Although the disparity remained monumental, it was indeed a significant achievement for someone who had commenced his journey from absolute zero. Pingzite once again exchanged a blow with Melson, gritting his teeth in determination. Yet he soon succumbed to defeat. Melson leaned back, then propelled himself forward, sending Zeit hurtling out of the ring. Chapter 76. The objective. As Zeit flew towards the edge of the arena, he was on the verge of being thrown off the 5-meter-high platform. At that moment, his body abruptly halted mid-flight, astonishingly suspended at the very brink of the ring. Zeit was taken aback, sensing a hand supporting him, preventing his fall. Turning to his side, he discovered Eights had mysteriously appeared on the stage. "Boss, you're back," Zeit exclaimed joyfully. His shout instantly captured the attention of the others engaged in combat on the various platforms, as well as the audience below. They were momentarily stunned, their gazes fixated on the stage where Zeit stood, particularly on the figure adorned with a ghostly mask, unmistakably the infamous Ghost Face. "Yes, it is indeed Ghost Face," murmured some of the bounty hunters who had been present on Telesford Island since Eight's arrival, their hearts filled with profound reverence for him. Ghost Face. Melson, having shed his earlier demeanor, clasped his fists in respect towards Eights, now genuinely admiring him. Eights nodded in acknowledgement and then turned to Zeit, remarking, "It appears you have not been idling away your time. However, I still find myself lacking." Zeit scratched the back of his head with a sheepish grin, quickly followed by a look of dismay. Had it not been for the chief's timely intervention, he would have already tumbled off the stage. "I rarely offer compliments. Yet your transformation during this period has indeed been substantial." It shook his head, sensing the faint, yet palpable aura of bloodlust emanating from Hit. It was evident that Hit had taken lives and witnessed bloodshed, which had irrevocably altered his once timid disposition. "Master Ghostface, welcome back." I have a humble request. Malson respectfully clasped his hands before Eights. Speak freely. Eights replied. I wish to engage in a duel with you, Malson declared, causing the assembled bounty hunters to gasp in astonishment. Most of Malson's escort were familiar figures. Over the past few months, they had developed a mutual understanding. And due to their commendable prowess, they regarded Malson with a measure of respect. However, Malson's desire to challenge Eights seemed rather audacious. Malson, do not act foolishly. Romanthan and Baines interjected, having entered the scene to dissuade him. As Eights has just returned, Mearson issues a challenge, which can be perceived as a provocation. The two are concerned that this might provoke Eights. Hey, Mearson, have you become arrogant after defeating me, thinking you can challenge my boss? Height remarked with evident displeasure, wondering if this fellow had not yet learned his lesson. Upon hearing Melson's challenge, Eights did not succumb to anger, but instead responded, Very well, then come at me. In response, Melson exclaimed, Thank you, Lord Ghostface, for your indulgence. With that, he lunged at Eights like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey. He closed the distance swiftly and unleashed a powerful punch. However, a sudden pain struck Melson's abdomen, and he was propelled backward at an astonishing speed. He fell 5 meters from the arena, stirring up a cloud of dust. Given Melson's robust physique, this height posed little threat to him. Yet, as Melson launched a strike, Eights had already acted, delivering a knee strike to his abdomen that left him utterly defenseless. The battle unfolded with the swiftness of a fleeting moment, leaving the bounty hunters in a state of disbelief, as they scarcely comprehended the events before the conflict concluded. Roman and his companions seemed to have anticipated the outcome, exchanging a glance that revealed their resigned smiles. Indeed, Lord Ghostface showed no mercy to his adversary. Coughing, Melson awkwardly rose from the ground and clasped his fist towards Eights, stating, Lord Ghostface remains as formidable as ever. I, Melson, humbly concede. Ah, dear friends. Please continue with your arena. We must now extend our hospitality to Lord Ghostface, declared Bygel, who had arrived alongside Carl and Buck, addressing the gathered crowd. Mr. Bygel. The assembly greeted him respectfully. Despite their rebellious nature as bounty hunters, they understood that Bygel was their esteemed benefactor and deserved their deference. Please, follow me. Bygel gestured invitingly towards Eights. Eights nodded and descended the stage alongside Sighed. The group made their way towards the villa, leaving Buck, the furious butler, to continue presiding over the arena. Boss, why is there a child here? Inside the villa, Sighed had previously noticed Carl, but had simply not had the opportunity to inquire further. Him? Eights cast a glance at Carl and then smiled. This is Carl, my apprentice. The term apprentice not only startled Height but also left Melson and the others astonished. Boss, I pleaded with you for ages before you refused to accept me. Am I not truly your apprentice yet? How is it that you return and take on a mere child as your disciple? Height's face was marked with grievance, his expression exuding an air of mischief that was almost deserving of a reprimand. I am not a mere child, Carl instantly retorted, his irritation palpable as he directed an angry shout at Height. You little rascal, I am at least your senior apprentice. Is this how you speak to me? Yet. Carl coldly countered, but the teacher says you are not yet my senior. At best you are merely half of one. Height was left speechless. Eights shook his head, allowing them to frolic as they pleased, believing that it was beneficial for the two to become more familiar with one another. Now, let us turn to the matter at hand. What is the purpose of your organizing the tournament? Eights glanced at Bygel as he spoke. Bygel, upon hearing this, revealed a faint smile. Did you notice? Indeed, nothing can be concealed from the adults. Eights was rendered speechless. It is quite difficult for anyone to remain unaware of such a grand display. There are 2 reasons for this. Firstly, the newly established guard has not yet become well acquainted with one another, and this serves to foster familiarity among them while also honing their individual skills. Secondly, it is intended to identify the strongest contender from each arena to participate in the boxing match that is to take place 3 days hence. Vigil recounted this to Eights. A boxing match? Eights cast a puzzled glance at Bygel, who nodded in response and continued. This is an underground boxing match organized by a gang in the East Sea. They have recently acquired a batch of firearms through special channels. Having just established my guard team, I do not wish for my subordinates to be solely motivated by monetary gain. To truly have them at my service, I must provide them with some incentives. Thus, this is the reason for their fervent participation in the bouts. Each individual yearns to claim a share of those weapons. Aside from myself, only a few renowned figures from the East Sea are participating. Eights nodded in response. In other words, he only trades that batch of weapons with one of you. And the purpose of holding the boxing match is to filter, correct? Chapter 77. The Underground Boxing Arena. Indeed, Vigil affirmed with a nod. Quite intriguing. Atares displayed an expression of intrigue. Despite the fact that many of the world's factions, aside from the elite powerhouses, may lack formidable strength, they have nonetheless established a significant reputation in this realm through their reliance on weaponry. While certain firearms may seem trivial in the face of the world-destroying might of the formidable, for the common folk, they represent a formidable instrument of destruction. Eights had yet to witness the illicit dealings of an underground boxing arena. With nothing else to occupy his time, it seemed prudent to explore. Since the master expressed interest, "How about we go together?" Bigil discerned Eight's thoughts and extended the invitation. Eights nodded and inquired, "Approximately when?" "In 3 days." "Very well. Let us go and take a look in 3 days." 3 days later, Eight sat cross-legged atop the villa, engaged in the profound contemplation of swordsmanship. Below him, a diminutive figure braved the scorching sun, tirelessly swinging a wooden sword. It was Karl. One could observe that several heavy sandbags were affixed to his hands, rendering his movements with the wooden sword exceedingly strenuous. Over the past 3 days, Eights had fulfilled his role as a mentor, imparting the art of swordsmanship to him. Having previously gleaned insights into Karl's current abilities, Eights discovered that Karl possessed a rudimentary foundation in swordplay. According to Karl's account, he had been taught a few techniques by a wandering swordsman who had passed through Modern Island. However, these were merely ordinary sword maneuvers. Yet this was indeed a fortuitous circumstance. Karl's current training regimen was designed to ensure he maintained a certain equilibrium with each swing of his sword. He was required to swiftly correct his posture. A swordsman who cannot firmly grasp his own weapon exposes himself to the enemy's advantage, and ultimately, it is his own life that may be forfeit. This practice not only honed his balance but also strengthened his arms, achieving dual benefits. Once his physique had sufficiently developed, Eights would impart further teachings. Hyde observed Karl, drenched in sweat from his rigorous training, with a look of envy. Initially, he too had wished to study swordsmanship under Eights. However, Eights had informed him that, given his current age, pursuing sword training would yield no significant benefit. Instead, Hyde had been focusing on physical conditioning during this period. Consequently, Eights had devised a training regimen for him, emphasizing physical prowess. In the future, when the opportunity arose, he would seek out animal-type devil fruits for Hyde. With a solid foundation, he would surely adapt swiftly. "Master, the time is nearly upon us," shouted Bygil and Melson, standing before the villa alongside several others, all of whom were the strongest contenders selected through the arena. Eights opened his eyes and leaped down, uttering softly, "Let us set forth." On a certain island in the East Sea stood a grand hotel, prominently located in the heart of the town. This establishment was a favored lodging for merchants and nobility alike. Beneath the hotel lay an expansive area, where a colossal arena was situated at its center, surrounded by tiered seating designed for spectators eager to witness the boxing matches. Above, luxurious private boxes were reserved for the elite, providing them with an unobstructed view of the contests, a true indulgence for those in attendance. Notably, this island fell under the jurisdiction of the Navy. However, this was of little consequence, as countless factions around the world hosted boxing matches. They did not openly engage in arms trading, rather, they masked their dealings under the guise of boxing events, beyond the reach of naval oversight. It appeared that they had arrived quite early. The group of Eights has arrived. Yet the place is utterly deserted. It is evident that they have arrived prematurely. Indeed, the time for the boxing match has not yet arrived. Perhaps, esteemed guests, you could wait in one of the private rooms for a while, suggested Bygir with a smile, gesturing towards one of the upper private chambers. That sounds agreeable. Eights nodded, leading Shite and the others into the private room of Bygil. Initially, Eights had no intention of bringing Karl along, considering his tender age. However, the young lad insisted on broadening his horizons, leaving Eights with no choice but to acquiesce. As time passed, an increasing number of guests had arrived, though they remained clustered at the entrance. Subsequently, 2 staff members adorned in formal attire organized the attendees into an orderly queue, collecting fees before granting them access to the venue. Owing to the possession of an invitation, Eights and his companions were permitted entry without formalities. The invitations were exclusively extended to the hosts and the prominent figures participating in the boxing event. At the summit, Eights cast a glance at the assembly below. Where the majority adorned themselves in opulence, draped in gold and silver, they were presumably either nobility or affluent merchants. "Ha ha ha, Bill, you arrived quite early," came a hearty laugh from the crowd. A rotund figure approached Bill with confident strides, flanked by a group of henchmen clad in mobster attire. Bill greeted the newcomer with a warm smile, to which Mr. Bates reciprocated amicably. Bates was affiliated with a certain gang from the East Sea, While Bill presented himself as a legitimate businessman, he inevitably found himself entwined with some underground factions, as an additional ally could indeed expand his network. You remain as courteous as ever, Bates chuckled, giving Bill a hearty pat on the shoulder before inquiring, "Are you the only one who has arrived?" Bill nodded in affirmation. "As of now, I am the earliest to arrive." "How outrageous. That scoundrel Otto, hosting this boxing match yet arriving late and making us wait in vain. Were it not for the enticing goods he possesses, I would have dealt with him long ago," Bates bellowed, his anger causing the flesh on his face to quiver comically. "Height, do you know him?" Atesh listened to Bates's clamorous outcry below and inquired. They had met during a previous voyage with a merchant ship, where Mr. Gill and he had engaged in a brief collaboration. Upon hearing this, he provided an explanation. At the mention of this, Bates nodded. "Humph, Bates, you certainly have a bold tongue. If it weren't for the timely intervention of those naval rascals during our last skirmish, would you still be standing here, spouting such arrogance?" A derisive voice suddenly resonated, drawing the attention of the crowd. It was Otto, a figure notably shorter than Bates, accompanied by a multitude of subordinates, each exuding a palpable aura of violence. Otto, the organizer of the underground boxing arena, had just delivered a scathing remark. Bates's expression darkened upon hearing Otto's taunt. How dare this scoundrel bring up his scars? Seeing the tension, Bigel immediately stepped in as a mediator, chuckling, "Gentlemen, let us not mar our camaraderie over such trivialities regarding stature. Humph, at least this brother understands decorum. Bigel, I believe I've heard of you. Your enterprises span the East Sea. Mr. Otto, you flatter me. I believe we have a business matter to discuss shortly," Bigel replied, maintaining a humble demeanor. "Oh?" Otto scrutinized Bigel with keen eyes, fully aware of the implications. Bigel was indeed eager to obtain Otto's wares. "Well, it shall depend on your capabilities then." Who is that little brat?" Chapter 78, The boxing match begins. Otto inadvertently glanced upwards and spotted Carl, who was lazily perched by the window. "What is this place? Why is there a child here?" Bigel, noticing Carl, promptly explained, "Mr. Otto, that is my nephew. He insisted on accompanying me, so I brought him along for a bit of exposure. I hope you can forgive this intrusion." He had no intention of revealing Ates's presence and dared not disclose it without Ates's consent. Inside the private room, Ates nodded in satisfaction at Bigel's words. He merely wished to observe the excitement and preferred to remain concealed from the public eye unless necessary. Otto, hearing this, nodded and cautioned Bigel. "You must keep a close watch on that child. It is quite perilous here." "Thank you for the warning, Mr. Otto." Bigel was unfazed, after all. That child was the disciple of the formidable Ghost Face, and who in the East Sea could pose a threat to such a figure? "Ah, it seems all the esteemed guests have arrived." As he spoke, two more notable gang leaders from the East Sea arrived simultaneously. "Now that everyone is here, please proceed to your respective private rooms," Otto declared before making his way to his own chamber. "Humph," Bates scoffed, following suit to his own room. The others did likewise. "Melson, Baines, Romandon, you will oversee the preparations here. Remain vigilant of your surroundings, for we are dealing with gangsters," Bigel instructed the trio. "Understood, sir," they responded in unison. One by one, wealthy merchants and nobles took their seats, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the boxing matches. Before long, a middle-aged man stepped onto the stage. He first glanced at Otto on the platform, and upon receiving confirmation, he announced, "Thank you for your patience. I am Vicky, the host of this boxing event. To avoid wasting your time, let the matches officially commence. I invite the distinguished figures from the East Sea to send representatives to the ring." "He. Allow me to take the lead," came a voice from one of the private rooms, directing a command towards a figure below. The individual nodded, and with a powerful push, executed a side flip, landing gracefully in the ring, his performance imbued with theatrical flair. It shook his head and casually remarked, "Boss, I feel this person couldn't even defeat me." Hitter boasted in response to Ates. "Well then, if you go up, I certainly won't come to your rescue." This fellow had become quite boastful after some time apart. "Haha, then forget it. Hitter wouldn't dare. If he stepped up, he would likely be mercilessly beaten. Others are not as lenient as Melson. Humph, Moyer, if you lead the charge, I shall surely undermine you. Ryan, show him a lesson." A cold snort emanated from another private room, revealing the two individuals, Moyer and Bragg. The man named Ryan fell silent and ascended the arena on foot. "Gentlemen, there are no restrictions for this match. Any means may be employed." Once Fitch concluded, he withdrew from the stage, granting the two adversaries their space to engage in combat. "Slim, allow me to teach you a lesson in humility." Without further ado, Ryan propelled himself towards the opposite Abbas with a powerful kick. Fortunately, Abbas reacted promptly. hastily blocking with his arm. Though he successfully parried the attack, he was still forced to stagger back a few steps from the impact. Moyer gasped. Taken aback, that his subordinate was immediately placed in a defensive position. Watch out. Ryan provided no respite for a boss, determined to vanquish his opponent with utmost swiftness. With a flurry of punches, Ryan unleashed a relentless assault, capitalizing on his advantages. A boss, besieged by Ryan's ferocious onslaught, could only retreat and struggle to defend himself. What are you doing, Abbas? Fight back. Moyer, seemingly driven to madness, shouted at Abbas below. Cease your wailing. You are assuredly losing this first round, Moyer. Bragg chuckled. His victorious grin directed at Moyer, casting a shadow over Moyer's countenance. At that moment, two elegantly proportioned ladies emerged from backstage, each carrying a tray as they gracefully made their way through the audience. The spectators eagerly tossed their coins into the trays, clearly placing bets on who would emerge victorious. Such was the customary practice in every underground boxing arena, rife with gambling elements. Of course, one could choose not to wager, but the consequences would rest solely on their shoulders. Gentlemen, please place your bets. In the private room where Atesh resided, a woman clad in a revealing uniform spoke in a melodious tone to the assembled guests. My lord, shall we indulge in a game? After all, it is the custom here. Naturally, I shall cover all expenses, she said with a smile directed at Atesh. In that case, I shall wager on that burly fellow. Ates has yet to speak, Carl impatiently remarked from the side. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed, followed by Carl's exclamation of pain. What did children know of gambling? Ates rolled his eyes at Carl, pondering what would happen if Mealy found out that her brother had led him astray. Carl wore a look of innocence, yet felt utterly helpless. After all, what could a child wager? Height jested at Carl's expense before turning to the woman and inquired, I bet on that hulking figure. Are you certain you wish to place your wager on him? Ates cast a meaningful glance at Hitter before stating, then I shall place my bet on that thin fellow. Boss, are you truly serious? Hitter gazed incredulously at Ates, realizing that the hefty contender was on the verge of victory. Was the boss really planning to swindle Mr. Bill's money? Indeed, I am quite serious. Ates nonchalantly remarked, very well, how much would the gentleman like to wager? The lady inquired. Ates remained silent, merely extending a finger. The woman, somewhat perplexed, then glanced at the side where Bygel stood. 10,000 berries, Bygel stated calmly. Ates. In truth, he merely meant 1,000 Bailey, which he deemed quite sufficient. It was rather absurd to hear it exaggerated to 10,000 by Bygel. Very well. After the woman finished speaking, she strode out of the room. Once she had departed, Bygel curiously inquired, My lord, did you not assert that he was ostentatious and lacking substance? Upon hearing this, Hit nodded in agreement and turned his gaze toward his superior. Atesh raised the corners of his mouth. Superficiality refers to the unnecessary gestures he just displayed in his performance, not his combat skills. However, boss, he is on the verge of collapse. Look, he is about to lose. Zai pointed at the arena and addressed Atesh. Thus, your perspective is rather limited. Take a closer look. After Ates spoke, he turned his gaze towards the arena, discerning something unusual in the eyes of his opponent. How peculiar. The man's gaze seemed distinctly different. Carl murmured to himself, his voice barely audible, a sound so faint that only he, among the others in the room, could hear it. Hit and Bygel remained oblivious. Yet, Ates caught the whisper of his disciple. He scrutinized Carl intently, pondering whether what others failed to notice had, in fact, been perceived by him. Atzela revealed a faint smile before casting his gaze once more towards the arena. Chapter 79, The Turn of Events. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of collision intermittently echoed from the stage. Though it was termed a clash, to the onlookers, it appeared to be a one-sided assault on Abbas. With his hands elegantly stacked together, Abbas skillfully utilized his agile physique to either block or evade the formidable onslaught of Ryan's fists. Unbeknownst to them, Abbas's eyes grew increasingly vacant amidst the fray, his emotionless gaze fixated on Ryan, who was relentlessly attacking him. The battle was nearing its conclusion. At the sight of Abbas, Ates understood that the battle was nearing its conclusion. Indeed, it seemed that the slender figure was on the verge of defeat. However, Height remained oblivious, still convinced that it was Abbas who would ultimately lose. It shook his head, unwilling to engage with the individual before him. As time progressed, Ryan found himself unable to swiftly overpower Abbas, instead gasping for breath. He launched relentless attacks without considering the need to conserve his energy, and his stamina was rapidly depleting. In stark contrast, Abbas, though still being pushed back, appeared far more at ease than Ryan. Damn it, why won't you just fall? Ryan roared, intensifying his efforts, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. With a powerful punch, Ryan struck, yet it was effortlessly parried by his opponent. His chest heaved, clearly nearing its limit. At that moment, Abbas seized the opportunity, a flash of crimson energy surged, and as Ryan exposed a brief opening, Abbas advanced with an elbow strike to his abdomen. What? A shock coursed through Ryan as he felt a searing pain in his stomach. He instinctively sought to retaliate, but Abbas would not grant him the chance. A sweeping kick sent Ryan tumbling, losing his balance and crashing to the ground. With a sickening thud, crimson blood pooled on the arena floor as Abbas's dagger, produced from seemingly nowhere, pierced Ryan's left chest, blood gushing forth. Ryan's gaze became vacant. He was beyond saving, succumbing to a profound sense of unwillingness as he closed his eyes. Thus, the battle concluded with Abbas emerging victorious. The spectators were momentarily stunned. Witnessing such a swift turn of events, just moments ago, Abbas had seemed to be on the defensive. Had he truly won in such a brief span? As realization dawned, a chorus of curses erupted from the crowd. Are you kidding me? I placed a substantial wager on that strong man to win. Exactly. What a worthless fighter. The arena was rife with shouts of anger and frustration, yet no one paid them heed. Their bets were placed, and refunds were not in the cards. Moreover, this was not a typical underground fight. It was a clash among powerful figures, distinct from the usual profit-driven brawls. Had it not been for the need for discretion, Otto would not have leaked the information. Damn it. How could this happen? Bragg's expression soured. He had not anticipated Ryan's defeat. The loss of a subordinate did not pain him, but the substantial wager he had placed on Ryan was a bitter blow, now rendered worthless. Furthermore, Ryan had been his most formidable subordinate, and his defeat meant he would miss out on the arms deal. He actually lost? Otto gazed at the lifeless Ryan, reflecting on the betting rules he had established, now feeling ensnared by his own decisions. Go find out how many people bet on Ryan, Otto instructed his subordinate. The subordinate nodded and promptly set off to investigate, returning shortly. Boss, nearly everyone in attendance wagered on Ryan's victory, except for Mr. Bagile's booth, which placed a bet of 10,000 on Abbas. It seems that the money has likely found its way into Mr. Bagile's pockets, and we might even have to pay out. Otto's lips twitched in irritation. Damn it, is this guy here just to swindle me? My goodness, boss, he really did win. Hitter exclaimed, wide-eyed at the unfolding scene. This was inevitable. The opponent relied solely on brute strength, while Abbas skillfully evaded all critical strikes, wearing down his adversary's stamina. Like a predatory beast, he feigned weakness, waiting for his foe to exhaust themselves before delivering a decisive blow. Bagile nodded, speaking with admiration. I see now. You truly possess keen insight. The dozen or so fighters you prepared will likely be of little use. I can tell that their first combatant is the strongest. Let one of the three Melsons take the stage directly. Atesh spoke to Bajir, who nodded in response, preparing to relay instructions to Melson and the others. However, the rotund Bates interjected, is this a show of strength, Moyer? I demand that cargo. It is mine by right. If you have the capability, send someone to the arena. Moyer issued a proclamation of victory while simultaneously taunting Bates. Do not be overly arrogant, Fox. Win this match. With that, a participant dashed forward, leaping into the ring to confront a boss. The arena had been cleared, and the bodies disposed of. Everything appeared pristine. You may take a brief respite. Would you like to rest? The host inquired of Abbas. No need, Abbas replied, licking the blood from his dagger, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. Seeing this, the host refrained from further questioning and exited the stage. Fox, sent by Bates, possessed a lean physique, seemingly adept at agile, striking attacks much like Abbas. The two exchanged glances, both poised for action. Suddenly, Atesh directed his gaze toward a certain direction. Concurrently, a brazen, mocking voice resonated through the arena. I thought this boxing match would be interesting, but it appears to be nothing but a gathering of amateurs. The crowd turned toward the source of the voice, revealing a tall figure adorned with a scornful smile. Otto furrowed his brows, questioning the identity of this intruder. What did you just say? Abbas squinted at the newcomer. Irked by the comment about amateur skills, this sentiment was shared by all present with any semblance of strength. The newcomer scoffed, ignoring Abbas's inquiry, and instead shouted at the audience. Hey, there's nothing to see here. Those who wish to live should get lost. This brazen proclamation instantly incited the crowd's ire. What did you just say, you scoundrel? Do you know who I am? Do you believe I won't annihilate you in an instant? Most of these individuals were millionaires or billionaires, each with a significant background. They had never been treated with such disdain. I care not who you are. If I say leave, then leave, the intruder declared, disregarding the status of those present. You think you can threaten me? I'll have you eliminated. A reckless individual from the audience stepped forward, pointing a finger at the figure with a hostile demeanor. Chapter 80. The Mysterious Powerhouse. The tall figure regarded the audacious challenger with a calm expression, though his gaze was laced with intense killing intent. Perceiving the man as nothing more than a corpse. You seek death. Crack. Ah. A sound reminiscent of bones fracturing echoed, followed by a blood-curdling scream. A figure resembling a shrimp was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the audience, causing chaos as people scattered. Upon closer inspection, a gaping hole had formed in the stands. With the previously arrogant businessman embedded within, his arm hung at a grotesque angle, and his face retained an expression of terror, a clear indication that he had perished. I detest when others point fingers at me, the tall figure spat disdainfully, his contempt evident. How dare a fool with wealth speak so boldly to him? This scene quelled the remaining crowd's bravado, prompting them to hastily retreat toward the exits. They had lives to live, after all, and did not wish to die without cause. Soon, only the factions participating in the match remained in the vast space. This individual. Romandon observed the figure with trepidation, feeling an immense pressure akin to what he had experienced from the formidable ghost face. May I inquire as to who you are and why you seek to disrupt our gathering? Otto approached, leading his subordinates from the private room. The previous display of force had made it clear that this was no ordinary opponent, so he refrained from immediate confrontation and opted to ascertain the intruder's intentions first. You lack the qualifications to know who I am. The tall figure dismissed Otto with a glance, not even bothering to acknowledge him. Is there still fire in the clay? You dare speak to me in such a manner? Otto retorted, feeling the need to assert himself. Your arrogance is excessive, he continued, prompting his men to draw their firearms and aim at the towering figure. TCH, all looks but no substance, the tall figure sneered, disregarding the weapons aimed at him and instead focusing on the two still at the center of the ring. Hey, you two, unleash your skills. If you win against me, I shall spare you. Abbas and Fox exchanged heavy glances. Though they possessed some strength, they felt uncertain about facing this newcomer. Teacher, what just happened? Why did that arrogant individual die in an instant? Carl queried Atesh, bewildered. With a newfound sensitivity to powerful presences, he had sensed something amiss. Yet he too had been left in the dark. Bajir shared the same confusion. The answer was rather simple. The speed of that individual's attack had been unfathomably swift. For two who lacked strength, witnessing it was indeed a rarity. It elucidated the matter to the three individuals, not missing the opportunity to mock them slightly. Weigel awkwardly touched the tip of his nose, acknowledging his lack of strength. I shall become a formidable warrior, just like my teacher, Carl declared resolutely, assuring Ates of his determination. Ates, with a smile, gently ruffled Carl's hair and said, You must put in more effort. TCH, you haven't taught me anything at all. Height retorted with a dismissive pout. What did you say? Oh, nothing, Height replied sheepishly, scratching his head. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Aren't we in a boxing ring? Come on, let me join in the fun. The towering figure, sensing the two were hesitating to engage, felt a twinge of impatience and strode confidently onto the stage. The duo, upon witnessing this, quickly assumed fighting stances, brimming with vigilance. Otto's expression darkened. This individual dared to disregard him. How dare you ignore me? Otto bellowed, snatching a firearm from one of his subordinates. With a resounding bang, a bullet was discharged. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the imposing figure did not even glance back, as if he possessed a pair of eyes on the back of his head. With a slight tilt of his head, he evaded the shot effortlessly. What? Otto gasped, convinced he hadn't misfired, yet the impossible had occurred. This person had actually dodged a bullet. Such dominance. Atesh would not mistake the trajectory of a bullet, perceiving the flow of air with uncanny precision. This is the essence of observation Haki. Humph. You think a mere gun can kill me? You are woefully naive. I shall settle the score with you shortly. The tall figure cast a disdainful glance at Otto. A look that sent a chill down Otto's spine, causing him to instinctively take a step back. Are you not going to make your move? If you remain idle, I shall act first. Whoosh. Before the towering figure could finish, a sharp sound sliced through the air. It was Abbas who initiated the attack, deciding that it was better to take the offensive than to wait for the enemy to strike. The dagger, glinting with a cold light, lunged toward the opponent. Yet, the adversary merely pinched the dagger with 2 fingers, rendering Abbas's strength futile. This. Abbas was astonished. How could one possess such immense strength? Mooring, far too weak, declared the tall figure, who with a slight exertion of his fingers, shattered the dagger into 2 pieces. Simultaneously, he grasped Abbas's head and forcefully pressed it downward. Boom. The solid arena erupted as Abbas's head became embedded within it. What? Fox, witnessing the scene, was taken aback. He had not anticipated a boss to be dispatched so effortlessly. A boss. Moyer slammed his hand on the table, aghast. A boss was one of his most capable subordinates, and now he lay defeated? Worthless. The tall figure clapped his hands, finding it all too easy to eliminate such trash. Turning his gaze to Fox, he smirked, causing Fox to quickly assume a defensive posture. Unfortunately, it was futile. The tall figure moved like a specter, appearing before Fox in an instant, landing a powerful punch to his abdomen. Wow. The force of the strike caused Fox to spew a mouthful of blood. But that was not the end. The tall figure followed up with an elbow strike to Fox's jaw, knocking him to the ground, and with a swift kick, sent him tumbling off the stage. Every action flowed seamlessly like a river. Fox rolled to Otto's feet, half of his face grotesquely deformed from the blow. Damn it. How could this happen? Bates? Witnessing Fox's effortless defeat, wore an extremely grim expression. Is this guy planning to take us all down? Nelson remarked with a grave look. It seems so, Baines concurred. Who exactly are you? Otto asked, his expression heavy. Though I am involved in the underworld and partake in various illicit enterprises, I have never encountered you before. We should have no grievances. To Otto's surprise, the tall figure nodded. I do not know you. We should have no enmity. Otto felt slightly reassured upon hearing this. But the tall figure's subsequent words ignited his fury. Chapter 81. The Traveler Barrow. Although we bear no animosity, that does not preclude me from causing a ruckus. The tall figure laughed heartily, relishing the sight of their displeasure and inability to retaliate. This blatant provocation darkened the expressions of the gang leaders. It was clear this individual was deliberately seeking confrontation. How dare you? I, Otto, have a reputation in the East Sea. I have never endured such humiliation. Otto's rage surged as he waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to surround the arena. The dark muzzles of guns aimed menacingly at the tall figure. This scoundrel has even dared to insult us. Moyer, Otto, shall we temporarily join forces to deal with this scoundrel? Bates, his rotund figure appearing in the arena, extended an invitation to unite. That is precisely my intention, Moyer agreed, and Otto remained silent, tacitly accepting. They had all witnessed each other's prowess. And a temporary alliance would provide them with a measure of security. Each of them was shrewd, considering their own safety above all else. Clatter, clatter. The sound of chaotic footsteps filled the arena as dozens surrounded the tall figure, their guns forming an impenetrable barrier against escape. Let us see how you evade this time, Otto sneered. Aren't you capable of dodging bullets? Go ahead, try. This time, we shall shoot you to pieces. Mr. Baines, Mr. Melson, Mr. Romanon, what shall we do now? A member of the guard inquired. First, let us find the young master and Lord Ghostface in the private room, Baines commanded, leading the group toward the inner sanctum. Young master, Lord Ghostface, the situation has escalated beyond control. What should we do? Melson asked the two. Vigil observed the impending battle below with a grave demeanor. It appears this deal is no longer viable. Shall we retreat? Retreat? Upon hearing this, H gently shook his head and remarked, initially, I presumed this boxing match would be rather dull, yet unexpectedly, an intriguing individual has emerged. I shall remain for a while, merely to witness the spectacle. Witness the spectacle? The crowd responded with incredulity, for a fierce confrontation was imminent, and he still possessed the composure to indulge in mere entertainment. How delightful it is to watch a performance. During my time in the West Sea, neither Sister Millie nor the uncle ever took me off the island, exclaimed young Carl, completely oblivious to the peril of the situation and brimming with excitement. Truly, he embodied the fearless spirit of the young and untested. The others could only shake their heads in resignation, recognizing the audacity of the disciple of the demon mask master. H chuckled softly, shaking his head. Carl was merely a 10-year-old child, and for him, such matters were akin to watching a play. Did he wish for the many to bully the few? The tall figure observed the scene with a detached demeanor. So what? I shall make you aware of the consequences of opposing us. Otto grinned menacingly, believing his adversary to be intimidated. Numbers are merely decorative. Yet, the tall figure scoffed coldly, remaining unperturbed even when surrounded. To be so brazen in the face of imminent death was audacious indeed. Fire! The trio shouted in unison. In an instant, the underground arena erupted with gunfire, the heavy scent of gunpowder permeating every corner. The commotion was audible even to those above. What was happening? Was there a pirate invasion? Where did the gunfire originate? Both patrons inside the hotel and passers-by in the streets expressed their bewilderment at the sounds of gunfire. The flashes from the gun muzzles illuminated the dimly lit underground space, revealing the somewhat sinister faces of several prominent figures. With gunfire enveloping the area from all directions, the fate of that individual seemed sealed. This was the unspoken consensus among those present, They had issued a death sentence to the tall figure. After a prolonged moment, the gunfire gradually subsided until it was no more. Peering closely, the arena was shrouded in dust and smoke, obscuring the true situation within. However, they were all convinced that the individual was undoubtedly dead. No one could survive such concentrated firepower. As the smoke began to clear, the arena lay in disarray. Yet the figure was nowhere to be seen. Have we even left a body? Bates expressed his confusion. Ha ha ha, you worthless fools, where are you aiming? A boisterous laugh startled the crowd. One of the henchmen looked up, only to realize that this gaze would be eternal. The beams above cracked like a spider's web. The tall figure suddenly appeared before the henchman, delivering a powerful punch to his face. With a resounding thud, the henchman fell lifeless to the ground. The tall figure remained unscathed. He had leaped onto the beams to evade such a barrage of attacks. Otherwise, even he would have suffered injuries. How is it possible? You are still alive. Otto exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. Is this a man or a monster? I told you, numbers are meaningless. You must be nearly out of bullets, yes? Now, it is my turn. The tall figure smirked coldly and surged into the crowd like a charging tiger. Quick, stop him. Otto and his companions felt a tremor of fear and hastily commanded all their subordinates to block the incoming threat. The tall figure displayed astonishing strength, leaving a trail of fallen henchmen in his wake, each one collapsing with a scream. Otto and the others, witnessing such ferocity, scrambled to hide in a corner, fearful of attracting his attention. This behavior was hardly that of a gang leader. He appeared more like a coward clinging to life. What on earth was this individual? So formidable. Hitler watched in astonishment. Aside from his own leader, he had never encountered such a powerful being before. The farce must come to an end. It is time for me to stretch my limbs. At this moment, Eight stood up, intrigued by the formidable presence before him, recognizing the individual as a worthy opponent. My lord, are you about to make your move? Gear discerned Eight's intentions upon witnessing his actions, realizing that this person had indeed earned the approval of his master. Eight approached the platform slowly and gazed down, observing the figure relentlessly advancing, each strike landing with palpable force. What is your name? Eight directly inquired. Upon hearing this, the voice paused and looked up. It was the ghost face. Previously overlooked, Eight never anticipated encountering the ghost face on this journey. Do you know me? Eight spoke softly. Ha ha ha. Who doesn't know of the recently renowned bounty hunter? The tall figure laughed heartily before shifting the conversation. I have heard that you slay pirates on sight. Although I am not a pirate, I too wish to experience the extent of your prowess. At the mention of this, Eight's lips curled in disdain. What does it mean to kill pirates on sight? As if he were some sort of savage. Who spread such rumors? Very well. I too wish to witness your true strength. State your name. Listen closely, I am Barrow, the traveler who roams the seas. Chapter 82. Eight versus Barrow. A traveler. You say? How intriguing. Atesh lifted the corners of his mouth and then leapt down from the high platform to meet Barrow's gaze. The surrounding gang members, witnessing Barrow redirecting his focus away from them, breathed a sigh of relief. After all, their firing speed was no match for his swift strikes. Come on, Ghostface. Let us see what you're capable of, Barrow said, clenching his fist and grinning. Ghostface? What is he doing here? Initially perplexed by Barrow's sudden appearance, now the emergence of Ghostface raised suspicions. Surely he was here to cause trouble as well. Wait, how could he have come out from Beeger's private room? Bates pointed to Beeger's chamber in confusion. Upon hearing this, Otto's eyes brightened. If he emerged from Beeger's room, it implied that Beeger had brought him here. Thus, he was here to stir up conflict. Otto knew a bit about the legends surrounding Ghostface. Although he had never witnessed his prowess firsthand, he was undeniably a formidable force. Ghostface, I implore you, save me. If you assist me, I will promptly deliver this batch of arms to Beeger without any charge. Otto pleaded, scrambling before Atesh, his desperation palpable. How utterly shameless, Bates and the others silently scoffed, recognizing Otto's willingness to go to such lengths for survival. Get lost. Bates merely cast a fleeting glance at Otto, his piercing gaze resembling a series of steel blades piercing various parts of Otto's body. Instantly, Otto trembled and hastily retreated several steps. How terrifying. The intensity of that gaze was utterly unnerving. Cold sweat broke out on Otto's forehead as he turned to Vigil for help. Observing the scene, Vigil helplessly shrugged, acknowledging that the adult was not one of his subordinates. And he dared not command him. What formidable presence, Barrow remarked, then turned his attention to the surrounding crowd. Aren't you all going to leave? I'm not interested in playing with you. The assembled group felt an immediate sense of relief and were eager to escape, though their departure hinged upon the decision of their leader. Thus, they all turned to their respective leaders. We should leave, Otto asserted, leading the charge. Despite the humiliation he had endured, it was preferable to losing his life. We should go as well, Bates and Moyer echoed, rallying their followers to depart. Acknowledging that this deal had effectively fallen through. Hey, you'd better get out of here quickly. Barrow directed his gaze towards a specific direction, the private room occupied by Bragg. Yes, my lords, I shall take my leave at once, Bragg replied, promptly exiting without hesitation. Until now, Bragg had merely observed the proceedings without participating. Are you truly so easily letting them go? It's inquired. I had no intention of taking their lives. I merely passed through this place, drawn by rumors of an underground boxing match. However, I did not anticipate that my mere presence would lead me to you. Indeed. I hope this ghostly mask does not disappoint. It's comprehended that this individual was merely seeking amusement out of sheer boredom. So be it. With a resounding clang, the sound of a sword echoed as Ates unleashed a surge of white sword energy, cleaving the ground and hurtling toward Barrow, as if intent on severing him in two. This is splendid. Barrow bellowed, boldly striking toward the sword energy with a powerful punch. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the subterranean space, causing the entire area to tremble. While countless minute sword energy scattered, etching deep gashes into the surrounding ground and walls. Ates and Barrow regarded each other with intensity. Barrow's entire right arm was enveloped in a layer of black substance, indicative of his mastery of armament Haki. Such a level of Haki, capable of enveloping an entire arm, was certainly formidable. Come on, Barrow bellowed, initiating his assault against Ates. In an instant, he transformed into a blur and appeared right before Ates, his arm, thicker than Ates' thighs, descended with a powerful punch. With a swift upward motion of his sword, Ates parried Barrow's fist, simultaneously covering his blade with a layer of armament Haki. The clash produced no sound of blade meeting flesh. Instead, it resonated with a metallic clang, sparking brilliant flashes of light. The shockwave generated by their confrontation dispersed everything in the vicinity, creating visible ripples that radiated from beneath their feet. Barrow chuckled, as his other fist, also shrouded in armament Haki, aimed for the opening in Ates' defense. Ates gazed calmly at the unfolding scene. If this were to succeed, he would truly be a disappointment. As he leaned back, his shoulders subtly shifted, evading Barrow's attack. With an agile movement, he sheathed his sword, no longer confronting Barrow directly, and like a wraith, he circled behind Barrow, striking down with his blade. Barrow, possessing the keen observation of Haki, anticipated Ates' intent the moment he moved, and swiftly prepared to counter. Clang! Barrow crossed his arms before his chest, deflecting the blow effortlessly, as if Ates' sword could not inflict even the slightest harm. With a grunt, Barrow exerted force, pushing Ates away, and seizing the opportunity, retreated to the edge of the arena. The visage of a specter often haunted him. Boom! Barrow's fist struck the ground, sending spiderweb-like cracks spiraling outward. Remarkably, the arena tilted slightly downward. Subsequently, Barrow pressed against the base of the arena and exerted tremendous force, astonishingly lifting the massive structure with ease. Are you joking? That arena must weigh several hundred pounds, exclaimed Height, unable to believe his eyes, rubbing them in disbelief, only to confirm the reality before him. Teacher. Although little Carl had faith in Ates, a flicker of concern lingered. That arena, as a weapon, is indeed extraordinary. Ates remained utterly unperturbed. If he dared to hurl the arena, then he possessed the audacity to shatter it. Come forth, phantom face. Barrow's arms swelled with muscle, the veins on them rising like serpents, exuding immense power. With a thunderous roar, he launched the several hundred-pound arena into the air. A formidable rush of wind surged toward him, yet Ates stood resolute, seemingly unaffected. The third generation of Ghost, wielding his sword high above his head, unleashed a surge of energy, slicing downward with ferocity. As anticipated, the massive arena was cleaved in two by Ates, the severed halves soaring past him. With a resounding crash, the wall behind them crumbled instantaneously, the overhead beams splintering with cracks, as if the structure were on the brink of collapse. The deafening noise rendered those in the private room unsteady, swaying precariously. Those with some strength, like Melson and company, fared better, while Carl found himself in dire straits. Having precariously positioned himself at the edge of the platform to witness his teacher's battle, had it not been for Hit's timely grasp, he would have plummeted. You rascal. Stay back. If anything were to happen to you, the boss would surely flay me alive. Hit sighed in exasperation. This little imp was far too troublesome. Chapter 83, Combat. Hey, is there an earthquake? The townsfolk hurriedly fled their homes, having just endured gunfire, now faced with tremors. What calamity had befallen them? Panic ensued as the residents of the hotel, caught unawares, rushed out in disarray, scarcely having time to don their clothes. Ates gazed upon the scene, acutely aware of the commotion above, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. The intensity of their battle here was creating an uproar so great that it threatened to bring the very structure down upon them. Moreover, it could endanger innocent lives. While he relished the thrill of combat, this was not a sight he wished to behold. This place was no longer suitable for their clash. Perhaps it would be prudent to relocate. Atesh addressed Barrow. Very well, let us venture forth and continue our battle. Barrow nodded in agreement, equally unwilling to see innocents harmed. As for the wealthy merchant he had slain, Barrow remarked that he was hardly human. United in their resolve, the two did not linger but raced toward the exit. Uncle Hit, let us hasten. I wish to witness the teacher's combat. Carl urgently grasped Hit's arm, urging him onward. You, uncle? Please, I am still a youth. This remark pierced Hit's heart. Did he truly appear so aged? Melson, you three take the others back first. I too wish to observe the adults' battle, Vigil said to Melson. Melson hesitated. The aftermath of such powerful combat would be beyond their endurance, and he harbored concerns. Rest assured, we shall merely observe from a distance. Vigil discerned Melson's apprehension and offered him reassurance. Seeing Vigil's determination, Melson and the others ceased their persuasion and led the group away. On the surface of the sea, ripples emerged in layers, with splashes of waves crashing against the rocks, producing a thunderous roar. On the golden sands, Atesh and Barrow stood opposite each other in silence. As the gentle sea breeze swept by, both men moved in unison. With a thunderous clash, the shockwave generated by their collision radiated outward from their central point, stirring up a cloud of dust and sand. Ates deftly deflected Barrow's fist with the edge of his sword, swiftly redirecting his blade towards Barrow's shoulder. The razor-sharp tip of the sword sliced through the swirling dust, advancing with relentless precision. However, Barrow was not so easily overwhelmed. With a disdainful grunt, he chose not to confront Ates head-on this time, opting instead to evade the oncoming attack. In the very moment Ates' sword edge was unleashed, Barrow's other arm was enveloped in a pitch-black hue of Haki, transforming his waist motion into a powerful strike. The formidable impact scattered the surrounding dust into the air. With a thunderous clash, their fists and blades met again, revealing that Barrow's mastery of Haki was indeed formidable. Despite the numerous collisions, Ates' blade merely left faint white marks upon Barrow's fist. Ates discerned that Barrow was a practitioner of martial arts. Yet his Haki had not reached the stage of full body coverage. The air was filled with the sound of clashes as Ates unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, his sword radiating a fierce aura, slicing through the atmosphere with each swing. Barrow matched his intensity, maximizing his martial prowess and Haki, proving to be an adversary worthy of Ates' full attention. The powerful gust from their punches left chaotic imprints upon the sandy shore, while the razor-sharp sword energy cleaved through the surface of the sea, leaving behind a series of deep gashes. Barrow's martial skills were indeed formidable, his fists heavy with strength. Yet Ates wielded his sword with extraordinary sharpness and possessed a robust physique, complemented by a potent Haki. Ates appeared to be nearly devoid of weaknesses in every aspect, which astonished Barrow. It was rare to encounter someone who had honed their abilities to such a balanced level. Yet, Barrow felt a thrill of excitement, having traversed many lands. He had not faced a worthy opponent in quite some time. The formidable strength of Ates brings him immense satisfaction. If the adversary is not formidable, what significance does it hold? Ates harbored similar aspirations. Engaging in combat with formidable opponents had always been his pursuit, especially now, against a practitioner of overwhelming prowess. The sound of metal clashing resonated, accompanied by sparks flying, as Ates and Barrow locked eyes. In unison, they unleashed their power, causing the sandy ground beneath them to erupt with a thunderous roar, enveloping them in a cloud of dust. All that could be discerned were their silhouettes intertwining amidst the swirling debris, each relentlessly clashing against the other. Remarkable, Bajor marveled from a distance, captivated by the fierce battle unfolding before him. He had never witnessed Ates in true combat, and thus, his understanding of Ates' strength remained vague. However, he was now granted a glimpse into the extraordinary, a revelation that left him in awe. This is the first time I've witnessed the boss's genuine fight, Hit expressed, filled with admiration, harboring hopes that one day he too might attain such formidable strength. As for the young lad, Carl, it goes without saying that his ambition in seeking a mentor was to become a powerhouse akin to his teacher. Ates sprang into action, executing a diagonal slash towards Barrow. In response, Barrow swiftly raised his arm to parry the strike, simultaneously employing his Haki-covered hand to firmly grasp the edge of Ates' sword with remarkable speed. At this sight, Ates revealed a cryptic smile, and in an instant, a formidable sword aura erupted forth. Barrow's expression shifted, prompting him to hastily release his grasp from the blade's edge. Upon closer inspection, he noted that despite the protection of armament Haki, distinct traces of blood were still visible. My sword is not so easily seized. You would do well to tread carefully. It spoke softly. It is now a matter of grave concern. However, our battle is far from over. With that, Barrow charged once more towards Ates. In response, Ates leapt into the air, his feet propelling him with such force that he momentarily manifested 3 blades, like fleeting shadows. Allow me a strike, he declared, and in an instant, 3 intersecting streams of sword energy surged mercilessly towards Barrow, sealing off his escape from 3 distinct directions. The speed of the attack was such that it eluded the perception of an ordinary person. Barrow immediately pushed his observation Haki to its utmost limits. While he could discern the trajectory of the incoming strikes, evasion was beyond his reach. If that is the case, let it shatter. Barrow's fist glimmered with an intense hue of armed Haki as he resolved to break through with sheer force. With a resounding roar akin to thunder, a tremendous sound erupted, reverberating throughout the land, as a terrifying power manifested around Barrow, revealing intersecting sword scars in the air. The atmosphere was suffused with an oppressive aura of slaughter, a sensation that even the distant Hit and his companions could keenly feel. Mr. Beagle, I believe it would be prudent for us to retreat further, Hit remarked helplessly. This is akin to a celestial clash. I concur, Beagle responded, his voice laced with agreement. He possessed no strength and felt overwhelmed simply standing there. However, if we retreat too far, we shall lose sight of the event, Carl interjected at that moment. The two, disregarding the unfortunate boy's concerns, each took hold of one of his arms and forcibly led him away. In the heart of the battlefield, the dust gradually settled, revealing Barrow's figure. Chapter 84. Barrow's hidden card. Colonel, there is no one here. A Navy officer stepped forward to report. Has the event concluded? A middle-aged man surveyed the gaping chasm that sliced through the ground and the arena that lay in 2 halves. He was Colonel Cullen, the commander of the nearby naval base, who had come upon receiving reports of gunfire, prioritizing the safety of the townsfolk. He was aware of the underground fighting arena but had regarded it as a mere boxing match, not considering it a matter of great importance. Such events were commonplace, held annually in various locations, and it was not the Navy's prerogative to intervene excessively. However, he had not anticipated that a gunfight would erupt here, nor the destruction of the arena, which was beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Who organized this entire affair? Cullen inquired of the Navy officer. According to our investigation, it appears to be orchestrated by a gangster from the East Blue, with participation from several other factions, the officer replied candidly. Humph. Those rascals truly are a source of constant trouble, Cullen scoffed, irritated that they would dare to hold a fighting event under the very noses of the Navy and audaciously escalate it to violence. Seal off the area immediately. Additionally, organize a team to reassure the public, he commanded the officers. Understood. Most individuals were unaware of this underground arena, which was known only to wealthy and influential nobles. They did not profit from the impoverished populace. Cullen shook his head and turned to leave. Since the event had concluded, there was no reason for him to linger. Provided that no harm had come to the civilians, if any injuries had occurred, it would reflect poorly on his duty. On the battlefield between Ates and Barrow, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, revealing Barrow's figure. His coat lay in tatters, shredded by the dispersing sword energy, exposing his robust physique, yet he bore no significant injuries. However, 2 deep gashes marred his fists, from which crimson blood trickled down. The intense heat caused the blood to evaporate upon touching the sandy ground, releasing wisps of white smoke. Indeed, he is formidable. Even my domineering aura could not penetrate his defenses. Barrow gazed towards Ates, although he appeared wounded. For a martial artist of his caliber, it was merely a minor injury, having little impact. You are impressive as well. To encounter such a master in the East Sea brings me great satisfaction. Ates spoke slowly, then shifted the conversation. Shall we continue fighting? He sensed that the outcome was already determined. Although Barrow's martial arts and domineering presence were commendable, without any additional means, defeat was inevitable for him. Unlike that ancient monster Garp, he could not unleash the full potential of his body. Of course, the battle was not yet concluded. It was merely a scratch. Barrow declared loudly, assuming a fighting stance once more. Very well, I shall ensure your defeat is thorough and undeniable. As Ates' voice faded, he sprang forward, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he unleashed a sword strike towards Barrow. It was as if he cleaved through the very air, the sharp radiance of the blade condensing and refusing to dissipate at its tip. Well done, Barrow roared, once more channeling his armament Haki into a powerful punch. A tremendous force erupted between the two, the violent gusts of wind causing Ates' garments to flutter in the tempest. Ates retreated a step, simultaneously angling his sword to strike at Barrow from a different direction. Barrow remained intensely focused, ever ready to activate his observation haki. With his legs slightly bent, he adopted a horse stance to evade the thrust, simultaneously delivering a powerful punch aimed at Eight's abdomen. At this sight, Eight immediately raised his sword to defend himself, the blade clashing against the fist, producing a resonant sound of metal striking metal. Eight's foot extended backward, colliding with Barrow, neither yielding to the other. They both let out a formidable roar simultaneously, their immense strength causing them to stagger back together. Refreshing. Demon face, let us engage once more. Barrow's hearty laughter echoed through the relatively tranquil arena. Subsequently, he charged at Eats again, stirring up a whirlwind of dust and sand. Blood flowed from his fists. Yet he paid it no heed. All he desired was to battle the adversary before him. Eats pointed his sword at Barlow and declared, "As you wish." A tremendous roar echoed across the skies, shaking the mountains and forests in an instant. They had ventured into an uninhabited island, making their way from the beach into the dense jungle. The surrounding environment lay in ruins, the ground pockmarked and trees toppled under their relentless advance, leaving a desolate path in their wake. My heavens! That individual can actually contend with my teacher to such an extent. Carl's mouth fell agape. He was unaware of Eight's true strength, yet given that he was his own teacher, Carl perceived Eight as potentially the mightiest being in this world. Truly a monster. He quietly clicked his tongue, having already pushed into a corner of the island where Eight and Barlow were no longer visible. Nonetheless, the sounds of battle continued to resonate within the island. The clash persisted, with each man exchanging blows, Barlow with his fists and Eight with his sword. Barlow bore fine streaks of blood upon his upper body, while Eight fared relatively better, suffering little more than disheveled clothing. This showcased the significant advantage of the swordsman. The swordmaster excels in offense, wielding blades that are remarkably sharp, capable of cleaving through anything with ease. Barlow, relying solely on his fists, found himself at a distinct disadvantage against Eight's incisive onslaught. With a resounding crash, the two engaged in another fierce exchange before retreating to regroup. Ghostface, you have truly astonished me, Barlow exclaimed, his aura surging with newfound vigor. In that moment, he underwent a striking transformation. His physique seemed to swell, rising from his previous height of over 3 meters to an astonishing 4 meters. His robust muscles pulsated, thick veins coursing across his body, revealing the explosive power within. It was evident that Barlow's strength had drastically increased. Could it be due to a devil fruit that enhances power? Eight gazed at the visibly transformed Barlow before him, muttering to himself. However, he soon shook his head, sensing no unusual aura. It could not possibly be the devil fruit. He never anticipated being forced to resort to this technique, uncertain if it would suffice to vanquish the specter. This was his final gambit. Failure would mean his defeat or death. With a resounding boom, a massive crater erupted beneath his feet, and Barrow's figure vanished from sight. In Eight's perception, Barrow surged toward him at an astonishing speed. It seemed that not only had his strength intensified, but his speed had also increased exponentially. A formidable presence surged from within Eight's, a sharp aura emanating from the tip of his sword. Though he could effortlessly evade the impending strike, he chose instead to meet it head-on. Chapter 85. Defeating Barrow. Barrow's rapid motion stirred a tempest, and just as he was about to confront Eight's, he leaped skyward, seemingly abandoning his assault. However, this was not the case, despite his significant power enhancement. He aimed to maximize his chances of victory by harnessing the force of his descent to amplify his attack. A low hum resonated through the air as immense pressure caused the very space around them to moan, as though it could not withstand the imminent destruction. The ferocious winds tousled Eight's black hair, and beneath this overwhelming force, the ground beneath him fractured like a spider's web, the cracks expanding relentlessly. It was evident that a direct hit from this attack would result in severe injury, if not death. Yet, the eyes behind Eight's mask remained as tranquil as still water, unwavering in the face of chaos. "Spectre, receive my blow," Barrow bellowed, channeling all his strength into a single fist, which he hurled towards Eight's with the force of a tempest. The scorching sunlight filtered through the foliage, illuminating Eight's sword, as he had long been prepared to confront this strike. With slightly bent knees, he pivoted his body, driving his arms forward to meet Barrow's assault with a decisive slash. The earth trembled as it crumbled beneath them, the terrifying force radiating outward, uprooting the lush trees in its wake. The surrounding space was stripped bare, and a stifling atmosphere enveloped the arena. A deafening roar echoed into the heavens, causing the entire island to tremble, signifying the extraordinary events of the day. Fortunately, it was an uninhabited isle. Had there been residents, the uproar would have been monumental. Outside, the trio of Zit felt the tremors of the island, their faces betraying expressions of shock. This is even more terrifying than before, they murmured, concern for Eights' safety eclipsing their thoughts of the battle's outcome. The fearsome aftershocks wreaked havoc, dust swirling and filling the air. Barrow had landed, gasping for breath, inhaling the fresh air of this world. He had severely exhausted his strength and was now devoid of any combat capability. If the Spectre had not been defeated, his fate would be dire. Straining to see through the haze of dust, he sensed no fluctuations of Eights' aura, nor even the faintest hint of life. Is he dead? Barrow mused. A glimmer of sorrow crossing his features. He had never intended to kill Eights. The power of his strike was beyond his control, and in the heat of battle, he had lost sight of his intentions. Regret washed over him for Eights' fate. As the dust began to settle, the scene revealed a deep pit. 100 meters wide, dark and unfathomable, a testament to the might of Barrow's punch. A cough escaped his lips, confirming his fears that Eights could not possibly have survived. With Eights presumed dead, Barrow contemplated leaving, his body weak and fatigued, in need of rest. Yet, just as he prepared to depart, he abruptly halted and swiftly turned. A brilliant sword light, radiant as daylight, appeared before him, dazzling and blinding, as if he were immersed in a realm of pure light. In that moment, he felt the chilling breath of death. The sword light seemed to possess a speed that could rival time itself, enveloping him. For a fleeting instant, he stood frozen, his body incapable of responding to his instinct to evade. A dreadful force manifested behind Barrow, creating a deep chasm that stretched over 10 meters. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and a crimson line appeared on his cheek. Before him stood Eights, having already sheathed his sword. His attire lay in tatters, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, clearly suffering from the impact of Barrow's blow. He felt as though his very organs had been mercilessly battered, pain coursing through him. Had his physique not been significantly enhanced, he would have surely succumbed. I never imagined you could withstand my punch, Barrow remarked, drenched in cold sweat. Astonished by Eights' resilience, I concede defeat. He sighed, unperturbed by the loss. He was not one to be devastated by defeat. He simply acknowledged the superiority of his opponent. You could have ended my life with that last strike. Why did you alter your trajectory? Barrow inquired, unneeding of sympathy. He had felt the proximity of death. Yet Eights had spared him. It is not my intention to slay those who do not deserve it. Eights spoke softly. Oh? Are you suggesting that I am not a villain? How flattering. Upon hearing this, Barrow immediately smiled. Whether it is true or not, I alone shall determine. I have always had a keen eye for discerning character. Moreover, this is merely an exchange of skills. There is no need for one of us to emerge alive. Eights spoke softly to Barrow. That punch I just threw was delivered without restraint. If you couldn't withstand it, the consequences would be dire. Barrow felt a twinge of shame. After all, his opponent had spared his life, while he, why concern himself? Failing to endure only serves to highlight my own inadequacy. It is no wonder you acted as you did. Eights waved his hand dismissively and replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Barlow was taken aback, then chuckled. I never imagined you would be even more carefree than I. Regardless, you have spared my life, and thus I owe you a debt of gratitude. You may call upon me for repayment whenever you wish. With that, Eights turned and strode towards the edge of the island. Oh, I lack the strength. Please wait for me. Barlow struggled to support himself, limping after Eights. Mr. Beigel. It seems the island has calmed down. Do you think the captain is all right? Kid inquired of Beigel as he gazed at the now tranquil island. I cannot say. Beigel responded, shaking his head, uncertain if Eights would emerge victorious, for he was merely an ordinary man. Look, the teacher is coming out, Carl exclaimed, pointing enthusiastically at the slowly emerging Eights. Hit and the others immediately rushed to greet him. Sir, are you unharmed? Beigel asked Eights with concern. Captain, who emerged victorious. Hit's question was abruptly met with Eights' merciless assault. Ouch. Captain, why are you hitting me? Hit exclaimed, a look of grievance on his face as he regarded Eights. You fool, you care more about victory than the captain's life. Are you itching for trouble? Atesh shot a glare at Shite, feeling exasperated. This fellow was simply insufferable. Chapter 86, Carl's Talent. It goes without saying that one could discern from that fellow's disheveled appearance that the teacher had triumphed. At that moment, Carl pointed at the staggering Barrow with a sense of pride. Watch out, little brat, or I might just give you a thrashing. Barrow, insulted by a mere child, found it difficult to maintain his dignity. Can't you see your teacher is in tatters? He's not faring much better than I am. TCH, Carl merely scoffed. For the fact remained that their teacher had emerged victorious. Sir, you appear to be injured. Are you all right? Vigil inquired, noticing the evident wounds on Atesh's body. It's just a minor injury. It's nothing to worry about. Eights let out a light chuckle, indicating that he was unperturbed. He turned to Barrow beside him and inquired. Surely, you do not possess a devil fruit, do you? Was that some form of unique secret technique just now? Eidos could certainly discern that although Baro's strength had been augmented, it could not be sustained for an extended period, the longer this method was employed. The greater the toll on his vitality. In response to Eidos, Baro nodded and remarked, "It is somewhat akin to a secret technique. It is a unique method of physical training that allows for a momentary surge in power. The sole drawback, however, is that it cannot be employed repeatedly, or it may pose a threat to one's life. As you can see, I have already lost my combat capability after just one use." Eights nodded, confirming his previous conjecture. At that moment, he turned to Height as if struck by a thought, and addressed Baro. "You mentioned that you owe me a life. Does that mean you can repay it at any time?" Baro paused for a moment, then replied earnestly, "Certainly, if you wish to take my life now." I would not flinch in the slightest. His eyes were filled with resolute determination. Eights gazed at him, his expression one of resignation, and could not help but smile. "You misunderstand. I merely wish to inquire if you would be so kind as to share the methods you employ in cultivating your physical techniques." Upon hearing this, Baro felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, realizing that the other was not seeking his life, but rather asking about this. "You practice swordsmanship. Though your physique is indeed formidable, is it truly necessary for you to delve into the cultivation of physical techniques?" Baro questioned, perplexed. "I have no intention of pursuing physical techniques myself. My interest lies solely in relation to him." Eights gestured towards Height. "Me?" Height pointed to himself, puzzled as to why the boss was bringing him up. This fellow's starting point was rather low. I planned to find him a Zoan-type devil fruit in the future. However, before that, he must endure physical training, and since I am not specialized in physical arts, I need your assistance. If you agree, you will be free of your debt to me. How does that sound? Before us stands a formidable practitioner of physical arts, perfectly suited to solve Height's future training dilemma. This guy owes Eights his life, so requesting another's training methods bears no burden. "Boss," Height said, somewhat moved, realizing how much the boss cared for his training. "So that's how it is." Baro nodded, a look of understanding crossing his face, before responding, "Sure, but it will take a few days for me to prepare." "No problem." Since Baro was so agreeable, Eights decided not to linger on the matter. Waiting a few more days would have no impact. Clap, clap, clap. The rhythmic sound of strikes resonated from the backyard. Carl's small face was filled with determination as he swung a wooden sword, chopping at the wooden post before him, with sandbags hanging from his arms, making the task quite strenuous. This was a villa on an island. Vigil owned several shops here and, knowing Eights preferred not to stay in overly luxurious hotels, had specifically purchased a modest villa for temporary residence. Carl tirelessly repeated the chopping motion, leaving countless chaotic marks on the wooden post. Crystal beads of sweat trickled from his small frame, and his weary arms struggled to grip the wooden sword. The intense fatigue made him contemplate giving up. Yet, he quickly cast aside that thought. He had not completed the training plan set by his mentor and could not abandon it. In that moment, his gaze hardened with resolve. If he gave up, he would never become a strong warrior. Meanwhile, Eights observed the scene with a nod of approval. Carl's perseverance pleased him. Throughout history, no renowned warrior rose without unwavering determination. If one could not endure such basic training, how could they ever aspire to become a formidable force? As time passed, Eights noted that while the sword marks on the post were still haphazard, each strike Carl made was increasingly close to the original mark. Initially, the difference was vast. Yet now it was nearly indistinguishable, indicating Carl was continuously adjusting his angle, striving for perfection in each blow. This was also the task Eights had assigned him. Although it appeared to be a test of physical strength, it was fundamentally an exercise in focus. It gauged whether he could concentrate under such fatigue, ensuring that each strike he made approached perfection. Concentrating under extreme exhaustion is a formidable challenge. Eights had initially believed that it would take Carl some time to fulfill his requirements, yet to his surprise, the task was nearly completed in just a few days. He had underestimated the child's innate talent. Indeed, the original work remains unparalleled. In the world of pirates, extraordinary gifts abound, not confined to the characters of the original narrative. It is merely the protagonist's halo that has constrained the development of certain individuals. Carl's perseverance and talent, in strict terms, are not inferior to Zoro's. Yet they have not been showcased in the original text. Had it not been for Eights, Carl might have spent his life in that town, leading an ordinary existence, oblivious to the day he would perish at the hands of ruthless pirates. Suddenly, with a soft sound, Eights snapped back to reality. He observed Carl sprawled on the ground, panting heavily, utterly exhausted. The overwhelming fatigue urged him to remain on the ground, unwilling to rise. "What is the matter? Can you not hold on any longer?" The figure of Eights emerged within Carl's line of sight, and he yearned to rise immediately, yet found himself utterly devoid of strength. Yes, I am truly sorry, teacher. I have disappointed you. Carl's voice was heavy with sorrow. For so many days, he had failed to fulfill the training regimen assigned to him, and undoubtedly, his teacher must be deeply disheartened. Ates gazed at the wooden stake, a faint smile gracing his lips. Perhaps even Carl himself was unaware that he had just accomplished his task. The final strike landed precisely on the same spot, a fortunate coincidence. Yet Carl had indeed fulfilled the training regimen. How remarkable! You possess a remarkable talent, and it is indeed quite substantial. Ates lifted Carl and earnestly spoke. Is it truly real? Upon hearing the praise from his teacher, a smile broke through Carl's fatigued expression. Chapter 87, The Upside-Down Mountain. The following morning, Ates and his companions arrived early at the dock, preparing to part ways. Heat, this is for you. Barrow tossed a booklet to Heat, then continued. It contains methods for cultivating physical abilities and some insights I have gathered over the years. Additionally, I have included information on that special state. Remember, do not attempt it unless your physique is up to standard. Understood. Thank you very much, Heat said gratefully as he received the booklet. Although it was due to the influence of the leader, Barrow's willingness to share his cultivation notes made him feel a deep sense of gratitude. As he regarded Barrow as his mentor, Barrow nodded before turning to Ates. Ghostface, you cannot confine yourself to this tiny East Sea. When will you venture to the Grand Line? That can wait. The four seas are vast, and there are many places yet to explore. Besides, this little one and Heat lack sufficient strength. It would be far too perilous for them to traverse the Grand Line. Ates gestured towards Height and Carl, remarking that it was not yet the opportune moment to embark on the Grand Route. Barlow nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it was indeed inconvenient to be encumbered by two burdens. In that case, I shall take my leave for now. I hope we have the chance to meet again, and when that time comes, let us engage in battle once more. Do not hold back, Barlow said to Ates. Haha. Certainly. Ates chuckled lightly in response to Barrow. Soon, Barrow's vessel gradually departed from the dock until it vanished from sight. My lord, are you about to leave? In the villa, Vigil inquired of Ates. Besides him, there were Melson, 3 others, and the irate butler Buck present in the villa. Ates nodded and remarked, It is time to depart. By the way, here is something for you. As he spoke, Ates tossed a booklet to Meyer and the others. Sir, what is this? Roman inquired with curiosity. This is a method for cultivating Haki. Your physical constitutions are barely capable of training in Haki, yet it will be greatly beneficial for you. This was not the same work given to him by Garp. Rather, it was his own understanding of Haki, which may not match Garp's decades of insight. However, it would suffice for Meyer and his companions. Haki. The 3 of them were momentarily taken aback, as they had never heard of such a thing. Haki is a unique power, rather rare across the seas, and it is entirely understandable that you are unfamiliar with it. I bequeath this to you as a parting gift. And once you have successfully cultivated it, you may also impart it to others. Listening to Ates, the 3 nodded in agreement, although they were unaware of what Haki entailed. They cherished the fact that it was a gift from their esteemed elder. Thank you, sir. The trio bowed to Ates in gratitude. Since you are about to depart, I shall arrange for the vessel, Vigil stated, gesturing for Bacna to prepare. Bacna nodded and left the villa. At this, Ates ceased further conversation, rising to depart the villa accompanied by Carl and Hitter. Weigel and the others followed suit, intent on bidding Ates farewell. By the shoreline, a modest vessel lay anchored. They were aware of Ates' aversion to ostentation, hence they had arranged for a craft that was unremarkable in appearance. Sir, do you not require the presence of a navigator? Weigel inquired. Before Ates could speak, Hitler interjected, There is no need for a navigator. I have previously studied navigation. I wouldn't claim to be an expert, but I am certainly capable of sailing the seas. Indeed, entrusting this task to him would suffice. Ates remarked that their previous voyages were under the command of Hit. Although he had studied navigation, he was still not particularly well-versed and could only operate within the East China Sea. In contrast, it had dedicated many years to his studies, despite having previously served merely as a lookout. Given this situation, I kindly urge you to take care, my lord. Vigil smiled and offered Ates a gentlemanly bow. Ates said nothing, merely nodding before boarding the vessel. Following suit, Hit and Carl ascended the ship as well. Soon, the boat began to glide slowly towards the horizon, gradually fading from view. Merson, the 3 of you should thoroughly study the items provided by the adults. Additionally, several trainees have joined the escort team, Vigil remarked, watching the ship that was about to vanish beneath the horizon. Understood, young master. Wow, teacher, look, how magnificent, Carl and Hit exclaimed. their eyes gleaming with excitement as they gazed at the unique scenery before them. They had reached the pinnacle of Upside-Down Mountain, buoyed by the gently rising currents. Here, they beheld a landscape unlike any other, even catching sight of the Crimson Continent and the majestic structures that loomed in the distance. Upside-Down Mountain serves as the gateway to the Grand Line, an ominous peak imbued with peril, marking both a beginning and an end. For on the opposite side lies the threshold of the New World, the fabled land of Raftel. The terrain here is remarkably peculiar, featuring 5 waterways. 4 of these lead to the Cardinal Seas, while the 5th grants access to the Grand Line. These 4 channels defy the laws of gravity, flowing upward before converging at the summit of Upside-Down Mountain. This phenomenon explains why there exists but a singular entrance for vessels wishing to traverse from the 4 seas into the Grand Line. Likewise, the passage between the 4 seas can only be achieved by navigating through Upside-Down Mountain before entering other maritime domains. To attempt to directly access the 4 seas from the mountain via the waterways would be impossible. Such an endeavor would be akin to swimming upstream, unless one possessed the ability to fly. Moreover, descending from Upside-Down Mountain allows for entry into the Calm Belt. Yet Eights has no intention of venturing into that treacherous realm, home to the Sea Kings. Though he may lack fear, he is burdened with 2 companions, and he is unwilling to take unnecessary risks. Thus, he must seek a safer route. Eights gazed at the 2 fellows, their Na'vi appearances evoking a profound sense of helplessness within him. Reclining on a lounge chair, he called out to Sighed, "Hey, aren't you going to take control of the vessel? If this current is not managed properly, it could lead to disaster." Upon hearing his words, Sighed immediately sprang into action, hastily preparing for a safe passage through the Upside-Down Mountain. The ship gradually ascended to its zenith, and then slowly descended with the roaring current. Carl, earlier clasping the ship's railing, was reveling in the scenic beauty of the inversion. As the vessel plummeted, he momentarily failed to react, his small frame precariously close to being dislodged from the ship. In that critical moment, Eights seized the collar of his garment with one hand, while the other firmly grasped the railing, anchoring himself in place. "Why must you be such a source of worry, you little rascal?" Atis let out a resigned sigh. The ship plunged downward, the fierce pressure of the wind causing Atis to squint slightly, while little Carl clung to him tightly, resembling a tiny octopus. Chapter 88. The journey to the North Sea. With a thunderous crash, the vessel descended upon the surface of the ocean, sending forth a cascade of spray that rose like a curtain of rain. As it settled back into the sea, the 3 of them found themselves drenched, resembling bedraggled chickens. That was perilously close. "I nearly met my end," Carl exclaimed as he collapsed onto the deck, believing for a moment that death was imminent. "Who told you to play so recklessly?" Eights rolled his eyes. However, despite his playful nature, he was still earnest in his training, which brought him a sense of solace. "Boss, this place is utterly terrifying. Just now, I nearly lost control," Height remarked, wiping the moisture from his body, appearing as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity. "Of course, what do you think? That every pirate ship or merchant vessel must be equipped with an exceptional navigator merely for decoration?" Eights cast a sidelong glance at Hitler, who, at a loss for words, scratched his head, for he was not a seasoned navigator. He then inquired, "Where do we go next?" Eights, upon hearing this, gazed into the distance and slowly replied, "The North Sea." Inside a tavern, 2 burly men sat opposite each other, their hands clasped in a contest of strength. A crowd of rough-looking spectators surrounded them, cheering and shouting, filling the establishment with a cacophony of noise. The 2 muscular arms, veins protruding, strained in opposing directions. Neither willing to yield, each determined to triumph over the other. Suddenly, with a loud thud, the contest concluded. "Ha ha ha, Toll, you've lost. You still can't beat me," boasted the victorious man, Sandel, with a triumphant grin. Toll retorted, "Humph, Sandel, don't get too cocky. I'm just hungry," with a disdainful snort. Toll returned to his table. "Ha, too proud to admit defeat," Sandel mocked, eliciting laughter from the crowd. "Toll, you've lost so many times now. You should be accustomed to it." The onlookers continued to jest at Toll's expense. Frustrated, Toll could only vent his anger by devouring the food before him, which only served to amuse the spectators further. Abruptly, the tavern door was kicked open with force. The crowd fell silent and turned to observe. A figure clad in black, with an unremarkable appearance, entered, followed by 4 or 5 lackeys. Sandel squinted at the newcomer, while Toll halted his actions, and the raucous crowd quieted. "What brings you here?" Sandel asked in a low voice. "What is this? You seem rather unwelcoming." The newcomer smirked arrogantly and continued. "What else would I do in a tavern but drink and unwind? Are you not going to serve me?" The spectators glared at him, their eyes filled with indignation. but were silenced by Sandel's gesture. After a moment's contemplation, Sandel replied indifferently, "Of course, that is the purpose of my tavern, to provide food and drink for patrons. Please, make yourself comfortable." "Good, at least you know your place," the man in black remarked, leading his entourage forward with an air of swagger. Though the crowd was displeased, they acquiesced, clearly aware of Sandel's authority among them. "Pray tell, esteemed guest, what would you like to order?" Sandel inquired once the black-clad man took his seat. The man waved his hand grandly and declared, "Bring me your finest and most expensive offerings." Sandel's brow furrowed at this demand. Yet he remained composed and instructed the kitchen to prepare the order. Shortly thereafter, the dishes were served at the black-clad man's table, though they consisted of the simplest fare. Upon seeing this, the man erupted in fury. "Sandel, are you mocking me? What worth do these dishes hold?" Sandel, maintaining his calm demeanor, replied, "Dear patron, you must be aware that this is a tavern. If you seek a proper meal, a restaurant lies a few hundred meters to the left." The man was momentarily speechless, suppressing the angry retort that threatened to escape his lips. At that moment, Sandel handed him a glass of blue liquor. "This is our tavern's latest offering, and it is indeed the most expensive." "Humph," the man scoffed, dismissing the drink with a wave. Upon tasting it, he spat it out in disgust. "Is this truly your finest liquor? It's nothing but trash. You might as well close your tavern." Sandel's face flushed with anger, mirrored by the others present. It was evident that this man had come with ill intent, seeking trouble. "Bane, don't overstep your bounds. Do you really think we fear you?" Toll, his temper flaring, shouted at the black-clad man. "Bane, oh, do you wish to fight? I hope you're prepared for the consequences." Bane sneered dismissively. Toll, ready to charge at him, was restrained by Sandel, who shook his head in warning. Toll reluctantly calmed down. Despite Bane's small entourage, the tavern's patrons, numbering at least a dozen, had no intention of engaging in conflict, forced to swallow their pride. Seeing their reluctance only fueled Bane's arrogance. "Boss, pour me a glass of rum. Kim a deep." Magnetic voice that captured everyone's attention. Turning towards the entrance, Eats and Hitler, wearing grotesque masks, appeared at the threshold. "Boss, I'd like a glass of rum too," Hitler called out, echoing his leader's choice. Me too, I want some." Little Carl chimed in, raising his hand eagerly. Eats, disregarding the request of young Carl, addressed the crowd. "Pay him no mind. Just give him a glass of juice." Young Carl immediately wore a dejected expression, his face a picture of grievance. "Little rascal. Children should not consume alcohol. They ought to drink juice," teased Height, standing nearby. "Uncle, I am not a little rascal. How many times must I tell you not to call me uncle?" Eights had grown accustomed to the two individuals bickering together. Without their antics, the journey would have been rather dull. After a brief commotion, the trio made their way directly into the tavern. Upon entering, they were met with a room full of astonished faces, all wide-eyed and bewildered, wondering where these three had suddenly appeared from. They chose a corner to settle down, and noticing the stillness of the crowd, Eights assumed they had not heard him clearly. He repeated his order. "Who is the proprietor?" "I would like 2 servings of rum and a glass of juice." Chapter 89. The Fool? Upon hearing Eight's summons, the patrons began to stir, and Sandel promptly approached Eights with a smile, saying, "Esteemed guest, your order will be served shortly." His demeanor was markedly different from how he had treated Bane, as though he were an entirely different person. Eights said nothing, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Just as Sandel was about to instruct his staff to prepare, Bane interjected, "Sandel, you should be aware of my rules. No one is permitted to enter while I am present. I demand that you expel them immediately." Bane's demeanor was exceedingly arrogant, issuing commands to Sandel as though he were the proprietor of the tavern. Upon hearing this, Sandel furrowed his brow, feeling a profound sense of dilemma. The presence of these individuals had already caused a significant decline in his tavern's business, and now, with a potential customer, this scoundrel was making such an unreasonable demand. "Bane, you are overstepping your bounds. Haven't we paid enough in fees?" Sandel retorted, casting a questioning glance at Bane. Were it not for the powerful forces backing him, he would have long since ordered his brothers to teach Bane a lesson. "Humph, how dare you speak? I haven't seen a single penny of your fees this time." Bane scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Sandel. "You insufferable fool. If it weren't for your constant provocations, our revenues would not be in such disarray." Tolii could no longer contain his anger and shouted at Bane. Yet, Bane merely glanced at him and replied, "I couldn't care less. To be frank, I am here today to collect fees, and if I do not achieve the results I desire, you shall bear the consequences." The others glared at him, their teeth clenched in fury. Had their glares possessed lethal power, Bane would have perished 1,000 times over. Boss, bring me my belongings. Pronto. Ates was growing increasingly impatient, merely desiring a drink, yet the incessant chatter around him persisted. Sander found himself taken aback by the guest's apparent disregard for the ongoing conversation, leaving him in a rather awkward position. Upon hearing Ates' insistence, Ban frowned, realizing that his previous loud remark was intended to subtly suggest the other should take their leave. To his dismay, it seemed his words had fallen on deaf ears, which was quite humiliating. Without hesitation, Ban rose from his seat and strode purposefully toward Ates. Leave immediately. And I shall refrain from pursuing this matter further, Ban declared with an arrogant tone, his haughty demeanor inciting a desire to confront him. Ates remained silent, showing no intention of leaving. Meanwhile, Hitler cast a curious glance at Ban, marveling at his audacity to speak so boldly to the boss. It seemed he had never endured a brutal beating. Sandel, witnessing this, was reluctant to let an innocent person come to harm. He addressed Ates, saying, "My apologies, dear guest. But it would be best if you took your leave. In running a tavern, it is hardly customary to drive away patrons. I see that there are more than 10 of you here, which suggests you are not merely visiting for business. With such a manner of hospitality, it is no wonder your establishment is rather desolate." Ates remained motionless upon his chair, addressing Sandel with a tone of indifference. Sandel found himself at a loss for words, for the predicament was beyond his control. "You scoundrel, did you not hear my words? Do you dare to disregard me?" Upon witnessing Ates' blatant disregard, Bane erupted in fury. "Oh, it appears there is another presence here. My apologies for failing to notice earlier. I only heard a bark and assumed it was merely a dog." Atesh, without even glancing at Ban, spoke in a nonchalant tone. Upon hearing this, it couldn't help but stifle a laugh, though the tremor of his body revealed the struggle he faced to contain it. Who would have thought that the boss was such a master at banter? The others, too, caught wind of Atesh's words and similarly held back their laughter. Unwilling to break the tension, Sander was taken aback that this guest dared to mock Ban, yet he felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing the ridicule directed at him. "How dare you insult me?" Ban initially failed to comprehend, but upon observing the others' attempts to suppress their laughter, he quickly grasped the situation. This fellow had the audacity to liken him to a dog. "Do you even know who I am? Here, I am the boss. Believe me, I could end you right now." Ban's face flushed with anger. After all these years in this territory, few had dared to speak to him in such a manner. "Uncle Hit, this person can't possibly be a fool, can he?" At this moment, the usually quiet Carl interjected. Noting that this individual had been incessantly talking since the beginning and now audaciously challenged the teacher. "Surely, he cannot be that foolish." Hit, unable to contain himself any longer, burst into laughter. He no longer cared about Carl addressing him as uncle and replied, "Indeed, I share your sentiment. Impertinent fools, you seek your own demise." Ban's face reddened further at their exchange, infuriated by the implication of his foolishness. "Seize them. I shall make them pay dearly." "Understood." The subordinates sprang into action, one of them lunging towards Atesh. Just as the hand was about to make contact with Atesh, Carl, wielding a small wooden sword, struck the subordinate's arm. Crack. The subordinate recoiled in pain, clutching his arm, only to find Carl standing before him, sword in hand. Carl's gaze was fierce. He would not allow anyone to harm his teacher. "You little brat, you're looking for trouble." The subordinate, having been caught off guard by a child, felt humiliated, especially in front of the boss. He retaliated, reaching for Carl. Underestimating him, he thought, he's just a kid, how formidable could he be? Yet, he would soon learn a harsh lesson. Carl nimbly evaded the grasp and leapt forward, striking the man's face with his wooden sword. With a resounding crack, the subordinate fell to the ground, teeth flying from his mouth, eliciting gasps of shock from the patrons of the tavern, who had not anticipated such skill from the child. Though Carl's training had been brief, he had made significant strides under Atesh's guidance. The subordinate was merely an ordinary individual, so Carl had no trouble administering the lesson. "Excellent. Remain composed and continue to hold your ground." Ates nodded slightly, offering praise to Carl. "Hee. Thank you for the compliment, teacher," Carl responded, feeling bashful as he scratched his head. Useless, unable to even handle a mere child, Ban bellowed, berating his subordinates for their incompetence. "Yes, my apologies, boss." The fallen subordinate replied, covering his mouth as he stood. He truly had not anticipated the child's considerable strength. Chapter 90. Terrified, you fools, all of you, charge at once. Ban shouted at his men. "Yes." The younger subordinates surged forward in response. However, Carl proved to be a slippery target. He deftly maneuvered through the group, leaving them in a dizzying chase. Sandel and the others silently condemned Bayan's shamelessness. It was utterly disgraceful to send so many to capture a child, especially when they were failing to do so. This kid is surprisingly nimble, Height remarked, stroking his chin in admiration. His coordination is quite impressive. But that is all he can manage. Bring him back shortly. Eight spoke slowly, suggesting that while Carl might be able to defeat an adult, overcoming so many would be quite a challenge. Zit nodded in understanding. Humph, kid, you sure can run. Keep running. Ultimately, however, Carl was caught. A subordinate seizing his collar and lifting him off the ground. Damn it, let me go. Carl, undeterred, swung his wooden sword at the one holding him. You'll regret this. The subordinate winced in pain, raising his fist to strike Carl. Yet, just as the fist was about to connect, it halted abruptly. Gripped firmly by Zit. With a crack, Zit exerted force, producing a sound of bones shattering. Ah! The subordinate shrieked in agony, releasing Carl and collapsing to the ground. Clutching his hand in pain, Zit pulled Carl behind him and turned to face the other subordinates. No longer the timid and cowardly person who hesitated to take a life. Zit had fought alongside Melson and others through numerous battles, even facing life-and-death crises in the East Sea, although still relatively weak. He was more than capable of handling these individuals. The subordinates exchanged glances, realizing that this guy was formidable. They hesitated. What are you doing? Hurry up and deal with him. Van roared, urging his men to take action. Come on, let me show you my strength. Zit beckoned provocatively. Damn it, brothers. Let us go together. Enraged, the subordinates charged at Zit from all directions. Unfortunately, these were merely ordinary individuals, vastly inferior to Zit in his current state. Stepping forward, Zit landed a powerful punch to the face of one subordinate, who immediately flew backward, crashing into a table and losing consciousness. He then half-squatted, avoiding punches from two others coming from the sides. Following this, Zit executed a sweeping kick, knocking both to the ground, rising with remarkable speed. He turned his body at a 45-degree angle, delivering an elbow strike that connected with another subordinate's cheek. The man screamed as teeth flew, crashing into another table, spilling food and drink everywhere. This scene caused Sandel and the others to wince. Their already struggling business was losing money rapidly. Now, only one of Bayan's subordinates remained. Trembling, he looked at the fierce Zit, unsure of how to proceed, glancing at his fallen companions. Zit wore a cold smirk as he strode toward the remaining subordinate. Damn it, don't get too cocky. The subordinate shouted, drawing a gun from his waist and pointing it at Zit. He vowed to shoot without hesitation if Zit took another step forward. Indeed, Zit halted, his expression serious. He was not yet capable of dodging bullets. What's wrong? Come on, aren't you tough? Seeing that he had Zit at bay, the subordinate grew emboldened, realizing that capturing this guy would earn him favor with his boss. Zit felt a mix of gravity and incredulity. Why wait to use the gun until now? He's done for, Sandel and the others thought, anticipating the worst. Suddenly, a swift shadow flashed before their eyes, leaving them baffled. A splatter of blood accompanied the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. As they focused again, their eyes widened in shock, as if witnessing an extraordinary event. The subordinate's hand, along with the gun, fell to the floor, severed from his arm. He stared blankly at the severed limb, initially feeling nothing, but soon the searing pain radiated throughout his body. Ah! His agonizing scream echoed through the tavern, reaching the ears of those outside, who wondered what had transpired. Zit was taken aback but quickly realized that such prowess could only belong to his boss. What just happened? Bayan gasped, horrified as he glanced at the screaming subordinate, then around him, retreating several steps. How did he suddenly lose his hand? Is there a ghost? Cold sweat dripped down Bayan's face. He knew he had to leave immediately. As he prepared to escape, Zit seized his collar, dragging him before Eights. Boss. This guy dared to challenge you. What should we do? Zit kicked Bayan's leg, forcing him to kneel. Why you can't touch me? Do you know who I am? Bayan stammered, his voice trembling with fear, yet he feigned bravado, still unaware of the perilous situation he was in. Little did he know that the fate of his subordinate was orchestrated by Eights. Had he known, he would have likely lost control of his bowels in terror. Eights cast a sidelong glance at him, and in that fleeting moment, Bayan felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. A chilling sensation coursing from his feet straight to the crown of his head. Kill him, came Eights' voice, devoid of any emotion, uttered with such casual indifference as if Bayan were not a person, but rather a mere beast awaiting slaughter. Understood, Height responded promptly, nodding before turning to Bayan with a smile that resembled that of a demon. You all, Bayan stammered, his fear overwhelming him to the point he collapsed onto the ground. He had not anticipated such audacity from them. Did they not recognize the forces backing him? Little did he know, Ates had no knowledge of who Bayan was. Moreover, what concern were Bayan's affiliations to Ates? He had merely come for a drink. And yet this man insisted on provoking trouble. It could only be said that Bayan had ensnared himself in his own predicament, just as Height prepared to act. A peculiar odor wafted through the air. A mysterious yellow liquid began to seep from beneath Bayan, slowly oozing outward. Was it that he had frightened himself to the point of losing control? Chapter 91. The heart of the ocean upon catching a whiff of this foul stench. The onlookers instinctively covered their noses, exchanging incredulous glances. The man hadn't even attacked yet, and here was Bayan, reduced to such a state of disgrace. Could he not muster any semblance of dignity? Ates cast a disdainful glance at Bayan, pondering his remarkably fragile fortitude. He gestured for Hit to take action, who nodded in acknowledgement and prepared to proceed. Bayan, startled, realized that these individuals were genuinely intent on ending his life. He scrambled to his feet, hurriedly crawling toward Ates, pleading, "Brother, oh no, my lord, I did not recognize your esteemed presence and inadvertently offended you. I implore you to spare my life. I am wealthy, exceedingly so. I would give you all my riches. Please, my lord, grant me mercy." In the face of impending death, one often bends the knee, as exemplified by Bayan, whose earlier bravado had evaporated, leaving him resembling a stray dog, willing to part with his amassed fortune for a mere chance at survival. Sandel regarded Bayan with disdain. The contrast to his previous demeanor was stark, revealing him to be a coward who only preyed on the weak. However, considering Bayan's connections, Sandel stepped forward and addressed Ates. "My lord, he is not merely an individual, he is backed by a formidable force. To harm him could invite significant trouble upon ourselves. It would be wise to release him." Upon hearing Sandel's words, hope blossomed within Bayan. He turned to Ates, exclaiming, "Indeed, indeed. And my lord, you are accompanied by a young child. Surely you would not wish to place this innocent in jeopardy due to my predicament. Rest assured, I will divulge no information regarding you upon my return." Bayan spoke with hopeful anticipation as he gazed at Ates, convinced that if he could escape this situation, he would surely return to rally his leader and regroup. "You babble too much. I am not afraid," came the youthful voice of Carl, who dared to threaten the teacher. An affront Ates would not tolerate. Bayan's ire flared at Carl's words, yet he restrained himself, acutely aware of his perilous situation. His eyes glinted with malice. Should the opportunity arise, he vowed to exact a gruesome revenge upon the audacious child. Ates disregarded Sandel, fully aware of Bayan's intentions. His current display of submission was merely a prelude to a future resurgence. He turned to Bayan and spoke slowly. "When you previously struck against us, did you ever consider sparing our lives? Had we been mere ordinary individuals, we would have already succumbed to your hands." Before Bayan could respond, Ates coldly interrupted him. He continued, "Every individual must bear the consequences of their actions. I had no desire to engage in this matter with you, but your lack of discernment leaves me no choice. I do not despise trouble. On the contrary, I find satisfaction in resolving it. I am unaware of the forces that support you, yet should you seek vengeance against me, I welcome it." Ates spoke slowly, then turned to Hitler and commanded, "Proceed." "No. No, you wretches shall surely regret this. The chief will avenge me." Bayan attempted to utter more threatening words, but alas, he could no longer speak, for Hitler had firmly grasped his throat. With a swift twist of his wrist, there was a sickening crack, and Bayan's head fell at an unnatural angle, silencing him forever. This shocking scene left Tori and the others in utter disbelief. They never anticipated that Ates would truly resort to violence against Bayan. After the deed was done, Hitler returned to his seat at the table as if nothing had transpired. Sander, witnessing this obstinate guest's actions, let out a sigh. This was hardly a prudent course of action. "Excuse me, my goods, may they be served now? I have been waiting for quite some time." Ates spoke calmly to Sandel. Taken aback, Sandel nodded and replied, "Please wait a moment, your order will be ready shortly." With that, he turned and left the area. It was too long before Sandel returned, carrying a tray. "Here you are, sir. This is what you ordered. Please enjoy." Young Carl's eyes lit up as he reached for a glass of rum, but Ates intercepted him, offering instead a glass of orange juice. Reluctantly, Carl accepted the orange juice and began to drink, visibly displeased. At that moment, Ates noticed an additional glass of blue liquid on the tray, identical to the drink that Bayan had consumed earlier. "Boss, I don't believe I ordered this drink." Ates gazed at Sandel, who smiled in response. "This is the signature drink of my tavern, offered complimentary to guests as a token of gratitude for alleviating a dilemma for us. Although you chose not to heed my advice, I remain sincerely thankful." At that moment, Aitsten waved his hand dismissively, stating that it was not for them, but merely due to that fellow's lack of discernment. Nevertheless, he decided to offer the drink for the guests to savor. Sandel, displaying considerable politeness, expressed his gratitude to Aidston by saying, "Thank you very much, esteemed host." Atesh refrained from saying more, grasping the glass of azure liquid on the table. With a gentle shake, he took a delicate sip. Instantly, a refreshing sensation enveloped his mouth, rendering him entirely relaxed. It felt as though he were immersed in the ocean, experiencing the cool sea breeze caressing his cheeks. Surrounding him was an expanse of boundless azure, an infinite sea that evoked a profound sense of the vastness of the universe. He tightly closed his eyes to savor the moment, as if he were standing on a small boat, drifting with the wind. The invigorating comfort coursing through him to the depths of his soul. Such fine wine. It bestowed upon me an unprecedented clarity, as if all my worries had been cast aside. Ates gazed at the seemingly ordinary blue liquid in his hand, letting out a soft exclamation of admiration. Though it appeared unremarkable, a careful savoring revealed an unparalleled essence. As long as the guests enjoy it, he mused. Yet, it was regrettable that such exquisite liquor was scarce, especially since that fellow Bayan had squandered a glass. Sandel chuckled lightly before his expression shifted to one of wistfulness. It ought to have a name, shouldn't it? What could it be? Ates inquired, as the guest had experienced. Its name is Heart of the Ocean. Sandel revealed to Ates the name of this exquisite libation. Heart of the Ocean, is it? Ates swirled the wine glass in his hand. The azure liquid within undulating as if it were the ocean's depths, reminiscent of waves rising on the surface of the sea. He gazed into the depths of the glass for a considerable time before exclaiming, "What a splendid name! Teacher, is it truly as delightful as it appears? Might I have a sip?" Carl, fixated on the ever-oscillating drink, swallowed hard. "No, it cannot be." Ates coldly rejected once more. Chapter 92. The Tumor. Upon hearing this, Carl could only grimace and continue sipping his juice. The boss is dead. Run. The others who had been defeated by Hitler had now risen from the ground. Upon witnessing their leader's demise, they were instantly terrified and fled the tavern, abandoning even the brother who had lost his hand. Ates merely cast a fleeting glance, dismissing them as nothing more than a band of insignificant minions, unworthy of his attention. As for the guests, they might have already returned to relay their findings. "Are you truly intending to let them go unpunished?" Sandel inquired, perplexed. "It matters not. If they seek retribution, they are welcome to come and confront me." Ates took another sip of the Heart of the Ocean and casually remarked. Then, turning his gaze towards Sandel, he said, "I see your skills are commendable. Why then do you hesitate so?" Upon hearing this, Sandel let out a resigned sigh and replied, "As you can see, dear guest, I am not alone. I have a band of brothers with me. I must consider not only my own safety but theirs as well. Offending them would inevitably involve them in this matter." Listening to Sandel's words, the members of Tolii fell into a contemplative silence. "And who, pray tell, are these individuals?" Ates pointed at the small brother with the severed hand and inquired. "They're a gang in this region, and the individual you killed is named Bane. The leader of this gang. Periodically, he would come to the island to collect a sum as protection money, and the wealthy merchants and socialites on the island, in a bid for self-preservation, would pay them substantial amounts of belly. This tavern was opened in partnership by a few of us brothers. Initially, business thrived. However, that scoundrel Bane would often come here under the pretense of drinking, but in truth, he was merely observing my business's steady ascent to impose exorbitant protection fees. Because of him, my clientele has dwindled significantly. Just a few days ago, having failed to pay them, we now find ourselves in the unfortunate situation you currently witness." Sandel shook his head in resignation, explaining to Ates. "What then of the forces behind them?" Ates inquired once more. Sandel pondered for a moment before shaking his head, stating, "I am not entirely aware of the forces behind them. I only know they have long been entrenched in the underworld. Perhaps they belong to a certain family. In any case, we cannot afford to provoke them. Thus, for the sake of our livelihoods, we are compelled to acquiesce. By your reasoning, they must constitute a considerable organization. While Bayan is merely a minor gang, they would not go out of their way to seek vengeance on our behalf." Hyde interjected at that moment, before Sandel could respond. Ates slowly began, "Indeed, they would not mobilize such forces for a mere underling, yet you overlook what these prominent figures prioritize. Their primary concern is their reputation, which leads me to confidently assert that this unknown power will inevitably come seeking me." Sandel nodded in agreement, as this was precisely his sentiment. Ates continued, "As far as I know, this island falls under the jurisdiction of the nearby naval base. With such audacity in extorting protection fees, is it not curious that no one has reported this, that no one intervenes?" Hearing Ates' inquiry, Sandel offered a wry smile. How could no one report it? With so many affluent merchants here, they cannot possibly endure relinquishing their wealth so easily. Consequently, they promptly reported it to the local naval detachment. However, when the Navy arrived, they merely conducted a few inquiries, apprehended a handful of thugs at random, and after issuing a few warnings, they left it at that. Van continues his collection as usual, and we are left seething in silence. Upon hearing this, Ates furrowed his brow, followed by a cold smirk. Such a perfunctory response. There must be something amiss. Sandel gazed deeply at Ates and replied, as for any hidden agendas, we are unaware. Even if we were, we would not dare speak of them. We are merely ordinary individuals, unable to meddle in their affairs. Now that Ban has been slain by you, we may enjoy a semblance of peace. However, I am concerned that this faction may come seeking us. Ates, maintaining his usual composure, addressed Sandel. Rest assured, if they possess any intelligence, they will trace it back to me, sparing your tavern from any entanglement. With that, he drained his cup of wine. He then turned his gaze towards Hit, who, understanding the cue, promptly retrieved a stack of Bailey and offered it to Sandel. No need for that. Consider it my treat. Sandel hastily declined. One cannot indulge in drink without settling the bill. Accept it, please. After Ates finished speaking, he left the tavern without looking back. You take it. My boss never takes advantage of others. Hit forcefully handed the belly to Sandel and then chased after Ates with Carl. Sandel could only shake his head in resignation and accept it. However, upon seeing the number of belly, he was utterly stunned. Tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, millions? Even if he sold the tavern, he wouldn't reach 1 million. Where on earth did this wealthy individual come from? For drinks for 1 million belly? Outside the tavern, Carl caught up with Ates and asked, Master, what did you mean by the trick you mentioned earlier? He had wanted to ask this question in the tavern, but had never found the opportunity. Ates cast a glance at Carl and remarked, these gangs are extorting protection fees, evidently backed by some formidable force. Yet, why does the Navy remain indifferent? It is not out of fear, rather. They may have reached some form of tacit agreement with that power. Hence, their seemingly apathetic demeanor. Carl, upon hearing this, was further perplexed. But isn't the Navy's primary objective to safeguard the populace? At this moment, Ates paused in his stride and gazed at Carl, saying, You perceive the Navy merely as an organization representing justice upon the seas. However, among them exist numerous malignancies, indifferent to the lives of innocent civilians in their pursuit of self-interest. The Navy is not devoid of scoundrels. I have previously mentioned this to you. And now I wish to reiterate that one must not judge solely by appearances. Do you comprehend? Carl listened intently to Ates' words, plunging into contemplation. Yet his youthful mind struggled to grasp the depth of this truth. At this, Ates chuckled softly and ruffled Carl's hair, saying, You will understand in due time. He then turned to Hitler and inquired, Have you provided the funds? In response, Hitler patted his chest with a smile and assured, Rest assured. I have delivered the entire 1 million to them. Upon hearing this, Ates' body froze for a moment, and then he forcefully kicked Sighed away. Boss. Why did you kick me? Sighed exclaimed, rising from the ground in confusion. How dare you even ask? You gave him everything. If you gave him everything, what shall we eat? A twitch of the corner of Ates' mouth betrayed his thoughts. Although he was not particularly concerned about money, one still needs to eat. I had thought you were suggesting I give him everything. Sighed, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched the back of his head. Is it a lack of intelligence on your part, or have I failed to articulate my thoughts clearly? Ates was utterly speechless, having taken on an unreliable subordinate. In his reluctance to carry a large sum of money, Ates entrusted 1 million to Bygil. This 1 million could be regarded as the entirety of Ates and his companion's fortune. Ates helplessly shook his head, subsequently ceasing to dwell on the matter of money. He pondered whether he might encounter some sea creatures, as long as he could satisfy his hunger. Chapter 93. Invitation at the North Sea Navy's 78th Division Base. A greasy middle-aged man pushed open the office door and entered. His attire clearly did not belong to the Navy, yet he strode confidently before a naval officer and sat down, nonchalantly placing his legs on the table. The naval officer was none other than Major General Lucy, the commander of this base. Lucy seemed accustomed to the man's presence, merely lifting his gaze to glance at him, a hint of disdain barely perceptible in his eyes. He addressed the middle-aged man, saying, Arnold, how many times must I remind you not to come here uninvited? If the higher-ups find out, we will both be in trouble. Come now. I merely wish to express my gratitude to an old friend. Without your assistance over the years, my business would not have thrived as it has, Arnold, the middle-aged man replied, seemingly unfazed by Lucy's words. His lips curled into an enigmatic smile. Humph. Do you think I am unaware of your dealings? Your influence has grown considerably in the underworld over the years, yet you continue to undermine me in plain sight. Lucy's anger began to surface. Major General Lucy, I am being wronged. Arnold feigned the demeanor of a victim. Humph. In my jurisdiction, I frequently receive complaints from the public. They claim that a gang is extorting exorbitant fees as protection money. Do you think I am oblivious to the fact that those gangs are your associates? Lucy glared at Arnold, fury blazing in his eyes. Well, I thought it was something of great consequence. It turns out to be this, Arnold chuckled lightly before continuing. My influence requires continual expansion, necessitating substantial funds. There are numerous wealthy individuals on the nearby islands, thus I have no choice but to operate in this manner. Moreover, when the occasional pirate appears, I dispatch my men to handle it. Isn't that a service to you? You. Lucy was about to retort. But his words were interrupted. Arnold leaned closer, speaking in a tone audible only to the two of them. Furthermore, I have paid quite a bit in taxes over the years. Upon hearing this, Lucy fell silent, suppressing his anger. Humph, he scoffed. Then turned his attention to the documents on his desk. At that moment, Arnold's din-din mushy began to ring. He slowly retrieved it and answered, "Hello, this is Arnold. Chief, we have a situation," exclaimed a panicked voice from the other end. Arnold furrowed his brow and replied, "I will call you back." He hung up and looked at Lucy, saying, "My apologies, Major General, but I must take my leave." With that, Arnold left without a backward glance. After departing from the Naval Division, Arnold retrieved his din-din mushy once more. "Speak. What has occurred?" "Report, Chief. Our boss, Bane, was killed while collecting protection fees." "You must avenge us," came the lamenting voice from the device. "Who was responsible?" Arnold's expression darkened, for the death of an inconsequential subordinate was of little concern. What mattered was that everyone in the region knew he was the force backing these gangs. Even if they didn't know. They recognized the presence of a formidable power supporting them. He could not shake the suspicion that a rival with whom he had business dealings was behind this. Attempting to provoke him. I don't know who they are. There were 3 of them, one of whom was a child." "Oh." "And one of them was wearing a mask," the voice on the other end replied truthfully. "A mask?" Arnold mused, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and uttered a phrase to his subordinate before ending the call. "A mask? Could it be him?" Arnold muttered to himself. The sun hung high in the sky, scorching and blinding. The once refreshing sea breeze now felt unbearably hot against the skin. On the shimmering surface of the sea, a ship remained anchored. Young Carl was on the deck, drenched in sweat, vigorously swinging a wooden sword. Despite the sweltering heat, he had no intention of giving up. Ates reclined on a deck chair, bare-chested, occasionally gesturing towards Carl's knife-wielding movements and imparting some principles of swordsmanship. Meanwhile, Hit was idly fishing at the edge of the ship with a hook, his boredom palpable. Unfortunately, encounters with sea beasts were scarce, and they lacked the funds to venture into the nearby town for a meal, leaving them with no option but to fish. Originally, the warehouse had ample provisions prepared by Gil, but regrettably, the 3 had consumed it all within a few days. Ates found himself at a loss for words, convinced that he was perhaps the most unfortunate swordsman of all. Just then, a small black dot appeared not far ahead of them. As it grew larger, it became evident that a sailboat was gradually approaching. "Boss, it seems a ship is heading in our direction," Hite remarked while rising to his feet and addressing Ates. "I see it," Ates replied. Ates remarked, yet he had no intention of rising. As time passed, the vessels slowly approached, aligning parallel to one another. Merely a few inches apart, a middle-aged man emerged from the cabin and subsequently leaped onto Ates' ship. It simply cast a glance at him before resuming his fishing endeavor. After all, with the captain present, the newcomer posed little threat. Upon boarding, the middle-aged man walked deliberately to Ates, revealing a smile and stating, "My lord, our leader has sent me to extend a sincere invitation to you." Ates reclined on the lounge chair, remaining silent, as though oblivious to the words of the newcomer. The middle-aged man felt a twinge of awkwardness at the lack of response, yet he recalled the words of his leader and harbored no resentment. "Please do not misunderstand. We harbor no ill intentions. Who is your leader?" Ates did not even cast a glance at the person, and slowly remarked, "Arnold. The gang leader you previously eliminated was one of our own." The middle-aged man spoke candidly. Upon hearing this, Ates' lips curled into a playful smile. "So, you mean to say that you seek vengeance?" The middle-aged man shook his head in response. "No, the fool Ban brought his demise upon himself. However, our leader wishes to meet you and engage in a profound exchange." "A profound exchange?" Ates wore a cold smile at the corners of his mouth, for it seemed that the fellow had realized his identity and subsequently sent someone to extend an invitation. Very well, he thought. It would be intriguing to see what the other party was up to. Since that was the case, why not take a look? regardless of the adversary's intentions. Eats felt no fear. Any schemes or plots could be easily dispelled with a single stroke of his sword. The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, felt a surge of joy and immediately said to Eats, "You may follow my ship." With that, he turned to return to his own vessel. Wait, at this moment, Eats called out to him, "Is there anything else, my lord? Is there food available?" The middle-aged man replied with silence. Chapter 94. A small gamble in the restaurant, Ronaldo. The middle-aged man was currently staring in astonishment at the three individuals before him. Their manner of eating was utterly appalling, as if they had not had a proper meal in days. Especially Eats, who no longer exuded the enigmatic aura that had first impressed Ronaldo. This led him to question whether this individual was truly the formidable figure the leader had described. "Ah, I am thoroughly satisfied," Carl exclaimed, patting his small belly. Having just completed his training and being at a stage of growth, he required a substantial intake of high-calorie nourishment. There is no need to mention Eats. His appetite is typically astonishingly large. Most of the plates piled high on the table are the result of his indulgence. "Are you still satisfied, my lord?" Ronaldo inquired, suppressing his urge to doubt Eats. Although it was slightly lacking in flavor, it was passable, I suppose. "Lead the way. Do not waste my time." After Eats finished speaking, he walked away, leaving Ronaldo in a state of bewilderment. "Is it manageable? Have you forgotten that you are merely a freeloader? Have some dignity, boss." Their ship has already set sail. Are we truly going to follow him? He expressed some concern, wondering if this could possibly be a trap, since they extended an invitation. "What reason do I have to decline? It would be prudent to take a look. Let us follow them. I am rather bored, and it would be a pleasant way to pass the time." Hit nodded in agreement, and their vessel slowly began to move in pursuit of the sailing ship ahead. Inside the bustling casino, throngs of people crowded around various gaming tables, fervently shouting in excitement. "Bet locked in. Open with a 1, 3, 4. Damn it, I've lost again. Ha ha ha, luck is on my side today. I've won several rounds in a row. Hey, my fortune seems to be quite favorable as well." In the midst of elation and despair, some individuals, having lost, could only shake their heads and sigh in resignation, departing reluctantly, fearing that they might lose everything. Meanwhile, others who had won several rounds were riding high on their winning streak, eager to capitalize on their momentum and secure even more victories. At this moment, Idist found himself within the confines of the casino, where it appeared that Arnold was indeed present. "My lord, this island boasts numerous enterprises under our purview, with this casino being merely one of them. The facilities here are newly established, offering a myriad of games. Should you find yourself intrigued, you are welcome to partake. Our leader has assured us that all expenses will be covered at his expense," Ronaldo remarked with a smile directed at Idist. "The scale of this establishment is quite impressive. I presume your burgeoning business is closely tied to the Navy?" Idist continued. "Naturally, our leader." Ronaldo was in the midst of responding to Idist's inquiry when he suddenly realized the gravity of his words and swiftly swallowed the remainder of his sentence. "Damn it. I almost let something slip." At this, Eight smirked slightly and remarked, "Do not be anxious. We both understand the dealings between you and the Navy, and I am not affiliated with them, nor do I wish to involve myself." Ronaldo, with an awkward smile, responded, "Your Excellency, perhaps you could take a stroll around while I inform the leader." Eight said little, merely nodding in acknowledgement. After Ronaldo departed, Eight turned to Hit and inquired, "Is there truly no more Bellis left?" Hit responded, "Well, there is indeed some," as he produced the last remaining Bellis from his person. Eight, speechless, took the 5 Bailey, exclaiming, "This is merely 5 Bailey. Even the smallest mosquito is still flesh." Eight shook his head and then turned away, intending to engage in a few games, hoping to win some money in the process. At that moment, Height also discerned Eight's intentions and could not help but murmur to himself, if he loses 5 berries, he will indeed have nothing left. Ethesco paid no heed to Hit. After surveying the surroundings, he set his sights on the dice game, simple and straightforward, merely guessing high or low, with the added allure of quick winnings. Unfazed by the prospect of losing, for he was a man with an unfair advantage, he approached a gambling table just as one round concluded and another was about to commence. A man gripped the dice cup, shaking it vigorously, the rhythmic clatter of tumbling dice resonating through the air. With a decisive thud, he slammed the cup onto the table. "All right, place your bets, no more changes." The man bellowed to the crowd. "High, high." The onlookers eagerly piled their belly onto the high option, while only a sparse few ventured to wager on low. "I'll take low," Ethesco declared. It's nonchalantly tossed the last 5 berries he possessed into the air. This spectacle drew the attention of the onlookers, who regarded him with peculiar expressions. "Brother, are you here for a jest?" they seemed to convey. In this casino, the minimum bet is 50 berries. Do you truly intend to gamble with just 5? Hitler observed this scene, instinctively taking a step back, overwhelmed by the sheer embarrassment. Sir, may I inquire if you're being serious? A twitch appeared at the corner of the man's mouth as he pondered whether this small wager was a jest. What? Is it against the casino's rules to place a bet of 5 berries? Ates responded softly, there are no such rules, as long as one possesses wealth. They may place their bets. The man answered Ates' inquiry. Then let us roll the dice. Ates, with an air of impatience, waved his hand dismissively. What's the matter with 500,000? The man, observing the scene, refrained from further comment and turned to the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, are you all ready? Let us commence with the small stakes. What? How can it be small? The audience gazed at Ates in disbelief, astonished that his 500 had remarkably doubled. The man was momentarily taken aback, acknowledging Ates' extraordinary fortune. Goodness, boss, you've won, exclaimed his companions. The teacher is truly impressive. Both Hit and Carl were filled with excitement, with Hit eagerly reclaiming the bounty he had earned. Ates exhibited no change in expression. Everything unfolded according to his expectations, although he lacked the ability to discern through sound. He was certainly not oblivious to the allure of his observation Haki. This was merely the beginning. Having arrived at this casino, he decided to indulge in a modest gamble. Please, continue. Ates gestured towards the man to continue. The man, upon hearing this, remained silent, merely furrowing his brow. He sensed an overwhelming confidence in Ates' tone, which he perceived as nothing more than arrogant hubris, a mere stroke of luck that had led him astray. It was imperative to teach him a lesson. The shaking of the shaking cup resumed, and after a brief moment, it again struck the table. Bets are now placed. Please proceed. I shall wager on the smaller outcome. Ates remarked, subsequently gesturing for Hitter to place all the bets on the larger numeral. I bet on large. I too bet on large bets. Nearly everyone placed their wagers on the larger numeral. They continued to believe that Ates merely enjoyed a stroke of luck, presuming that such fortune would not accompany him in the subsequent round. Chapter 95. A summons from the leader within the casino. All attention was riveted upon the dice cup, poised to be unveiled. The man surveyed the crowd before gradually lifting the cup, revealing the numbers within, which instantaneously captivated the onlookers. 4, 4, 3. Clearly, Ates had once again predicted correctly. What? That fellow has won again? It must be a trick. The surrounding individuals wore expressions of disbelief. The man, witnessing the scene, mirrored their astonishment. This individual had, against all odds, emerged victorious once more. Our leader truly deserves the title. Our winnings have doubled. Hitter chuckled, clutching the increasing pile of wealth. Do not cease, continue. So many are waiting for you. At this moment, Ates reminded the man, who, upon hearing this, became serious. He couldn't believe that this individual consistently made such accurate predictions. The sound of rattling dice once again filled the air as the man vigorously shook the dice cup. Bet is placed. Please make your wagers, he announced, pressing his hand against the cup while staring intently at Ates. Hit, let us bet on a high number this round, he suggested. All right, Hit replied, promptly placing all his berries on the high number. Observing this, others followed suit, placing their berries on the low number as they intended to watch a round, assessing whether this man relied on luck or truly possessed skill. A few others also chose to wager on a high number alongside Ates. Start, the man declared before confidently revealing the contents of the dice cup. What? This fellow has guessed correctly again. 4, 5, 6, indeed, it is a high number. It was evident that Ates had accurately predicted the outcome once more. The man was taken aback, having not anticipated that his opponent was a seasoned gambler, having won 3 rounds in a row. Seasoned gambler? You overestimate me, Ates remarked casually. Sir, your luck appears to be quite favorable. Shall we continue? The man inquired. Of course, let us proceed. After all, one must earn some money while at the casino. Ates harbored no grand ambitions of victory, content to secure a modest fortune of a few million. As time unfurled, Ates seemed to possess an uncanny ability to win at every turn. What began as 5 berries had multiplied beyond measure, the exact sum now a mystery. The commotion surrounding him was considerable, drawing spectators from neighboring regions. Those who initially doubted Ates were now grinning from ear to ear, elated by his consistent successes. As Ates continued to predict outcomes with astonishing accuracy, onlookers eagerly placed their own bets, resulting in substantial gains for each participant. Under such circumstances, the casino was not only failing to make a profit but teetered on the brink of financial ruin. The situation deteriorated further as more spectators, enticed by the prospect of easy money, began to wager their entire fortunes alongside Ates. Carl, witnessing the spectacle, stood agape, He had never encountered such a vast sum of money in his lifetime. Surely, his Minder's winnings had surpassed 1,000,000. Meanwhile, the dealer was drenched in cold sweat, his hands trembling around the dice cup. He had never anticipated that this player would prove so formidable, winning round after round as if he possessed foreknowledge of the dice's outcome. The most alarming aspect was that nearly every individual in the casino was following 8's lead, all profiting from his remarkable streak. How could the game continue under these circumstances? If this persisted, the establishment would soon be forced to close its doors. In desperation, the dealer attempted to employ a special device to manipulate the dice, yet no matter how he altered them, 8's always managed to change his bidding location at critical moments, driving him to the brink of despair. Should the owner become aware of his plight, his fate would be sealed. "Hey, why are you just standing there? Continue." 8's addressed the man before him. The man, upon hearing this, wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and replied, "Sir, perhaps we should conclude for today. All of this is your winnings, and you may take it with you." A slight smirk played at the corner of 8's mouth as he inquired, "What is the matter? Are you asking me to leave? It is my first time encountering someone who expels patrons from a gambling establishment." The man's expression darkened. Had it not been for 8's considerable winnings that had incited these individuals to wager, would he have acted in such a manner? One should leave a thread for future encounters. He cautioned, "What if I choose not to depart?" At this, the man's visage turned as dark as stormy waters, pondering whether this individual might be an agent sent by a rival faction to instigate trouble. "Sir, you have won an extraordinary amount consecutively, and I have grounds to suspect you of cheating," he declared, lifting his gaze to meet 8's eyes, launching into a campaign of defamation. 8's found the situation amusing. He regarded the man with a bemused expression and remarked, "You are the one who rolled the dice and initiated the game. You accuse me of cheating. May I inquire what means I have to cheat?" The man was momentarily rendered speechless, at a loss for words. Indeed, the dice were solely in his control. What justification was there for claiming foul play? Surely, your casino cannot be so fragile as to not withstand a loss. The surrounding patrons, having profited significantly due to 8's, were naturally inclined to defend him. As the chorus of insults from these onlookers quieted, the man's countenance darkened further. Meanwhile, on the second-floor loft of the casino, Arnold stood at the window, observing the scene below in its entirety. "Boss, I did not anticipate that fellow's prowess. Should we invite him up now?" Ronaldo replied, a wry smile gracing his lips. "This man is clearly attempting to assert dominance over me." Ronaldo's eyes were aflame with indignation, his displeasure unmistakable. He had refrained from summoning 8's immediately, wishing to observe him further. But he had not expected such substantial losses in such a brief span. While he was indifferent to the trivial amount of money, allowing 8's to continue winning would soon deplete the casino's funds. He turned to Ronaldo and commanded, "Bring him up." After a nod of affirmation, Ronaldo exited. "Boss, is that man truly formidable?" At that moment, a figure swathed in bandages, resembling a mummy, appeared behind Ronaldo, his eyes cold and bloodthirsty. "I cannot say for certain. After all, this fellow's reputation precedes him from other seas," Arnold replied, shaking his head in uncertainty. "How audacious of him to undermine the boss so brazenly. I shall personally assess his capabilities shortly." The bandaged man cast a menacing gaze upon 8's below, his eyes glinting with a fierce intent to kill. Arnold made no effort to intervene. He too was eager to witness the true extent of that enigmatic figure's strength. At this moment, 8's casually cast a glance upward at Arnold, having long been aware of the prying eyes upon him. This irked him. He had been winning extravagantly at the casino, and if one wished to observe, they might as well do so thoroughly. Of course, a sense of ennui also played a role in his demeanor. The man across from him was uncertain whether to proceed further and contemplated reporting to his superior for guidance. Just then, Ronaldo emerged slowly from the crowd, and the man hurriedly approached him, as if he had seen a savior. "Boss, you've arrived just in time," he. Before the man could finish, Ronaldo interrupted. "Enough. You continue to preside over this matter." Turning to 8's with utmost courtesy, he said, "Sir, the chief requests your presence." Chapter 96. Threats. 8's cast a fleeting glance at Ronaldo and nodded gently. "Let us proceed." Just as he was about to turn away, 8's added, "Please count this money and hand it over to me afterward. That shouldn't pose any problem, I trust?" "Of course, this is all rightfully yours," Ronaldo replied with a smile. "That is reassuring." After 8's finished speaking, he strode directly towards the attic, intent on counting the money and restoring order. Ronaldo, having addressed the man who demanded the dice, hurriedly followed 8's. The man, now utterly bewildered, pondered the situation. Was that individual a guest of the leader? Did that not make him the boss of his boss? Panic surged within him as he recalled having previously accused the man of cheating. Would the leader find out and punish him severely? At that moment, Eight stood outside the door, and without a hint of hesitation, he pushed it open. Ha ha ha, I have long heard of the esteemed Mr. Ghostface. It is a great honor to meet you in person here in the North Sea. At this moment, Eights had just heard a resounding laugh of flattery. Arnold stood up from his chair and approached Eights, extending his hand, the implication unmistakable. However, Eights kept his hands clasped behind his back, showing no intention of shaking hands with Arnold. Just as Ronaldo entered the room, he noticed this scene and frowned slightly, finding this behavior exceedingly rude. Arnold's smile gradually faded, not only from embarrassment but also from a surge of anger rising within him. This scoundrel, I have already lowered my dignity, yet he shows me no regard whatsoever. Despite these thoughts, Arnold refrained from an immediate outburst. He awkwardly retracted his stiff arm, saying, Mr. Ghostface, you truly possess a unique character. Enough of the small talk. I wish to know the purpose of your invitation. Or shall I assume you are preparing to host me at a banquet of treachery? Eights squinted at Arnold, his words laden with implication. Despite having navigated the underworld for many years, Arnold was not easily intimidated by Eights. He chuckled and replied, Mr. Ghostface, you're mistaken. I bear no grudge for the loss of my subordinate. He was merely one among many. His demise offers an opportunity for new talent. Besides, that waste of space, Bane, was of no use to me. I wish to replace him. In fact, you have inadvertently rendered me a great service. Oh? Eights regarded Arnold with a penetrating gaze upon hearing this. He then inquired, what brings you to seek my counsel? Sir, my influence in the underworld is considerable. Yet it still does not rank among the top-tier families, which remain far beyond my reach. I will not hesitate to disclose that my development over the years has been significantly bolstered by the assistance of a naval officer. Without his covert support in managing my affairs, I could not have expanded my power to this extent. However, I am not content with the status quo. I aspire to ascend into the ranks of the premier families of the North Sea. As Arnold spoke with increasing fervor, he laid bare his ambitions and progress to Eights. He then extended an olive branch, saying, While I have yet to witness your abilities firsthand, I have heard tales of your remarkable feats. Should you and I join forces, the emergence of a top-tier family would be imminent, perhaps even claiming the title of the foremost power in the North Sea. What say you? Do you still harbor ambitions of unifying the North Sea? Eights gazed at Arnold, whose face radiated excitement. What would prevent us, sir, from joining forces to dominate the North Sea? Arnold exclaimed, his arms wide open, revealing his ambitions in that very moment. Eights cast a sidelong glance at him, astonished that this fellow dared to solicit his allegiance while harboring ambitions of dominating the North Sea. Such aspirations indeed reflect a grandiose ambition. While there may be a sliver of possibility in attaining top-tier strength, the notion of reigning over the North Sea is, without a doubt, a flight of fancy. Even if he were to entertain such thoughts, the Navy and the world government would not acquiesce to his desires, should his intentions be revealed. Eights firmly believed that the world government would undoubtedly dispatch agents to address the situation. A man of great ambition but lacking in intellect. Eights shook his head, unwilling to engage with such a person. However, Arnold, oblivious to Eights' expression, continued, What do you say, sir? I can give you some time to consider. No need, Eights replied. I shall not align myself with any faction. Eights categorically declined. HM? Arnold had not anticipated such an unequivocal refusal, prompting him to furrow his brow. Sir, I implore you to reconsider. I can offer you any sum you desire. You may choose wealth, beauty, or power. At this moment, Arnold's smile vanished, replaced by a profound gaze directed at Eights. Did he truly wish to ally with Eights? It was a miscalculation. He merely sought to enlist Eights as his enforcer. Eights paid no heed to Arnold's gaze and spoke nonchalantly. Wealth? My apologies, but I lack for nothing. Simply return what I rightfully won at your gambling establishment. As for beautiful women, as Eights spoke, he couldn't help but recall the enchanting figure that lingered in his mind. He then remarked, It seems I have also acquired this. As for your mention of power, who do you think you are to converse with me about such matters? Eights cast a disdainful glance at Arnold and mockingly remarked. Upon hearing this, Arnold's expression darkened like stormy waters. The pent-up fury he had been suppressing towards Eights erupted in an instant. Ghostface, do not be so arrogant. This is the North Sea, and this casino is my territory. Beware, for I might ensure that you do not leave this establishment. Eights remained silent, merely regarding Arnold with indifference. May I interpret this as a threat? He inquired. Upon uttering these words, a chill enveloped the atmosphere, subtly affecting both Hit and Carl beside him. Hit understood that their leader was incensed. This individual was doomed. Hit cast a sympathetic glance at Arnold, aware that their leader detested threats above all else. It was audacious of Arnold to be so brazen. Humph. What of your threats? You've merely dispatched a few insignificant pirates. I fear you not. As Arnold spoke, a faint breeze stirred within the room, yet each sensed the emergence of an imminent danger. Has he finally made his move? A trace of a smile curled at the corners of Eight's mouth as he sensed the concealed assassin lurking in the shadows from the moment he entered the room. Suddenly, two sharp sounds pierced the air, accompanied by a chilling glint that materialized before Eight's. The crisp clang of metal resonated in the space as Eight's adeptly blocked the unknown attack with the hilt of his knife. Before him stood a figure, swathed in bandages like a mummy, gripping a crescent-shaped scimitar that pressed against Eight's blade. Humph. Eight's let out a cold snort, exerting slight force on his wrist, causing the assassin's expression to change dramatically. An irresistible power surged through his hands and then spread throughout his body. He slid backwards, his sawls grazing the ground, until he finally came to a halt at the corner of the wall. Chapter 97. The Devil Fruit. Chanel, are you all right? Arnold inquired. Taken aback by the scene before him, he had not anticipated that a mere encounter with the phantom face would place him at a disadvantage. Rest assured, leader. I am fine. Give me a moment, and I shall deal with him promptly. The bandaged figure was none other than Chanel, his eyes now gleaming with a bloodthirsty light as he focused intently on Eight's. Upon hearing this, Arnold nodded, fully aware of Chanel's capabilities. He had invested a considerable sum to enlist this assassin, who had discreetly eliminated numerous adversaries for him over the years. Ah. So you have a formidable expert by your side. No wonder you exude such confidence. Eight's let out a light chuckle, seemingly in admiration. Yet his indifferent expression was laden with mockery. I've heard you are quite formidable. I am eager to see if that is indeed the case. Chanel, unfazed by Eight's disdain, gripped his twin crescent blades, poised to launch an assault. Eight still stood with his hands clasped behind his back, seemingly devoid of any intention to draw his sword. Hit. It's your turn. At this moment, Eight suddenly uttered those words. Me? He pointed to himself, momentarily taken aback. What? Are you afraid? Eight's cast a glance at Height and provocatively remarked, How is that possible? I thought you were going to eliminate that fellow in one fell swoop. Rest assured. I shall not bring you disgrace, Height replied with a feigned bravado, then positioned himself before Eight's, gazing intently at the adversary before them. Chanel furrowed his brow, pondering why Height would not take action himself. Was this a sign of disdain towards him? Teacher, do you think Uncle Height can handle this? That man appears rather formidable. Carl inquired, his youthful face brimming with skepticism towards Height. Little rascal, could you perhaps muster a modicum of confidence in me? Height nearly stumbled at the words, astonished by the lack of faith this fellow had in him. Eight smiled silently, perceiving that his opponent prioritized agility over strength. That fellow's might even be inferior to Hit's. Moreover, this served as a valuable experience for Hit. Humph. This will often lead you to hardships. As soon as Chanel spoke, he launched an attack towards Hit. His body moved like a specter, seemingly gliding effortlessly across the ground, swiftly arriving before Hit, the crescent blade descending decisively towards him. The strike aimed directly at the carotid artery of Hit's neck, intended for a lethal blow. As a top-tier assassin, Chanel could always pinpoint the most vulnerable spot of his adversaries with precision. However, Hit had not been idle during his training. Despite his opponent's remarkable speed, he reacted promptly. Leaning back, the razor-sharp blade grazed his jawline. In that instant, Hit pivoted and delivered a kick towards Chanel. Bang! Chanel's agility was evident as he raised his left arm to block Hit's retaliatory kick, yet his strength proved insufficient, causing him to stagger back a few steps. It is often said that assassins possess frail physiques, and this was starkly illustrated in Chanel's case. TCH, I thought you were a formidable opponent, aside from your speed. You were quite weak. Hit offered a merciless taunt. Nevertheless, Chanel disregarded the mockery directed at him, his gaze icy as he fixed his eyes on Hit, his expression unusually solemn. Humph, it is still too early to celebrate. Soon you shall witness Chanel's true prowess. Arnold silently scoffed, harboring no concerns about Chanel's potential defeat. Eights observed Hit's performance with a slight nod of satisfaction, acknowledging the progress made during this period. However, the tendency to underestimate opponents required rectification, for it is often the most unassuming individuals who can deliver a fatal blow. Hit leapt into the air, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his adversary's head. Now it was his turn to attack. His fist struck the ground with such force that it created fissures, yet Chanel was no longer in that position. At that moment, Hit sensed an impending danger. Chanel had approached with remarkable speed, launching a knife strike toward him. Hit hurriedly evaded while simultaneously retaliating with a punch. His combat skills were commendable, rendering his opponent unable to counter and forcing them into constant evasion. However, Chanel had no intention of engaging in a direct confrontation. He merely danced around Hit, observing for a moment of vulnerability to deliver a decisive blow. In that instant, Chanel showcased his extraordinary speed, leaving only his afterimages in the room, while Hit's punches merely struck the air, failing to graze even the hem of Chanel's attire. Damn it. This bastard only knows how to run? Hit cursed inwardly, frustrated by his opponent's elusive speed. Just when it seemed Hit had abandoned his offensive, retracting his fist, Chanel's eyes gleamed with excitement. Seizing the opportunity presented by Hit's withdrawal, he lunged forward, aiming a deadly slash at Hit's throat should it connect. It would spell the end for Hit. Yet, Hit's lips curled into a triumphant smirk. Just as the blade approached, he swiftly grasped Chanel's wrist. The blade now merely an inch from his throat. What? Chanel gasped in surprise, attempting to break free, but Hit's grip was unyielding, rendering him momentarily trapped. Since you wish to find an opportunity to eliminate me, I shall grant you that chance. This was Hit's strategy, to feign vulnerability before launching a counterattack. The relentless evasion had become tiresome. It was time for his retribution. With a fierce shout, Hit summoned all his strength and hurled Chanel away. He then jumped, preparing to deliver a crushing blow to Chanel, who was now suspended in midair and unable to exert force. This battle seemed poised to reach a decisive conclusion. Wonderful! Uncle Hit is about to win, Carl exclaimed with excitement. Ates observed the two contenders on the verge of determining their fate in silence. Could victory truly be decided so effortlessly? He sensed that his opponent still had hidden cards yet to be revealed. How naive to assume this was all of Chanel's prowess. Arnold pondered, the true spectacle has only just commenced. As anticipated, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted once more. A sharp sound pierced the air, followed by a spray of crimson, a haunting blossom of blood materializing in the atmosphere. Yet, this blood did not belong to Chanel, it was that of Hitter. A gaping wound had appeared in Hitter's shoulder, as though pierced by some lethal instrument. With a thunderous thud, Hitter collapsed to the ground, coughing violently while clutching his injury. Blood spilling from his lips. What is that? He gasped, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed ahead. There stood Chanel, his eyes ablaze with a crimson hue, the bandages that once bound him now unfurling, swirling ominously around him, one corner stained with fresh blood. It was evident that Hitter's injury was inextricably linked to those very bandages. It was hard to fathom how such a seemingly soft material could serve as an instrument of death. Devil Fruit, Chapter 98, A Game of Cat and Mouse. Although Atesh has yet to encounter anyone possessing the powers of a devil fruit, such peculiar abilities can scarcely be attributed to anything other than these enigmatic fruits. It appears that the bandages adorning that fellow are not merely for show. Each chuckled to himself, ha ha ha. This is Chanel's trump card, unexpected, isn't it? Arnold burst into a maniacal laughter. The real show is just beginning. I shall tear you to shreds. Die. Chanel's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. And the bandages around him seemed to possess a will of their own as they surged towards Height. Not good, Height exclaimed, swiftly dodging to the side. The piercing force, akin to a sword, instantly created several holes in the sturdy floor. Fortunately, Height had evaded in time, otherwise, he would have met a similar fate. The sheer destructive power was terrifying. Was this the essence of the devil fruit? Height, filled with trepidation, observed the scene. Realizing that the individual before him possessed such extraordinary abilities solely due to having consumed the devil fruit. Ates had previously informed him that he would seek out a devil fruit for him when the opportunity arose. Who wouldn't yearn for such a potent source of strength that could transform one instantly, especially given the current dire circumstances? However, he needed to confront the present crisis. Even as a devil fruit user, he could not afford to bring disgrace upon his leader. When Chanel witnessed Hit evade his attack, he waved his hand, summoning the bandages that swirled around him once more, seemingly determined to eliminate Hit without fail. In response, Hit could only rely on his instincts to evade. For being struck would not be a trivial matter. With a series of assaults from Chanel, the floor of the room bore several punctures, as the sharp bandages threatened to pierce through the very structure of the attic they occupied. The commotion appeared significant, yet it elicited no reaction from the outside world. Numerous gamblers remained oblivious, engrossed in their bets within the casino, the cacophony drowning out the fierce battle unfolding on the second floor. Suddenly, Hit found himself unable to dodge a bandage that grazed his arm, causing blood to flow freely. Damn it, Hit snarled through gritted teeth, summoning all his strength to charge toward Chanel. He wished to reclaim the initiative, believing that only by striking first could he alter the tide of battle. Regrettably, his current prowess was woefully inadequate against Chanel. Are you here to meet your demise? Chanel grinned, bloodthirsty, just as Hit was about to reach him. The bandages lashed out like serpents, sending Hit crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. Yet, this was not the end. Under Chanel's control, The bandages swiftly ensnared Hit, wrapping him tightly and leaving only his head exposed. It exerted every ounce of strength, his face reddening, yet he could not break free. To his horror, the bandages tightened, constricting him to the point of suffocation. "Boy, this is the consequence of underestimating me," Chanel declared, and with a swift motion. A bandage appeared before Hit, so close that he felt the chilling breath of death upon him. "Teacher, please intervene. Uncle Hit can't hold on much longer." Carl's face was etched with urgency. Without immediate action, it would be too late to save Hit. Though this individual had shown some progress, he was still no match for a devil fruit user. Edith spoke without the slightest hesitation, swiftly striking forth. In a flash of shimmering blades, the bandages encasing Hit were instantly severed into fragments. Edith then reached Hit's side and pulled him back. Ha! Ha! Hit lay on the ground, gasping for breath. That entity had nearly crushed him under its weight. "Why, yes, I apologize, boss, for causing you embarrassment," Hit said, rising with a sheepish demeanor. "Do not dwell on it. The abilities of such entities are beyond your current capacity to confront." Ates did not blame Hitler, but calmly said, "Uncle Hitler, you have done remarkably well." At that moment, Carl gave Hitler a thumbs up. "How many times must I tell you not to call me uncle?" Hitler ruffled Carl's hair playfully. "What?" Chanel displayed a look of astonishment. For he had barely seen how the other had drawn his sword, and yet he had effortlessly rescued someone from beneath his grasp. Chanel turned to Ates, his eyes filled with gravity. "Humph, have you finally decided to take action?" In response, Ates casually cast him a glance. "I can offer you a chance. If you withdraw now, I will spare your life." "Arrogant! Do you take me for a fool?" Chanel's eyes blazed with uncontainable fury. Ates cast a glance at the other with an expression of incredulity. Was it not abundantly clear? He was indeed looking down upon the other. "Coincidentally, I too wish to personally experience the formidable power of the devil fruit." Ates beckoned with his hand, signaling him to strike. "I shall make you pay dearly," Chanel roared, fully unleashing his own powers. Whoosh, 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 the bandages shot forth like a barrage of arrows aimed at Ates. "Stand back," Ates spoke softly to Hitler, who nodded in acknowledgement and retreated to a corner with Carl. Ates gazed unflinchingly at the rapidly approaching bandage, merely tilting his head slightly to evade its assault. Yet, at that moment, the bandage, compelled by an unseen force, veered once more and continued its swift trajectory towards Ates with a menacing whistle. Atesh let out a cold laugh, slightly sidestepping once more to evade the impending danger. No chance of escape. Chanel roared, and in that moment, he unraveled all the bandages encasing his emaciated form. Countless bandages, akin to arrows, cascaded down upon Atesh in a relentless barrage. This time, he had pushed the power of the devil fruit to its utmost limits. He intended to ensure that this audacious foe, who dared to underestimate him, would find no resting place. Chanel had shed the rationality that once characterized a killer, replaced solely by an overwhelming desire to annihilate his adversary. Oh, finally, something intriguing has come forth. It's exhibited a flicker of interest, yet he remained disinclined to engage. Utilizing his observation Haki, he effortlessly discerned the trajectory of the incoming strikes, evading them with ease. However, due to the overwhelming density of the assaults in the limited confines of the room, complete evasion was unattainable. He could only dodge while intermittently slashing with his sword, severing the encroaching bandages. He swayed and danced with an air of nonchalance, exuding no sign of pressure, as if he were merely toying with his opponent. The resounding echoes of destruction reverberated throughout the chamber, fragments of the floor erupting sporadically. Arnold, taken aback by the spectacle, sought refuge beneath a table, as the entire second floor loft appeared to tremble under the relentless onslaught of Chanel. The commotion finally captured the attention of the gamblers below. What on earth was transpiring above? It felt as though the very structure might collapse. Chapter 99. Encirclement. As the tumult gradually subsided, Chanel knelt on the floor, panting heavily. He had exerted every ounce of his strength, nearly depleting his entire stamina. He gazed ahead, eager to ascertain the outcome, but upon witnessing the figure still standing before him, despair washed over him. Ates remained unscathed, casually observing him, embodying an attitude that suggested this was no battle, but rather a game of adult versus child. Indeed, Ates was toying with him. "What's the matter? Have you run out of strength already?" Ates gazed down at Chanel, who was half kneeling on the ground, and shook his head in disappointment. How could he have exhausted his energy so soon? He stepped forward and spoke slowly. "You possess the devil fruit, yet fail to utilize it wisely, expending all your energy solely on speed while neglecting the cultivation of your physical form. The devil fruit is intrinsically linked to the user's body. It requires not only a talent for its development, but also a robust physique to support its powers. Should one's body be too weak, once the energy is depleted, the user is left vulnerable, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, as is the case with you now, Chanel. Perhaps you are a skilled assassin, yet you are an inadequate user of your abilities. Having spent years executing assassination missions in the shadows, you have gradually overlooked the development and training necessary for the devil fruit. Your mastery of the fruit is mediocre, and your physical condition is alarmingly frail. At the mention of Adis's evaluation, it was utterly disheartening. Chanel's once formidable murderous intent had long since waned, and at this moment, he could only manage a bitter smile. Indeed, as an assassin, he had focused solely on surpassing his opponent in speed, neglecting the fact that he was endowed with abilities. However, it was too late for regrets. Even with the remnants of his strength, he was no match for his adversary, having surrendered his last resort. Struggling, he lifted his gaze towards Adis and implored, "Could you grant me another chance?" Adis gazed directly into Chanel's eyes and perceived the intense will to survive within them. In response, Adis merely replied with indifference, "I'm sorry, I have already granted you one opportunity, and there will be no second." Chanel, upon hearing this, seemed to have anticipated such a fate. He let out a self-deprecating smile and said, "I never thought I would die like this. Go ahead, make it swift." Although Chanel had been working for Arnold, he had not foreseen that this endeavor would cost him his life. Nevertheless, for those in their line of work, death was an all-too-common occurrence, and he harbored no regrets. Adis nodded without further ado and swiftly drew his sword, delivering a decisive blow. The sharp blade instantaneously sliced through Chanel's throat, causing blood to spurt forth. Chanel collapsed into a pool of his own blood. At last, this wretched being was dead. He had caused me considerable suffering. At that moment, Hyde approached, grumbling, his shoulders still aching. "If you wish to avoid hardship, then strive diligently in your training. I cannot perpetually come to your rescue." Adis cast a sidelong glance at Hitler, who nodded in response, his eyes brimming with seriousness. This time, he recognized the inadequacy of his own strength. "Go and drag that fellow out from beneath the table for me." Adis addressed Siddle, who responded and approached the table to retrieve Arnold, who had been concealed there. With a thud, Arnold was thrown to the ground, letting out a cry of pain. Upon noticing the lifeless body of Chanel, he was instantly taken aback. "Chanel? How could this be? Has he truly perished in such a brief span? I paid a substantial sum to hire that assassin. Hey, with your trump card dead, what other aces do you possess?" The sudden voice startled Arnold, causing him to stiffen and raise his head, whereupon he beheld Adis. "Mr. Ghostface, you truly are formidable. You have indeed broadened my horizons," Arnold feigned composure, attempting to flatter Adis. "Flatterer," Ziddle scoffed dismissively. "Indeed, I am a flatterer. Over the years, I have showered compliments upon countless individuals, for without such adulation, I would not have attained my current standing," Arnold continued, a smile gracing his lips as he naturally took a few steps back. Adis stroked his chin, recognizing the remarkable adaptability of this individual. However, upon observing Arnold's movements, a smirk crept onto his lips. "Humph, grim face, do not revel too much in your triumph. Do you truly believe that I have only one card to play? The charnel?" With a resounding clap of his hands, Arnold retreated to a designated spot, and instantly, the entire casino erupted into chaos. The cacophony of footsteps reverberating through every corner of the establishment. Adis utilized his observation skills to perceive the situation. Both sides of the entrance corridor were densely populated with Arnold's men, their dark gun barrels aimed menacingly at the threshold. The moment Adis dared to step forward, he would be riddled with bullets. Moreover, the once vibrant casino hall on the first floor was devoid of gamblers, now brimming instead with an arsenal of machine guns and firearms, tallying at least 100 armed individuals. Just moments ago, the casino had been bustling with patrons, but now it had been entirely taken over by Arnold's forces, suggesting that this had been meticulously orchestrated beforehand, with all the gamblers having been swiftly eliminated. "Boss, it seems we are surrounded," Hit remarked, glancing nervously at the ominous crowd below, aware that a barrage of such weaponry was no trivial matter. Carl had never witnessed such a scene and was equally tense, instinctively clutching Adis' sleeve. "Is this truly your final trump card?" Adis remained utterly unconcerned by his encirclement, instead addressing Arnold with a question. "Indeed. I had long since laid this ambush. I am uncertain whether these weapons can take your life, but I am certain they will spell doom for that young lad and his companion." Arnold spread his arms wide in raucous laughter, then gestured towards Carl and Hit. "A mere boy and an individual of limited capability could never survive amidst this storm of bullets. Do you genuinely believe these people hold any value?" Adis cast a scornful glance at Arnold, his tone laced with sarcasm. "What do you mean by that?" Arnold furrowed his brow, pondering whether this fellow had also made preparations in advance. "It means nothing. You may give it a try," Adis remarked indifferently. "Humph, Mere bluster. I shan't play this game any longer. You shall relish the sensation of being pierced by bullets. Arnold let out a cold snort, then retrieved an object resembling a remote control from his pocket and pressed a button. Subsequently, a hidden passageway emerged beneath his feet, and he promptly descended into its depths. This secret route had been established long ago, intended for escape during perilous situations. Otherwise, with so many weapons aimed in this direction, he would surely end up as nothing more than a target riddled with holes. Goodness, this fellow actually has a contingency plan, Hitter thought as he rushed forward. But the entrance to the passage had already sealed shut. Boss, what shall we do now? Hitter exclaimed in a state of frantic panic, overwhelmed by the sight of so many guns that seemed to spell certain doom for them all. Chapter 100, The Demise of Arnold. At the mention of this, Ates merely offered a cold smile, thinking to himself, is this how you intend to deal with me? Such navet. At that moment, an invisible force surged from within Ates, enveloping every corner of the casino in a radiant white aura. The leader relayed orders for immediate gunfire. A subordinate, addressing a group of armed brethren, began to speak, but was abruptly halted by an irresistible force that penetrated to the very depths of his soul. Before he could react, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. One by one, the others followed suit, falling like dominoes. The only sounds that remained were the murmurs of the crowd and the thud of heavy objects hitting the floor. To Ates, the entire tactic of overwhelming numbers was trivial. No matter how many were present, a single display of his Conqueror's Haki would suffice. How terrifying, Hitter thought, acutely aware of the situation beside Ates. Although Ates had skillfully spared Hitter and Carl from the brunt of his Haki, the proximity was still too close. And the aura made Hitter feel as though the world was collapsing around him. Young Carl had succumbed to unconsciousness, though he was not directly targeted. His frail body could hardly withstand the pressure. This was also indicative of Ates' still imperfect control over his Haki. Otherwise, Carl would have merely felt breathless, not fainted. Hitter gazed down at the crowd below, who were now prostrate, and his expression morphed into one of bewilderment. What was happening? Those individuals appeared to be asleep. He hurried to the door, cautiously opening it. The scene mirrored that of the casino hall. Arnold's men lay scattered on the ground. Hitter's admiration for Ates swelled as he beheld the man with newfound reverence. It was his first encounter with Conqueror's Haki, and to him, such power seemed almost divine. For Ates, this was merely a minor interlude. He turned to Hitter and commanded, pick up Carl, we must leave. The setting was a dimly lit space. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed sharply in the desolate surroundings, reverberating through the air. Suddenly, a distant glimmer of light appeared, drawing closer to reveal Arnold's triumphant visage. Humph. Challenging me? You were still in the dark when I first set foot in this world, Arnold scoffed. However, he found it perplexing that, after issuing orders to attack, he had yet to hear any gunfire. This left him bewildered. Perhaps the soundproofing of this secret passage is exceptional, he mused, dismissing the anomaly and continuing onward until he noticed a shadow emerging in the flickering candlelight. Instantly on guard, Arnold raised the candle higher, hoping to discern what stood before him. As Ates' ominous mask came into view, Arnold's heart plummeted. He fumbled the candle, which extinguished upon hitting the ground, plunging the area into darkness once more. Despite having navigated the underworld for many years, Arnold's composure faltered. Though fear coursed through him, his instinct for self-preservation took over, and he bolted backward with all his strength. Damn it, how can this guy still be alive? Useless lot, how could so many of you fail to handle one man? He cursed his subordinates as he ran. He quickly retrieved a communication device, dialing without hesitation. Soon, the device transformed to reflect the visage of a middle-aged man, whose voice emerged. Hello, this is Major General Luss, commander of the North Sea Navy's 78th Division. Luss, this is Arnold. You need to come quickly. I'm in grave trouble. Arnold implored, relief flooding him at the sound of Luss' voice. Arnold? Luss replied, his expression darkening. This scoundrel is becoming increasingly arrogant, making me feel like his subordinate. Are you ordering me? Realizing his error and urgency, Arnold hastily corrected himself. Major General, I would never presume to command you. I am simply in dire straits and require your assistance. Luss, noting Arnold's shift in tone, decided not to dwell on the matter. Over the years, I have discreetly aided you on numerous occasions, and your annual contributions have pleased me greatly. Arnold's heart lifted at this acknowledgement. Of course, if it weren't for Major General Luss, But before he could finish, Luss interrupted, however, since you find yourself in significant trouble, we shall revisit our agreement. I require an additional 10% on the previous profits. Arnold's expression froze. The audacity of this man was staggering. How can he be so shameless? Attempting to extort me at such a critical moment? Lus, sensing Arnold's desperation through his tone, smirked at the prospect of capitalizing on the situation. Arnold struggled to suppress his rising fury, forcing a smile. That is acceptable. As long as you rescue me from this predicament, I shall honor my commitment. Very well. Lus replied, amusement evident in his voice. What trouble are you facing? Finally, Arnold felt he could divulge his plight. Someone is trying to kill me. He is a ghost. A ghost, a ghost. Sweat poured down Arnold's face as he attempted to relay more information to Lus, but he found himself rendered speechless. A razor-sharp blade pressed against his throat, sending icy chills throughout his body, rendering him breathless and unable to speak. Slowly, Arnold sank to his knees. Beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. In the oppressive silence of the underground space, only the sound of his labored breathing and the droplets of sweat hitting the ground could be heard. Ates gazed at Arnold with piercing eyes, as if regarding a lifeless corpse. From the moment Arnold initiated his attack, his fate had been irrevocably sealed. With a soft gasp, a crimson line appeared upon Arnold's throat, and he succumbed to the ground, burdened with profound resentment. The vibrancy in his eyes gradually faded, and a deep sense of regret enveloped his heart. He lamented the unfulfilled ambitions that had yet to be realized, the wealth that remained untouched, never anticipating that his life would end in such a manner. Alas, all of this had become a foregone conclusion, beyond the reach of alteration. It sheathed his sword and turned away with an air of nonchalance, devoid of any trace of compassion in his eyes. Such a fool dared to dream of dominating the North Sea, even if it were not by his hand. Other forces would surely consume him. Chapter 101. The Essence of the Sword. Hey, Arnold, what is the matter? Speak up. Arnold was already lifeless, his hand still clutching the communication device, as Luz's voice echoed through the dim space. In the Navy's 78th Division, the prolonged silence from Arnold furrowed Luz's brow. It seemed Arnold was likely in trouble. Gather the team and prepare to depart. In the underground chamber, the darkness was dispelled by flickering candlelight. Luz, observing Arnold's lifeless body on the ground, merely frowned, betraying little emotion. He had arrived after an extensive search, ultimately locating the entrance to this hidden passage. As for the 100 or so individuals who had previously been in the hall, they had vanished without a trace. Begley, what have you discovered? Who was responsible? Luz inquired of his aide. Begley replied, according to our investigation, a large number of armed individuals had been present, suggesting a possible conflict. I just inquired with nearby residents, and curiously, they reported hearing no gunfire, not even the slightest commotion. Luz's frown deepened. He picked up a candle handed to him by a sailor and bent down to examine the corpse. He noted that Arnold bore no visible wounds, the singular fatal injury being a gash upon his throat. A single sword strike ensured his demise. Luz was astute enough to immediately discern that this was the work of a master swordsman. Does such a grand casino lack surveillance equipment? Luz questioned, perplexed, as even smaller establishments typically had some form of monitoring. Indeed, there is surveillance. I have retrieved it, but I dared not view it without your permission. Luz nodded in acknowledgement. Proceed. In the room, the surveillance device was laid upon the table, and a projected screen materialized before Luz and Begley. Every corner of the casino appeared on the display without omission. Luz scrutinized the screen intently, refusing to overlook any detail. He was intrigued by the identity of Arnold's assailant. Despite the presence of numerous ambushers, Arnold had succumbed without resistance. This individual must be a formidable expert. Who is that? Luz mused aloud as a figure on the screen captured his attention. Although the projection was somewhat unclear, it was evident that the individual wore a conspicuous mask resembling a ghoul. Could that be the ghost face? Luz inquired, having only heard whispers about this notorious bounty hunter. After all, he was merely a bounty hunter, not a pirate, and thus had not paid him much mind. It appears so. He gained notoriety recently, with his most distinguishing feature being the mask he wears. No one has ever seen his true face, Begley responded. It seems this ghost face possesses some skill. It is no surprise that the foolish Arnold fell at his hands. Very well, summon everyone and prepare to return to base, Luz remarked, derisively commenting on Arnold's demise. Then addressing Begley. Should we not pursue Ghostface, sir? Begley interjected. Luz regarded him with a look of gentle disbelief and asked, is he a pirate? After a moment of contemplation, Begley shook his head. Then did he obstruct the Navy's operations? Again, Begley shook his head. Did he harm innocents or obliterate a nation? Neither, Begley replied awkwardly, scratching his head, realizing the redundancy of his queries. Then shall we not depart for the base? Yes, Major Luz. Luz watched Begley depart, shaking his head slightly. His curiosity about the perpetrator was merely that, He had no intention of mobilizing forces over a conflict involving some obscure power in the North Sea. Moreover, upon learning that it was Ghostface, he was even less inclined to intervene. A man of his standing could not afford to engage with unknown threats like Arnold and Ghostface. Arnold's death was inconsequential, at most. It meant a cessation of tax collection. Furthermore, he had pressing matters awaiting him upon his return. Although Arnold was not among the North Sea's foremost powers, he held considerable assets. Should news of his death spread, many would vie to seize his holdings to expand their own influence. If conflict erupted among factions, it would undoubtedly be the civilians who suffered. Given that Arnold's enterprises were predominantly within Luz's jurisdiction, neglecting the situation would spell the end of his career as a major. The following day, news of Arnold's death circulated. The premier powers were largely indifferent, with many not even recognizing the name Arnold. However, smaller factions were exhilarated, particularly those who had business dealings with him. With Arnold deceased, his faction, now leaderless, was akin to scattered sand, a prime opportunity for plunder. Other factions shared this sentiment, eager to devour Arnold's assets and fortify their own standing. "My lord, what brings you here? Our leader is not present." A middle-aged man with a broad smile approached a burly man outside a hotel on an island. "Ha, you shall never see him again. Boys, smash everything." Simultaneously, similar scenes unfolded elsewhere. Without Arnold, they were left vulnerable, akin to sand easily dispersed. They fled like headless flies. And Arnold's hard-won empire fell into the hands of various factions. As for how these factions would consume Arnold's legacy, Yates remained oblivious, even if he were aware. It mattered little to him. Perched upon a steep cliff, Yates sat cross-legged, his mind serene as never before, impervious to the distractions of the world around him. That exquisite sensation arose within him. He recognized it as a sign of impending breakthrough. Each time he advanced in his understanding of the swordsmanship, such ineffable feelings would manifest. Yates entered a state of profound meditation, akin to an ancient monk, his mind completely emptied, directing all his focus towards the third-generation ghostly blade that lay before him. Memories of his past sword training resurfaced, each strike a lethal blow, each movement approaching perfection. At that moment, the third-generation ghostly blade emitted a resonant sound, reminiscent of a sword's cry. Yates sensed a subtle connection between his soul and the blade, as if they were bound by the ties of family and friendship. Concurrently, an extraordinary, intangible force surged from within Yates, swirling around him. As the withered leaves danced in the breeze and passed by him, they astonishingly split in two and fell to the ground, as if severed by a sharp instrument. This was neither mere presence nor the overwhelming aura of dominance. It was the essence of his swordsmanship, the unique sword intent that belonged to Yates. Chapter 102, Doflamingo. On another precipice where Yates resides, Carl is diligently exercising his physique. This time, he refrains from practicing swordsmanship, for Yates has imparted to him the wisdom that a robust body is paramount. Being still in his youth, he finds himself in a crucial phase of physical development, which is indeed the optimal time for fortifying his corporeal strength. Meanwhile, it is engrossed in perusing the cultivation manual provided by Barrow. As he studies, he adopts peculiar postures that are unmistakably indicative of his training. However, the beads of sweat glistening on his brow and the anguish etched on his face suggest that these movements are indeed quite effective. Rising majestically into the clouds, the mountain stands tall. The collar of Yates fluttered as if stirred by an unseen breeze, the essence of his swordsmanship circulating around him. The desiccated leaves scattered about seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, racing towards Yates, swirling and hovering above his head in a mesmerizing display. It was a scene of peculiar beauty. At that moment, Yates' tightly shut eyes suddenly snapped open. The once spiraling leaves, imbued with a semblance of sentience, instantly disintegrated, severed by the very essence of his sword, gently drifting down from above. Yates gazed upon the scene with a joyful smile, for he had finally birthed his own sword intent. This elusive and intangible essence, akin to but distinct from the might of one's aura and the domineering presence of Conqueror's Haki, represents the culmination of a swordsman's mastery over their art. In essence, it embodies the unique aura that belongs solely to the swordsman. At just a tender age, Yates has already grasped the essence of sword intent, a feat unparalleled in history. He remains unaware if others share his extraordinary ability, for he has yet to encounter anyone like him. He has experienced the sword intent of the Eagle Eye, a force capable of tearing through all, rendering his former self defenseless. However, his own sword intent shatters everything before him, possessing a unique quality that sets it apart from that of the Eagle Eye. As he continues to cultivate his skills and enhance his power, Yates aims to solidify his current realm and deeply attune himself to his sword intent. Rapid advancement in strength may not always yield benefits, Time is needed for exploration and growth. Meanwhile, not far from the island where Ates and his companions reside, a grand pirate ship sails across the ocean. Adorned with a skull and crossbones emblem, the ship boasts a grinning skull with an exaggeratedly wide mouth, bisected by a line. Inside an opulent chamber, a tall figure clad in a red cloak, marked by 2 facial scars, poses a question to the individual before him. With golden hair, sunglasses perched on his nose, draped in a flamboyant flamingo coat and donning pointed shoes, it is none other than Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the future 7 warlords of the sea. Hearing the inquiry, he merely grins and replies, "Diamante, you fail to comprehend. Have you ever played the game of cat and mouse? When those fools dare to provoke me, I ensure they pay dearly in their despair." Understanding dawns on Diamante, who nods, recognizing Da Flamingo's nature. He revels in the thrill of tormenting his adversaries. With a creak, the door to the chamber swings open, revealing a hunched figure who enters. "Young master, Lord Diamante, those individuals have landed on an island not far from us. Shall we proceed immediately?" The newcomer addresses them with utmost respect. Da Flamingo, upon hearing this, simply smiles and replies, "There is no rush. They cannot escape. Let them savor the pleasures of life a while longer." "Understood, young master." It's perched atop the island's highest peak, where the vista stretched endlessly before him. From his vantage point, he could distinctly observe the ships gliding slowly toward the shore, as well as the pirates who had already set foot on the island. It appeared that today would not be devoid of excitement. Ates murmured to himself, then turned away, closing his eyes to continue his cultivation. "Damn it. That bastard actually killed so many of my brothers." On the island, a figure cursed under his breath. He was Tomek, the captain of a pirate crew in the North Sea, a notable but not overly prominent pirate. Initially, he had thought to cause trouble for the seemingly inconspicuous Da Flamingo, but he soon discovered the latter's formidable strength, resulting in the untimely demise of many of his subordinates. Such misfortune to encounter a tough opponent. In truth, it was his own limited vision that led him to this predicament. Da Flamingo had established his pirate crew several years prior. Although he had not drawn the Navy's significant attention, he was well known in the North Sea. Simultaneously, he mingled within the underworld. Though he had yet to venture into the Grand Line, his influence was not to be underestimated. Tomek's narrow perspective was to blame, as he was unaware of these matters. "Captain, what shall we do? That guy is relentless. He is likely to arrive on the island soon. Perhaps we should surrender?" A panicked subordinate dressed as a pirate inquired. "Surrender? What nonsense are you spouting? If it comes to it, I will fight him to the death." Tomek, infuriated by his subordinate's words, kicked him to the ground. "Damn it. I am panicking enough as it is, and you dare say such things." Enraged, Tomek unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon his subordinate, who dared not retaliate. Enduring the assault in silence, the few remaining pirates around them refrained from intervening, fearing they would suffer the same fate. After a while, Tomek's fury seemed to subside, and he ceased his beating. "Humph, if you dare utter such nonsense,